Chapter 201 Infinity, waiting for you to beg me. Of course, as an old player, this is his gentler approach. If some players really don't cooperate, then don't blame him for being rude. For the black-clothed man's request to make the clues public, everyone takes what they need, most people agree. Especially for players who don't have clues yet, or haven't got the keys yet. They are the ones who are most eager to get clues and keys. There is no reason for them to disagree. But for players who have already got the keys to their rooms, they can agree or not. It's just that Tangshi, Lu Yin and Huang Er have already exchanged the clues in their hands, so they don't have anything else in their hands except their own keys. But Zhongli is different. When Zhongli exchanged the keys before, she didn't give the male student clues, that is to say, the clues she opened is still in her own hands. It's just that she obviously doesn't want to cooperate. I don't want to make it public. Why should I make it public? As someone who already has the keys, she can be said to be unscrupulous now. Zhongli looked at Qiuyun with malicious eyes. Didn't you refuse to change rooms yesterday? Now your clue is in my hand. Let's see how you beg me. Although it is not clear how Zhongli determined that the clue in her hand corresponds to Qiuyun. Her words obviously made Qiuyun feel a little uneasy. Because she has exchanged clues many times so far, and has not found any clues related to herself. In other words, her clues may really be in Zhongli's hands. But asking her to beg Zhongli for this is absolutely impossible. At worst, they could just fall out. She has a talisman to drive away ghosts, and a talisman to save her life. She wants to see who dies first tonight. Qiuyun thought so in her heart. When she looked up and met Tangshi's slightly worried eyes, she smiled at her. Zhongli's non-cooperation undoubtedly put the black-clothed man's public clues, each taking what he needs, into a deadlock. Because she didn't cooperate, Qiuyun couldn't get the clues. So Qiuyun would definitely not cooperate. Qiuyun also had the key, and the clues in her hand. Who knows who it corresponds to? The person she corresponds to will definitely not cooperate at that time. This is undoubtedly entering the next cycle. But the black-clothed man naturally said so. And he would definitely not let this cycle continue. He glanced at Zhongli coldly, and then began to persuade Qiuyun with a very sincere attitude. As long as you are willing to disclose your clues and take out the key, I guarantee that you can definitely live in your own room tonight. Qiuyun was a little hesitant, and didn't know whether he should believe the black-clothed man. Although he seemed trustworthy from the first day, it didn't mean she could trust her life to others. The man in black saw that her hesitation was not a direct rejection, and knew that there was still room for negotiation. It doesn't matter if she doesn't cooperate. There are only 10 keys. As long as the owner of 9 keys is found, the remaining 1 must be yours. That's right. Why didn't she think of this? Qiuyun breathed a sigh of relief. In this case, it didn't matter whether she had any clues about Zhongli. Anyway, the keys were 1 to 1. 1 for each person. And as long as the 9 keys were confirmed, she could just take the rest. Even if she took the wrong key, it wouldn't just be her that got into trouble. Because there must be at least one other person who took the wrong key. Based on this alone, other players would definitely match the keys even if it was for their own sake. After figuring this out, Qiuyun took out his key for 102. I agree. After Qiuyun agreed, all the others, except the male student, agreed. He was the only one who was still hesitating. I don't know what he was thinking. It was obviously a win-win situation, but why did he have to make it so complicated? Seeing the male student hesitating, the black-clothed man was obviously annoyed. He said a threatening word with a cold face, and under the threat, the male student also agreed. Seeing that things were going smoothly, Zhongli's face was about to be twisted with anger. She never thought that things would go so smoothly. She was still waiting for Qiuyun to kneel down and beg for mercy, but now it's good. Not only is the threat useless, she must have left a bad impression in everyone's mind. No one was too lazy to look at her. For such a brainless person, I don't know how she managed to pass so many copies. Because the current atmosphere was obviously not welcoming to her, Zhongli left angrily. Among the remaining 9 people, although Tangshi already had the key, she still wanted to stay and watch the fun. Huang Er and Lu Yin had the same idea, so neither of them left. At this time, there were a total of 6 keys, and clues to people who had not yet been matched to the correct person on the table. This should be mine. Ming Dong looked at it for a long time, and took away a piece of paper with an arrow pointing to the right east on it. Although Tangshi already had the key, she also took away the paper with the candy on it, thinking it was just to help them eliminate the clues. After just a few minutes of identification, now everyone, except Qiuyun, had a paper corresponding to their room location. It seems that Zhongli really didn't lie, and the clue in her hand was indeed Xiao Yun's. After looking at it, Tangshur found that these clue icons were all related to their names. They were all homophonic objects or symbols. For example, Zhongli, who left, also left her clue here, which was a piece of paper with a pear on it. In this case, it was very simple for Zhongli to know that the clue in her hand was Xiao Yun's, because there was probably a cloud drawn on the paper. And now knowing which clue corresponds to which one is useless, because they can't understand it. There was just an icon drawn on a piece of white paper. How could they know what it meant? But that can't be said. After all, there was still someone present who knew what it meant. That was Luin, because he was the only one who figured out the location of his room completely by clues, and also got the key. However, he did not mean to speak out to help. He sat in his seat all the time, and seemed to be thinking about something. I don't know how long it took, but the doctor seemed to understand something. Can I borrow your clue? He borrowed the paper with the candy on it from Tangshur, and took Zhongli's clue. He overlapped the 3 pieces of paper. The man in black was attracted by his movements, and after seeing his actions, he instantly understood. The location of the room is related to the location of the pattern. The doctor pointed to Huang Yi. Your 2 moons are in the lower left corner, so you are in room 101. Chapter 202 Infinity, awkward but polite smile. Huang Yi didn't understand what he meant for a while, but when he saw the doctor draw a grid with 4 rows and 3 columns with a pen, he suddenly understood. Tangshur tilted her head and looked over, and understood. Each icon can fit in the grid, and the grid represents the location of the room. The first row from bottom to top, from left to right, is 101, 102, 103, the second row is 201, 202, 203, and so on. Tangshur's candy icon is in the lower right, so she is 103, Zhongli's pear icon is just above the candy, so she is 203. The doctor is actually using the known, correct room corresponding clues to prove whether his guess is correct. This clue is actually not difficult to find the answer. But on a piece of white paper, when there is only one pattern, everyone will subconsciously study that pattern and ignore the location, even if they noticed that the position was wrong. They had no reference, so they couldn't find out where the problem was. As long as they drew the grid, everything would be clear. So the positions of the 5 people's rooms were finally determined. Xiaoyun had no clues, so she could only take the remaining key to room 303. Although she was still a little nervous, she agreed with the doctor's inference, so her inner tension was suppressed a lot. After finding the room, everyone wanted to go back to the room to take a look. But before going back, the man in black stopped everyone. In order to prevent the room from changing position again tomorrow, I suggest that everyone mark their rooms. Whether it's moving the position of a piece of furniture, changing the order of the books on the bookshelf, or leaving something behind. Just like finding the difference. As long as there is a difference, everyone has a clue to follow. And there is no need to be so troublesome as today. The reason why they couldn't tell the difference today was because the rooms were almost identical everywhere. Even if there were some differences in details, they didn't pay attention to them yesterday, which led to them not being able to remember the differences. The black-clothed man's method was very good, but someone disagreed. And this person was the doctor. Although the method seems very good, I don't think it's that simple. What he said was just as scary as what he said yesterday, that the location of the room would change. But after what everyone experienced today, they had to believe that what the doctor said was true. Who knows? There might be some new tricks tomorrow. The black-clothed man really couldn't help rolling his eyes. I really doubt if you are the reincarnation of a crow. It means that the doctor is a crow mouth. The doctor doesn't mind him saying that. After all, what he said does not sound very good to their ears. But he is just stating a fact. No matter how you think about it, the copy will not allow them to take advantage of such a big loophole. The inertial thinking of veteran players may affect their ability to pass the dungeon. For example, the reason why they dared to open the gift this time was partly because they were confident that there was nothing messy inside. These were all based on experience. However, it turned out that there was indeed nothing bad inside. But there was really no need to open this gift. If no one opened the gift, they could completely tell which room corresponded to whom just by relying on the card on the gift. It can only be said that they were tricked by themselves. Today's room-finding mission has been successfully completed. It's time for everyone to eat and drink. The brave team went to the 4th floor for a walk. The man in black even tried to open the doors of 402 and 403 out of common sense, but failed. When Tangsher followed him up, her eyes would always fall on the location of the fourth door involuntarily. When she approached as if by accident, she found that the door did not appear, and she didn't know why. Luin also saw her actions. As someone who had also been to the mobile store, he knew what Tangsher was doing, and also found that the door of the store disappeared. In this regard, Tangsher thought for a long time, and the only explanation was that Boss Su should have closed the store. If she wanted to buy something, she would probably have to wait until she opened the door. The problem was that she didn't know when Boss Su would open the door. She only remembered that Boss Su opened the store on time at 10 o'clock in the morning in the last copy, and she didn't know if it was still the same in this copy. The next half day passed quickly. At night, dinner was still notified by the housekeeper. Just like at noon. They still didn't see Erna. But it didn't matter anymore. They didn't care whether they could see this person or not. Although they thought the doctor was right. The copy would not let them take advantage of loopholes. Things were not that simple. But they couldn't help but follow the black-clothed man's instructions, and tampered with the furniture in their rooms. For example, Tangsher put away a flower in the vase on the table, and put it in the drawer. Chiao-yun hid the night light on the bedside table in the cabinet. And Meng Dong, who was strong, directly changed the direction of one of the bookshelves. And so on. Everyone's room had some changes to some extent. The second night was still spent peacefully. On the morning of the third day, when everyone was about to go out, they saw a card stuffed into the crack under their door. When they picked it up, the card was exactly the one on the gift. What surprised them was that the name on the card was not their own, nor was it the name of the player who lived in this room the day before. It seemed that this card was randomly stuffed in. At breakfast time, everyone went to the restaurant together, and at this time, they saw Erna. It was just that Erna's mental state didn't seem to be very good. Not only did he have obvious dark circles under his eyelids, but he also looked a little weak. It was as if he hadn't slept well for several days. Everyone looked curious but didn't dare to ask, except the man in black and the doctor. These two people were brave. They began to ask Erna for information one after another. If he said, then they would listen. If he didn't say anything, they wouldn't be anxious. They would continue to ask other questions. Although Luin didn't say much, he took advantage of Erna's distraction to ask several questions. Thus, a good breakfast time turned into a question and answer session, with everyone asking 100,000 questions. Erna was obviously annoyed by the end of the questions, but he couldn't get angry either, and he kept an awkward but polite smile on his face. His deliberately slowed down speech speed and slightly impatient expression revealed the subtext of asking them to shut up quickly. Chapter 203 Infinity. I don't really want to chat with him. If it were an ordinary new player, or a player with little courage, they would have been scared to death and shut up. It was just that Erna was unlucky, who made him meet three players, whose expressions he couldn't understand at all. And each one was bolder than the other, and they were not afraid of his dark face at all. In the end, Erna left without even finishing the dinner on the plate. The new players stared at the three of them in amazement as they forced the host away. Erna, so annoying, how could there be such a noisy player? The man in black smiled at Erna's back as he hurriedly left the restaurant, and the smile on his face was even more creepy than the NPC in the dungeon. After Erna left the restaurant and closed the door, the smile on his face disappeared. There is something wrong with this Erna. The words of the man in black were agreed by the other two. Although the remaining 7 people didn't understand what the 3 of them were talking about, they could hear something strange in the process of their questions. For example, this Erna seemed very reluctant to answer questions about the guests. Moreover, when they asked why he was invited, he didn't give a clear answer. But according to the introduction on the card and the background story, all 10 of them were invited by Erna. Before inviting them, Erna didn't explain the reason for inviting them, but only said that they would know when they came. As a result, they have been here for 2 days, and today is the 3rd day, and Erna still hasn't explained the reason. One possibility is that he still wants to keep it secret, and another possibility is, maybe he doesn't know why he asked them to come. If it is the former, it is normal in the copy, but if it is the latter, it is indeed a problem. The housekeeper is probably not clean. Speaking of this, if breakfast had not been finished, the doctor would have wanted to go to the housekeeper to have a chat. Although the housekeeper might not really want to chat with him, the man in black seemed to be thinking about something while eating. I just don't know how the room will change today. When it comes to the room, everyone is alert and eats faster. After breakfast, Everyone chooses to go back to their rooms. Why can't the door be opened? Your door can't be opened. Huang Yi, who is in room 101, took the key first to open the door and enter the room. But he was surprised to find that although his key can be inserted into the keyhole, it can't be turned at all. Generally, in this case, without considering non-scientific factors, there are not many possibilities. Either his key has been changed, or the lock has been changed. But he always kept his key close to him, not even when he slept, so it was impossible for someone to change his key without disturbing him. And he was also very careful. Yesterday, he not only marked the room, but also marked his key. The marked key in his hand also proved that his key had not been changed. Mine can't be opened either. The doctor went to room 102 and tried, but it didn't work as expected. Tang Shi also went to room 103 and pushed the key into the keyhole, and there was no follow-up. The man in black frowned. Everyone go back and try to open the door of your room. Remember? Only try the door of your room. Others didn't know why the man in black added the last sentence. But they didn't have time to think so much at this time. They all ran upstairs. Tang Shi pulled out the key and looked at it again and again. He also confirmed that this was the key for 103, and it had not been replaced. Did they change the door this time? Tang Shi couldn't help but mutter to himself. Then he thought it couldn't be that simple. If it was really just a change of door, wouldn't it be easier than yesterday? Everyone just took the key and tried each door one by one. The key that could open must be the key for this door. The doctor's words also confirmed Tang Shi's idea. The door was indeed changed. But there were restrictions. For example, the number of times the key can be used. If the number of times the key can be used is limited, they can't use the exhaustive method. If they try again and again, the key is lost. Then they really can't enter the room. Tang Shi and Huang Yi looked at the doctor in surprise. If that's the case, then he still asked us to try to open the door. Wouldn't that waste the number of times the key can be used? They didn't even know how many times the key could be used. What if it was only once? Then wouldn't they have been destroyed by now? Although Tang Shi also knew that it couldn't be just one time. If there was really only one chance, then this wouldn't be a low-level copy. But one thing is certain, no matter how many times it was used, they have collectively wasted one time. So he only let you open the door of your room. Because there is a high probability that at least one door can be opened. The doctor only stated the conclusion, but did not say the reason. Perhaps he himself could not explain the reason clearly. Because it was just an experience of old players who had played too many copies. The fact was just as the doctor expected. Two people's doors could be opened. These two people were Huang Er and Xiao Yun. After they opened the room, they immediately went in to check the traces they left in the room last night. The traces did not change, which means that the interior of their room and the door did not change position. But why is this? Are there any differences between the two of them? Or their rooms? By the way, did you receive the card this morning? Everyone was silent for a moment. No one denied it. It seemed that everyone received it. After that, the man in black asked everyone to hand in the card. Because of what happened the day before. He, the doctor and Lu Yin also led everyone to successfully spend a night. So now everyone still trusts the three of them. So everyone cooperated very well. Besides, everyone's names have been exposed, so it doesn't matter whether they are hidden or not. After looking at the cards, everyone found two very strange names. Luo, Duo Lin. If I remember correctly, there shouldn't be anyone with this name among us. Right? The man in black asked, scanning the expressions on everyone's faces. Everyone's expressions revealed that they were unfamiliar with these two names. In other words, Luo and Duo Lin were not among them. But they were both guests. In other words, there might be guests in this castle besides the 10 of them. And the original rooms 401 and 402 were left for these two people. Chapter 204 Infinity. A new mobile store? Huang Er and Xiao Yun received the cards from Luo and Duo Lin. I don't know if this has anything to do with the fact that their doors were not changed. Because there were two more cards, there were two fewer cards. Neither Huang Er nor Lu Yin found the cards with their names on them. Is it possible that the cards with your names on them are in 401 and 402? If this is true, it makes sense. Although the distribution pattern of the cards is unknown, there are 12 cards that are not missing. Lu Yin did not speak, but stood up silently, looking like he was going upstairs. Although Huang Er was a little hesitant, he knew that this matter concerned him, so he followed him up. And Huang Yi was worried about his brother, so he did not hesitate, and followed him. So, The 10 people went up to the 4th floor in such a mighty manner. Tangshur walked at the end, quietly pulled Chiu Yun, hesitated, and called Ming Dong. Although it was not 10 o'clock now, it would be almost time. With so many people going up together, it would not be difficult to find the existence of the 404 mobile store. So Tangshur just wanted to remind them that there was a mobile store on the 4th floor. Anyway, whoever bought the props would buy them. Tangshur definitely hoped that someone he knew could buy the props. Moreover, compared to the old players, newcomers like them needed props the most. A group of people went up to the 4th floor, squatted on the ground and looked inside through the crack of the door. But because it was too dark inside, and the crack of the door was too small, they naturally saw nothing. Seeing this, the man in black took out something and directly opened the door of room 401. When he felt the surprised eyes of others, he casually explained, "It's just a prop. Disposable. It will be gone after use." After the door was opened, everyone saw the card on the ground at a glance, picked it up, and saw Lu Yin's name on it. Then the other door should be mine. As soon as the voice fell, the door of room 401 was closed without any external force. Although the man in black explained that this was because the prop limited the opening time, it was still quite scary to see such a scene suddenly. Facts have proved that props are easy to use, but the quantity is small, and there are many restrictions. If it weren't for the fact that this prop was limited to this copy, the man in black would not be willing to use it directly. So what does this card mean? Does it mean that the player with the corresponding card name can open this door with his own key? The male student's words made sense. But that was all. Just because something makes sense doesn't mean it's true. So no one dared to try it casually, because the man in black wanted to prevent them from misusing the key and harming others. He specifically said that the key had a limited number of uses. Before they knew the number of uses, they didn't dare to use the key again. Just when the situation was deadlocked, they suddenly heard a scream behind them. Everyone was tense and subconsciously turned their heads to look in the direction of the sound. Zhongli was trembling and pointing at a wall, her legs shaking, as if she was scared. Tangshur knew at a glance that she must have seen the door of the mobile store. She had originally thought of buying some more things while everyone was going downstairs, but now it seemed that she couldn't hide it anymore. There's a door here. Why is there a door here? Aren't there only 3 rooms on one floor? Zhang Li's current thoughts and feelings were exactly the same as Tangshur's feelings when she saw 404 before. It's just that Tangshur was alone at the time, and it was even more frightening. Everyone only saw Zhang Li pointing at the wall and saying there was a door, but in fact they didn't see anything. In addition, what she had done in the past 2 days, she was like a real troublemaker. So no one believed her. But she looked a little too frightened. Could it be true? Thinking of this, the uninformed people only felt a cool breeze blowing past them, and they got goosebumps. Just when Tangshur was hesitating whether to explain, Lu Yin spoke before her. It's just a mobile store. As a person who had spent all his money on buying props, he didn't care whether the mobile store was exposed or not. He just didn't want to hear Zhongli continue to scream, which was a bit harsh and unpleasant. After hearing Lu Yin's words, several people actually didn't understand what he was talking about. For example, the male student and Zhongli, neither of them had heard of the mobile store, let alone understood it. For the 2 old players, the doctor and the man in black, the mobile store was something that couldn't be more familiar. The man in black looked at Lu Yin with a smile, and didn't ask him how he knew it was a mobile store. But there was no need to ask. He could guess that this person must have been in and bought something. After all, his room yesterday was in 401. With such a close distance, it would be strange if he didn't find it. Since it's a mobile store, it's okay. If you don't know what a mobile store is, don't ask. You can go to the forum to read the information after leaving the dungeon. You enter the dungeon without knowing anything. I really don't know if you are not afraid of death, or are confident that you can't die. As one of the most important knowledge points in the Abyss world, there are countless information and popular science posts about mobile stores. Zhongli and the male student didn't know, which only proved that they didn't pay attention to the Abyss world after the novice dungeon. For such a person, who doesn't understand it himself, he is too lazy to explain. The words of the man in black successfully made the male student hold back the doubts that just came to his mouth. Then, they only saw the doctor and the man in black rushing to the wall where Zhongli pointed, and then made a door-pushing motion. The next second, the 2 people disappeared at the same time. Is this a new mobile store? After the man in black walked into the store, He stared at the strange woman in front of the counter for a few seconds. He was very sure that he had never seen this face in the mobile store collection on the Abyss forum. The mobile store collection is collected spontaneously by players in the Abyss world, information about all the mobile stores they have seen. It includes personal information such as the owner's name and gender, as well as pictures, personality and hobbies, the number of the mobile store, the characteristics of the goods, prices, etc. The man in black thought that he had a good memory, and he should not miss the information in the collection. This is why he thought Suemo was a new mobile store. As a mobile store that has entered the dungeon twice, you are right to say so. Suemo answered his question with a smile. Chapter 205 Infinity, Off Work. The man in black actually didn't really care whether Suemo replied or not. Anyway, it didn't matter whether it was a new store or not. As long as it sold props. It was a good store. Ghost exorcising talismans, life-saving talismans, spiritual eyes, spiritual pins. Although there are a few things, they are still quite useful, but I don't know the price. The voice stopped abruptly when the owner saw the price number below the product. The pupil seemed to shrink violently because of seeing something surprising. The doctor also started a robbery-like sweep the moment he saw the price. These two people, like Luin, both had 100 or 200 Zubias on them, so they were particularly rude when buying things. The store, which didn't have much left, was half empty in an instant. So when other people followed in, they saw that their hands were full of talismans with incomprehensible patterns, several round stones, and several pins. The two of them did not feel embarrassed about being caught eating alone, and calmly put all the props they bought into the bracelet. Qiao Yun and Meng Dong were obviously stunned after seeing the familiar boss Su, but they quickly came to their senses and took out their Zhu Bei to buy things. Especially Meng Dong, since he was saved by the life-saving charm when he was on the verge of death in the previous world. He deeply understood the importance of this prop, and he didn't have a life-saving charm at the moment, so he needed to buy some as a backup. After looking at all the products, Qiao Yun became quite interested in the spirit pin, but when he saw the price, he could only sigh. It's not that the price is too expensive, it's just because she's poor. She only has about 30 or nearly 40 Zhu Bei on her. If she buys the spirit pin, she really won't have money to buy other things. What are these things? Why are they so expensive? This pen costs 30 Zhu Bei? This life-saving charm is actually disposable. The male student looked at them buying things in surprise, and couldn't figure out why they were willing to spend money. As the only universal currency in the Abyss world, the importance of Zhu Bei is known to everyone. In addition to the 50 Zhu Bei given at the beginning, new players can only earn Zhu Bei by participating in dungeons and clearing levels. Here, eating, drinking, defecating, clothing, food, housing and transportation all depend on Zhu Bei. Moreover, players of their level must participate in a dungeon every 3 days. Either you choose a dungeon to join, or you are forced to participate, because participating in a dungeon involves life safety. No one wants to die, so most players wait until the countdown ends and enter the forced dungeon every time. Of course, if you have money, you can actually spend money to delay the time to enter the dungeon, although you still need to participate in the end. Many people are willing to delay as much as possible. They would rather spend a lot of money to delay time, rather than spend time learning and studying the dungeon and trying to pass it. Although it sounds weird, such people really exist. The male student is actually a person who has such an idea. The reason why it is just an idea is that he does not have enough money to buy the qualification to delay time to enter the dungeon. Perhaps in his opinion, these people spent so much money on props, which was a waste. Expensive? The doctor sneered, as if he had heard a big joke. $20 can buy your life. And it's expensive. Is your life so worthless? He didn't like the male student because of his unreasonable transaction yesterday. But now, after hearing his words, he felt that this person was just tactless and didn't use his brain when speaking. Even in real life, we know that we can't say that the price is expensive or the product is not good in front of the boss. But even in such a place, he is still so brainless. The male student felt that he was inexplicably confronted and wanted to refute, but didn't know what to refute. The most important thing is, other people have already started to buy things that he thought were expensive and useless. Even Zhang Li bought a few ghost exorcising talismans and a life-saving talisman with a sullen face. As a person whose life was saved by the life-saving talisman, Meng Dong couldn't stand a male student talking like this. If you think it's expensive, don't buy it. You won't get any anyway. What Meng Dong said was not wrong. After the doctor and the man in black bought the things, there were only 10 ghost exorcising and life-saving talismans left, and only 12 spiritual eyes left. The most outrageous thing was the spiritual pen. There were only 2 spiritual pens left out of the 30 Jubei ones. That is to say, the 2 of them bought 5 spiritual pens in total, including the 3 bought by Luin. It was exactly 8. These last 2 were not enough for them to share, so what did he have to do with it? They all wanted the male student to get out of here quickly. Ming Dong had quite a few Jubei on him, because when he settled the dungeon last time, he had an extra Jubei called Courage bonus settled. Although he didn't know what this thing was, he had 20 extra Jubei when he settled the dungeon. This was something to be happy about after all. All the goods in this store are sold out. If you have nothing else to do, please leave the store. Only on the 3rd day of the dungeon, Su Imo had already sold all the things. She was in a very good mood at this time, because this meant that she could rest for the next 4 days. She could even watch this group of players clear the dungeon, but it was just watching, and she couldn't do anything else that would affect the dungeon. As for whether these people would fail, Su Imo felt that this was almost a 0% probability, after all. With so many props, you could brush out the clearance strategy just by using the props. What's more, there were 3 veteran players with good strength among these 10 people. Clearing the dungeon would definitely be an easy thing. There was no doubt about that. After hearing Su Imo say that the items were sold out, the others did not stay for long and returned directly the same way. Only the man in black went to Su Imo to chat for a few more words before leaving. Does Boss Su have a store in the main world? Su Imo had not introduced herself, but whether it was on the props or on the sign in front of the counter, the word Su was written, so the man in black guessed that this should be the boss's last name. Not yet. Su Imo gave a concise answer to the man in black's question. Boss Su's items are so good. If you don't open a store in the main world, it would be a pity. He sighed in a pretentious manner. Seeing that Boss Su just smiled but didn't say anything, I knew that I couldn't get anything out of him. However, Boss Su only answered not yet. Does that mean that she will open a store in the main world in the future? But this later. How long is it? I don't know. Chapter 206 Infinity. No freebies. Although he didn't ask for anything else, the man in black still learned the store number from Boss Su. After this copy is over, he can upload the information of this store to the Abyss Forum. After uploading this information, if it is verified to be correct, the information provider will be given a certain amount of Jubei reward. Although it is not much, but it is a free gift, don't miss it. After leaving the mobile store, everyone reinvested in thinking about the relationship between cards and rooms. In the end, I don't know if it was because the appearance of the mobile store disrupted everyone's thinking. In short, nothing was figured out in the morning. But at lunch at noon, they saw the housekeeper holding the key again. This time, when the doctor and the man in black came forward to ask the housekeeper for the keys of 401 and 402, the housekeeper actually agreed. Looking at the 2 keys in their hands, which were no different from other keys except for the numbers on them, everyone fell into deep thought. Why did the housekeeper not agree to give us the key on the first day, but agreed today? This is what Wang Er said. And it is also the problem of others. However, there are more problems than just this one. Doctor, have you ever thought about whether the doors of rooms 401 and 402 have also been replaced? As soon as this was said, there was another silence. It was already troublesome enough that there were 8 rooms without corresponding keys. But now it is good. There are 2 more keys, and 10 keys are collected again. Everyone felt powerless. At this moment, the sound of a grandfather clock rang in the hall. 12, 13, 14? It's already 2 o'clock in the afternoon? Didn't we just finish lunch? The 3 meals in the castle are scheduled at fixed times. Breakfast at 8 o'clock, lunch at 12 o'clock, dinner at 6 o'clock, 8 o'clock. According to the housekeeper's instructions, they must enter their rooms at 10 o'clock in the evening at the latest. They used to spend more than half an hour eating lunch before, which means, now it's at most 12:30, at the worst. It's 1 o'clock. But it's impossible to be 2 o'clock. This is not a difference of a few minutes or 10 minutes. This is a difference of dozens of minutes. The doctor's face changed, then he stood up. I'll go out and take a look. We'll go too. Huang Yi and Huang Er also stood up at the same time, and followed him out. Lu Yin seemed to have had a similar experience before, so he frowned and began to explain to everyone. It should be that time has sped up. It seems that the difficulty in the next few days should not only be the changes in the room. There is also an urgent time that seems to be running at double speed. In one sentence, Huang Er has come back. The hands of the floor clock outside are turning faster. I don't know if it is broken. It's not broken. It's that time has sped up. Luin repeated it again. And the voice was neither loud nor soft. Just enough for the two people who came in after Huang Er to hear it. What should we do now? If it really sped up, then the original 8 hours from 2 p.m. to 10 p.m. Now it is estimated that there are less than 5 hours left. They didn't have any other clues. And there were no other NPCs in the castle for them to ask for information. And they didn't find any other clues to analyze. It can be said that they are now completely stuck in a deadlock. In fact, it's not a complete deadlock. After all, someone has guessed that the door key may be related to the key on the person on the card. But this is just a guess. And no one dares to try. Which leads to an awkward stalemate in the whole process. If we delay it any further, there won't be enough time. It's better to just try it. Whoever's card is in which room. Go open that door. What you said makes sense. So why don't you start with yourself? Go open a room and try it first. When giving suggestions, everyone has opinions. But when they really let them do it themselves, no one squeaks. No one wants to take risks. And they all want to let others be the guinea pigs for the experiment first. This is not just one person who thinks so. But everyone thinks so. But even if they are willing to delay, there won't be enough time. Didn't you buy props? Why not just ask the spirit pen directly? The male student curled his lips, with a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. Because among the 10 people, he was the only one who didn't buy anything. They now have something to protect, but I have nothing. Anyway, I have nothing, so I just wait to win. These people will definitely not sit and wait for death. The spirit pen has limited answers. It can't tell you the answer directly. Then what's the point of buying it? Isn't it still expensive? People may not answer you. The doctor chuckled, and didn't want to pay attention to this person at all. But what the male student said was right. Instead of a group of people sitting here in a daze, it is better to think about what props can be used now. The spirit pen is naturally one of them, and the spirit eye is also okay. They can actually use the spirit eye to see if there are any clue props that they have missed. If the clue prop is related to the clue in the room, then they can directly save the spirit pen. After all, the price of the spirit pen is a little expensive compared to the spirit eye. As one of the big players in the field, Luin took a spirit eye and played with it in his palm. Is there anyone else using the spirit eye? If not, I will use it myself. The reason why he said it now is that he is afraid that the two of them will bump into each other and waste a prop in vain. But he is not going to share the clue. So after he said this, he added another sentence. The clue props I found are not shared. If you want to know the clue, you need to give me a jubei. As soon as this was said, those who originally wanted to get the clue for free suddenly felt bad. Luin knew at a glance that some people must have the idea of getting it for free. He snorted, and the spiritual eye on his hand disappeared. A thin white line appeared in his sight. Let's go! If you want to cooperate, you can come to me. I don't accept freebies. Luin glanced at everyone present, and then followed the guideline and left. The man in black snorted, and also took out the spiritual pen from his bracelet. If you want to cooperate, hand in 3 jubei, and share the spiritual pen clues. Of course, if the question doesn't work, forget it. After he finished speaking, he took out a pen and paper and began to think about what questions to ask. Everyone also realized at this time that whether it was Luin or the man in black, the price they offered was exactly 1/10 of the prop. That is, the average unit price for 10 people to use together. If calculated in this way, they are not at a disadvantage. At least Tangshur thinks there is no problem. So she took 3 jubei and walked to the side of the man in black. Others who had the same idea as her included Xiaoyun, Meng Dong, and the twin brothers. Chapter 207 Infinity, Unknown Power. Although the doctor did not come with them, he also gave the black-clothed man 3 zubias, and then he left, and no one knew what he was doing. The black-clothed man was very satisfied with the cooperation of his teammates this time. Although there were still 2 people who thought they could take advantage of him. The black-clothed man looked up at Zhongli and the male student, and said in a bad tone, "You two don't think that after the 8 of us have finished the analysis, you two can use the elimination method, right? Just like Xiaoyun yesterday, 10 keys are used to judge 9 keys, and the remaining 1 does not need to be judged." Zhongli and the male student were silent, but it was obvious that they were hit on the head. "I'll kindly remind you, today there are not 10 rooms, but 12 rooms. He still has the keys to 401 and 402. If he guessed correctly, today they should find the room that belongs to them from these 12 rooms, that is, choose 10 from 12, and then match them one by one. In other words, even if the 8 of them had already been confirmed, Zhongli and the male student still needed to find their own room from the remaining 4 rooms. A probability of 1/4 is far from 1/2. These 2 people obviously did not think of this, so they dared to sit there shamelessly. After hearing what the man in black said, the expressions of these 2 people were obviously not very good, and it was obvious that they really thought so just now. However, after the man in black finished saying this, he lowered his head and started discussing with others what questions to ask Lingbai, and he was too lazy to even give them an extra look. There are 2 possibilities now. One is that the card corresponds to the key, the other is that the card corresponds to the person. The card corresponds to the key means that whoever's card is in which room will use the key in his hand to open the door. And the card corresponds to the person means that the room where their card is located will be the room where they will stay tonight. Speaking of these 2 situations, everyone is more inclined to the former. After all, Qiu Yun and Huang Er both said that there was no problem with their rooms after opening the room, which proves that their rooms have not been changed, only the door has been changed. In other words, they only need to find the key to their own door today. The man in black was somewhat skeptical about this idea, but he did not say it out loud. Ming Dong, so why don't we just ask directly whether the spirit pen card corresponds to the key? Although the spirit pen belongs to the man in black, because everyone has paid for it, it can be regarded as collecting funds to buy goods. Everyone can put forward their own opinions and ideas, but the final decision is in the hands of the man in black. It's too obvious to ask this question. The spirit pen may not answer. Tang Shik still remembered the conversation she had with Ba Su yesterday. If you ask questions about the way to pass the level, there is a 99% chance that the spirit pen will disappear directly, and a 1% chance that it will refuse to answer. Although I don't know what the difference is between the 2. In a nutshell, the spirit pen will basically not answer questions involving the final answer, then ask something that doesn't involve the final answer. The man in black raised his eyebrows slightly, holding the spirit pen and writing a line of words. Have all the guest room locations changed? When everyone saw this question, they couldn't help but show a look of astonishment on their faces. Didn't they say the location of the room has not changed? What's the point of asking this question? Isn't this a waste of props? Ming Dong is quite outspoken. Seeing that the answer has not yet appeared, he directly expressed his dissatisfaction. Is this question still necessary? If so, then I refuse to pay Zhu Bei, as the only one who can open the door. Huang Er also said tactfully, I have confirmed that there is no problem with my own room. Yesterday I not only moved the furniture, but also changed the furnishings of the room, and the position of the decorations has also been changed. This is the same as what I saw when I opened the room this morning. The man in black did not show any excessive emotions for the doubts and dissatisfaction of the 2 of them, and stared at the spirit pen with his eyes fixedly. Although the spirit pen did not write the answer, it has never disappeared. Everyone began to murmur for a while, until footsteps were heard behind them. It was Lu Yin and the doctor who came back. When they turned their heads back, the spirit pen disappeared in the hand of the man in black, and there was still only the question he wrote on the white paper, and there was no answer. What does no answer mean? Is this question difficult? This result was beyond everyone's expectation. But since there is no answer, it proves that they don't need to pay Zhu Bei. The man in black. This is what he said himself. If there is no answer to the question, then there is no need to pay. What happened? Lu Yin and the doctor came over. The doctor looked at the white paper with interest, and saw the result that there was only a question but no answer. Have all the guest room locations changed? Do you also suspect that the room locations have changed? The doctor's words obviously had the same suspicion as the man in black. This surprised the others. Even Huang Er and Qiu Yun began to doubt whether they had recognized the wrong room. Otherwise, how could these 2 obviously big guys have the same idea? Well, but the spirit pen paused for a long time, and did not give an answer. So he didn't know what was going on. Obviously, this question did not involve the final answer. Hearing the words of the man in black, Lu Yin's footsteps paused. The spirit pen can only refuse, conceal, cannot lie, whatever it writes must be true. But your question is too direct, it can't conceal, so it can only choose to refuse or answer. And from a psychological point of view, pauses indicate hesitation to a certain extent. The spirit pen is hesitating whether to answer you. which proves that the result must be the opposite of what we know, otherwise it doesn't need to hesitate, because it won't affect the result of our choice. Everyone, although I don't know what he is talking about. He seems very powerful. This is the first time that Luin, who is usually quiet, has said so much. Although the words that were said, everyone still couldn't digest them for a while. Luin also understood the confusion in their eyes, and then summarized the result in a simple sentence. To put it simply, the location of all guest rooms has changed. When he said this, Luin also felt that the man in black was quite rigorous. Because although his question was simple, it included two qualifiers. One is guest room, the other is all. Perhaps it was precisely because of these two words that Lingbai refused to answer this question. Because if the guest room is not included, then the master bedroom on the 5th floor will also be counted as a room. Chapter 208 Infinity. The man who dares to play psychology with the spirit pen. Whether the master bedroom has changed or not, they don't care. But it will affect the result of the spirit pen's answer. For example, his question is, have the positions of all the rooms changed? Then at this time, if the spirit pen is kind, it can answer yes. And if it is more malicious, it will answer no. Because the position of the master bedroom has indeed not changed. There is no problem with the spirit pen answering no. But this will affect their judgment. And if the question is, has the position of the room changed? Then the result is the same. And there is a way to explain how the spirit pen answers. While the man in black understood what he meant, he also felt that this copy was becoming more and more interesting. But my room? Wang Er wanted to struggle. Although he felt that what Luin said might make sense, he also felt that his judgment was correct. After all, Lu Yin's was just a guess. And he had real evidence that could be seen. In fact, the fact that there is no change in the room does not mean anything. They can change the location of your room, and then arrange an identical room for you as a decoy, and you won't be able to find it. The doctor's words made Wang Er silent. Finally, he had to admit that the doctor was right. But what Luin said must be right, although it seems to make sense. But is it really reliable for him to use psychology on the spirit pen? Luin seemed to see through their thoughts, and simply took out the spirit pen from his bracelet. Borrow a piece of white paper. He took a piece of white paper and scribbled a line of words. It was also very brief. But everyone saw his confidence. My interpretation just now is correct. Using a declarative sentence to ask a question, it can be said that he is quite confident. However, the spirit pen did not seem to buy it. The pen body gradually became fuzzy, and almost disappeared the moment the question was written. Until it heard Luin speak. Luin, as long as it does not answer, it proves that it is guilty. Spirit pen. You are bullying me because I can't speak. Right. So everyone watched the spirit pen's fuzzy pen body solidify into a solid body again. Below Lu Yin's words, there was a line of elegant and arrogant words. Guess. At the moment the words appeared, Lu Yin continued, I was angry and embarrassed. In this case, as long as you don't deny it, it means you agree, because you can't lie. Everyone can still understand this. If they were provoked like this, they would definitely deny everything Lu Yin said directly. It's just that the spirit pen is more miserable. It can't lie, so it can only agree. Spiritual pen. So everyone watched helplessly as the pen in his hand was so angry that it became solid for a while, then became virtual again, and finally disappeared. Although the spirit pen did not give a positive answer from beginning to end, but this drama really made everyone laugh. Lu Yin, a man who dared to play psychology with the spirit pen. So terrifying, Lu Yin accepted all the awe-inspiring looks cast at him with a smile. And he had already begun to think about whether to sell the other two spirit pens on him. In this case, he was really afraid that no matter what questions he asked in the future, even if it was 1 + 1 = 2, the spirit pen would not answer. But even if they were to sell, they probably couldn't sell them in this instance, because everyone is now penniless. After all, they were all people whose bodies, wallets were emptied by Boss Su's shop. Is psychology so outrageous? The man in black couldn't help but smack his lips. Lu Yin was silent for a moment before speaking. What I said just now was half true and half false. And more of it was guesswork. But I didn't expect Lingbai to be so impatient. It would have been fine if he couldn't hold back his anger. But he also directly exposed the information to them. He said the most despicable words in the most humble tone. Fortunately, Lingbai was not here. And there was no entity. Otherwise Lu Yin would definitely be strongly retaliated by Lingbai in this instance. Let's get back to the point. They now know that the location of the room has actually changed, which is an important clue, so they can start to push other people's rooms. First, there is the clue Luin got. One of the clues he got was about the key, and the other was about the other two guests. The clue to the key was a note left by a servant for the housekeeper. Butler, the key you asked me to make is ready. According to your request, the key can only be used incorrectly 3 times, and it will be damaged after 3 times. To put it simply, each key can only be inserted into the wrong keyhole 3 times. Now, except for the keys in Huang Er and Chiu Yun's hands, everyone's keys only have 2 chances left. The other clue is more interesting, because this clue is 2 wanted posters. And the faces on the wanted posters, they are very familiar. One is Erna, the other is Butler. Dinner time is coming soon. Because we have seen the wanted poster, now everyone knows that the man who looks honest and loyal is not the butler at all. The butler's real name is not Luo Ao or Duo Lin, but a murderer codenamed Blackface. And the Erna they haven't seen for a long time is actually in the same group as Blackface, codenamed Whiteface. I don't know how the 2 of them got the invitation letter from the real Luo Ao and Duo Lin, and then pretended to be these 2 people to come to the castle. As for the real Erna, the real owner of this castle, it is estimated that he has been killed by the 2 of them long ago. After killing him, they pretended to be Erna and the butler again, and continue to live here. From the current situation, these 2 people are likely to attack the 10 of them. But they don't know how these 2 people are going to attack them. Even though they knew that the housekeeper in front of them was not a good person, they did not dare to act rashly. And they continued to eat and drink as usual. When dinner was over, everyone returned to their rooms. After an afternoon, although there were many problems, they still pushed out their room locations. The male student and Zhang Li's uncooperative attitude made everyone very unhappy. But in the end, the 2 of them still pulled their faces, apologized with a smile, handed over Zhu Bei, and wanted to share information and clues. For these 2 people, they were not prepared to care too much. In fact, they were too lazy to care. Anyway, they paid the money, and it was okay to have one more life, as long as it didn't bother them. When returning to the room, Tang Shi always felt that something seemed strange, but she couldn't tell. She quickened her pace, wanting to get back to the room quickly. As a result, she stumbled after taking 2 steps, as if something tripped her foot. Tang Shi. Me again? She really didn't want to bow her head, but the feeling of kicking something just now was really like a person. Chapter 209 Infinity. The 4th day. She took a deep breath and slowly lowered her head. Fortunately, she did not see any bloody scene. Unfortunately, there was really a person lying on the ground. This person was Huang Er, who was supposed to live next door to her. He seemed to be fainted, his clothes were a little messy, and his pockets were turned out, looking like someone had taken his things. Tang Shi called for people, while testing his breath. When she felt the temperature of his breath, she was relieved. It was still early after dinner. Originally they didn't have to go back to the room so early, but because of the problem with the time today, they were also worried that there would be other changes, so they thought about going back to the room early. But they didn't expect that someone was attacked. Hearing Tang Shi's voice, those who had not returned to the room hurried to him. After seeing Huang Er lying on the ground, everyone had roughly guessed what had happened. Huang Yi saw his brother lying on the ground, and hurried over to wake him up. After waking up, Huang Er reached out to touch the inside pocket of his clothes. And then his expression suddenly became very ugly. The key is missing. Tang Shi was afraid that they would misunderstand, and hurriedly waved her hand to explain. It's not me. I felt that I kicked someone when I returned to the room, and then I found him. At that time, his pocket had been turned out. Huang Er also rubbed his head, and tried to recall what happened just now. It has nothing to do with Tang Shi. It was Zhang Li who knocked me out. Zhang Li? Everyone looked around and found that there were only 9 people here. The missing person happened to be Zhang Li. Could it be that she really did it? But why did she do that? Just when everyone was confused, there was a scream from upstairs. When they rushed upstairs, they saw Zhang Li sitting on the ground in a mess. She was still holding a ball of black ash in her hand. And this ball of black ash, Ming Dong could be said to be very familiar with it. The life-saving talisman that has suffered a fatal blow will turn into black ash. In other words, Zhang Li had just experienced death. Fortunately, she had a life-saving talisman on her body, so she was saved. After seeing Zhang Li, Huang Er frowned. Help! There is a ghost inside! There is a ghost! Zhang Li saw them as if she saw a savior, and ran over with a tumble. Then she hid behind them. She said there was a ghost in the room, but the door of the room was open. For so long, there was no movement inside. No one knew whether the ghost saw them coming and left, or whether the woman had been lying from the beginning to the end. However, one thing was certain. Zhongli did take Huang Er's key, because the door she opened was 302, and 302 was Huang Er's room yesterday, and the key was also on him. According to their reasoning, this room should have belonged to Luo Ao or Duolin. Their room was moved to the location of Huang Er and Qiu Yun's room yesterday. Huang Er and Qiu Yun moved into the room with the cards with their names on them. The same was true for others. Where did the ghost come from? I think you have something wrong. Huang Yi cursed and snatched the key from her hand. When he looked at it, it was indeed Huang Er's. Zhongli was completely frightened. Even though Huang Yi had taken away her keys, she didn't say anything. Not right. It shouldn't be her who knocked me out. Huang Er had been feeling something was wrong since the beginning, and finally found it after looking for a long time. If he remembered correctly, when he fainted, Zhongli was wearing a beige top and sweatpants. But now she was wearing a black short-sleeved shirt and jeans. Although he didn't know how much time had passed, he didn't think it was necessary for Zhongli to change her clothes after knocking him out. And her room was on the 4th floor this time. If she wanted to change clothes, she had to go to the 2nd floor to knock him out first, then go to the 4th floor to change clothes, and finally go to the 3rd floor to open the door. Going back and forth so many times was very troublesome. After listening to Huang Er's explanation, they couldn't help but become more confused. If it wasn't Zhongli, who else could it be? Could it be that someone pretended to be Zhongli and knocked Huang Er unconscious? What's on your hand? Someone noticed the black ash on her hand and asked. Zhongli shivered for a long time without saying a word. Finally, Ming Dong couldn't stand it anymore, and said that this was what was left after the life-saving talisman was used. In other words, she really met a ghost just now. Anyway, she couldn't commit suicide. The floor bell rang 20 times, and everyone didn't have time to think about it. They just wanted to go back to the room quickly. Although Zhongli was scared, she knew that if she didn't go back to the room, she would really die. So she hurriedly followed everyone and left. She no longer had the life-saving talisman, and she only had one life. Today is the 4th day of the copy. When they left the room, they clearly found that the atmosphere in the entire castle had become weird. The housekeeper did not appear, nor did the fake Erna. It seemed that there were only 10 of them left in the entire castle. Zhongli did not sleep all night. As soon as it got light this morning, she rushed out of the room and almost bumped into other people who also lived on the 4th floor, because there was no housekeeper. Naturally, no one prepared breakfast. But after listening to what Zhongli said, everyone lost their appetite for food. According to her, she wanted to enter room 302 because she found a clue. The clue said that there was a copy door in room 302. She originally wanted to tell them about this, and then everyone would pass the level together. But on the way back, she saw a key on the ground, and this key happened to be the key to room 302. Thinking of the unpleasant experience in the past few days, she prepared to leave secretly alone. Then she entered room 302. But not only did she not find the so-called door to the dungeon, but she was almost killed by a ghost that suddenly appeared. If she hadn't reacted quickly, used the ghost exorcising talisman, and had the life-saving talisman to protect her, she would have died in there. You believe this kind of thing? It's obvious that the two NPCs want to harm people. Everyone was skeptical about what Zhongli said, but they still believed more. After all, what she said was consistent with her behavior. If there was any hard evidence, it would definitely be the life-saving talisman that had been used. If there was no pile of black ash, they would definitely have doubted it for a while. Now they can basically confirm that Huang Er was probably knocked out by one of the black-faced or white-faced people who disguised themselves as Zhongli. And the reason he was knocked out was because of the key to room 302 on him, and then deliberately threw the key where Zhongli could see it, so as to attract her to room 302. Chapter 210 Infinity, Mobile Store Encyclopedia. As for the ghost in 302, they also guessed his identity based on the information revealed by Zhongli. He is most likely the real owner of this castle, Erna. It's just that after being killed by Blackface and Whiteface, he turned into a fierce ghost and stayed in the castle. Afterwards, they spent another day exploring the 5th floor of the castle, and successfully found the final clue. Erna patrols the room every night, but anyone who does not live in his room will be killed by him. At the same time, Erna will also draw strength in the process of killing and become more and more powerful. When the death toll reaches 3, the difficulty of the dungeon will increase. For example, Erna will become able to move even during the day. There are 2 ways for them to pass the level. One is to live here for 7 days and survive. The other is to bring Blackface and Whiteface who killed Erna to him, so that Erna's anger can be calmed, and they can leave early. In comparison between these 2 ways of passing the level, everyone decisively chose the latter, because starting from the 4th day, they had already discovered that the difficulty of this dungeon had changed suddenly. Not only did the room change its location, but the door also changed. The most terrifying thing was that when they woke up in the morning, they couldn't even find their keys. Although they finally found the keys, the numbers on the keys had been erased, which meant that they couldn't distinguish the 12 keys. Not only that, because the housekeeper hid them, they had no food. Although there were some raw food in the refrigerator in the kitchen, the quantity was not much. With so many people here, there was not enough food. If they did not leave this dungeon quickly, they would starve to death before being killed by Erna. So with the efforts of 10 people, they spent a lot of ghost exorcising talismans and props that could control ghosts to lock Erna up for a night, ensuring that he would not come out to kill people for a day. Then, they spent 2 days and consumed a lot of props to finally catch the 2 people hiding in the basement. When they brought the 2 people to Erna, Suemo also received a prompt that the dungeon was completed. Congratulations to the host. This dungeon income, 990 jubei. Because the player's survival rate is 100%. An additional reward of 99-10% jubei. There is an additional reward? Suemo flipped through the manual and saw the reward mechanism on the last page. However, there are not many mobile stores that can get rewards, so the manual is written at the back. Unless you look for it deliberately, you can hardly see it. In addition to the survival rate, there are also values such as clearance time and clearance completion degree. As long as these values are high enough, and the Abyss World detects that it is the credit of the props in the mobile store, there will be rewards. Can this reward be counted into the task? No, but the host can use it to purchase and unlock goods. She knew it. The currency required for the task can only be earned by selling goods. Whether it is a reward or a gift, it is useless. It's just that it's good to use it to purchase and unlock goods. She just needs money. These 99 jubei are not enough for her to unlock one product. Tell the host a good news. Some players have recorded our store in the store collection on the forum. Suemo knows about the store collection. It is actually equivalent to the mobile store version of the encyclopedia. This thing may not be very useful for new players, but it is actually very important for old players. Because some players have discovered that the mobile store has a regular pattern in selecting copies. So some players, after they have money, will deliberately choose copies according to the habits of some mobile stores, so as to achieve the purpose of bumping into the mobile store. As long as you encounter it, it's luck. If you don't encounter it, there's nothing you can do. But some old players have actually mastered the rules of selecting copies of some mobile stores, so bumping into the mobile store is not difficult for them. At least 4 or 5 times out of 10 can be successful, and if you are lucky, you can even encounter it more times. For example, for some popular mobile stores, every time they select a copy, a large number of players will follow them in. Some people even start a business of selling mobile store traces. It can only be said that the world is so big that there are all kinds of things. As a store participating in the copy for the second time, Suemo is lucky to be recorded. This store collection is searched and browsed by countless players every moment, so any new movement or news will be discovered by them. Not to mention the direct addition of a new store. This mobile store numbered C633 instantly attracted the attention of many people. Oh, there's a new mobile store. It should have appeared recently. Right? There are quite a lot of new stores recently. For example, there is a new store numbered B6038. That store actually sells things like arrays and spells that I have only heard of in novels before. Really? Let me go and have a look. B6038 seems to be really good. I heard that this is the second time that the person has participated in the dungeon. He chose the advanced difficulty. But the dungeon has not ended yet, so I don't know what the situation is inside. Under normal circumstances, the appearance of a new store can only attract everyone's attention for a short time at most. But everyone's attention will be diverted quickly, because the information of the new store is really too little. Others cannot see the detailed information such as the products and features of the new store. If they cannot see the information, they will naturally lose interest in these stores. Unless the subsequent information is complete and the products are attractive, there will be more players to discuss. As Sumo's competitor, B6038 was naturally teleported here at almost the same time as San. However, B6038's reputation is obviously much greater than theirs. After all, he went directly to the intermediate dungeon at the beginning. The intermediate dungeon has many veteran players, a large number of players, and a large dungeon influence, so the reputation naturally spreads faster and more. It was less than a moment ago, and the few players who originally discussed the C633 mobile store went to see other stores. And just after they left, the product information that had just been reviewed was released. If anyone still saw the C633 store at this time, they would definitely be shocked by the prices of the products in the store. Unfortunately, there is no if. Those who left didn't know what they missed. After this dungeon ended, the potential value of the mobile store given by the Abyss world rose again. Chapter 211 Infinity. What to do if you are really fooled. This time the increase is about 5 times higher than the previous copy. Although it is still not as good as the B6038 next door, it doesn't look so pitiful at least. It's just that he hasn't come out of the copy yet. If by he can come out of this advanced copy, their potential value will also increase significantly, and the gap will continue to widen. However, Sumo was quite surprised when she heard that her opponent actually entered the advanced copy. She thought that Bai He didn't choose the advanced copy at first because he didn't want to take risks, but she didn't expect Bai He to choose the advanced copy in the second copy. If so, why not choose the first copy? This is something Sumo can't understand. This choice always gives Sumo a very contradictory feeling. I heard that the copy next door doesn't seem to be chosen by the host himself. San suddenly muttered this sentence. Sumo was stunned, and had some guesses in her heart. It seems that the internal relationship of her opponent seems to be a little not harmonious. If what San said was true, then Bai He's status with the space-time trading system was quite unequal. Under normal circumstances, the system and the host should be equal. And it's not just about unequal status. It can also be seen from this that their relationship is not very good. Otherwise, the system would not ignore the host's opinion and make decisions on its own. But this is always someone else's business, and Sumo can't control it. What she wants to know now is when she will enter the third copy. Originally, her progress was the same as the one next to her. But because they entered the advanced dungeon, and the advanced dungeon took a long time, and Sumo left the dungeon in advance, so the time difference between the two was at least a week. Can we go directly to the third dungeon, or do we have to wait for them? Hearing Sumo's question, San ran to ask, and then quickly came back with the answer. We can rest for 2 days first. If they haven't come out yet, then we can go to the dungeon first. By the way, aren't you tired? Host, why don't you take a break? She obviously liked to sleep so much before. Logically speaking, if there are so many opportunities to take a vacation, she should be very happy. Why did she suddenly become so hardworking now? If she wasn't sure that the person in front of her was her host, San even suspected that she was replaced. Because there are opponents in this world, I call this respecting opponents. How can I treat others with the decadent attitude I used to have? Sumo started to lie without blinking, but San really believed it. It was moved by the host's professional attitude of respecting the opponent. San, host, you are awesome. Sumo, forget it, it's better not to fool this kid. What if he really fools him? Since there are 2 days of rest time, Sumo did not force himself to work overtime, and happily played in the Abyss world for 2 days. Although they cannot open a store in the main world at present, they can go to the main world to play and experience the local customs and people here. Sumo still remembered that he was a mobile store owner, so he wore a mask when he went to the main world, so as not to meet the people in the first 2 copies and be recognized by them. Although the possibility is relatively low, it is better to be cautious. After playing for 2 whole days, Sumo finally received the signal to start work. It is said that although the neighbors have not yet come out of the advanced copy, it seems that they are about to pass the level, and it will take 2 days to come out. San listened to Sumo's request and received several primary and intermediate copy materials for her. According to Sumo's original plan, she was going to choose an intermediate copy, but she was not very satisfied with the intermediate copies that San brought. In desperation, she could only take a look at the primary copy. What's more, there is a copy that meets her requirements in the primary copy. This is a large primary copy, which is said to be a new type of copy just launched by the Abyss world. And the number of people in the copy is as high as 50. Under normal circumstances, only intermediate and higher dungeons will have this number of people, and elementary dungeons can only have a dozen or 20 people at most. In other words, although this dungeon is covered with the skin of elementary, in fact, whether it is the dungeon core or the difficulty, it is infinitely close to a small intermediate dungeon. And this is exactly what Suemo wants. After choosing the dungeon, Suemo started the usual purchase process. Because of the special nature of this dungeon, Suemo specially unlocked an extremely useful product for the players of this dungeon. The Fortune Bag. Fortune Bag purchase price, 15 jubei/piece sales price, 50 jubei/piece introduction. Fortune is invisible and intangible. Whether it is useful or not, there is no definite number. This is a bag that is said to improve luck. It takes effect when worn on the body and disappears after the dungeon ends. In order to unlock this product, Suemo spent 200 jubei. Because there are many types of products, and there are many people in this copy, but she does not have enough money. So in addition to buying a lot of ghost exorcising talismans, she only bought about half of the other products. Suemo can also try out hunger marketing, which she has never done before. Why are there so many people? Didn't they say that the new dungeon does not force players to join? You all came here on your own initiative? It's just a primary dungeon. What's wrong with playing it? Nothing will happen anyway. There are so many people here. I don't know where you get your confidence from. Primary dungeons can fail, not to mention that this is a large primary dungeon for 50 people. The difficulty of a primary dungeon with this number of people should be comparable to that of an intermediate dungeon. Right? I haven't played an intermediate dungeon yet, so just treat it as an advanced experience. All the players appeared in a place similar to a large square. 50 people are not a small number. Everyone is talking to each other, and it seems a bit noisy everywhere. Until the voice of the host came from the dungeon, everyone quieted down. The name of this dungeon is Surprise Moment. You can tell from the name that there must be many surprises in this dungeon. As the host introduced the game, all the players found that the ground was shaking suddenly. For a moment, most players only wanted to keep their feet steady to avoid falling, and had no time to care about what was happening around them. When they came to their senses, they were already in a huge maze. These walls seemed to have grown from the ground, high and thick, successfully blocking their sight. Chapter 212 Infinity. Draw a circle to curse you. Instance Introduction. In the Labyrinth of Doha, there are thousands of treasure chests, and each treasure chest contains endless surprises. It is recommended that players without strength should not open the chest casually, otherwise, you may be eaten by the evil ghosts crawling out of it. The Labyrinth of Doha is only open for 7 days. After 7 days, the labyrinth will sink back into the ground. Your task: find the door of the Labyrinth of Doha, and use the key to open the door and leave. Warm tips. The treasure chest contains the key to open the door, and limited props to assist in passing the level. After reading the content on the bracelet, Zhang He couldn't help but frown. The difficulty of this instance is greater than he imagined. The labyrinth is only open for 7 days, and it will sink into the ground after 7 days. This sentence simply means that the instance time is 7 days, and those who have not left the instance within 7 days will stay in the instance forever. This is actually no different from death. There is only one way for them to leave, which is to find the key in the door, and then open the door and leave. This looks simple, but it is actually quite difficult. The introduction does not specify how many keys there are, nor does it specify whether the door will close again after opening. The most important thing is, how can they survive without food and water after staying here for 7 days? There are walls all around, and there is nothing else. It is a problem for them to survive, let alone think about how to leave. Zhang He's current position is not good, because he is standing at a fork. There are 2 roads behind, and there are 3 directions in front, left, right, and front. When he didn't know which direction was forward, he now needed to make a choice out of 5. Generally, in this situation, Zhang He would tend to choose at will. If in this kind of copy, eyes always deceive people. Instead of using some information clues seen by his eyes as the basis for choosing a route, it is better to choose at random. So Zhang He gave up the 2 roads behind, and chose the one that went right in front of him, just because he thought this road was very pleasing to the eye at first sight. As he walked, Zhang He vaguely heard the sound of fighting in front. He frowned, hesitating whether to go over and take a look, or return the original way. But before he could make a choice, a player shouted and ran towards him. "Help! Help me! Help me! There is a ghost behind!" He ran very fast, and although he temporarily got rid of the ghost quickly caught up with him. Zhang He saw the white-clothed ghost following him at a glance. His hair was disheveled. His body was in a mess. And his every move was fierce. There is someone here. Don't chase me. Chase him. Player A saw that Zhang He was not going to help. And he didn't care about anything else. He stood behind Zhang He, obviously using him as a shield. But Zhang He was not a fool. If someone used him as a shield, would he really stand there stupidly? How could it be possible? Zhang He snorted coldly, and directly grabbed the man and sent him to the ghost. In the Abyss world, everyone was working hard to survive. And there was no talk of morality. If this person had a better attitude just now, he would at most stand by and watch, and would never do anything more. But since this person was ready to harm him, he would not let him go easily. Player A was scared to death. But he still greeted Zhang He's family. When the evil spirit was about to pounce on him, he quickly took out a string of Buddhist beads and threw it at the evil spirit. When the Buddhist beads touched the evil spirit let out a piercing scream. And even Zhang He, who was standing far away, was affected. He had to frown and cover his ears with his hands. He clearly had a life-saving prop, and it would be fine if he didn't use it. But he was still thinking about harming others? Zhang He saw everything that Player A had just done clearly. And the regret he had originally had disappeared instantly. Player A had just recovered from the brink of death. And his first reaction was to feel sorry for his props. You know, that string of Buddhist beads is a good treasure that can suppress even the boss-level ghosts in the dungeon. He was reluctant to use it to deal with the little ghosts in the dungeon. It's all this person's fault. If he hadn't been unwilling to help, and if he hadn't pushed himself to die, he wouldn't have had to consume this item. Thinking of this, Player A glared at Zhang He fiercely, and threatened, "Wait! Don't let me meet you." At this time, he completely forgot that it was obviously he who wanted to harm others first. And now it was just his own fault. The evil ghost in this treasure chest can only exist for 5 minutes. Although his character is not very good, his strength is still good, since he has the ability to escape from the evil ghost and run so far. He naturally has the ability to delay for 5 minutes. If he didn't want to harm Zhang he could not only save a prop, but also know the information that the ghost opened in the treasure chest can only exist for 5 minutes. But now that the props are gone, it's useless to say anything. Zhang He is not afraid of his threats at all. To put it bluntly, he has seen many people like Player A, and many of them have died in his hands. So he is not afraid of these verbal threats. In other words, if Player A is really capable, he will not just talk, but he will take action directly, with strength and fists. Who will listen to you? He. I'm waiting. Zhang He glanced at him, and calmly took out a prop from the bracelet and used it on this person. In a place where Player A can't see, a wisp of black smoke quietly flew to his head, and finally slowly dissipated. This is a bad luck charm, and it actually has another name. Draw a circle to curse you. This is usually something for others to use. After using it, the person who uses it will increase his or her bad luck to a certain extent. If you don't find it, it will last for a day, and the bad luck will slowly dissipate. If you are an experienced player, after finding that you have been cast a bad luck charm, you only need to cut off a small bunch of hair and burn it. In other dungeons, this bad luck charm is actually useless. After all, everyone relies on their brains to complete tasks, and a little bad luck will not affect them. Moreover, in ordinary dungeons, most of the players are also in a cooperative relationship. At most, they hide some clues from each other, which is not enough to make them trip each other up. But this dungeon is different. Although Zhang He has not encountered a box so far, it can be seen from the experience of Player A and the introduction of the dungeon that the things in this box are good and bad. The good ones must be props, the door key, and there may be food and water for them to survive. The bad things must be the ghosts we just saw. Chapter 213 Infinity. The reverse King of Fortune is still King of Fortune. If this Player A has a little bit of brains, he will soon find the bad luck charm. If he doesn't have brains, he can only blame himself. The bad luck charm can only make his luck worse, and it won't be too much. It can be regarded as a small lesson from Zhang He. The only thing Zhang He can do now is to bless him to be a fierce ghost every time he opens a box. Speaking of which, although Player A did not do a good thing, it also reminded Zhang He that there is a certain probability that there will be danger after opening the box. Zhang He continued to walk forward, and before he walked for a while, he saw a piece of ground that seemed to have a strange bulge. He walked in and took a look, and touched it with his hand, and it really felt like he touched something. He lifted the floor tile, and took a look. There was a green treasure chest hidden underneath. Because of the previous experience, he hesitated for a long time before opening the box. But he thought that he would have to open the box sooner or later anyway. It would be the same if he opened it early or late, and opening it earlier would also allow him to obtain information or rules about the box earlier. So he held the exorcist talisman, after making all the necessary preparations, threw the treasure chest directly into the distance from a long distance. The treasure chest slowly opened due to the violent collision and rolling. There was silence all around, nothing moving. He breathed a sigh of relief. But he did not dare to put away the exorcist talisman in his hand. He just quietly looked at the treasure chest. A plastic-wrapped object, and a bottle of water. After confirming that it was an object and not a living thing, he walked in and took a look. The plastic-wrapped object was a piece of cake. It was just that he was too rough with the box just now. So the cake was broken. But he didn't care. Anyway, it was wrapped in a plastic bag. And he could eat it as long as it was not dirty. Besides, in the current situation where he had nothing to eat or drink, even if it was dirty, he would have to eat if he was really hungry. Non-prop items in the dungeon could not be put into the bracelet. But when entering the dungeon, everyone was given a backpack. So he put all the cake and water into the bag. After all, it was not only troublesome to hold it in your hand, but also conspicuous. Although the first box did not open the props or keys, it was food after all, and it was better than opening a ghost. So it was a good start. He was considered to be lucky. Those with bad luck. For example, a certain old unlucky guy opened 3 boxes in a row and found ghosts. And this unlucky guy was the psychology expert who just came out of the dungeon of 12 rooms. Luin. Although Luin knew that his luck was naturally bad. But it couldn't be that bad. Right? He still seriously suspected that Lingbai was still holding a grudge against the previous copy, and was secretly using connections to make things difficult for him. He had just met several players on the road, and he saw that they opened a lot of things, not to mention food and water. Some people even opened dyed props. Why was it so outrageous for him? Luin looked down at the box in his hand, with a cold face, and threw it away without mercy. If one doesn't work, he will switch to the next one. But to be honest, although his luck in opening boxes is not good, his luck in finding boxes is really good. The first box was picked up on the road. The second was accidentally touched while looking for the way. And the third was placed right in the middle of the road. Compared to those who couldn't even find the box, perhaps his luck wasn't too bad. Shit! Luin had only walked forward for less than 2 minutes, when he saw another white box placed by the wall. At this time, another player also came from the corner. So the two of them happened to meet. The person who came was He. Coincidentally, he knew Luin. The old players in the Abyss world have their own way of judging the rules and difficulty of the dungeon. So when they choose the dungeon, they will choose the dungeon according to their habits and the props on their bodies. This also leads to the fact that as long as some players have the same selection habits, it is easy to often choose the same dungeon. After a long time, as long as everyone enters the dungeon and then looks around, they can immediately find that at least 7 or 8 out of 10 players are seen by them. And even 3 or 4 are old acquaintances. He and Luin belonged to this situation. They had met before in 2 copies, and even worked together in 1 copy. So although they were not familiar with each other, they knew each other. He looked at the white box, and then looked at Luin's cold face. Although he didn't know why, he always felt that Luin seemed to be very resistant to this box. He said tentatively, "You found it first. I'll give it to you." At least they knew each other. And he knew Luin's character. There was no need for the two of them to fight for a box. Besides, he had opened several boxes before, and had accumulated a lot of things. So he didn't need this one. But Luin didn't seem to appreciate it. He glanced at the box, and there was no desire in his eyes. "No, I don't want to open this box for the time being." He was indeed the first to find this box. He wanted to see whether it was his luck or the box that had problems. He knew that he was not a person who would make false excuses. Since he said so, it meant that he really didn't want to open it. Although he didn't know the reason. "Then I won't be polite. I'll give you half of what I find." Anyway, they found it together. If it's food, each of them gets 1 portion. If it's a prop, they share it. If it's a ghost, with their strength, the ghost might not be able to get out of the box and it will be gone. Lu Yin responded casually, then walked to his side, staring at Zhang He's hand movements. The white box opened, and inside was something like a flashlight. Searchlight, only available in this copy, cannot be taken out. Using the searchlight to shine on the wall may reveal a hidden path, and the stored power can be used for about an hour. Lu Yin. Looking at the props in Zhang He's hand, Lu Yin didn't know whether to be sad or happy. Originally, getting props is a happy thing, but why is he so unhappy? Zhang He didn't expect his luck to be so good. This is already the second prop he got. From the beginning to now, including this one, he has opened 4 boxes in total, 1 for cake and water, 2 for props, and 1 for a ghost. With a winning rate of up to 75%, wouldn't anyone who saw this have to say lucky guy? Compared to the player next to him, who opened 3 boxes, and got 3 ghosts with 100% winning rate, actually, to a certain extent, he can also be considered a lucky guy. Right? Chapter 214 Infinity. Let's roll up together. Will you cooperate? Same as before, food and water, clue props are shared. Zhang He actually wanted to ask when he saw Lu Yin. Now he can take advantage of the opportunity to turn on the searchlight to ask Lu Yin's thoughts. It is really a rare thing to meet a trustworthy player in the dungeon to cooperate. If there is such an opportunity, then it is better not to miss it. After all, this is a dungeon with 50 people. If you don't cooperate, there will be others who will cooperate. When the time comes, no matter if it is 1 against 2 or 1 against 3, he will suffer. And this maze is so big, it is difficult and troublesome for one person to explore, and one more person means more strength. I don't have any items to share now. Maybe there won't be any later. Lu Yin's face is not very good, and Zhang He is puzzled. In theory, with Lu Yin's strength, it shouldn't be so miserable. Didn't you find the box before? Zhang He thought for so long, and only thought of this possibility. Who knew that Lu Yin's next words would directly refresh his understanding of the word luck? Lu Yin, I found 3, I opened 3 evil spirits, and you have the 4th one in your hand. Zhang He, so this is why you didn't open it for me. Lu Yin, yes. Zhang He was speechless. This was the first time he met someone with such bad luck. He even suspected that someone had used something like a bad luck charm on Lu Yin. He also met many players with bad luck along the way, but it was the first time he saw a player like Lu Yin who killed 3 evil spirits in a row. But Zhang He didn't care. Luck is something that is hard to explain. Even if Lu Yin is unlucky now, who knows? Maybe he will get better later? This is what good luck means. Even if he is unlucky, it's enough for him to be lucky. One more person is just one more fighting force. Lu Yin will not become a burden because of bad luck. Since Zhang He doesn't mind, Lu Yin naturally has nothing to say. The two of them happily started the second dungeon cooperation. After the cooperation, the progress of both of them is much faster. In the same time, they only found 3 boxes before, but now they have found 8. Although 3 of them are empty, and 2 of them are evil spirits, there are still 3 boxes with food and water. Not only that, they also found that it is not necessarily a bad thing to open an evil spirit, because when they killed one of the evil spirits, a clue was dropped. The clue introduced the information of all the treasure chests in the Dohan maze. First of all, there are 3 common treasure chests, black, white, and green. Black chests have a high probability of containing evil spirits, a low probability of being empty, and a very low probability of opening items and ordinary keys. White chests have a medium probability of containing items, a medium probability of being empty, or containing evil spirits, and a very low probability of opening ordinary keys. Green chests have a high probability of containing food and water, a low probability of being empty, or containing evil spirits. In simple terms, don't open black chests. White chests contain items, and green chests contain food. But this is just a normal situation. After all, Lu Yin, who has opened all 3 chests, said that evil spirits do appear in green and white chests. Probability is of no use to black ghosts. In addition to these 3 common treasure chests, there are 2 rare chests. One is gold, and there is a high probability that the door key of Doha Labyrinth will be opened in the gold chest. This is at least the only way for them to get the key so far. Another is a locked chest, which must be opened with an ordinary key, but no one knows what is inside, and the clues are not written. Although this information is of no use to the 2 of them, it is still of great use to other players. After all, not everyone can be like them, with weapons and strength to deal with evil ghosts. A day passed quickly, and the dungeon began to broadcast the statistical data. Number of players remaining in the dungeon, 49 out of 50. Number of treasure chests remaining in the dungeon, 2897/5000. Number of door keys that have appeared, 0. Has a player died? Looking at that 4950, all players felt a little chilly. Some of them were originally preparing to take a rest, but now they were instantly refreshed. Although only one player died out of 50. This percentage is not large. But this is only the first day. In their perception, the first day of the dungeon is basically safe. Unless the player is committing suicide, nothing will happen. Even if something happens, it will not be a matter of life and death. As a result, someone died on the first day, and it is not known whether it is because the dungeon is too brutal, or the player did something he shouldn't have done. In any case, this string of data is still very disappointing to everyone. In a certain area of the maze, several players gathered together to chat. Why did someone die suddenly? How could someone die when this evil spirit is so weak? You are all concerned about whether anyone died. Am I the only one who noticed the number of treasure chests? There are only 5,000 chests in total, and nearly half of them were gone on the first day. I am afraid that within 3 days, everyone will have found all the chests. Hee, there is something even more terrifying. We have already opened nearly half of the chests, but there is not a single key. What if all 5,000 chests are opened, and there is still no door key? Then the 49 of us will wait to die here. Originally, such depressing words should not be said at this time, but this is the obvious reality. Even if he did not say it, it does not mean that others will not find it. It is only the first day, and everyone's nervous mood has begun to spread, and I don't know how it will develop in the next few days. To be honest, this copy seems to be kind to publish these data, but the impact it actually causes is negative. Although the unknown is the most terrifying. In this case, ignorance is actually bliss. If this data is released in another day, it will not necessarily cause panic among so many players. It is obvious that they did it on purpose. Zhang He and Luin also felt a sense of crisis. After a short rest, they prepared to continue looking for treasure chests. As the number of treasure chests decreases, it will become more and more difficult to find them later. It is better to find more now. There are many people who have the same idea as them. So, although it is night, and it is time for everyone to rest, there are still many players walking around in the maze. They often run into other players, who are also looking for treasure chests before they have walked for a while. Chapter 215 Infinity. This is clearly a shock, but they had to give up before they had searched for a while. Because it was night, the light was dim, and it was dark everywhere. Any player without lighting would have difficulty moving. Even players with lighting did not dare to continue looking for the box. Because they found that, since some time, there was a ghost guarding next to each treasure chest, and only after defeating the ghost could they take the box. No matter if they wanted to steal it, or forcibly take it and run away, it was useless. Because this ghost will always follow you, and will not attack other people, only attack the person who took the box. And regret is useless. Even if you give up the treasure chest, it will continue to attack. Of course, this is only one of the reasons. Another reason is that everyone has found that, after opening the treasure chest at night, the probability of a fierce ghost appearing seems to be much greater than before. This point has been verified by Zhang He himself. He was obviously a super lucky person, who had 10 boxes of 8 treasures. But at night, he opened 2 white treasure boxes in a row. And both of them were evil spirits. This was obviously very abnormal. Why not just forget it? If the probability of evil spirits appearing at night really increases, we are just wasting boxes by opening boxes now. Luin agreed with Zhang He's statement. The number of boxes is limited. If you open one less, if all of them are evil spirits, then the normal things will naturally be less. We can explore the way. We opened a pen and paper before. We can try to draw a map. Although drawing a map in a maze is a very difficult thing. If you don't try, no one knows whether you can succeed. The pen and paper were the props they took out of the white box. Although this pen looked ordinary, it had unlimited ink inside, and it was an erasable pen, which saved them the trouble of making changes. In addition to this, they also took out the searchlight they had opened in the morning. The light during the day was too bright, and the light of the searchlight was not very bright, so it was not very obvious, but it was more suitable for the dark night. But they couldn't keep it on all the time. They only turned on the searchlight to scan the wall when they reached a corner, or thought there was something suspicious, to see if there was anything special. The power of the searchlight had been used up from 100% to 90%, but they still didn't find any so-called hidden passage. The map of this area did draw a very small part for them. In the treasure chest they opened, there happened to be a disposable prop that could be used as a mark, which could be used as a signpost. Just when they came to a crossroads, and were hesitating about which direction to go, a fierce ghost screamed suddenly from the left. In the middle of the night, such a scream suddenly came, which was really frightening. The name of this copy is really a bit wrong. This should not be called surprise moment. According to Jean-He's idea, this should be called fright moment. Where is the joy? There is no joy at all. In addition to the frightening scream just now, a hideous ghost suddenly pounced towards the two of them. The more Jean-He looked at it, the more he felt that this scene seemed a little familiar. Isn't this what happened this morning? He narrowed his eyes. While teaming up with Lu-in to deal with a big ghost that looked extremely vicious, he observed the surroundings with his peripheral vision. Player A didn't expect that he would run into the player from the daytime again. And there was another player beside him. He originally saw a green treasure chest and wanted to open it. He finally got rid of the ghost guarding the treasure chest, but it turned out to be a waste of effort because the treasure chest also opened a ghost, and it was a big ghost that looked even more powerful and ferocious than the previous ones. He panicked immediately, and all the props he had that could be used to exorcise or get rid of ghosts had been used up. In desperation, he could only run around with the ghost. Originally, he heard the movement of other players here, so he wanted to learn to do the same as in the morning, and divert the trouble to others. Unexpectedly, he ran into Jean-He again. I don't know whether to say it's good luck, or bad luck. However, thinking about the fact that Jean-He not only didn't help him during the day, but also almost killed him, Player A instantly felt relieved. Not only did he look happy, but he also hummed a little tune. I told you to go against me this morning. You deserve to be killed by the ghost. At this moment, he heard another scream. However, this scream was not from the two players, but obviously the scream of the evil ghost he attracted. Player A panicked immediately. He never thought that these two people could deal with such a ferocious ghost. No! He had to leave quickly. It would be bad if they found him. Thinking of this, he turned around and wanted to leave in the dark night. But unfortunately, he was still a step too late. Jean-He grabbed the man without any hesitation and threw him to the ground. Ouch! What are you doing? I was just passing by to take a look. Player A screamed out in pain. He had a good idea. While shouting, he secretly took out a teleportation talisman and prepared to slip away. But before he could use it, the thing in his hand was snatched away by Lu-in. Teleportation talisman. I was just passing by to take a look. Why are you so guilty? Want to run? Lu-in was not polite either, and directly put the teleportation talisman into the bracelet. Although he didn't know why Jean-He treated this person like this, he knew at a glance that the two people had a grudge. Moreover, even if there was no grudge, since this person dared to attract ghosts to harm them, he had to pay the price for it. Taking a prop from him was considered a light punishment. After being framed by two people in a row, Jean-He thought he didn't have such a good temper. So he directly held the knife to the neck of Player A and acted like a villain. I can let you go this time. Take out all the props and food on you. Player A was stubborn and didn't plan to take them. Without clear requirements, they were not allowed to kill other players with their own hands, which was the reason why he was so stubborn. But his idea was still too naive. Do you think there are no loopholes in the copy rules? If you don't do what I say, I will chop off your hands and feet and throw you next to the ghost guarding the treasure chest. Guess if you die, will the abyss punish me? Player A's face turned pale in an instant. There is no need to guess. Although it is a borrowed knife to kill someone, the abyss does not care who borrows the knife. It only looks at who is the knife. As long as the one who does it is not a player, they can be exempted from punishment. Chapter 216 Infinity. The non-existent key? He knew this very well, because his behavior of attracting ghosts just now was actually no different from killing someone with someone else's knife. Don't do it. Speak nicely. I'll give it to you. Player A, no matter how reluctant he was, had to take out all the things on his body. But Jean-He still looked very dissatisfied. He squatted down and took off something from Player A's waist. The bracelet sensed the prop in his hand, and the screen flickered. Jean-He also saw the information of the prop in his hand on the bracelet. Lucky bag. Lucky is invisible and intangible. Whether it is useful or not, there is no definite number. This is a bag that is said to improve luck. It will take effect when worn on the body, and disappear after the copy ends. Lucky bag. Where did this thing come from? Why did he seem to have never heard of it before? But it is quite suitable for this copy. No wonder this person, although he was acting alone, and his bad luck had not been cleared, had so many things. Was it because of this thing? Player A regretted it now. If he had known that this person had such a good eye, he should not have hung the lucky bag outside his clothes. You know, he spent a full 50 jubei to buy this thing. If it wasn't because he saw that this was a prop that was just right for the current copy, he would never have been willing to spend so many jubei to buy it. As a result, now it was snatched away by this person. This is basically the same as robbing him of 50 jubei directly, but he is threatened now, so even if he is reluctant, there is no other way. Tell me, where did this lucky bag come from? I can consider leaving something for you. Whenever there is a copy related to randomness, luck is one of the indispensable factors. In the past, he knew that there were things that reduced luck, such as bad luck charms. But things like lucky bags that increase good luck, let alone seeing them, have never even heard of them. I don't know where this person got the good luck to get this thing. With a lucky bag, if nothing else, at least they have a higher chance of getting good things when opening the box. And it can also change Lu Yin's luck. Thinking of this, Zhang He handed the lucky bag to Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked at the small cloth bag that was only the size of his palm, and a trace of surprise flashed across his eyes. After thanking him, he took the thing with him without hesitation. Player A saw these two people start distributing their things as if no one else was around. Although he was very angry, he could only be angry. I bought it from the mobile store. 50 jubei each. Bought it from the mobile store? He had never heard of any mobile store selling such things. The mobile store in this dungeon? Player A felt the coldness on his neck and responded reluctantly. Lead the way. I'll let you go when you find it. Since he knew there was a mobile store here, he naturally couldn't miss it. He just wanted to see which store had such a good treasure. If you want me to die, just say it. This is a maze. How can you let me lead the way? Player A rarely told the truth. Originally, he found the mobile store because he accidentally entered it. When he came out, he couldn't even find his way back. How could he find it now? Zhang He frowned. Although he felt a little regretful and dissatisfied, he still let him go. All the guide props on him were collected by Zhang He, and only the food was left to him. After all, he took a prop worth 50 jubei from him and got the information about the mobile store from him. Zhang He was not going to do anything too drastic for the time being. But 3 times is the limit. If this person hurts him again, Zhang He will definitely push him in front of the evil spirit to let him feel what it feels like to be torn into pieces by the evil spirit. The night faded, and the morning light appeared. Knowing that the number of treasure chests was drastically decreasing, the players now began to frantically look for the traces of the chests, fearing that they would fall behind others. Some players, who are capable and not particularly unlucky, have slowly drawn a map of the maze based on the props opened in the chest. Unfortunately, the maze is too big, and it is impossible for only a few players to finish drawing the map. However, they can communicate with each other and exchange information. For example, Zhang He has already used the map he drew, and exchanged the maps drawn by the other 2 players. The 3 fragments are pieced together, and one side and one corner of the maze can be barely seen, although there are still many gaps. At least for now, their progress is still very fast. Not only the 2 of them, but also the progress of other players is not slow. After all, there are players who have the courage to actively choose a large dungeon, even though it is only a primary dungeon. These people are either strong, or they are players who want to try their luck and get rich. But the latter are in the minority after all, and there are not many people who dare to gamble their lives. So in this copy, the players with real strength still account for the majority. But these strong players are not having a good time now. As far as it seems, they are not short of food and water for the time being. But food and water are not their ultimate goal. Their ultimate goal is to find the key to the gate. But so far, not only have they not opened the key to the gate, but they have also found that the strength of the evil spirits in these treasure chests seems to have increased. Is this copy deliberately to mess with us? I have opened hundreds of boxes in the past 2 days, but I still haven't seen the shadow of the key. I seriously suspect that there is no key to the gate in these boxes. Only the golden box has. It makes no difference. Anyway, I have never seen a golden box until now. A few familiar players chatted, complained, and explored the environment of the maze. Seeing another wall ahead, everyone was a little discouraged. The one with the best sense of direction among them was in charge of leading the way, and the map was in his hand. He looked down at the map, then looked up at the wall in front of him. His eyebrows were twisted into knots. Why don't you continue walking? This is not right. I see on the map that there should be no wall here. Everyone was stunned. And all came over, looking at the paper in his hand with dense lines drawn on it. The person leading the way stretched out his hand and pointed to a location for them. This is where we are now. There should be a passage ahead. He originally wanted to go out from this road, and then go around to the maze on the opposite side. It happened that they had not been there before, so they could also complete the map and look for other boxes. Chapter 217 Infinity. Smiling on the face, crying on the wallet. But now, even the road is gone. If he hadn't seen the signpost in the corner, he would have suspected that he had read the map wrong. There are still the signposts we left before. Excluding the factors that other players move the signposts randomly, this wall really shouldn't exist. Another person also saw the signpost in the corner, and his words confirmed the leader's idea. Since they didn't go to the wrong place, then where did this wall come from? Is this a dynamic maze? This must not be a maze that changes. If so, we really can't get out. A player laughed at himself. Such a huge maze, even if it doesn't change, it's difficult for them to find the door in a short time, not to mention that it may change now. No, this wall is fake. With an exclamation, everyone's attention was attracted. I saw a player stretching out his hand, touching the wall, but he didn't really touch the wall. His whole palm went through the wall. It's an illusion. This is not a real wall. The player shouted again in surprise, and then carefully passed through the wall made of illusions. Others saw this scene and followed him in. They thought that after passing through the wall, they should see a straight path like the one on the map, but they found themselves in a place similar to a store. This turned out to be the hiding place of a mobile store. Those who can come to this dungeon are not new players. They naturally know about the mobile store. So when they found out that this was a mobile store, they immediately rushed to the shelves and started looking for things they could buy. The Exorcist Talisman costs 30 jubei. This is too much. Huh? Are you blind? This is 3 jubei, not 30 jubei. Did the boss miss a zero? This 3 jubei is unreasonable. I suggest you take a look at this 20 jubei life-saving talisman. Then you won't think that the 3 jubei Exorcist Talisman is unreasonable. To be honest, this is the first time I've seen a mobile store that does charity like this. Does the boss have a few copies to collect rent at home? Voices of surprise at the prices came one after another. Suemo had long been accustomed to these players' fuss. They were obviously old players who had experienced many battles, but they still showed great surprise when they saw the prices of these products for the first time. They looked like they had never seen the world. Although they kept nagging and looked very naughty, they were actually faster than each other in grabbing things. Some people even ignored the friendship of teammates and took robbed things in front of their teammates without hesitation. This was the third group of customers Suemo had seen. The first group of customers had only one person, and it seemed that he was a player who was cast with a bad luck spell. The second group of customers had 4 people, but those 4 people didn't seem to have much jubei, so they didn't buy much. This also meant that there were still a lot of goods left in the store, and the inventory basically didn't decrease. But the third group of customers was amazing. Although there seemed to be only 6 people, they were like locusts. They bought things just like locusts passing through. It can be said that wherever they go, no grass grows. Suemo bought a full 200 ghost exorcising talismans, and the 6 of them contracted 60 of them, which averaged out to 10 per person. That's why they say that old players are rich. They buy things in large quantities, which is basically no different from restocking. As for the extremely good treasures such as the life-saving talismans, each person is guaranteed to get 3 at least. If it weren't for the fact that they had other things they wanted to buy, they would probably buy all the life-saving talismans on the shelf. As for the spirit pen and the spirit eye, the 2 things are not very useful in this world, especially the spirit pen. After all, the way to pass this dungeon is actually very straightforward and obvious, and there is not much background story to explore. And you won't get anything else if you ask. The spirit eye, on the other hand, can be used to find treasure chests, which is barely useful. But spending 20 jubei items just to find a treasure chest is not cost-effective. Therefore, these 2 items are not in stock. But the small inventory does not mean that players do not buy. These items can be carried with you. If you can't use them in this copy, there is still the next copy. Therefore, the useless items in this copy do not affect the enthusiasm of these players to buy. On the contrary, some players are complaining that the number of spiritual eyes and spiritual pens is too small. Just now I saw that there are 2 spiritual pins left. Right? Where are the pins? Where are my 2 pins? Things that have not been paid for are not yours. Thank you for not taking the spiritual pins just now. Otherwise I would not be able to buy them. Hee hee. Boss, you have too few spiritual pins. Are there any more? I have enough money. These people are now a bit like those shopaholics who saw discounted products in the past. And they didn't care whether they could use them or not. And just bought a lot. Although he knew that he could not use many things. As soon as he saw the 2 people who said discount, his hands began to place orders and pay. However, unlike before, the goods in this mobile store were cheap. Really cheap. But they were also very useful. And there was no such thing as not being able to use them. When someone asked about the inventory again, Suemo still answered patiently. No more. All the inventory in our store is on the shelves. Although the player was still a little unwilling. He had no choice. He just wanted to see if there were any other goods. And by the way, he planned how to distribute the Zhubei on him. Unexpectedly. It was because he wasted all this time that he missed the last 2 spiritual pins. If I had known earlier, why would I have planned? Just buy it. Buy whatever you like. But if I hadn't known earlier, there would be no regret medicine. It is very rare to see a group of old players who are reserved in front of outsiders without any manners. I guess so far, it can only be seen here at Suemo. After all, the things in other mobile stores are good, but they are too expensive. Even if they want to go crazy, their wallets won't allow them to do so. The shopping spree that lasted for more than 10 minutes ended. Everyone had a smile on their face, but their wallets were crying. 5 more players whose wallets were emptied by Boss Su's store left the store and returned to the maze. Chapter 218 Infinity. Where is the promised key? With so many props bought from the mobile store, they were like being injected with stimulants, and they were full of motivation. If nothing else, the lucky bag alone made them feel confident that they could clear this dungeon. Although each of them bought at least 1 lucky bag, they were not stupid enough to use all of them. This is a one-time prop, and once it is used up, it will be gone in this dungeon. Instead of doing this, it would be better to select 1 or 2 people from among them, let them use the lucky bag, and then let those who use the lucky bag open the treasure chest. This would definitely save a lot of props. Of course, those who use the props will definitely suffer losses. So those who don't use the props must be compensated a little. Otherwise, who would be willing to use their own props? Without saying too much, the price of Zhubei spent on purchasing props must be shared. Just like in the last copy, when the black-clothed man used the spirit pin, everyone shared 3 Zhubei. As for any subsequent compensation, it is a matter for the players to arrange it themselves. Everyone is an old player, and this kind of thing is not uncommon. They have already had their own mature solutions. The second day passed quickly. After Suemo received this batch of 6 guests today, no other players found her here. So she closed the store early. She rested. But the players didn't rest. After a day, the difficulty of this maze increased significantly. And they didn't dare to delay any further. Even at night, they were trying hard to find the door to the maze. However, they were very discouraged by their repeated failures. This negative emotion increased exponentially when the dungeon reported the second data at night. Number of players remaining in the dungeon, 45/50. Number of treasure chests remaining in the dungeon, 1276/5000. Number of door keys that have appeared, 0. A certain data has been 0 so far. Compared with the other 2 data, it can be said to be quite stable, without any ups and downs or changes. But 4 more people died. This is obviously not good news. More than 1,500 treasure chests were opened. This is mainly because there are not many remaining. So it is more difficult for them to find the remaining treasure chests. And the speed of opening treasure chests has also decreased. But the speed of opening treasure chests has decreased. And the speed of death has increased instead. The difficulty of the second day is not only the frequent appearance of the illusion wall, but also the probability of treasure chests. The probability of green and white treasure chests containing something has obviously dropped by half. And the probability of empty chests and evil ghost chests has increased accordingly. Not only that, the evil ghosts that originally existed for only 5 minutes have been reduced to 10 minutes. And the combat effectiveness of the evil ghosts themselves has also been significantly improved. This makes them start to think about a question. If the instance is delayed to the 7th day, is it possible that the evil ghosts opened from the chest will not disappear due to time? In other words, These evil ghosts may exist for an infinite time at that time. This idea is undoubtedly terrifying, because when that time comes, they will only have a dead end. Although they didn't want to imagine it, they had already opened 4,000 boxes. They didn't see the legendary golden treasure chest in all 4,000 boxes. Not to mention the door key. They didn't even know what color, appearance, or material the key was made of. This undoubtedly hit the player's motivation and self-confidence. But in order to survive, they could only force themselves to cheer up and continue to look for treasure chests and doors in the maze. So far, the only good news is that they spent 2.5 days to gather the strength of almost all the players and draw the map of the entire maze. With the map, everyone passed messages to each other and gathered all the remaining players together to discuss countermeasures. Through the map, they could see that this was a circular maze, and the walls inside were all ring-shaped, one circle after another. If it was just this maze, it would still be very simple. They didn't even need to draw a map. They just needed to walk a few more times to find the pattern. But because the illusion wall on the second day seriously affected everyone's judgment, the discovery was postponed to today. But there are still 4 days left, so they still have time. Since they can't find the key, then they won't look for it for now. It's good for them to find the door first. After all, they can't come to the dungeon and die in vain without any progress. No matter who it is, they will definitely be unwilling to accept this. But from the map, they have been to all places, and no one has found the door. In other words, the door of this maze is likely to be the same as that of the mobile store, and is blocked by the illusion wall. After releasing this information, all players spontaneously divided into several groups, and each of them had a prop similar to a searchlight that could see through the hidden wall. They planned their own areas and began to look for the hidden maze door. This collective conversation not only united everyone, but also exposed the information that there was a mobile store in the dungeon. Originally, only a dozen players knew that there was a mobile store in the dungeon. But now, everyone knows it. Not only do they know its existence, but they also know its location. So before looking for the door, they all chose to go to the mobile store to buy some things. Their choice successfully made Sumo leave work early again. Sumo closed the store happily. But San was not so happy. If the players cannot pass the level, it means that they have no way to leave. If the player fails to pass the level, it means that they will also fail. How can it be happy? It was just gloating over the high-level dungeon that B6038 participated in. It was a dungeon for dozens of people, but only 3 people came out. It's not that it is cold-blooded and heartless, but it is happy to see so many people die. But as a competitor, it is naturally happy to see the neighbors suffer. The higher the death rate, the lower the potential value evaluation given by the Abyss. Even if they participate in a high-level dungeon, the evaluation conditions will not be relaxed because of the difficulty. As a result, the neighbor is so miserable, but he at least passed the high-level dungeon. But they are all trapped in the primary dungeon here? In this situation, it would be strange if San is not anxious. Host, are you worried that they can't pass the level? What's going on with this dungeon? Where is the key? Chapter 219 Infinity. I can't control myself. In order to prevent them from revealing the way to pass the level, even San and Sumo don't know the correct way to pass this dungeon. At most, they know some information about the maze earlier than these players. For example, the map of the maze, the difference between each treasure chest, etc. There is nothing more. Otherwise, San really wants to buy a loudspeaker to play the clearance strategy for them. The system is really anxious. How come these players can't even pass a primary dungeon? Compared to San's nervousness and excitement, Sumo seems very calm. There's no point in being anxious. I know it's useless, but I can't control myself. QQ. It is now in a relationship of coexistence and death with this group of players. How can it calm down? Sumo patted the white bear's head helplessly. They are about to trigger the clearance mechanism. When Zhonghe and Lu Ying killed the evil ghost before, they had obtained a clue dropped from the evil ghost, which was the clue about the type of treasure chest. The 3 common boxes introduced above are familiar to all players, but they have never seen 2 rare treasure boxes. One is the locked treasure box that no one knows what can be opened, and the other is the golden treasure box that can open the door key. In fact, it is obvious that the ultimate goal of the players in this copy is not to open the black treasure box, nor the white treasure box, nor the green treasure box. Their focus is the golden treasure box. But these players seem to have subconsciously forgotten this point. Even if they did not know this clue in the early stage. It is understandable. Later, as everyone killed more evil spirits, more people got this clue. But they still didn't notice the importance of these two rare boxes. But it can't be said that it was the player's fault. After all, this is a new type of dungeon. Players have never come into contact with this type of dungeon. So it's normal that they don't understand it. But it doesn't matter. They will soon see the core of this new dungeon. After a lot of effort, the players finally found 5 hidden snow areas. After entering these 5 hidden snow areas, each of them is a small maze. The difficulty of this maze is not great. The players split into 5 groups and quickly found the exit of the small maze. At the exit of each of these 5 small mazes, there is a switch. After the 5 switches were activated at the same time, the wall behind the switches opened, and they saw a huge gate. Congratulations to the players for finding the gate of the Doha maze. A new treasure chest has been generated. I wish you all get the key to the gate as soon as possible. A new treasure chest? Could it be? All the players immediately returned to the giant maze at a rapid speed. Before they walked a few steps along the road, they saw a metal box with a lock on it. This was the locked treasure chest they had never seen before. Since there was even this treasure chest, did it mean that there was a golden treasure chest in the maze? For a moment, all the players seemed to have discovered a new world. The confidence that had been lost before was restored. Even though it was getting dark now, it still did not affect their pace in finding the treasure chest. It's just that the number of newly generated treasure chests seems to be very small. More than 40 of them searched for a long time, and only found less than 5. They originally thought that the locked treasure chest was hidden in some corner or other inconspicuous place, which was why it was so difficult to find. But when the dungeon reported the data at night, they realized that it was not because the location of the treasure chest was too hidden, but because the number of newly generated treasure chests was too small. Number of players remaining in the dungeon, 45/50. Number of treasure chests remaining in the dungeon, 1259/5000. Number of gate keys that have appeared, 0. If they remembered correctly, the night before, the number of treasure chests was less than 1,300. And today they found more than 100 ordinary colored treasure chests one after another, which means that the number of ordinary treasure chests should be close to 1,100 now. The total number of treasure chests is only more than 1,200. In other words, there are only more than 100 newly generated treasure chests. The core of this copy is the causal order of a thing. In simple terms, it means, because the player wants to open the door of the maze, you have to find the key. Therefore, the player should first find the door of the maze, trigger the mechanism of the copy, generate a new treasure chest, and then find the key. Under normal circumstances, everyone's idea is to find the key first, then open the door, or find the key while looking for the door. Few people think of finding the door first, then the key. Most importantly, when the copy reports the data every night, it always deliberately leads the players thinking in the direction of the key. This can be seen from the fact that it tells players every day that the number of your gate keys is still 0. Instead of no player among you has found the gate. Inertial thinking, coupled with deliberate misleading, really caused a lot of trouble for these players. It's like the first step to put something in the refrigerator is to open the refrigerator first, instead of putting the things in first. And this new copy takes advantage of this idea, creating a trap for players that is very likely to make them fail to pass the level directly. Because the number of newly generated treasure chests is related to the number of treasure chests originally remaining. When the gate is found, the number of treasure chests generated by the copy is 10% of the number of remaining treasure chests. That is, if there are 5,000 left, 500 will be generated, and if there are 1,000 left, 100 will be generated. In other words, the more treasure chests the players open before, the fewer the number of newly generated treasure chests will be. But they are still lucky. Although there are only more than 1,000 treasure chests left, at least they didn't wait until there were only a few hundred or dozens left to find the door. Otherwise, when that time comes, they will feel what is real despair. Although the number of more than 100 treasure chests is still a little less, it is not so bad that players can't find them. After spending a lot of time, they finally found more than 30 locked treasure chests. As for the golden treasure chests, they still haven't found any. However, some players have learned a piece of information by using props. Golden treasure chests are opened from locked treasure chests. Knowing this, the players are even more nervous. Because no one knows what the probability of a locked treasure chest opening a golden treasure chest is. Even if a golden treasure chest is opened, it is not 100% certain that a golden treasure chest will open a key. However, regarding this issue, the players only struggled for a short while. They quickly found a solution. Chapter 220 Infinity. Abyss is too ignorant. Because they found that a certain item they bought from the mobile store seemed to have a big problem. It was the thing called Lucky Bag. They hadn't noticed this at first, but who knows who suddenly said, "Since Lucky Bag can improve luck, then if we carry many lucky bags at once, wouldn't it be possible to improve a lot of luck?" Originally, when they heard this, the other players subconsciously wanted to refute it. Although they were very tempted by this sentence, but they could only be tempted, it didn't sound reliable. It's obvious that Lucky Bag can't have a stacking effect, but it seems the description on the bracelet didn't say that it can't have a stacking effect. Although it sounds unreliable, whether it's the Spirit Eye or the life-saving charm, there will be restrictions like limited to X times per copy. But only Lucky Bag doesn't have it. I don't know if this was intentional, or what. At first, no one took this to heart. It wasn't until they opened 10 locked boxes in a row and failed to get a golden treasure chest that they started to panic. At this time, they didn't care whether the effect of the Lucky Bag could be superimposed or not. They couldn't even pass the dungeon. So how could they have the energy to think about so many things? Just give it a try and you'll know. So one of the players who was luckier, with 5 lucky bags contributed by everyone, rubbed his hands and muttered something. I almost knelt down to burn incense and worship Buddha. I don't know if it really worked, or if their luck finally changed. In the first treasure chest opened by this player, everyone saw a palm-sized golden box. It looked very mini and exquisite, not ordinary at all. Everyone held their breath, and almost couldn't catch their breath. Fuck, it really works. Really? Golden treasure chest. I finally saw the golden legend. Don't touch it. You dirty hands with filthy air can touch the box. What if you can't open the key later? Okay. The player who was still excited in the last second immediately calmed down and took back his hand in dismay. Although he was scolded, he didn't feel unhappy at all, but stared at the player in the middle with interest. What to open now? Open the golden box directly or continue to open the locked one. The player who opened the box can be said to be carrying the hopes of more than 40 people. When everyone was happy about opening the golden treasure chest, only his hands were shaking. Let's try our luck with the locked ones first. If we're not lucky enough, then we'll take out some more treasure bags. Compared to the golden treasure chests, they could afford to lose the locked treasure chests. Although there were only 20 left, there were still dozens in the maze. If it wasn't enough, the worst that could happen was that everyone would go and find some more. They also had a lot of keys. Even if they weren't enough, among so many players, there must be someone who had the props that could open the boxes. Anyway, there are so many people here, any problem is not a problem. Okay. Since no one has any objection, a tool for opening boxes, did not say much. After a while, more than 20 boxes were all opened. A total of 8 golden boxes were opened, and the winning rate of nearly 30% still made everyone quite satisfied. At least, it was much better than they expected. After opening this batch of boxes, everyone thought about opening the golden box as well. I thought the probability of opening the door key should be quite low, but I didn't expect that the second golden box would open the door key. For them, this is undoubtedly great news, but this copy is not completely over yet. Because after one key opens the door, only 10 players can get out. That is to say, they still need 4 keys. However, for this group of players, who have mastered the bug props, opening 4 more keys is not a problem at all. In less than 2 hours, they gathered the remaining 4 keys. This means that all of them can leave this dungeon, including Suemo, who has been watching the show. Congratulations to the host. This dungeon income, 3,100 Jubei. Because the player survival rate is 90%. An additional reward of 279.9% Jubei. Suemo didn't expect that she could get a reward this time. She thought she had made a mistake, and would not get the bonus. It seems that they are quite generous. However, this thought only appeared for a few seconds, and it disappeared because of San's words. Host, Abyss requires us to remove the product of Fortune bag. After receiving this news, San immediately told Suemo about it. Because it is used to listening to the host's arrangements, it did not make a decision on its own, but gave the decision to Suemo. Of course, another reason is that it does not understand why Abyss does this. But it does not understand, but Suemo understands it better than anyone else. The fortune bag is a bug-level item. Although a single fortune bag does not improve much, and luck is hard to see and touch. But quantitative changes will lead to qualitative changes. The fortune bag has no upper limit on its effect. Even if each bag can only improve luck by 1%, then 100 bags can improve luck by 100%. Is luck important in the Abyss world? The answer must be yes. For example, if some players encounter copies with luck such as random, lottery, opening boxes, etc., as long as they have a large number of fortune bags, then they will be able to pass the level very smoothly. In these dungeons, there is actually a luck factor, but the influence is not very obvious. But the appearance of the fortune bag will increase the influence of luck. And the Abyss certainly does not want its dungeons to be messed up because of luck. This is also the reason why the Abyss asked to remove the fortune bag. Suemo understood, but it does not mean that she will do it. Otherwise, if it says to remove it, wouldn't they be very embarrassed? And this world is the same as the previous world. All goods and props have been reviewed. They themselves did not find any problems. It is not Sumo's turn to suffer. So, the client of the previous world is still sensible. They know that it is a problem of their own review, and they did not shirk their responsibilities. They quickly used compensation as a reward for her to help solve it. As for this world, Boss Su expressed his dissatisfaction with the attitude of the Abyss. Chapter 221 Infinity. How to play with different beliefs. While San was amazed at the host's boldness, he also bravely conveyed the host's meaning back. In short, it can be summed up in 3 words. Not removed from the shelves. The Abyss, which claims to be a high-level plane, has never encountered anyone or a system that dares to contradict them. Perhaps in their opinion, even if this matter is their own problem, San and Suemo should help them solve the problem. After all, they did not deliberately target them, because Suemo used the fortune bag to help players pass the dungeon. Not only did they not target them, but they also gave her the reward she deserved. Just for this point, the two of them should cooperate. But I didn't expect that. This system and the host were so ignorant. They refused without any reason. If Suemo knew what they were thinking, they would definitely refute them directly without mercy. What's the reward? Are there many people who earn less than 300 jubei? If the lucky bag is not removed from the shelves, she can easily earn 300 jubei, and can even use this unique item to promote her own store. As long as she can open a store in the main world in the future, the lucky bag can definitely bring her hundreds or thousands of times the profit of 300 jubei. He wants to bribe her with 300 jubei. Isn't that treating her like a baby and treating others like fools? In fact, Suemo thinks that she is still easy to talk to, but she is very dissatisfied with the commanding attitude and tone of the Abyss. In other words, they are in a cooperative relationship, not a relationship between a boss and a subordinate, and she doesn't know where its self-righteous attitude and thinking come from. If she was not satisfied, she would not agree. So the matter dragged on for 2 days, and neither side took the initiative to solve the problem. The Abyss refused to put down its face, and said soft words. Suemo had just come out of the 3rd dungeon, and it was time to rest, so he was too lazy to argue with it. When the 2 days were up, San and Suemo, the 2 systems and hosts who had always been very hardworking, did not choose to take the initiative to enter the next dungeon. They were both happily chewing melons at this time. It was just because the B6038 system next door had already had a few small problems with its host. The difficulty of this high-level dungeon was extremely high, and it could be said to be infinitely close to the difficult level. There were 3 bosses that the players needed to kill, and this did not include other monsters. This was also the reason why this group of players suffered heavy casualties. Even if they had Baihe's help, many people died. As mentioned before, there were only 3 players who came out alive in the end. What does 3 mean? The survival rate is less than 5%, and the mortality rate is more than 95%. Given the high difficulty, it is not surprising that the mortality rate is high. After all, there were many players who were wiped out in the dungeon before. But this time is different. There is a mobile store in the dungeon. The data of group wipe and high mortality mentioned before are all from high-level dungeons without mobile stores. For any high-level dungeon with mobile stores, the worst one has a survival rate of 20%. The highest survival rate even reaches 75%. No matter which data. If you take it out alone, it is several times this 5%. Perhaps many people think that the existence of mobile stores is just to sell things, and the situation of the dungeon has nothing to do with them. This idea is quite wrong. However, Experienced old players know that they have been following the footsteps of mobile stores, not only to buy things, but also to be more confident in passing the dungeon. The relationship between mobile stores and players is mutually beneficial and helpful, because the winning or losing of the dungeon will directly affect the survival of the mobile store. Every time before entering the dungeon, the mobile store will study the dungeon in detail, and then choose what to sell according to the characteristics of the dungeon. In other words, the mobile store chooses the dungeon based on its own products. For example, a store sells various magic tools that are specially used to treat zombie dumplings, but it runs to a dungeon with only ghosts. The result is that the magic tools in its store lose the role they should have played. Magic tools are used to subdue zombies. If you use the tools to chop zombies to chop ghosts, it would be strange if you can chop them to death. Don't let the ghosts not die, but all the players die. This is also the reason why Sumo chose ghost-related dungeons 3 times in a row after buying the Exorcist Talisman. She didn't even look at the dungeons containing zombies, viruses, and parasites. But B6038 next door didn't think so. The various weapons and formations in their hands from the cultivation plane were indeed powerful, but they were not invincible. Moreover, after these things came from the cultivation plane, their power was greatly reduced, far less than before. These things are good at killing people, and are most suitable for dealing with physical enemies. The dungeons should also be selected in this regard. But he chose a copy of the Night Parade of 100 Demons. Suemo really didn't know what it was like. After she understood it, she could only light a candle for the players in the copy silently. She could already imagine the players holding spiritual weapons, stepping on the formation, looking majestic, but found that neither the formation nor the spiritual weapons could hit those big ghosts. Specifically, it can be compared to using Buddhist beads to deal with vampires, using cross garlic to deal with ghosts and spirits. These are not things of the same faith. If there is only one use, it may be that some elixirs and spells may contain things related to exorcism or control of ghosts. Anyway, it can be considered as their great fortune to be able to come out of this dungeon. It is precisely because of this that, after the 3 players who survived came out of the dungeon, one of them immediately went to the Abyss forum to complain to everyone about this matter. It turns out that not all mobile stores are worth following. Avoid B6038. Although the tragic result is also related to the strength of the players themselves. It is impossible to put all the blame on the mobile store. But if there is no B6038, any player who can enter, and has the courage to enter the high-level dungeon must have 2 brushes. Apart from anything else, if the props on them are gathered together, it is not impossible to leave with a minimum survival rate of more than 10. But it is because they trust the mobile store too much, and the props in the mobile store too much. Everyone thinks that buying the props in B6038 will make them invincible and walk sideways in the dungeon. They didn't feel proud for long, and the tragic result gave them a serious warning. After reading the entire forum post, Suemo was very satisfied. San even read the diss post several times. After all, B6038 was like an enemy to it. It was no exaggeration to say that they had a deep hatred. Chapter 222 Infinity. Find some fun. It's not easy to see the enemy. It was very happy. If Suemo hadn't stopped it, it would even want to buy 2 strings of firecrackers to celebrate. Suemo didn't want to see a white bear cub setting off firecrackers, and ended up burning its fur. The most valuable thing about it is its fur. The post posted by this person caused quite a stir. B6038 is a mobile store that has only become popular a while ago. Originally, many players were watching the potential value of this store, because there are too many people following the old mobile store, so they want to find some new stores. It is precisely because of this that this title can be said to be popular. It's just that there are all kinds of things in the post. It's a mess. Some people think that the failure of this dungeon is the player's own problem. Some people think that the mobile store should bear part of the responsibility, and some people don't express any opinions, just fanning the flames. One moment, he said the store was rubbish, and entered the dungeon of the Night Parade of 100 Demons, with a bunch of things that couldn't deal with ghosts. Then he turned around and said that these players were noobs, and couldn't even handle the store. The speed of changing faces was quite fast, because a player only had 1 forum ID. This was not like the previous certain blogs, where there could be tens of millions of water soldiers, and there were dozens, or even hundreds of accounts under the same person. In the Abyss, 1 ID was bound to 1 person. So Suemo could clearly see that there were several familiar names jumping up and down to add fuel to the fire and have fun. She originally thought that this matter was just like that. But she didn't expect that this group of Abyss players would get more and more excited. Seeing that she didn't understand, San explained with a smile, "Oh, they have been here for so long. And they have been doing nothing but dungeons. They are struggling for life and death every day. There are no entertainment activities, like mobile phones and computers. So when there is a post, of course they are happy to watch the fun." Suemo. I understand. In short, they are bored and want to have some fun. As expected of humans, they can find their own entertainment methods everywhere. Another period of peace has passed. Logically speaking, today should be the day for San to collect the dungeon materials. But there has been no news from it. It was quite anxious at first, but Suemo comforted it with a few words, and it immediately calmed down. They still have a bug product like the fortune bag, and the Abyss will naturally not let them enter any dungeons. But it's not that San and Suemo are unwilling to enter the dungeon, but that the Abyss will not let them enter the dungeon. San remembered that the commission regulation said that if the Abyss does not arrange a dungeon for a long time, it will be regarded as actively giving up the commission. At that time, although it can't get the reward, it can get a compensation. And this is a problem of the Abyss. So its task is also considered completed by default. This has no effect on it. And after the commission is abandoned, it can take the host to the next plane. Compared with being trembling with fear in this plane that the player can't pass the dungeon, it will also be doomed. And it can't wait for the Abyss to give up the commission. You know, it has already found several planes for the host to choose. Once the commission is over, it can seamlessly connect to the next one. Suemo also knows what San is thinking. But she doesn't think the Abyss will let them go so easily, regardless of whether it is the client or the client. Whoever breaches the contract first will definitely be punished. Of course, she also hopes that the Abyss will give up the task as soon as possible. She still wants to enter the next plane to retire. The plane chosen by San this time is still quite reliable. Just when Suemo had thought about where to go to the next plane, the Abyss, who had been pretending to be dead, finally gave up his indifference and took the initiative to come to the door. After a not friendly conversation, both parties made some concessions. First of all, the fortune bag was not removed from the shelves, but some restrictions were placed on its effects. The word's effects cannot be superimposed directly, limited to only a prop that slightly improves one's own luck, and the improvement in luck is very limited. Despite this, the fortune bag is still unique, and there will still be many players who will buy it in the future. In addition, the Abyss also limited the purchase of the fortune bag. In the dungeon, each player can only buy a maximum of 2 at a time. If Suemo opens a shop in the main world later, he can only sell no more than 50 lucky bags per day. Although the Abyss has made so many demands, and the conditions are very harsh, Suemo has also gained a lot of benefits from the Abyss. First of all, they have a chance to leave the dungeon. To put it simply, if the player fails to pass the level, they also have a chance to leave the dungeon directly, which is equivalent to a gold medal of immunity from death. Although Suemo thinks that this thing is of no use to her, she can keep it to feel at ease, so that she doesn't have to worry about whether this dungeon is its last dungeon every time. In addition, Suemo also got a special right. She can give players certain tips without affecting the normal progress of the dungeon. Each dungeon can only be prompted once. At the same time, the Abyss will monitor her, and if she says anything beyond the limit, it will be blocked. Apart from these two, there is nothing else. Suemo is barely satisfied. If the Abyss still asks to remove the fortune bag, then this little compensation is definitely not enough. But the bag is still there, just with a few restrictions, so she won't say much. After this matter was resolved, the Abyss quickly sent the information of the next dungeon. After Suemo selected the dungeon and sorted out the goods, she quickly entered the 4th dungeon. At the same time, on a forum that she did not follow, a post about the mobile store numbered C633 quietly appeared. Not only that, in the collection of mobile stores, there were also many controversial comments under the comments of the mobile store numbered C633. These people all accidentally found this new store. But after I flipped to it, I glanced at it casually, and I couldn't get out anymore. Comment 1. Is there a problem with the review? The Exorcist Talisman costs 3 jubei. Are you kidding? I bought a rosary for exorcism before, and it cost me 10 jubei. Comment 2. I have reported it. This is definitely a problem with the review. The life-saving talisman only costs 20 jubei. Impossible. If it's true, I will go to the advanced dungeon and die immediately. Comment 9. After reading other comments, I think you are so weird. Why do you all look like you don't want such cheap props to appear? If there are too many cheap props, don't we players benefit from it? Chapter 223 Infinity. Argumentative people don't care. Comment 10. Argumentative people don't care. Argumentative people are too lazy to think, anyway. We will know whether it is true or false after the verification results come out. Comment 11. Bet on a Jubei, it is definitely fake, otherwise it is too cheap. I really envy the players who can buy it. I envy it to death. The efficiency of the Abyss in handling things is still very fast. Besides, this is not a difficult problem to solve. They just need to check the data. After detecting that the data is the same, there is no problem. Then the inspection results are given immediately. Abyss has replied to the verification. After strict testing, the mobile store numbered C633 has no data problems. As soon as this reply appeared, it instantly ignited the attention of the players, who are always paying attention to the situation here. 7 or 8 additional replies appeared immediately below the comment of the Abyss. Reply 1. You tell me this is true? You are a fake. Reply 2. It is true. Great. I must find a way to find this mobile store. I will be a follower of C633 from now on. I will go wherever it goes. Reply 3. If this is true, then this should seriously violate the price regulations of the mobile store. Right? I remember that the Abyss does not allow mobile stores to attract customers with low prices, to exclude other mobile stores. Right? Reply 4. The above person is really idle. Don't you think those mobile stores make enough money from you? If you ask me, the price of this mobile store is the most normal price. Reply 5. I am used to being a leak. I can't bear to see others not being cut. I wish everyone would suffer the same loss as him. Those who understand will understand. Although there are many replies, the number of people is not large, and the same few people have been commenting and replying repeatedly. It can only be said that C633 is still too famous. Unless they see it by accident, others will not deliberately come to check out a brand new mobile store. This time the controversy is only small scale, not big. In this case, the Abyss should have given a timely reply to explain whether the mobile store violated the relevant regulations. But it may be because it was resentful of Sumo's previous trick, so it has been silent and has not spoken. Without the statement of the Abyss and Sumo, as the boss, she is still in the dungeon. She doesn't know, and there is no way to check the situation on the forum. So this matter has been left to ferment. This time Sumo chose an intermediate dungeon, which has few people, only 25 in total. But because they are all old players, each of them is very rich, and they have hundreds of Zubei on them. Sumo did not unlock new products this time. The items she bought were the same as before. But she still had nothing left. She sold them all. She only had more than 3,000 Jubei on her. She spent nearly half of it on buying goods. After just one copy, she made more than 3,000 yuan. She wanted to invest all her money in buying things. However, there were not many people in this copy, and their purchasing power was limited. In addition, Sumo was worried that the Abyss would do something tricky, so she only used half of the funds and kept half for backup. However, the Abyss did not seem to be particularly stingy, and did not seem to be prepared to embarrass her. This idea disappeared again after Sumo came out of the fourth copy, because she saw the messy comment area under her store on the forum. Most of them were discussing why the price of this mobile store was so low. At the same time, she also saw the Abyss's remarks that although it was an explanation on the surface, it was actually a trap for her. San was also a little anxious. Although in this plane, the evaluation of the store by the players will not particularly affect the completion of the task. This is the first time it has seen so many people's negative comments on their grocery store. Host, are you going to reply to them? San has seen Sumo open the forum and seemed to be looking for something, but it doesn't understand why. Sumo found the information of the 3 stores and gave it to San. Make a product comparison chart, and then send it out, and there is no need to reply to this matter. The so-called product comparison chart is to compare the functions and prices of the products themselves. Generally, only props with the same function or similar functions can be compared. For example, the Ghost Exorcising Talisman has a similar function to the prop called Rosary mentioned in the comment area. Generally speaking, these 2 items are used to exorcise ghosts. But the prices are very different. Sumo's Exorcist Talisman costs 3 Jubei per piece, while the Rosary in another store costs 10 Jubei. This is why some people say that her price is too low, affecting the market price. Even several colleagues came over to make sarcastic remarks. However, These people only noticed that there was a big price difference between the two items, but did not notice that the functions of the two items were also different. The Exorcist talisman is stained with blood and attached to the body to ensure that ghosts cannot approach, which lasts for 5 minutes. The effective time of the rosary is 10 minutes, and you only need to take it out directly to play a role. You can even put it back into the bracelet in the middle of the process and stop using it, and the effective time will not be reduced. In terms of ease of use, the Exorcist talisman needs blood to be used, but the rosary does not need it. The Exorcist talisman only lasts for 5 minutes, and the rosary lasts twice as long, a full 10 minutes. The most important thing is that the energy of the rosary is similar to something with electricity. As long as it is not used, the energy will not be lost, and you can take it out whenever you want to use it. But the Exorcist talisman is different. The countdown starts from the moment it is stained with blood, and when 5 minutes are up, the talisman is immediately destroyed. There is no situation where you can stop in the middle of the process. Combining the above factors, there is no problem with selling the rosary for 10 jubei, and selling the Exorcist talisman for 3 jubei. The real problem is this group of people, who only want to stir up trouble, and have fun all day long. As a system, Sam was very fast in sorting data and text. After listening to Sumo's simple example, he quickly made comparison pictures for the remaining products and sent them out. After seeing such detailed comparison pictures, most of the players, who thought the prices were problematic before, suddenly stopped talking. Even some of the mobile stores that came to join in the fun now wanted to delete all the comments they had just made. Unfortunately, in the abyss, one needs to be careful about every word and action, because what has been sent out cannot be deleted or modified. It is like water that has been poured out, which cannot be taken back. Although doing so is a bit like exposing the shortcomings of one's own products. It not only did not reduce everyone's interest in this store, but instead made everyone interested in this new store. Chapter 224 Infinity, starting over again. Repeating the same mistakes. Besides, Sumo's products are not bad, they just match their own price value. It is not an exaggeration to say that they are good quality and cheap. On the contrary, the prices of products in some mobile stores are hyped up. Regarding this, players were once dissatisfied. But this is a seller's market, they don't buy, there are people who do. After Sumo made a statement about the price, he instantly attracted a wave of players who disliked some stores that hyped high-price props. Although this store is still new, it looks like it has unlimited potential. The mobile store has participated in a total of 4 copies, with an average survival rate of 95%, which can be said to be quite luxurious. Although it has not participated in high-level copies, and the survival rate of low-level copies is already very high. But no one can say that this data is not good. Until now, there are already many players who have been secretly squatting on the latest situation of this store. Some people even thought about trying to scam this new store to see what was going on. After Sumo, Abyss also said that the product pricing of the mobile store numbered C633 complied with the regulations of Abyss, and did not violate any regulations. In fact, these were all nonsense, just said for the players to see. After all, the products were reviewed by Abyss. If the price was not appropriate, then it was its problem. Unless it was necessary, Abyss would definitely not give Sumo another chance to cheat itself. In any case, this wave of operations by the players really made the grocery store a little popular. During this period of time, anyone who had been to the forum knew that there was a new store with products that were extremely cheap. The point is, the items inside are also quite practical. Not only that, this store also has a unique item, the lucky bag. What made the grocery store popular again was a post by a player who had participated in the surprise moment dungeon before. In the post, he talked about the various pitfalls of the dungeon, and his writing style was quite good. Just when everyone saw the end and almost thought that they could not leave the dungeon, he suddenly changed his style and started to promote an item called Lucky Bag. In his description, the effect of the lucky bag can be stacked. In other words, the more bags you carry, the better your luck. These players didn't believe it at first, and they also provided evidence to prove that what he said was false, because the product introduction of the lucky bag that they can see in the collection now is modified. The modified introduction clearly stated that the effect of increasing luck is not stackable until the players who bought the batch of fortune bags before the modification appeared. Things that have been sold naturally cannot be modified uniformly, unless the Abyss also compensates these players. And the number of the first batch sold was not large, only 20 in total. In addition, The players used a lot of them in the dungeon, so there were only a few left, so the Abyss did not deliberately modify the first batch of fortune bags. The introduction did not change, and the effect naturally did not change. After the players released the effect of the old version fortune bag, it caused a sensation. For all the players who have participated in the dungeon related to luck, they can be said to know the effect of this prop very well. It's a pity that this is already out of print. Those players who bought it before probably didn't want to use it. They must have kept it as a treasure. Suemo didn't pay attention to what happened afterwards. When everyone was discussing the grocery store, Suemo not only didn't take this opportunity to promote his own store, but picked a large intermediate dungeon with a high difficulty and went in directly. Before entering the dungeon, Suemo unlocked 2 new merchandise props. Hint kit purchase price, 15 jubei/piece. Selling price, 50 jubei/piece. Introduction, after using it. You can get a dungeon hint at 12 o'clock that night. The accuracy of the hint is determined by the player. Use only once per dungeon file bag purchase price, 10 jubei/piece. Selling price, 30 jubei/piece. Introduction. Write the name of the person being investigated on the file bag, and you can view all the information about this person. If the person being investigated writes his own name on the file bag, you will get more detailed information. This was the 11th instance he had participated in. But he had never encountered such a strange instance before. Zhou Tian's forehead was covered with cold sweat, and he was now sitting on the ground helplessly. He didn't even have the strength to raise his head and wipe the sweat off his face. Why? Why hasn't it ended yet? Zhou Tian couldn't help but mutter to himself. Until now, even though he knew that everything around him was safe for the time being, he still couldn't help but recall the roar of the beast that appeared in his ears. Not only was it deafening, it also successfully shocked all of the dozens of players to death. The mission clearly stated that they only needed to drive out all the uninvited guests, and they could pass the level. But they had clearly driven out all the monsters in the villa. But why was this copy not over yet? Not only was it not over, but a giant monster inexplicably ran out of the attic of the villa. Those monsters killed them all. Yes, that's right. They killed them all. And they all died. There was no survivor, including him. But why is he still alive now? Because before he died, he used a prop that might not be found in the entire Abyss world. Time rewind. This is a prop comparable to the fortune bag before it was modified. It is also bug level. It can make the copy time return to the original state, which is the state when they just entered the copy. This feeling is a bit like reloading the game. The difference is that after using time rewind, he is the only one who has this memory. But what's the use of this? Zhou Tian didn't think he had the ability to lead all the players through the dungeon by himself. If he was really that awesome, he wouldn't need this item. The fear of death still lingered in his heart, and the previous memories still appeared so clearly in his mind. Not long after, there was a knock on the door. Zhou Tian was a little dazed. When he heard someone outside calling his name, he remembered that he had come back again. Not only for the lives of other players in the dungeon, even if it was just for himself, he had to tell others about this. If everyone worked together, maybe there was still a chance to pass the level. Otherwise, his rebirth this time, it would just be another repetition of death. And this time, he didn't have a second item that could turn back time to use. Chapter 225 Infinity. Familiar way of appearance. Zhou Tian felt the surprise or fear, or some malicious emotions thrown at him, and his heart was calm. Perhaps because he had experienced a real death, he has changed a lot now. Are you telling the truth? No matter how many times Zhou Tian explained, everyone was still unwilling to believe him. Let alone whether the time rewinding thing, which sounds very unreliable, exists or not. Just Zhou Tian said that they all died in the first round. Many people could not accept it. Perhaps it was because they were unwilling to admit that they would fall in an intermediate dungeon. After all, among these players, there are also some players who have even cleared the advanced dungeon. Zhou Tian smiled bitterly. He has answered the question asked by this player no less than 5 times. He also knew that if he could not provide any evidence to prove himself now, these people might regard him as a troublemaker. But everything he said was true. I don't have to lie to you. Right, if I fail to pass the level, I will die too. Zhou Tian took a deep breath, and did not continue to persuade him earnestly as before. I just hope that we don't have to make the same mistake again. Although he didn't know what they did wrong to trigger the terrible monster on the roof. But this at least proves that the way they passed the level last time was absolutely wrong. There is a clue on the top of the cabinet in the study on the 2nd floor, and under the freezer in the kitchen. Except, every night there will be at least one. At most 5 players attacked by monsters. After saying this, Zhou Tian did not say anything more. No matter whether they believed it or not. He had already said what he should say. This information was what they found last time. He already knew what was on the clues. So he was too lazy to get involved with them. This time he said it in advance, which could save everyone a lot of time, and avoid unnecessary injuries and deaths, as well as the waste of props. Although what Zhou Tian said was really too fantastic. He had already said this. And there were still many players who actually believed what he said, as long as the locations of the 2 clues he said, and the monster attacks were true. Then these people, as long as they were not brainless, would probably choose to pay attention to what Zhou Tian said. Looking at Zhou, seeing Zhou Tian's back leaving, the atmosphere of the remaining players was very awkward. In the end, one group of them went to the kitchen, and the other group went to the study on the 2nd floor. When they found clues in the corresponding locations, their original trust increased from 2 to 3 points to 7 or 8 points. They had just entered this dungeon. Unless it was really as Zhou Tian said. They were people who had come back again. And he had the previous memories. Otherwise, there was no way to explain how he knew the specific locations of these clues. He even described in such detail the mechanism and number of monsters attacking players tonight, as well as the measures to resist. If it was made up, then it was too similar, and it would be exposed tonight. Let's go up to him to learn more about the previous situation. If their previous actions were really wrong, then it would be useless for them to discuss more now. Because history will repeat itself. They will continue this dungeon according to the last thinking. In the end, everyone decided that a few people would go up to discuss this dungeon with Zhou Tian. The remaining players continued to look for other information or clues in this villa that they had missed. At this time, Zhou Tian, who went upstairs alone, did not know what the people downstairs were thinking. The only thing he wanted to do now was to go up to the attic and see again, whether the monster was still in the attic. If they could get rid of this big monster before it went crazy, would they be able to pass this dungeon smoothly? Maybe this is the same as the dungeon in the game. The monsters that attack them every night are the big monster's minions. And when the minions die, the big boss will go berserk. And they should get rid of the big boss first, and then get rid of the group of minions. This time going upstairs was very smooth, and there was no other messy things blocking them. Zhou Tian was a little confused at first. When he came here before, there were many monsters guarding here and not letting them in. But they had not passed the level, so they were a little anxious, so they killed all the monsters here. After killing them, the big monster in the attic violently broke out of the door and wiped them out. But now it seems that it is not the same as before, but it is not incomprehensible after all. This is only the first day of the dungeon. Maybe those monsters haven't had time to come here yet. He walked up to the attic and tried to push the door. The door was locked, and he couldn't push it open. Zhou Tian even took a master key, but he still couldn't open the door. He sighed, just when he thought he would return empty-handed this time. He suddenly saw a half-hidden door at the end of the corridor on the 2nd floor. Was there this door last time? Zhou Tian tried to recall. If his memory was correct, he clearly remembered that there was no such door here before. Shouldn't there be an oil painting hanging in this position? Just when he was hesitating whether to go in and take a look, the players who were going to come to him to discuss clues came upstairs. They looked at Zhou Tian frowning at the half-open door opposite, and they were a little confused. What's wrong? After repeated confirmation, Zhou Tian was very sure that this door had never appeared before. Hearing their questions, Zhou Tian had no intention of hiding anything and said it directly. I want to go in and take a look. Last time, there was a painting hanging here, not a door. Is this a copy that has been rewound in time? After San detected this information, the whole system went bad. Since time and space have been rewound, doesn't that prove that they don't have the ability to pass this copy? Then if they come here now, wouldn't it be likely that they will waste an opportunity to leave the copy? Su Imo raised her eyebrows slightly. She thought the abyss was so generous, but she didn't expect it to be so stingy. In theory, if time has been rewound, it should be written in the copy information. But the copy information she saw didn't have it at all. What's going on here? Even a fool can see it. But the abyss is really powerful. It has even guessed her criteria for choosing a copy, otherwise they wouldn't deliberately put this copy in her selection. Chapter 226 Infinity. Have another friendly conversation. Since they did this, they are sure that she will choose this dungeon. Just when Suemo was about to say something, several players pushed the door open. Suemo was startled. She didn't expect that. These players found the grocery store so quickly. You know, she had only been here for less than 5 minutes. But for her, this is naturally good news. The sooner they find the grocery store, the sooner they can buy the things here, and the probability of passing the level will increase. It's actually a mobile store? The person next to Zhou Tian exclaimed. Then, another person asked in confusion. Zhou Tian. Don't you know there's a mobile store here? Zhou Tian was also a little surprised. There was no mobile store last time. How come there is one this time? Before, this was just an oil painting. There was no mobile store. After listening to their conversation, Suemo had a simple understanding of the situation here. Now it seems that the man in front of him named Zhou Tian should be the player who used time reversal. Because from their conversation, it can be heard that he is the only one who has memories. And in his memory, there was no mobile store in this copy before. This is normal. After all, Suemo came in after he reloaded the file. She did not participate in the last time. I really just came to this store. Although Suemo did not say it clearly, Zhou Tian knew that what she meant was that she was also an insider of the time reversal. And she was indeed not in the copy last time. Although the other players didn't understand what he meant at first. After thinking about it for a while, they guessed what the boss meant. The mobile store that didn't appear last time now appeared. Does that mean they still have hope of passing the level? Zhou Tian was a little excited. He looked at Suemo with gratitude, and then took the other players to check the items in the store. Although the other players had many questions in their hearts, they also knew that the mobile store was hard to come by. So they would never waste time at this time. Now is the time for them to buy things. Refuse to think about the copy. Although the number of goods in the store has increased to 7. It still seems a bit small for the size of the entire store. So what is in the store can be seen at a glance. When one of the players saw the most ghost exorcising talismans on the shelf, he looked at the boss Su in particular with shock. He casually held a handful of ghost exorcising talismans in his hand, and then began to walk around the store, looking like he was looking for something with a purpose. The other players noticed that something was wrong with this person, and their eyes couldn't help but follow him. When the player walked to a shelf, he looked at the products on it with great surprise. It is this store. He said, why this ghost exorcising talisman looked so familiar. Isn't this the new store numbered C633 that has been quite popular recently? He had even gone to see the information of this store before. He was also a player who questioned the price. But after Abyss came out to explain, he became a half fan of this store. Why half? Because although he likes the items in this store, he has never come across this store. Only after he buys something will he consider becoming its fan completely. What store? What are you looking at? Not every player likes to browse forums, and not every player likes to read entertainment posts. So although there are many players who know about this, it does not mean that all players in this copy recognize this store. After everyone listened to this person's explanation, they also understood why he was so excited. It's a pity that they are more regretful now, because the fortune bag they saw is the kind that cannot be stacked. The improvement of a single fortune bag is really limited. But this does not affect everyone's purchase. Especially Zhou Tian, he bought 2 without hesitation. For someone who knows that they may die in the end, he urgently needs any props that may help him, even if it may not be useful. But even if the probability is only 0.01%, he will fight for it. I remember there should be an item called the Spirit Pen in the store. This item can be used to ask questions directly, and it will answer. With a player who knows this store so well as a shopping guide, everyone quickly found what they needed. There are no ghosts in this copy, but there are monsters, such as mutated animals, wolf demons, snake demons, etc. Therefore, the ghost exorcising talisman cannot play any role in this copy. But this does not affect the player's purchase if it is not useful this time. There will always be the next time. Then it is the Spirit Pen. As a prop that they have high hopes for, maybe it can directly help them pass the level. Everyone bought a lot. There was even one player who left the store directly after buying something, and was going downstairs to notify other players to come buy something. At the same time, other players were also thinking about the use of other props in the store. I think this hint kit is very useful. Although it can only be used once in each copy. If all of us use it, does it mean that we can have dozens of hints? With so many hints, he didn't believe that they couldn't pass the level. Suemo couldn't help but curl his lips after hearing this. Although, what this player said, at first glance, it seems that there is nothing wrong. The hint kit does limit the number of times a single player can use it. But it does not limit the total number of times all players in the entire copy can use it. But the hint kit does not say that the hints it gives cannot be repeated. In other words, if 10 people use the hint kit, then they will get 10 hints. But they may be 10 identical hints. This is meaningless and just a waste of props. If it was really like what this player imagined, then she would probably have to have another friendly conversation with the Abyss soon. Suemo was not going to remind them of this. Players who have been able to play to this level should not be unable to figure this out. Sure enough, after this sentence was spoken, everyone's first reaction was to think that he was right. Then he looked at the hint kit twice more, and shook his head decisively. It should be impossible. Even if there are hints, they are mostly repeated. And it is also said above that the accuracy of the hints is judged by oneself. So it is possible that the hints are wrong or concealed. However, they can indeed use a few more hint kits for comparison. But there is no need to use too many. After that, they saw the file bag again. Chapter 227 Infinity, The Real Invader. This file bag looks quite powerful. Because in some copies, NPC character information is an important clue. This kind of clues basically need to be inquired by themselves. And the difficulty of inquiring clues can be imagined. Now with this file bag, they don't need to be so troublesome, just write a name, or trick the NPC into writing a name. But what is the relationship between this prop and this copy? In other words, can this prop be used in their copy? If Xiao Zhang remembers correctly, he didn't see the two props of the hint kit and the file bag in the store information before. In other words, these two should be new products. Coming to this copy, and specially preparing this new product, isn't it implying that this prop is related to this copy? The role of the hint kit is unquestionable, and it is almost applicable to all copies. But this file bag is different. There is no person in their copy except their group of players. This can't be for them to check the information of the monsters. Right? The problem is that those monsters don't have names either. Xiao Zhang didn't hide his doubts. After all, this can be considered a clue. On the basis of trusting Zhou Tian, even if they want to leave this dungeon smoothly, they must unite. At this time, they still consider selfishness and conspiracy. That's too narrow-minded. However, Xiao Zhang's doubts were not answered, and other players couldn't explain the purpose of this file bag. Maybe this is just a new product that Boss Su casually released. And there is no other meaning. Although there are still some doubts. He can't think of any other possibilities. So he can only give up for the time being. After they left the store, Suemo closed the door. It happened that when she closed the door, San swept away her previous worries and started to report the good news. The potential value of San Boss system has decreased. Ha ha ha. Although it was only a sound, it was enough to express San's extremely excited heart at the moment. Under normal circumstances, the potential value will only increase and not decrease, at most. It will not increase or decrease, unless the survival rate is really too low, or the mobile store has violated some special regulations. It will affect the potential value. Originally, the potential value of B6038 next door was only a little less than that of San. As a result, after the second advanced copy was settled, the potential value was directly reduced by nearly half. Obviously, the potential value of B6038 was 10 times theirs at the beginning. But it was overtaken. And it was overtaken by so much. Now the neighbors have entered the fourth dungeon. After failing the advanced dungeon, they did not fight to the death, but returned to the intermediate dungeon and successfully passed it. But because the previous failure had a huge impact, the potential value was not recovered much. And now, they have entered the fourth dungeon, which is still an intermediate dungeon. This is by his choice. Although B6038 disagrees, because it forced to enter the advanced dungeon before, it suffered a big loss, it is not easy to interfere directly now. Although the relationship between the system and the host is still very awkward. It will be better than before. Because neither of them wants to fail this mission. They don't want to see that they have surpassed their opponents at the beginning. But they are overtaken in the end. It is for this reason that B6038 has slightly relaxed the control over Bai He. At least Bai He no longer needs B6038's consent for everything he does. Suemo is one copy faster than them. B6038 is still in the fourth copy, while Suemo is already in the fifth. If nothing unexpected happens, she should be able to complete the 10 copies before the other party. At that time, she can open a store in the main world. And there is no need to shuttle back and forth in each copy. Speaking of which, after Zhou Tian and other players bought the props, They began to study the use of these props, especially the spirit pin, which was almost broken by them. They kept asking all kinds of strange questions. And finally the spirit pin was too lazy to pay attention to them. After a day, they actually got a lot of new information. However, these clues were scattered, and they didn't quite understand what they meant. They were now waiting for the clues from the hint kit at 12 o'clock tonight. Late at night, as Zhou Tian said, they were attacked by monsters. It was just an attack, but more like a threat. Although these monsters disturbed them, they didn't seem to attack them actively. The most common action they did was to roar loudly, as if trying to scare them away from here. Originally, a player wanted to use props or items around him as weapons to attack them, but he was quickly stopped by one of the players. This player was Xiao Zhang, who also used the hint kit. I know where the problem is. Xiao Zhang held a piece of paper found in the hint kit in his hand. There were only 4 words written on the paper: thinking reversal. According to Zhou Tian, in the last copy, they completed the task by killing all these monsters, because they believed that these monsters were the uninvited guests mentioned in the task. But what is the truth? If the thinking is reversed, perhaps the party that thinks they are righteous is the biggest villain? The task only tells them to drive out the uninvited guests, but it does not clearly explain who is the invader. Perhaps this group of players is the creature that should not appear in this villa. In other words, the correct way to pass this copy should be for the players to find a way to leave the villa, rather than killing the real owner of the villa. That is, these monsters. No wonder they were wiped out in the last instance. Because their approach was completely contrary to the correct result, they were not wronged at all for being wiped out this time. What verified his idea was the 2 books found on the bookshelf in the study. There were 2 names on the title page of the book. If the 2 names were written in the file bag, then the information of the 2 people could be obtained. These 2 people were a couple, and they were also the former owners of this villa. The monsters here were actually the small animals they adopted. These animals were incomplete, unhealthy, some were blind, some were lame, some were deaf. This was also the reason why they were abandoned and wandered. After the couple died, these animals had been guarding here. As pets adopted by the owner, they were naturally considered the owners of the villa. They resisted the entry of outsiders, because except for the couple, they had strong hostility towards all humans. Chapter 228 Infinity. It seems that the dungeon is not that difficult. Although they are very hostile, they have never actively hurt them. The reason why they attacked them in the previous world was also from the second night. It was only because they killed 2 monsters during the day that they attacked the players. Otherwise, they would only intimidate the players, and their purpose was to make the players leave, not to really hurt them. After sorting out all the above information points, it was also very easy for them to pass the level. Although there are many other traps and mechanisms set up in the villa, they are not particularly difficult to solve. And most importantly, as long as they don't take the initiative to attack these animals, they will at most stare at them from the side. Although it is a bit scary, at least there has been no attack. They even took the initiative to help the players find the last clue about the key to the villa door. So Sumo's 5th dungeon was easily passed. The potential value continues to rise. Not long after she left the dungeon, B6038, and Baihe also left the 4th dungeon. Because the results of the 2 intermediate dungeons were good, they have gradually caught up with their potential, but there is still a clear gap. Originally, B6038 was prepared to listen to Baihe for the time being, following his method, and take it step by step. Until it heard that Su Imo had already chosen an advanced dungeon, it could no longer hold back. Therefore, when Baihe chose the 5th dungeon, it had been hinting to Baihe in both explicit and implicit ways, hoping that it could also choose an advanced dungeon. Baihe had a rare opportunity to be the boss. So he couldn't listen to B6038 now. Otherwise it would be the same as before. But in order to avoid conflicts, he still said something nice. Even the most advanced props in the cultivation plane are difficult to pass the advanced dungeon. What good things can she, who runs a shabby grocery store, have? Just wait and see. She will definitely fail this time. It would be best to fail directly in the dungeon, so that they don't have to compete and can win directly. At that time, as long as they save enough money for the trip, they can leave directly. Although B6038 was not very satisfied with Baihe's attitude, it actually agreed with his idea in its heart. It also didn't believe that the neighbor could pass the advanced dungeon smoothly. Su Imo didn't know how much her competitors looked down on her. And even if she knew, she wouldn't care. So far, she has been to 5 dungeons. The remaining 5 dungeons are arranged as 2 advanced dungeons. 1 difficult dungeon and 2 hell dungeons. These are the order she has arranged from the beginning. Unless something unexpected happens, it will not change. Since she has arranged it this way, then there must be her own reasons. Similarly, she is still confident. She has been brushing low-level dungeons in the early stage. On the one hand to familiarize herself with the rules of the Abyss dungeon, and on the other hand to save money to unlock better products. After all, she cannot participate in the dungeon, and the only way to help players pass the dungeon is to sell props. Although she can prompt players, but I think under the surveillance of the Pit Abyss, the prompts she can give are also very limited. So she still needs a lot of jubei to unlock more and better props. Not only that, but also purchases require money. Although the space-time trading system has many restrictions, it has the capital to trade in the early stage, and it does not need to develop slowly. But the space-time grocery store system is different. She needs to earn all the money herself. For this advanced copy, Suemo studied the copy several times, and unlocked 4 new products alone. There is a magic lamp that can see through illusions. It can illuminate after being lit, and can also see some things that are usually invisible. Once the magic lamp is extinguished, it cannot be lit again. Transformed crystal that can change into thousands of forms. This crystal can be transformed into any desired shape it will. A deformed crystal has only one chance to change. Note, it cannot be transformed into a key prop related to the copy twin notes, with the 2 functions of communication and information acquisition. Method of use 1. Split the note into 2, and the words written on any note will appear on the other. Method of use 2. Do not damage the note. Write directly, and any creature that sees the words may give you a reply, or directly destroy the note. A calming charm that can force players to calm down, keep a calm and steady mind to think or act. Put it on your body to force yourself to calm down, eliminate all negative emotions such as nervousness and fear, and last for 10 minutes. The types of goods this time can really be said to be varied, looking at a single prop. It doesn't seem to be particularly powerful, but they are all very practical. And the prices of these props are much cheaper than the prices of similar products in other mobile stores. This way, there is no need to worry about those players not being able to afford the props. The background story of this advanced copy is in a small town. The player's task is to find out the truth of a serial murder case in the town. Sumo's store is located at the location of the grocery store in the town, which can be said to be quite conspicuous. This is the most conspicuous store location since she came to this plane. The advantage of being conspicuous is that this group of players successfully found the mobile store on the first day they entered the dungeon. Many players even read the post about the grocery store on the previous forum. So when they saw the familiar items such as the ghost exorcising talisman and the life-saving talisman in the store, they recognized it at a glance. As before, the most popular products were the fortune capsules. This was similar to Sumo's previous expectations. The fortune capsule has almost become the signature of her own grocery store. Even though its effect is not very obvious after the modification, it is still loved by most players. Although they were not superstitious before, they have come to a place like the Abyss, and there is no such thing as superstition. They are still willing to believe in the effect of the fortune capsule, even if the effect is minimal. Originally, these players saw that this dungeon was a type they had never seen before, and perhaps the difficulty should be quite high. But what they didn't expect was that any problems they encountered during the dungeon seemed to be solved by using the props purchased in this mobile store. For example, a player fell into an illusion trap set by a serial killer. With a click of the magic lamp, no matter whether it was fog or illusion or other things, they all disappeared. The surroundings showed the most real appearance, and the players successfully left. For example, they encountered a very difficult NPC, and this NPC had the clues about the victim that they needed most at the moment. In the end, they gave up communicating with this NPC. They went directly to the crime scene, and then used the twin notes to communicate directly with the soul of the dead. Chapter 229 Infinity. The child has learned bad things. If it weren't for the limitation of the dungeon, the soul of the dead can't say many things, then these players can almost immediately ask the dead about the key information about the murderer. It is said that the dead can't talk, but this time, they really found the real person directly. It's no exaggeration to say that it's unprecedented. For these players, their dungeon experience this time is as smooth as cheating. Although they still encountered a lot of problems and troubles, the difficulty of the dungeon was basically locked at the intermediate level. The extra difficulty was all offset by the various props. Originally, this dungeon limited them to find out the truth in 1 week. At first, they were worried that they couldn't complete the task in 1 week. After all, they have heard that other high-level dungeons take up to 10 days, and half a month. In comparison, a week is indeed short. But it only took them 5 days in the end, or even less than 5 days. Because they successfully found the murderer on the morning of the 5th day, and dealt with him. Because they not only found the murderer, but also successfully helped the deceased to avenge his death. They also received extra rewards. These were things they had never dared to think about before. They might not even be able to complete the hidden tasks in the intermediate dungeon and get special rewards. But who could have thought? Who dared to think? They actually got the hidden rewards of the advanced dungeon. This is really a topic that can be boasted about for a lifetime. It is precisely because this dungeon was quite smooth. So the number of deaths cannot be described as small at all. Because there was not a single dead player. If it weren't for the fact that these players were still doing the follow-up of the hidden tasks in the dungeon otherwise. When they got out, it would definitely cause enough sensation. A high-level dungeon with a mortality rate of 0 is unprecedented. You know, the lowest mortality rate of the Abyss in high-level dungeons is 25%, and a full quarter of the mortality rate is already the lowest. Not to mention this 0. The player stayed in the dungeon to continue to do the tasks. After Suemo sold her things, she left the dungeon directly without staying too long. As she left, the Abyss also directly settled the potential value after the end of this dungeon. It is no exaggeration to say that the potential value of this high-level dungeon is 1/3 higher than the sum of Sumo's previous 5 dungeons. First of all, this is a high-level dungeon. Under normal circumstances, the difficulty of a high-level dungeon is basically at least 3 times that of a mid-level dungeon. Secondly, the main reason why Suemo receives so many potential value bonuses is because the mortality rate is 0. Just because of the 0 deaths, the Abyss gave a 5-fold value bonus, so it is not surprising that the potential value was increased so much this time. At the same time, Baihe and B6038 were still in another intermediate dungeon. They have not received any information from Suemo yet. Actually, it can be said that it is a good thing that they did not receive this news, otherwise they would be mad to death. In the end, they probably would not even want to open a store. But San is different. It can be said that it has let out a sigh of relief now. For a while, it did not even notify the usual dungeon income, and was only concerned with sending messages to the old enemy next door. Systems can communicate with each other, but San and B6038 are tired of each other, so this function has not been used much. The boasting and bragging in San's words can be said to be very asking for a beating. Suemo was originally quite curious about how her good system suddenly became bad. Until one day, she accidentally flipped through the system's collection. It was a bunch of quarreling manuals collected from the holographic plane forum. For example, quotes that can make people angry to death. How to mock the enemy without using dirty words. 100 ways to curse elegantly. Connotative language manual. Uncanny is the best language expression. Suemo, okay, the child has learned bad things. Facts have proved that. These messy quotes and manuals are really useful. Originally, B6038 next door was quite happy to come out of the dungeon. This time he chose an intermediate dungeon, which made it quite dissatisfied, but the mortality rate of this dungeon is 0. It is not easy to achieve a 0 mortality rate in an intermediate dungeon. So even if it was dissatisfied at first, after seeing the result, it felt much better. But this good mood was instantly shattered after seeing a bunch of high blood pressure quotes said by San. But if San was just angry with him, it would be fine. The point is that he also saw the point from San's words. They just got a 0 death record from the intermediate copy. But what about others? They went directly to the advanced copy and got a 0 death record. The gap between them is simply not a little bit. Especially after it saw that the potential value of the 2 sides, which had originally widened the gap, had now completely become 2 clear boundaries. The whole system was not good. Because of this stimulation, it now no longer cared about the friendly cooperation agreement it had agreed with Baihe before. Baihe didn't know what had suddenly happened to this dog system. It made a decision for him again without authorization and selected a high-level dungeon, even though he knew that it was because it was provoked by San. The anger did not disappear. If B6038 was willing to discuss it with Baihe, then Baihe would not be unwilling to enter the high-level dungeon. But what he hated most was B6038's arbitrary behavior. Even though they had been maintaining harmony on the surface during this period, he knew that B6038 had been secretly doing some small tricks. He had always known that. But compared with the more excessive behavior before, its current behavior was not unacceptable. Therefore, he had always chosen to endure it. But what he didn't expect was that B6038 actually returned to its previous state so quickly. San's pride and boasting were regarded as provocation and ridicule by B6038. So, without San knowing, it inexplicably succeeded in disintegrating the opponent's internal situation. This also led to their next few dungeons being even more unsuccessful. But the amazing thing is that, no matter how unsuccessful they were, they successfully passed the dungeon every time. It can be said to be quite amazing. But because the death rate was extremely high every time they passed the dungeon, the potential value either increased a little bit, or remained unchanged. It even decreased twice. All of this was no match for Sumo's steady progress. Although there were still players who died in her second high-level dungeon trip. Only 2 people died. This is also a very luxurious record in the high-level dungeon. If he became famous in the previous high-level dungeon, it was a bad reputation. Then Sumo's reputation this time is quite good. Chapter 230 Infinity. Do you want this blessing? In 2 consecutive advanced dungeons, the mortality rate was 0 once and less than 5% once. When this data was told, everyone's first reaction was to not believe it. But when they found out that this was true, they all went crazy. Who wants to die? No one wants to die. According to this statement, as long as they can encounter this mobile store numbered C633 in the dungeon, then their chances of passing the level will be greatly increased. Moreover, their own safety can also be greatly guaranteed. This is undoubtedly what all players dream of. They dream of encountering this mobile store in the dungeon. After seeing the post posted by the player who was lucky enough to encounter the C633 mobile store in the advanced dungeon, this idea instantly reached its peak. Boss Su is really amazing. The props he sells seem to predict all the operations in the dungeon. We are not afraid of ghosts, because we have the Exorcist Talisman. We are not afraid of the props hidden in secret, because we have the spiritual eyes. We are not afraid of not finding the murderer, because we can directly use the twin notes to talk to the deceased. If it were not for the dungeon restrictions, we would have almost found the murderer directly. I said that the signature product of the C633 store is the fortune bag. No one would object. Right? Although the effects of this thing cannot be stacked now, but I bought one before, and I always feel that my luck seems to have improved a lot. I was not chosen by the boss several times. I don't agree with you saying that the fortune bag is the signature. I can understand if you say it is one of the signatures, but the tip bag and twin notes are really useful. Praise the favorability rose. Although the price of 30 jubei is really not cheap, but the effect is really awesome. As long as you give it to a neutral NPC, then the favorability will be maxed out directly. Except for not being able to limit questions, you will get answers to all questions. The favorability rose was redeemed by Suimo when he entered the second advanced dungeon. Its function is to greatly increase the NPC's favorability when it is given to a neutral NPC, thereby improving the efficiency of the player's acquisition of information and reducing the difficulty. Otherwise, some NPCs are actually more troublesome to deal with than bosses, and their words and deeds are unreasonable. No matter how the player persuades them, they will not cooperate. But, when it comes to favor roses, Suemo can't help but think of an old unlucky player in the second advanced copy. The background story of the second advanced copy is that the villagers of a village rely on sacrifices to obtain the blessing of the patron saint. There are 2 ways of sacrifice. One is to force the girl to marry and offer the girl to the patron saint. The other way of sacrifice is to sacrifice a large number of people's blood. Originally, there was a neutral female ghost NPC in that copy. This NPC was the girl who was once offered to the patron saint. Then a player gave her a favor rose, and the female ghost immediately turned into a friendly NPC. If that were the case, it would be fine. But the female ghost said she would marry the player no matter what in order to repay her kindness. The player never thought that he, a single man who had been single for more than 30 years and was about to die in the real world, would one day enjoy the feeling of being chased by a girl ghost. This feeling is really hard to describe. How did Suemo know? It was because the player was really troubled by her afterwards. Even after his teammates found out that the female ghost would not hurt him, they only teased him for being lucky and lucky in love, and then watched the show with their arms folded, without any intention of helping him. Do you want this blessing? Anyway, he doesn't want this blessing. In desperation, the male player could only come to Boss Su's store and ask for after-sales service. That's why Suemo learned such an interesting thing. Although Suemo couldn't help him in the end. After all, where would the after-sales service come from for such props? She couldn't control the copy to reset his favorability to 0. But it didn't matter anyway. They finally passed the levels smoothly. Even with the help of the female ghost, the clearance was particularly smooth. Among the many posts praising C633 and envy and jealousy, some malicious remarks were quietly spread. These were all hinted by the old mobile stores to others. Although there is no obvious competitive relationship between mobile stores, because most mobile stores sell different types of props. This is like the catering industry and clothing industry in reality, the cosmetics industry, and the automobile industry. These are things that have nothing to do with each other. Unless one party intends to involve the other party's industry, there is really no competition between them. However, C633 has been so popular recently. It even overshadowed some old mobile stores that have always been quite popular among players. And they also found that although the things sold by C633 seem to be inferior to their own products, it covers a wide range. There are props for exorcising ghosts, props for asking spirits, props for getting clues, props for breaking illusions. It is no exaggeration to say that it is like a combination of low-profile versions of countless mobile stores. There are some of each kind of things involved, but not many. This makes it rich in product variety, which can attract more players, and also increases the number of invisible competitors. Players are limited, and players' Jubei is also limited. These mobile stores are harmonious on the surface, but they are actually competing secretly. Once they pursue a mobile store, their money will be spent on it, so that other stores can't make money, unless C633 does not plan to open a store in the main world in the future. But this is obviously impossible. Now, some high-level mobile stores have already felt the crisis. They spread rumors and made negative remarks about C633. But because C633 is just a new store, there is really no black material to say. After holding it in for a long time, they can only say that C633 is falsely advertised. This is not like their previous competitors. They either deceive players to sell ordinary items at high prices, or temporarily change the name and raise the price. In a copy, the same product will be removed from the shelves as soon as they find that the sales are good, and then put on the shelves with a new name and a higher price. These are common old tricks, and even players know it well. But as mentioned before, the relationship between players and these mobile stores is originally a seller's market. If you don't sell, there are plenty of people to buy. If you can't pass the copy, you die. And it has nothing to do with the mobile store. That's why they will swallow their anger. This is also the reason why C633 can quickly capture the hearts of most players with its high quality and low price products. These posts that say C633 is false propaganda. Basically few players believe it. Especially players who have bought products from C633 stores. Chapter 231 Infinity. Serial Dungeons. Whether it is false advertising or not, how good are the goods and items in it? They are not blind or deaf and have brains. They can still feel it. And the targeting of these posts is too obvious, and it is too conspicuous in the general trend of praise. So soon some players picked out all these posts separately. Although these players are not store owners, they are aware of the rules and regulations in their hearts. C633 This is probably because the tree attracts the wind, blocking the way for others, so there are suddenly several slanderous posts. It's just that these stores are timid, afraid of being found out and punished by the abyss, so after being exposed, they quickly blocked all the posts. So this matter did not attract too much attention. As for Suemo has no time to care about the situation of the store on the forum now. She is now preparing props for the difficult dungeon and the hell dungeon, because she wanted to leave the dungeon world as soon as possible and go to the main world. Suemo asked San to apply for a serial dungeon. That is to say, she had no time to rest in between. After one dungeon was finished, she would directly enter the next dungeon. This also meant that she could not buy goods. She had to buy everything at once. But the advantage was that she could reduce the requirement of entering the dungeon once. She had already passed 7 dungeons, and only needed to go through the last 3. If she chose to participate in the serial dungeon, she would not need to participate again and could directly enter the main world. In this way, although there was a great risk, it could save the time of one dungeon, and the potential value of the store will not decrease by participating in one less dungeon. The abyss will increase it according to the average score. San also knew the host's idea, although he was still worried. After all, whether it was a difficult dungeon or a hell-level dungeon, it was extremely difficult. But out of trust in the host, San did not stop her, but quietly went to the forum to collect all the information it could find about difficult and hell-level dungeons. However, although it searched for a long time, it still couldn't find much useful information, because so far, the number of times players have participated in difficult dungeons is less than 3 digits, and the number of hell-level dungeons is only 4 times, and all 4 times were wiped out, because no one survived. No one knew what the hell-level dungeon looked like, nor what happened inside. San looked at the less than 1 page of information about the hell dungeon in his hand, and he was almost crying. But when he thought that he still had a chance to escape the dungeon, his inner tension was relieved a lot. Then he turned around and saw that his host did not show any emotion at all, and it felt like a magic needle was stuck in his heart. This time, Suemo almost bet his entire fortune on the serial copies. He invested all the more than 30,000 jubei he earned from participating in the 7 copies. He spent several thousand just to unlock the new products. At the end of the purchase, the original 5-digit balance was reduced to a single digit. Suemo counted the quantity again after making sure that there was no problem with the quantity of goods. Without much hesitation, he directly entered the difficult level dungeon. This time the difficult dungeon lasted quite long. It lasted for more than a month. All the players lives in it can be said to be in dire straits. This is a dungeon similar to the Battle Royale. They are all thrown on a deserted island. There are countless crises all the time. Let alone, the various ghosts and monsters on this deserted island are enough to make them drink a pot. You may walk halfway, and a beast will pounce on you. Or you may wake up, and open your eyes to see a big mouth with drooling. In just one day, the players are tortured to the point of mental breakdown. And now they have a bigger crisis. When they came here, they had no items on them. That is to say, they had no tools, no weapons, and no food. Their task is to survive here for 30 days. How can they survive here for a month without food? So they can't hide in secret places, because they have to go out to find food. There are 100 players, and in less than 3 days, more than 20 of them died. The remaining 70 are in very bad condition, hungry and tired. This tiredness is not only physical, but also mental. The long-term high alert makes them nervous, and the slightest movement may attract their attention. It is impossible for normal humans to survive for too long in this situation, even for them who have been tempered in the abyss world. But they were lucky, because there was a mobile store in their copy. It was a nearly omnipotent mobile store. God knows how excited these players were when they found that there was the most popular mobile store C633 in their copy. This excitement was doubled. Players who could reach this point were not short of jubei. In order to survive, they did not mind buying things, and they even wanted it. There is an old saying in the abyss that the most terrible thing is not that people are living without money, but that people die without spending money. They saved so many jubei just to buy more props and pass the level better. Didn't they? Magic water cup. Just open and close it, and you can get another cup of clean and drinkable water. A cup with unlimited water. They won't have to worry about water sources if they buy it. It only costs 100 jubei. Buy it. Backpack. It has a small storage effect, and there is about 10 square meters of space inside. The legendary storage backpack that can only be seen in fantasy novels? Then, they don't have to carry a bunch of supplies and tools anymore. Good stuff. Buy. 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 Red rope. A rope that cannot be broken by any object or external force. It can only be untied normally, or after 3 minutes, the red rope will automatically disappear. Boss level cannot be bound a red rope that can unconditionally bind ordinary creatures? Isn't the red rope the thing that Lao uses to tie the red thread? It seems like I walked into the wrong set. No matter. Buy. Buy. With the red rope, they can completely tie up all the creatures on this deserted island that they originally couldn't deal with, and teach them a lesson. Such props are endless. Although the various gadgets are not expensive, they are very practical. Take the magic water cup as an example. If placed in an ordinary dungeon, this thing is basically useless. Because most dungeon players don't have to worry about food and drink, the dungeon will provide them. It is only needed in survival dungeons of this type. The same is true for the backpack. Normally, they don't have so many things to carry, and the props on their bodies can also be stored in the bracelet. Chapter 232 Infinity. End. If they were in the past, they would never buy items like backpacks and water cups that seemed to have no particular use, but they still needed 100 jubei items. But now it is different. They really understand the truth. There are no useless items. It's just whether it is suitable for this copy. A good mobile store must know clearly what goods and props this copy needs, and what kind of copies its goods and props are suitable for. As long as this can be done, then any mobile store can better help players in the copy to pass the level. It is no exaggeration to say that after these players bought the props, the death rate dropped significantly. From the first 3 days, more than 20 people died. Now 3 days have passed, and less than 3 players have died. Almost all the players are concentrated near the mobile store. These 60 or 70 players worked together, not only drove away all the animals and beasts nearby, but also cut wood as if they were going to build a house here. With the support of the props in the store, they not only built a house, but also started breeding. Suemo silently looked at the edible beasts raised by players outside the store, and fell into deep thought. A few days later, Suemo even saw some players carrying homemade hoes to plow the land. Suemo! A few days later, several strong players brought several fruit trees from somewhere, and planted them outside the mobile store. When the fruit trees were ripe, they picked a few fruits, and gave them to Suemo enthusiastically. In the name of thanking Boss Su for saving her life, he actually wanted to bribe her secretly. Suemo, although things are going well, it seems to be different from what I imagined. She bought so many small things at first simply because she knew that the players would need all kinds of things if they had to survive here for a month. But what she didn't expect was that the survival and creativity of these players far exceeded her imagination. It was obviously a good survival game, but it was about to be turned into an infrastructure game by them. Every day they either built houses or farmed, and they even talked and laughed. Once wild animals invaded, they would be captured by the traps they set on the periphery. In this way, the wild animals would not only not cause them trouble, but could increase their food. It was more troublesome to encounter enemies, like ghosts, and they might need to use various means and props to kill them. But the difficulty was not great, because these creatures could only appear at night. These 30 days of survival were smoother than Suemo expected. Even after the dungeon was over, this group of players tried to complete the hidden mission and survive on the deserted island for another 10 days. This time, Suemo would not play with them. As soon as the 30 days were up, they left the dungeon immediately and entered the hell-level dungeon. Anyway, they have already developed to this point, let alone another 10 days. Even if they stay for another month, or even a year, Suemo thinks they will have no problem. Congratulations to No. C633 for passing the test of the Abyss, and now having the qualifications to enter the main world. After calculation, your potential value exceeds 99.9999% of the previous mobile stores. And you are ranked second. Second? Suemo glanced at the name of the first. To be precise, it is not a name, but more like a code name. Because your assessment results are excellent, you are eligible to choose a store on the first street of the main world. After choosing a store, within 3 days, the Abyss will promote your store for 1 hour. Suemo couldn't help but sigh at the long string of nagging words. There is no most verbose, but there is more verbose. She used to dislike San for talking too much. But in fact, this Abyss system talks more nonsense. Things that can be said in a few words, but they have to add a lot of other sentences. The Abyss system clearly felt the impatience and a hint of disgust from the owner of the mobile store in front of him. This feeling is a bit familiar. It's so annoying. The Abyss system snorted, threw down a manual, and then she teleported Suemo and San to the main world. Things went even more smoothly afterwards. She had already become famous for leading the players through the hell-level dungeon. The entire Abyss forum was flooded with information about the store numbered C633. In the eyes of all players, someone actually cleared the dungeon that was completely impossible to pass. This was as outrageous as the sun rising from the west. Even the lucky players, who cleared the hell-level dungeon, came forward to explain what happened to them in the dungeon. Every word and sentence clearly expressed countless hardships and dangers, but in the end, they all escaped danger. Part of the reason is that they are strong enough, and they are qualified to pass the hell copy. Another part of the reason is that they are lucky enough. If they were not lucky enough, how could they run into Boss Su's mobile store? If there was no Boss Su's mobile store, they would probably have to add another +1 to the record of the group wipe in the hell-level copy. The crazy Suemo on the forum knew it, so she took this opportunity to promote her store a little. In fact, it was not really promotion. It was just a very normal paragraph, notifying the players, this store has officially opened at number 663, First Street in the main world. All mobile stores will post this sentence when they open a new store in the main world. But not all stores are so popular. On the first day of the store opening, Suemo saw the familiar crowds of people. This scene is exactly the same as the previous planes. At this time, she could only be thankful that she had expected it yesterday, guessing that there would be many people coming to buy things today. So she bought more goods on purpose. Even so, no matter how much more goods she bought, they were eventually emptied by the players and bandits. In the abyss, if they wanted to return to real life, they had to clear the hell-level dungeon once. In the past, no one had ever cleared it, so they always regarded it as an unattainable goal. But now the first batch of players have cleared it, and they have come back from the real world. They are resurrected. But there is a time limit. The first clearance of the hell-level dungeon only unlocks the qualification to return in 3 days of life. After 72 hours, they must return to the abyss world to continue to clear the dungeon to gain more lifespan. This is a bit like a point card game. Except for the novice dungeon, players can gain lifespan no matter which level of dungeon they clear, but the more difficult the dungeon, the longer the lifespan they gain. Before Suemo completed the 1 million goal and left this plane, more than a dozen groups of players had passed the hell-level dungeon. Suemo also participated in several of them, because it was a bit boring to open a store in the main world, so she went to the dungeon to change things up. Because all the products have been unlocked, she doesn't need to deliberately choose the dungeon. Now she just goes to whichever dungeon she likes. In any dungeon she participates in, no matter the difficulty or level, the survival rate is always the highest. And no one fails. This result has almost become a myth in the abyss world. There are rumors that the owner of this mobile store, Sue, is also a god. She always seems to be able to give some subtle hints to help players pass the dungeon when they are about to fail. Some people say it's true, some people say it's false, but it doesn't matter at all, whether it's true or not, it doesn't affect the image in the players' minds. After all, it's the first store in the Hell Dungeon, and no one can replace this position. Then it's B6038 and Baihe. Originally they were still competitors, but later, the gap between them became bigger and bigger, so big that there was no way to make up for it anyway. Especially after Suemo successfully and perfectly passed the serial dungeons, the winner and loser were determined. As for what contradictions and conflicts there were between B6038 and Baihe later, it didn't matter, because they had already lost. But because B6038 is a B-level system, it still has a chance to be downgraded and retained, so this failure will not have any impact on its life. Similarly, because it is going to be downgraded, it does not have the function of erasing the host. In other words, it has to continue to cooperate with Baihe. This person and system will continue to torture each other. In this regard, San expressed his blessing. Not only did he wish them a long and lasting relationship, he even wanted to run up to them and set off firecrackers to celebrate. At the same time, he was also extremely glad that Baihe had left, otherwise he would not have met his current host. Chapter 233 Beast World, the Messenger of the Beast God. In the jungle, a man in animal skin saw that he was looking for someone, and his eyes lit up. Orcs can't hide things, so a sentence came out directly. Hey, Flower Snake, I heard that a strange thing suddenly appeared in your place yesterday. Is this true? Flower Snake rolled his eyes, each holding a few small animals he had just caught. He was in a hurry to go back and put the things down, so he didn't have time to talk to him. If you want to know, go and see it yourself. The chief is not forbidding you to go. The man in animal skins was from the tiger tribe. The snake tribe and the tiger tribe have a good relationship, and they often interact with each other, and there is almost no grudge. So it is normal for them to go in and out of each other's tribes. As for the strange thing that the tiger said, Flower Snake was actually very curious, but the chief and the priest had not released the news yet, so they didn't dare to discuss it casually. Even he just took a look from a distance. Despite this, the news spread to all the tribes nearby. As long as they were not orcs who stayed indoors, they basically knew about this. A strange building appeared overnight at the central altar of the snake tribe next door. It is said that no matter how you look at this building, it looks a bit like the house in the legend. In fact, they don't have the concept of houses here. Everyone lives in caves, and only the orc priests with the highest status are qualified to live in the wooden houses that have been preserved from the past. But now a house suddenly appeared. What's the situation? And it is said that this house has destroyed the altar. Is it a punishment from the beast god? You know, the orcs' belief is the beast god. As long as they are involved in things related to the beast god, they will be extremely fanatical. It is conceivable that the altar for worshipping the beast god holds a high status in their hearts. The same reasoning applies. The altar collapsed, And for them, it was no different from the sky falling. So they understood this as a punishment from the beast god after he was angry. And there was nothing wrong with that. But the problem was that they saw a person in the punishment from the beast god. Since they saw a person, they could not help but start to wonder whether this was a punishment from the beast god or a trap and revenge from the enemy. Mission details: time and space. Beast world playing goal. Reach 1 million reputation only in level mode. 1 million bone teeth unfinished initial resources. Grocery store *1. Commodity exchange voucher *3. Bone teeth *100. This plane is the same as the apocalypse plane. And Suemo chose them herself. But the only thing she didn't choose was the location where the grocery store landed. If she could choose, she would never choose a location that would destroy other people's beliefs. San, guilty. Dare not speak. For these orcs, this is no different from destroying other people's family ancestral halls and the ancestral tablets. Suemo pulled the corner of her mouth, looking at the ruins outside the door in silence, thinking about how she should fool the matter. Fortunately, she and San came at night, and did not attract too many people's attention. If it was in broad daylight, I'm afraid my life would be in danger. But the night is not long, and it will soon be daytime. Suemo stayed up all night, and finally thought of a reason to deceive the beast. Ahem. To explain. A new day. The chief of the snake tribe got up early, as usual, to pray. He took the offerings he had carefully prepared and came to the altar. Altar? Where is the altar of my snake tribe? The chief of the snake tribe stared at the scene in front of him in amazement. He stretched out a trembling hand and pointed in the direction of the altar in disbelief. The original altar had become a ruin. And where the altar should have been, there stood a house that was very similar to the place where the priest lived. Even if he did not have the ability to identify houses, he could see that this house seemed to be much better than the priest's. But that was not the point. The point was that his snake tribe's altar was gone. What did this mean? Will their snake tribe be abandoned by the beast god? Just as he was surprised, many other orcs in the tribe woke up one after another. They also saw the mess in the center of the tribe. Just when they didn't understand what was going on, they saw a female walking out of the house. This was a completely unfamiliar face. She was also a mysterious person, because the clothes she wore were completely different from their own. Look at her silk dress, and then look down at his simple animal skin clothes. They had been dressed like this since they were young, and they had never felt anything wrong. But after seeing her clothes, they felt a little embarrassed. Where is the priest? They heard a cold and ethereal voice, and they felt a sense of awe for no reason. Even the chieftain had completely forgotten the various thoughts that had just occurred to him. His first reaction was to listen to what she said. The priest should still be resting. One of the orcs answered subconsciously, and then froze for a moment. He didn't know why he had to answer. A few days ago, a wave of beasts invaded their place. In order to help everyone resist the beasts, the priest was said to have wasted a lot of the power of the beast god. This also caused the priest to be very tired during this period and needed a lot of time to rest. As the most respected person in the tribe, besides the beast god, the priest was originally the most respected person. And now she has become so weak to save everyone, so ordinary orcs will not disturb her unless there is an emergency. Even the chieftain will not disturb the priest's rest at will. But what does this strange female in front of him want to do when she suddenly mentions the priest? Does she want to see the priest? Originally they were just suspicious, but after hearing what Suemo said next, the suspicion became a reality. I see. Suemo glanced at the snake orcs present, and continued, I am the messenger of the beast god, conveying the order of the beast god. Since the priest is not here, I will wait for the priest here. As he spoke, the orc saw the female, who claimed to be the messenger of the beast god, walk into this strange house. As the door closed, they lost their vision inside. Chief, what are we doing? Don't ask. Let the green snake send someone to guard here, and no one else is allowed to enter without permission. The chief of the snake tribe didn't know what he thought of, and he directly ordered to make arrangements. Let another orc guard the door of the priest, and when the priest wakes up, come and inform me. Chapter 234 Beast World. The deception went smoothly. Ahem, host. Is it really okay for you to pretend to be the messenger of the beast god? San did not expect that her host would be so bold. No, it seems that she has always been very brave. Otherwise, she would not have dared to provoke the abyss in the previous plane, and even participated in the serial dungeons. It should be surprised why the host knew about the beast god. The beast god does exist, but it basically does not care about worldly affairs. And the beast god messenger that Suemo mentioned does exist. Whenever the orcs encounter a disaster, the beast god may send messengers to help them overcome the difficulties for a short period of time. It's just that it was hundreds of years ago since the last time the beast god sent messengers. Even though the orcs of these generations have never seen the orc messengers, who only exist in legends, they still did not give up their worship of the beast god. It can only be said that Suemo came at a coincidence. She just happened to catch up with the end of a wave of beast tides. In addition, his attitude pretending was in place. And the tribe leader had heard the old team leader and the priest talk about the beast god messenger. Under the influence of many factors, the tribe leader did not doubt Sumo's identity too much. Not only did he not doubt it, but he also believed it a little. Otherwise, he would not have asked the tribe members to wait for the priest to get up, just to discuss the messenger with the priest. If it were not for his sense of responsibility as a tribe leader that required him to stay alert, he would probably have started to get close to Suemo by now. Suemo rolled his eyes. It's as if I want to pretend. I smashed the altar. If I don't give an explanation, I guess they will dare to rush up and tear down the grocery store. The orcs respect their beliefs very much. They can even sacrifice their lives to protect their beliefs. It is conceivable that if she did not solve this problem well, what would happen next? However, Sumo's words were a bit exaggerated. After all, Xiao Hei was invincible. And no matter how many people there were, they could not beat him. But sometimes force cannot solve all problems. She came here to sell things, not to compete. If the two sides really fought, and they became incompatible, then she would not be able to sell things. After Suemo finished speaking, it was San San's turn to reflect. It clearly remembered that the landing point it had chosen was in the forest. How did it become the altar of the snake tribe? Just when it was about to start checking whether there was a problem with its data, it was interrupted by the movement outside the door. It should be the priest. Suemo waved his hand, and Xiao Hei walked to the door and opened it. The chief of the snake tribe was stunned when he saw Xiao Hei. He clearly remembered that he saw a female before. How come it suddenly became a male now? And a male dressed so strangely. His whole body was covered by a black cloak, revealing only a pair of calm eyes. Although he couldn't see his appearance, both the chief and the priest could feel an inexplicable pressure from this male. This made them feel fear and terror, and also a little awe. Suemo looked up and saw two people standing at the door. One was the chief of the snake tribe. I had just met him before. I think the other old woman should be the priest of the snake tribe. The position of priest is not for everyone. Their duty is to help the tribe communicate with the beast god and convey the instructions of the beast god. Whenever a messenger comes, the priests are responsible for receiving him. This is why Suemo did not look for the tribe leader, but specifically looked for the priest to communicate. The status of the tribe leader is far inferior to that of the priest. One is leadership, and the other is faith. Orcs can disobey orders and have no tribe, but they must not be without faith. And every priest will choose his next successor at the end of his life. And before that, they will look for a suitable successor and patiently train him first. If there is no orc in the tribe who has the conditions to become a priest, until the previous priest dies, then it means that the tribe will lose the inheritance of priests forever. The snake tribe is lucky. Although this old woman is one of the few who are weaker among all the priests, they still have the inheritance. Unlike some tribes, they lost their priests early, and even lost the ability to communicate with the beast god. The old priest looked at Suemo with cloudy eyes. I don't know what she saw, but she suddenly shook off the support of the tribe leader and pretended to kneel down. The tribe leader's first reaction was to pull her, but then he seemed to think of something, and prepared to kneel down with the old priest. Suemo knew what they were thinking, but she knew that she was fake, and, even if she was not fake, she couldn't let them kneel down. They believed in the beast god, not the messenger, and it was not advisable to take advantage of the power of the tiger. Xiao Hei. Suemo made way, and signaled Xiao Hei to help them up quickly. Xiao Hei flashed past, and forcibly supported the two people, let alone kneeling. The two of them couldn't move at all. I am not the beast god, it is not appropriate for you to kneel before me. After saying this, the old priest nodded. Her voice was a little hoarse. I don't know if it was originally like this, or because of her poor health. The messenger has come from afar, and you have worked hard. I wonder what instructions the beast god has. After hearing the old priest's words, Suemo knew that she should have passed her test. She did not care about the old priest's test, which was not only a very normal thing, but also proved that the old priest was a smart person. Talking with smart people will always go more smoothly. So Sumo brought out the set of rhetoric that she had thought of before. She was an envoy sent by the beast god, mainly to help the beast men improve their living conditions and living environment. And the way to improve is that they use bones and teeth to buy things here. The things here are all prepared by the beast god for them, which can not only help them eat and wear warm clothes, but also help them overcome future difficulties. Although this set of rhetoric still has many loopholes after careful consideration, but because the tribe leader and the priest have already believed in Sumo's identity, the explanation was relatively smooth. Future difficulties? I wonder what the messenger is talking about. The priest herself has the three abilities of communication, foreknowledge, and protection. Communication is to communicate with the beast god, foreknowledge is to predict future disasters, and protection is to protect the tribe. Although she has these abilities, because she is old, in poor health, and relatively weak, so all she can do is protection and extremely unstable foreknowledge. Now that she suddenly heard Sumo's words, she wanted to know what these difficulties were. For example, the severe winter, the scorching summer, the beast hide from the jungle. Chapter 235 Beast World, Full Unlock Mode. After dealing with the two people with the highest status in the tribe, Sumo was considered successful, and settled down safely here. Before, because her identity was not confirmed, the tribe leader had the tribe members surround this place to protect everyone. But now that her identity has been confirmed, there is no need to surround this place again. Besides, Sumo was counting on them to buy things. If it was really surrounded, how could she do business? So that afternoon, the people of the snake tribe saw a fellow tribe member who was responsible for delivering messages, and the tribe began to explain and introduce to them about the strange house they saw in the morning. The chief said it, "That's the messenger of the god of beasts. She won't harm us." Really? Didn't they say the messenger hasn't appeared for 100 years? Hiss, this is the identity confirmed by the priest. How can you question it? Oh my god. God of beasts, please forgive my ignorance, thank you for not forgetting us. From here, we can see the difference in status between the chief and the priest in the hearts of the orcs. Although they trust their chief, they still have doubts and questions. If it is confirmed by the priest, they will truly believe it completely. After knowing that the messenger has come, the people of the snake tribe fell into a carnival. How can they not be surprised? The orcs, haven't seen the messenger for 100 years. Just when they thought they were abandoned by the god of beasts, they saw hope again. And hope still comes to their tribe. This is the key point. Does this mean that among all the tribes, the beast god is more optimistic about their snake tribe? If this matter is spread out, the snake tribe will be able to hold their heads high and start showing off in front of all the tribes. Sumo, the truth is that the system data is disordered, which caused the grocery store to land in the wrong place. Anyway, they don't know the truth, they can think whatever they want. But there is one thing that needs to be corrected. This is something Sumo had communicated with the priest and the chief in advance. How can you be so selfish? The messenger has come, and he must be here to take care of all tribes, not just our snake tribe. Understand? Sumo's biggest worry is that the snake tribe will regard the grocery store as their private property. Because he came to their tribe, they thought that the grocery store was a gift from the beast god to their snake tribe alone. In order to prevent the explanation from being unclear later, she specifically explained in advance that she was here to help the orcs of the whole world, not just the snake tribe. To this, the old priest agreed very much. Perhaps it was because of this idea that she believed in Sumo's identity even more. Because the beast god is the god of the orcs of the entire continent, not the god of their small snake tribe. Even if it bestows blessings, it will definitely take care of the entire orc society, not their tribe. Only such a broad-minded beast god, who cares for all his people, is worthy of their faith and worship. If not, although the old priest would not doubt Sumo's identity, he would doubt the purpose of the beast god's doing so. He would doubt why it favors the snake tribe so much. You know, favoritism is a double-edged sword. Today's incident has caused a big stir, and the news has already spread. In a few days, the news that the beast god's messenger descended on the beast world and appeared in the snake tribe will spread all over the neighborhood. If the messenger only takes care of the snake tribe, then other tribes will be dissatisfied. At first, they may think that they are not doing well enough, so the beast god does not see them. Once time passes, the snake tribe will become the target of all tribes. Of course, there may be even worse situations. People from other tribes will leave their faith. Since you, the beast god, are not going to care about our life or death, then there is no need for us to believe in and worship you. Either no one has it, or everyone has it. But none of the above situations will happen, because Sumo has killed this matter in the bud. She directly stated that the arrival of the grocery store is for the public. Any tribe that believes in the beast god can come to buy things. At first, the snake tribe leader did not think as much as the old priest, and felt a little unbalanced in his heart. But this imbalance does not need Sumo to explain it all. The old priest will naturally find the tribe leader to explain it clearly. After explaining it clearly, the snake tribe leader knew the importance of this matter. Not only did he arrange for people to spread the word in the tribe, telling them not to be too arrogant because the messenger had come to their snake tribe, he also took the initiative to ask Sumo if he needed to spread the news to other tribes. Sumo didn't expect that things would go even more smoothly than she thought, and the snake tribe leader was smarter and more cooperative than she thought. Since the publicity came for free, it would be better not to waste it. But she was not going to let the snake tribe suffer. She broke their altar, and the snake tribe had to spend a lot of effort to spread the word to various tribes, so she should give them some compensation. And this compensation, naturally, was the goods in the store. Since the end of the last plane, San unexpectedly found that he had unlocked a new function. It can now make the mall system of the grocery store the same as the last plane. And there is no need to unlock products according to levels. In other words, from the beginning, as long as there is money, Sumo can unlock all products. Although doing so will increase the cost of unlocking products. After all, because there is no level system of the grocery store, there will be no upgrade tasks. And there will be no product exchange coupons given after each upgrade. However, this mode has greater freedom, and you can exchange whatever you want. It will not be affected by the level of the grocery store. So San let the host choose whether to use the full unlock mode or the level mode. As expected, Sumo chose the full unlock mode. It's not because this mode is more free. It's just that the order of unlocking products in the level mode of this plane makes her a little dissatisfied. If the order is the same as the previous planes, if it is suitable, then she will definitely choose the level mode. After all, it saves money. After choosing the mode, Sumo can start exchanging goods. The 3 initial gift coupons remain unchanged. Before exchanging goods, Sumo also went to the snake tribe for a walk. Of course, she didn't go out during the day. Otherwise, with her current status, she might cause a sensation and onlookers in the entire tribe. When she just came here at the grocery store, that is, late at night, she had already gone out for a walk. The result of the walk was that she saw and understood the current living environment of the snake tribe, as well as what they need and lack the most. Chapter 236 Beast World. Is it possible? And the things she exchanged, I don't say how powerful or awesome, but they must be useful to them at this stage. Rope purchase price, 1 bone 2/bundle. Selling price, 3 bone T/bundle. Introduction, a strong bundle of rope, suitable for tying prey or heavy objects. Sickle purchase price, 3 bone T/bundle. Selling price, 10 bone T/bundle. Introduction, an ordinary sickle, very sharp, can be used to harvest plants. Knife purchase price, 3 bone T/bundle. Selling price, 10 bone T/bundle. Introduction, a sharp knife, suitable for cutting skin and meat, can also be used to attack wild beasts, but because the attack distance is too short, maybe the effect is not as good as the fists of the beast men. Chief the envoy, no, Boss Su said he has something to do with you. Originally, they were used to calling the envoy, but she had specifically said before, let them just call Boss Su. They didn't know what the 3 words meant. But since the messenger said so, they did it. It was just a name anyway. Okay, I'll go right over. The chief put down his work and hurried to the grocery store. At this time, the place was full of orcs. But no one dared to go in, for fear of disturbing the messenger. Although they knew that the door of this house was open for them, the chief had no time to care about them and walked straight into the grocery store. The orcs around were talking. Today, they really didn't even have the mind to go out hunting. Even the females who didn't like to go out were gathered here, in groups of 2 or 3, discussing in a low voice. In the grocery store, after the chief entered the door, he saw at a glance that there were many more things on the shelves that were originally empty. But he could only see a knife-like thing, and he didn't recognize the other 2. Messenger, are these what you said before? The things that the Lord Beast God prepared for us? Sumo nodded, and did not forget to correct his address when he spoke. These are the things that the Lord Beast God prepared. You can buy them with a corresponding number of bone teeth in the future. Bone teeth are actually the teeth of wild beasts. They seem to have no use. But they actually contain some power of the beast god. But they are very weak. Under normal circumstances, only priests can sense it. But now the priests are weaker than the previous generation. And they are so weak that they can't even sense the power of the beast god. However, these orcs also inexplicably know the importance of bone teeth. So the currency they are trading now happens to be bone teeth. But in most cases, they still barter. Moreover, the orcs are united, especially the same tribe. And everyone helps each other on weekdays. Occasionally, they would take some things from their neighbors. As long as they asked, everyone would agree. So in their minds, the trading consciousness was relatively weak. I understand. I will tell you, but what do these symbols mean? Symbols? Where did the symbols come from? Suemo was stunned. It was rare that she didn't change her mind quickly. Only San-san's brain circuit was unusually the same as the tribe leaders. San-san, host, do you think it is possible that these orcs are illiterate and don't recognize numbers? Suemo? Suemo. She seemed to have really never thought about this question. It seems that San-san is right. These orcs really don't recognize numbers and Chinese characters. So she could only explain the functions of these three items to the tribe leader while discussing this issue with San-san in her heart. Do they have a common language? It seems not. But they can count. Just not Arabic numerals. To put it simply, they can't understand. But they can count 1, 2, 3, 4. Arabic numerals and Chinese characters are probably like foreign languages to Chinese people. They don't understand what they mean. They just think they are a bunch of messy symbols. But as long as they can count, it's fine. Otherwise, Suemo couldn't imagine that she would have to teach them what 1, 2, 3, 4 bone teeth meant. It doesn't matter if they can't understand the characters. At most, it will be a little troublesome. She will explain it herself. In the later stage, as long as everyone is familiar with it, they will take the initiative to explain it to other orcs. Of course, it would be best to find another shopping guide, just like Tangyin and Tanghe before, to help me manage the store and explain the function of each product to everyone, so that I can be more relaxed. Speaking of Tangyin and Tanghe, Suemo really missed them a little, but she was not worried about them. After all, both children have superpowers, and one of them has dual superpowers, and she left something for them, and Qinlin would take care of them. Thinking of this, Sumo's idea of taking in another child laborer became more and more obvious. However, this possibility should not be great, because the orcs value the cubs very much. But this is a matter for the future. After spending some time to explain to the tribe leader, Suemo found that the tribe leader did not have any obvious fluctuations. But this is normal. After all, they have not used these things yet. But the description is still too thin. After all, they are orcs. Because of the different lifestyle and living environment, their thinking is different from that of humans. Only after they have used them, they will know whether they are good or not. This is compensation for the damage to the altar. Suemo gave him 2 of each item. That is, 2 bundles of ropes, 2 sickles and 2 knives. Although the chief could not understand the function of these things for the time being, he also knew that they were given by the beast god and the messenger. He was embarrassed to accept them at first, saying that he would exchange them for bones and teeth. But he was finally persuaded by Suemo. So the snake tribe outside saw that when their chief walked in, he had nothing in his hands. But when he came out, he had things in both hands. According to Sumo's explanation, the chief distributed the sickles to the females in the tribe, and asked them to use them when they went out to collect fruits. The knives were given to the warriors in the tribe, and they were asked to take them out to hunt. As for the rope, they were also given to them. The orcs who got the things trembled with their hands. Let alone using them, they almost worshipped them. It was only after the tribe leader persuaded them that they prepared to take these items out to work tomorrow. Qing, what is that in your hand? A female looked at a strange tool in Qing's basket curiously. The tribe leader gave the sickle in private yesterday, so no one knew about it. They thought those things were given to the village chief by the messenger. Qing smiled gently, then pointed to the sickle in the basket and explained, "This is what the tribe leader gave me yesterday. It seems to be called sickle." Ah, the tribe leader gave it? Where did the tribe leader get this thing? Chapter 237 Beast World. Scythe is a good thing. Qing was stunned for a moment. In fact, she was not very clear. But I heard that the chieftain seemed to have taken a lot of things from the messenger yesterday, and this seemed to be taken from the messenger. However, before she could explain, another sharp-eyed female recognized the thing in her hand. I have seen this. It seems to be given by the messenger to the chieftain. Given by the messenger? Isn't that what the beast god gave? A group of people chattered, and they all said that 3 women make a show. In the world of orcs, females are almost the same as women. They are all members of this gathering team, and their usual task is to pick fruits around the jungle, or pick up recognizable mushrooms on the ground as food. There are 3 gathering teams in the snake tribe, but only 2 teams go out every day, and the 3rd team is specially for rest and shift. And Ching is the captain of this gathering team. Seeing that everyone's attention was focused on the sickle, and no one was focusing on collecting, she couldn't help but frown. Okay, I'll show you how to use this sickle. If you think it's useful, you can also bring your bones and teeth to the messenger's grocery store to exchange for it. Winter will come in a month or 2, and they have to take this opportunity to collect more food. They can't waste time. Otherwise, they won't be able to collect food in winter, and orcs will starve to death again this year. Ching had received instructions from the tribe leader before she came, to demonstrate to everyone, so as not to let everyone down. So she took the sickle and tried it several times yesterday. It's just that she always feels a little awkward when holding it. But when she holds a bunch of fruits in one hand, the other hand finds the position very naturally. The hand holding the sickle exerts a little force, and the fruits that usually take them a lot of effort to pull off fall into her hands so easily. All the females looked at this scene in surprise. Even Ching, who had tried the sickle, was a little surprised. Ching, when did you become so strong? Oh my god, what did I see? I saw that Ching didn't seem to use much force just now, and the red fruits fell off. If we all have this sickle, then we won't have to be so tired every day in the future? This kind of fruit is called red fruit. It tastes sour and astringent, and it's not very delicious. Not only that, its branches are very strong, so the females who are not naturally strong have to pull for a long time to pull it off every time. This also leads to that every time after collecting the fruits, not only are their hands sore and tired, but also a lot of the fruits will be crushed by them. But as one of the few foods in the jungle that has a high yield, is non-toxic, and can fill the stomach, they have no better choice. On weekdays, these females can only collect a small basket of red fruits at most every day. But now it seems that with this sickle, they can save a lot of energy and time, and can also collect more red fruits. It seems that Ching is addicted to using the sickle. Holding the red fruits in her left hand, she holds the sickle in her right hand, and with a knife, bunches of fruits fall into her hands. In a short while, a basket is full. Ching was almost laughing. The females who were picking fruits beside her were also envious when they saw this. Do you want to try it too? Ching is not a selfish person. On the contrary, she is very generous and has a good personality. In the snake tribe, she has a good relationship with many people. This is why she became the leader of the collection team. Her own basket is already full, so she can just give the sickle to others to use. When the other females heard this, they nodded quickly. They all wanted to use it. Every time they pulled this branch, their hands hurt. Seeing that Ching could pick fruits without wasting her hands, how could they not want to try it? Then everyone try it. I will send it to each of you later. There are only a dozen females in a collection team, not many people. Ching took the sickle and walked to each female, handing them the sickle. She didn't want to watch them use it like a supervisor, after all. She wanted to pick more fruits to take back. But this was something the chief had given her after all. In theory, she could only use it. If it got broken or lost, it would be hard for her to deal with it. But they were all sisters in the same tribe. They were able to get together in the same gathering team and have been together for so long. So they must have a good relationship. So she couldn't bear to see them disappointed. At most, she would have to be in trouble. With this sickle, there was no need to rush for the fruits. Under Ching's arrangement, each female tried the sickle for about 5 minutes. The fastest female used these 5 minutes to cut 10 bunches of red fruits, plus 8 round, large and plump green fruits. Green fruit is similar to red fruit. It is also a fruit with a large yield, no poison, and can fill the stomach. But it is different from red fruit in that green fruit tastes sour and sweet, without astringency, and is much better than red fruit in both taste and texture. According to this statement, they should have collected more green fruit. But in fact, they mainly collected red fruit. Because green fruit is extremely easy to rot once it is picked. Even if it is well preserved, it can only be stored for 2 days at most. The taste and flavor of green fruit will be greatly lost after rotting. The water content will also be reduced, and it is easy to damage the body. But red fruit is different. The reason why they pull it off with the branches is that if the complete red fruit with branches is soaked in water, it can be stored for up to half a month. If the water is changed frequently, it can even be stored for a month. Not only that, they can also dry it. The dried red fruits can not only be eaten normally, but also be stored for 3 or 4 months. However, they don't taste very good, bitter and astringent. They can only be eaten to fill their stomachs, and they won't hurt their bodies. But it does torture their taste buds. But when there is really no food, they have to eat. At the end of the day, they spent 2/3 of the original time to complete the work that used to take half a day. If it weren't for the large number, they would not have time to process it, nor to eat it all, which might cause unnecessary waste. Otherwise, they might collect more red fruits. They are obviously addicted to using sickles. Not only Ching, but also another collection team led by he. After he used up the sickle, she also lent it to other females. So the two collection teams improved their work efficiency just because of 2 seemingly ordinary sickles. Chapter 238 Beast World. Boss Sue is a good person. When each of them returned to the tribe with a basket full of fruits, the people in the tribe were stunned. If I remember correctly, it should be a whole hour before their gathering team returns. Why did they come back so early today? Did they encounter any problems? Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but worry. But they were not blind, and they could see that the females in the 2 gathering teams were fine. With smiles on their faces, the baskets were full, and there were no signs of injury on their bodies. Wait, the baskets were full? Could it be that they came back so early today because they had already picked all the fruits? How is this possible? Because the male hunting team had not returned yet. For a while, there were only some old beast men in the tribe who did not need to go out to collect food, but only needed to help look after the cubs and do some easy work. In addition, there were some females who were resting today and did not need to go out to collect fruits. Although they didn't need to collect fruits, they still needed to dry the red fruits and change the water for the red fruits. Winter was coming soon, and they needed to prepare food reserves early. At this time, they all stopped their work and looked at the females who had returned from collecting. Ching, why did you come back so early today? Wow, so many red fruits. You actually picked so many green fruits? How did you do it? It's amazing. Great. We can eat green fruits today. No need to eat red fruits. Looking at the tribesmen and cubs who gathered around, Ching and his smiles did not diminish. The females in the gathering team took the green fruits in the basket and shared them with the youngsters in the tribe. Usually they need to collect red fruits, and they don't have much time to collect green fruits. Only when there are no wild animals to hunt in the jungle will they let the males go with them to collect fruits, and then they have time to pick some green fruits to take back. This also leads to that they rarely eat green fruits. Even if there are green fruits, they will be given priority to the youngsters because the youngsters have a sensitive taste and can't stand any strange taste. And these youngsters are also sensible. When they saw that their sister and mother had something to talk about, they took the initiative to help hold the basket. Then they took them to the stream to wash the fruits, and then soak them in water. For those who are too young to carry the basket, several children will carry the basket together and walk slowly. It's all thanks to the sickle. Yes, you don't know how useful this thing is. Just a scratch, the branches of the red fruit are broken. In just a short while, I picked more than a dozen bunches of fruit. If we can have more sickles, then we will definitely not be hungry this winter. Although the dried red fruit tastes bad, there are too many orcs who starved to death because of lack of food in previous years. And in order not to drag them down, the elderly orcs are usually the first to choose to go on a hunger strike. In contrast, as long as there is food to survive, it doesn't matter whether it tastes good or not. I don't know if the chief still has sickles. A female who was unable to participate in the collection today looked at the sickle in Ching He's hand with envy. Her eyes were shining. Will you ask the chief later? I also want a sickle. Hearing this, the people in the gathering team became proud. They are all orcs who have touched and used sickles today. The chief should not have any more. This is Ching's guess. If the chief still has sickles, it is impossible that he only gives one to her and he should give one to each member of the gathering team. After all, this thing will not grow fruit if it is kept, and it cannot be eaten. It still needs to be used to play its greatest role. Hearing Ching's words, the female sighed and felt a little regretful. He looked at Ching helplessly. Don't listen to her nonsense. The chief does not have any more. But this is what the chief got from Boss Sue. When they heard the 3 words Boss Sue, they didn't come back to their senses for a while. But when they remembered who these 3 words represented, the whole people began to get excited. You mean? The messenger still has some? Shh. Don't call the messenger. The messenger said. Call her Boss Sue. I think there should be some more there. Otherwise the tribe leader wouldn't let us take the bones and teeth there to exchange for things. The females nodded in confusion. But that being said, they still didn't dare to approach the grocery store casually. After all, it was something sent down by the beast god. They couldn't approach it casually. What Suemo didn't know was that since she had made up an identity for herself as the beast god's messenger, these beast men would bow 3 times in the direction of the grocery store every morning. This attitude was even more pious than before. Anyway, the altar was broken, and they had nothing to offer. It was the same to worship the messenger and the blessing from the beast god. However, their curiosity and desire still made them a little eager. Children, what are you doing here? The old and hoarse voice came, and all the females were startled, and then turned around and saluted the person behind them. Priest. That's right. The person who came was the old priest of the snake tribe. Originally, she should have rested in her room at this time. But I don't know if it was because of the messenger's arrival yesterday. She felt that her body was a lot more comfortable today. This feeling of being light all over and finally breathing was so comfortable. So she thought about going out for a walk and basking in the sun. Unexpectedly, she saw them gathered here, and she didn't know what they were talking about. The females looked at each other, and finally a female with a flower on her head, who was still young, spoke. Priestess, we want to go see Boss Sue. She repeated what they had just discussed. The female's name was Ya. She was the only one in the tribe who dared to call the old priest that. Her great-grandmother was a good friend of the old priest. After her great-grandmother and her husband died in the beast tide, their child, Ya's Amu, was raised by the old priest. Even when Ya was born, the old priest helped deliver the baby. Her family had a close relationship with the old priest, and it was inevitable that they had a good relationship. If it weren't for Ya's lack of talent, the old priest would have even wanted to choose her as his successor. After listening to Ya's explanation, the old priest nodded. Go and see if you want to. Boss Sue is a very good person. She will welcome you very much. With the old priest's affirmation, they finally mustered up their courage, and a group of people walked towards the direction of the former altar. Chapter 239 Beast World. Yellow Vines. And it wasn't just the females who found out that what the beast god had prepared was quite useful. The males in the hunting team, who went out with knives and ropes, were also very surprised. Wow! This knife is much sharper than the stone knives we sharpen ourselves. Hey! You have to be careful. This thing can easily cut your fingers. Don't worry. I have thick skin. It won't cut my grass. You're just a fool. I told you to be careful. You deserve it. An orc with a finger-sized wound on his hand looked at the knife in his hand depressedly. He really didn't expect that the knife was so sharp. You know, the stone knives they sharpened themselves couldn't even leave a red mark on his hand. Who would have thought that this seemingly insignificant little thing was so powerful that it directly cut his hand? Although the wound was only the size of a finger, coupled with the orc's super strong self-healing ability, it would have healed if it had been a few minutes later. But this is enough to show the power of this knife. The only pity is that it is too small, which is only suitable for cutting meat and skin for them, which can save them a lot of time. If they used to use their own stone knives to cut meat, it would really torture the beast. It would take half a day to cut without leaving a cut. The beasts in the jungle also have thick skins. It usually takes 4 or 5 male orcs several hours to deal with a whole big beast. Now with this sharp knife, they can deal with most of the beasts when hunting in the wild. Okay. We can go back to the tribe now. Lao Hua. How can we carry such a big pig beast back? We can carry it. How can we carry it back? It's not like we haven't carried it before. What? You think it's too heavy? Just kidding. How could I think it's too heavy? I'd be happy even if it was twice as heavy. This is food. No matter what the situation, it's impossible to think it's too much. Female orcs can eat fruits, but male orcs can't eat fruits all the time. Although fruits can make them full and not starve to death. Without meat to replenish energy, they will also feel weak and lose their fighting power. However, the pig beast is really big, and it's really inconvenient to carry it. Washi also knew that he was right, but they had no other choice. How about we pull some vines to tie them up? And then drag them back? This is what they did before to deal with small animals. Pull some strong vines, tie the rabbits and roe deer together, and then carry them back together. But how could the size and weight of a rabbit compare to that of a pig beast? One pig beast is probably worth hundreds of rabbits. You're overthinking. Where did such a strong vine come from? It's probably going to break after just 2 steps. The flower snake rolled his eyes. But, speaking of vines, he seemed to have remembered something. He took out 2 bundles of khaki vines from his backpack, and pulled them in his hands, then raised his head in surprise. You can try this. What he took out at this time was the rope that the tribe leader gave him along with a knife. When he started hunting, the rope was not used, so he forgot that such a thing existed. Until they mentioned the vine just now. If he remembered correctly, this rope seemed to be similar to the vine, but it was much stronger than the vine. He tried very hard but couldn't break it. If they tied it well, it seemed that they could drag the pig beast back. What is this? Where did the yellow vine come from? One of the orcs couldn't help but sigh when he saw the rope. He had only seen green vines, and had never seen yellow ones. The flower snake also knew that he had made a mistake, but he had made a mistake at the beginning, so it was not easy to laugh at him. He pulled the rope, patted his brother's shoulder. Hey, this is not a vine. This thing was also given by the tribe leader. It's called a rope. It is specially used to tie things. They didn't care whether it was a rope or not. The name was not important. What mattered was whether it worked or not. When they heard that this could be used as a vine, they didn't hesitate, and directly tied the pig beast's neck and 4 legs with the rope, in order to prevent the rope from breaking on the road. They also tied the vines they had found before. Although it may not be of any use, it is better than nothing. At the beginning, they were really worried that the rope would break. Not only did they walk slowly, but they had to look back from time to time. However, they had already walked 1/3 of the way, and except for a few broken vines, the rope seemed to be intact. So they walked forward with confidence. They successfully dragged a pig beast weighing more than 1,000 pounds back to the tribe. At this time, the sky was getting dark, but it still couldn't block everyone's sight. The people of the snake tribe could still see their tribal warriors, dragging a pig beast several times their size back to the tribe from the jungle. Such a big pig beast, if they eat sparingly, is enough for their entire tribe to eat for 10 days. If they eat it with fruits, it can even last for a month. This is really a pleasant surprise. However, they must get rid of this pig beast as soon as possible. Otherwise its meat will rot in a few days. Such a big pig beast. It must weigh more than 1,000 kilograms. We have enough food for a month here. If we add the fruits from the gathering team, we won't have to starve this winter. Not only will we not have to starve, but no orcs will starve to death. At this point, they are more and more convinced that this messenger is a big lucky star. Apart from anything else, such a big pig beast is very rare. Not to mention that the messenger also brought such a convenient thing as a sickle. For a moment, all the snake beast men were happy to have more food, but they were even more happy because of the arrival of the messenger. They might think this way in their hearts. If there were no messengers, they would not have sickles, and there would be no way to collect so many fruits so conveniently and quickly. Not only that, they would not encounter such a big pig beast. You know, pig beasts are extremely rare on weekdays. Not only because they are smart, but also extremely sensitive to danger. A little bit of movement will attract their attention. Not only that, pig beasts are very timid. The timid character makes them run away as long as they feel danger, which makes it even more difficult for them to hunt pig beasts. It can be said that they were lucky to catch such a big guy when they went out today. Chapter 240 Beast World. If I am wrong, don't show off your affection. Come on. Come on, give these to the females in the tribe to deal with. Let's divide this big one first. In addition to the pig beast, they also have a lot of small ones in their backpacks. However, the total amount of things in everyone's backpacks may not even be 1/10 of the pig beast. After all, the weather is gradually turning to winter now, and the animals also know that they need to hide in advance to prepare for hibernation, so unless you look for them deliberately, you won't find many small animals. Huh? Why isn't Sheen here? Neither is he. When they delivered the small animals, they unexpectedly found that not only Sheen and he were not here, but even the other females were not here. Originally, they wanted to feel a wave of admiration from the females. After all, they had made great contributions today. But when they returned to the tribe, oh no, except for some old beastmen and cubs, there was not a single female. This inevitably made them a little depressed. The desire to show off was extinguished in an instant. The old orc smiled and pointed in the direction of the altar. They all went to find Boss Sue. It is said that there is a good thing called a sickle there. The old orc explained what happened today in a few words, and then found that the males in front of him also began to get excited inexplicably. Let's go, Lao Hua, let's go and take a look. Yes, I happen to think this knife is also very useful. If possible, I also want to get one back. It will be more convenient to catch small animals in the future. According to the strength of the orcs in this world, this knife can even be used as a hidden weapon for them. With the skills of these orcs, their technique is probably comparable to that of Xiao Li's flying dagger. They can kill any of them with one throw. Then we'll deal with these things when we come back. It is indeed possible to get more sharp knives, so that it will be easier for them to dissect the bodies of these beasts. Otherwise, it will take a long time to deal with them each time, and they will get dirty and tired. After all, the meat of these beasts running around in the jungle all day is firm and hard, and it is really a waste of time to cut the meat and skin them. So they dragged the pig beast to the stream, and then a group of people simply cleaned the dust and blood on their bodies, and walked towards the grocery store. Halfway through, they saw the females of the tribe walking back, talking and laughing. Almost everyone in their hands was holding a curved knife, which looked a bit strange, but it was not difficult to guess that this should be the so-called sickle. When the two groups met, those who had already made a contract quickly found their partners, while the rest were young people who had not yet made a contract. They were clearly going to buy things, but now it was like a large-scale blind date. The single females and males looked at each other, and finally lowered their heads in shyness. Hey, are you going to see Boss Sue? He asked, pulling his partner's hand. The male was so excited to be held by his little female. Then, he looked at his brothers behind him, and saw that they all looked like they couldn't walk or speak when they met a female. They were really useless. It seems that we can only rely on him. His partner nodded. Today we got a 1,000-pound giant. We are going to buy some knives. These things are very sharp, just right for us to deal with things. Knife? He recalled. I vaguely remember that on the thing called the shelf, there was indeed a thing similar to the sickle in their hands. It was just straight, and it looked much sharper than the sickles in their hands. And it was scary at first glance. I did see something. It should be the knife you mentioned. But, he was a little embarrassed. But when we left, Boss Sue had already closed the shop. The sky in this plane gets dark late. They had been hunting outside for a day, and although it was bright now, it was already late. About 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening. Sue Emma was usually used to closing the shop at this time. The main reason was that she had just arrived and didn't understand the living habits of these orcs. She didn't know the working hours of the hunting and gathering teams in the tribe. So she saw that today's day was almost over, and there were no other orcs in the tribe except the group of females just now. So she thought that today was over. If she knew, she would definitely not mind opening the shop for more than 10 minutes. In the early stage, she hoped that these orcs would popularize these basic tools as soon as possible, which would also facilitate her subsequent plans and arrangements. His voice was not small, so other orcs also heard their conversation. After hearing that the door was closed, they couldn't help but feel a little regretful. I heard from Lao Mu that you also went to buy things? Since the door was closed and they couldn't buy things, they had no choice but to return home in disappointment. That's it. A sickle, which is also very sharp. But it shouldn't be as good as your knife. He smiled, and then told her partner that the efficiency of their collection team had greatly improved today. The orcs around were envious. On the one hand, he envied the females for buying sickles, while he could not buy a knife for the time being. On the other hand, he envied his partner. It really pissed him off. If they were wrong, please let the beast god punish them, instead of letting the young couple show off in front of them. Yes. Love. Okay. His partner took the sickle and tried it. It was indeed sharp. It could actually cut a hole in his hand. It just scratched the surface of the skin, and there was no blood. But this was already very powerful. If it was sharper, he might not dare to let he use it. It was too dangerous. The delicate females were not as thick-skinned as the males. With his strength on he could at least cut a big hole. Lend me this. I'll use it to cut pig meat. We'll have meat to eat tomorrow. Although it was not as good as a knife, it was better than a stone knife. According to the sharpness, it should save a lot of effort. Okay. He nodded and gave him the sickle in her hand. She just bought this sickle, and the one given by the tribe leader. she had already given to the leader of another gathering team, because the team she led would rest tomorrow, and they would not need the sickle. So there was no need to keep it. But this thing was really useful, and she wanted it very much. So she bought one with the bone teeth at home. Anyway, there were a lot of bone teeth at home, which were brought back by her partner when he hunted before. Most of the other females were in the same situation. They went to the grocery store this time and bought a total of 20 sickles. Chapter 241 Beast World, paying homage to Boss Sue. If Boss Sue hadn't run out of stock, they could still buy it. Now every household has no shortage of bone teeth, after all. They have more of them than they sell. Usually, whenever the males in the family go out hunting, they can bring back a lot of bone teeth. After hoarding them for so many years, they can only be used a little in the annual beast market. Now that they have the opportunity to exchange bone teeth for such a practical tool, they will naturally not miss this good opportunity. So other orcs followed suit. They could all borrow sickles from their relatives or partners. After a round, 12 of the 20 sickles were borrowed, and the remaining 8 were left in the hands of single females. So amid everyone's booing, the remaining 8 sickles were all borrowed by the shameless males. What Boss Sue didn't know was that, after a period of time after this incident, this sickle was also called the marriage knife by a group of orcs. Just because these 8 males and these 8 females finally got together and lived happily. At first, everyone thought it was just a coincidence. But later, no one thought it was a coincidence. So much so that later, whenever an orc pursued a partner, whether it was a female or a male, he would give a marriage knife as a token to bless the love between the partners. All the hardships and obstacles they encountered on the road would be cut off by the marriage knife. This also laid a strange foundation for Su Hongyang Mo. Of course, these are all later stories. The sickle now is really just an ordinary tool. The orcs who got the sickle went to the stream excitedly to attack the pig beast. The females were assigned tasks, some to deal with small animals, and the other to deal with the red fruits they collected in the morning. The old priest looked at everyone laughing, and her eyes were slightly red. I really hope that all orcs can live happily like this every day. But she knows that this is impossible. The severe winter, the scorching summer, the beast tide from the jungle. Sumo's words once again appeared in her mind. Although she was reluctant to admit it, this is the fact. Because the first winter is coming soon. All she can hope for now is that this Boss Sue, who came from nowhere, can really lead them orcs to survive these disasters safely. Because they brought back a big guy yesterday, the tribe leader said that a bonfire party will be held tonight. All male orcs will rest today. As for the females, they didn't want to rest. They just wanted to experience the sickle's function quickly, so the chief agreed to their request. He arranged for several males to protect them and help carry the baskets, of course. He also wanted to bring some couples together. So most of the males of the snake tribe stayed in the tribe to rest today, helped with some trivial things, or chopped some wood, to prepare for the bonfire party tonight. Some males needed to move some stones outside and build an altar. Although the messenger had already arrived, they still couldn't forget to worship the beast god instead. They needed to believe in the beast god more sincerely. Otherwise, what if the messenger runs away one day, in just 3 days? They have already gained a lot of benefits. If the messenger really disappears, they really don't know what to do. The females in the tribe, who did not go out to collect, are processing the red fruits they have recently collected. You know, the collection team went out to work today, which means that they will bring back a large number of red fruits in the evening. They must take advantage of the good weather recently, and quickly make all these red fruits into dried red fruits. The life of the snake tribe can be said to be happy and comfortable now. But other tribes are not like this. Take the nearest tiger tribe as an example. They have been itching for the past 2 days. Whenever they meet friends from the snake tribe, they can't help but want to ask a few questions. For example, what is going on at your altar? Did the beast god punish you? What is that thing in your hand? Why does it look so strange? The yellow vine I found there. Oh, this vine is quite strong. For questions like these, the people of the snake tribe can almost be said to be fully informed. Because they knew early on that this grocery store was not a blessing from the beast god to their snake tribe alone, but for the orcs of the entire continent. So they couldn't be selfish. Besides, it was an honor for them to experience the benefits of the things inside earlier than other tribes. If they were too greedy, the beast god would take back his things. It was precisely because of their enthusiastic attitude that people from other tribes became more curious and more envious. Even though they didn't know what a sickle, a rope, or a knife was, But they knew the beast god's messenger. He was the most trusted person around the beast god. He was also the one who hadn't landed on the beast god continent in 100 years. They were a little skeptical about this. After all, no matter how good the relationship was, tribes had their own beliefs. They also worshipped the beast god every day. But why did they land on the snake tribe? Did they do something wrong? Or were they not as good as the snake tribe? Questions like these appeared in their minds. It must be said that Sumo's previous expectations had happened now. However, because it was handled in time, this incident would not cause too serious consequences. Maybe it's because our snake tribe is in the middle of all the tribes? After all, the closer the location is to the middle, the easier it is for other tribes to come. If they landed in a remote tribe in a corner, they might not be able to find it. The people of other tribes were barely satisfied with the explanation of the snake tribe. What they didn't expect was that the surprise was far more than that. And the messenger said, the beast god asked her to take care of all the orcs, not just our snake tribe. Yes, the tribe leader also said, as long as the tribe is loyal to the beast god, you are welcome to come to our tribe to buy things at any time. Also, you must remember, don't call the messenger when you see her. The messenger asked us to call her boss Sue. After the popular science of the snake works, they understood the situation of the grocery store clearly. The people of other tribes became more and more excited as they listened, and they couldn't wait to go to the snake tribe to see the glory of the messenger and the beast god. It's just that they don't have money for the time being, that is. They don't have bones and teeth, and they still have their own work to do now. It's not just the snake tribe that is affected by winter. Other tribes also need to stock up on food. Chapter 242 Beast World, Beast Population Census. And the number of orcs in the snake tribe is relatively small, so their tribe can rest today, but those tribes with a large population cannot rest for a day. After all, everyone has been old neighbors for so many years, and the snake tribe knows the situation of the neighboring tribes. We are all orcs, and they want to help them more while ensuring that they have enough food. If you ask me, the females in your tribe can come to our tribe. Hey, what are you looking at? I have a partner. I'm talking to you about serious things. Let the people in your tribe's gathering team bring 10 bone teeth, and you can go to our tribe to buy something called a sickle. If you don't know it, you can ask the people in our tribe. Scythe? What is this? Seeing the curiosity in their eyes, the snake orc chuckled, and then took out a knife from his waist. Then, he quickly chopped at the trees around him. With a dull sound, a clear notch was cut on the tree trunk. In the process, a large area of shrubs was also shaved off. The orcs from other tribes stared at this scene in amazement. If they hadn't seen it clearly just now, they would have thought that he was holding a stone knife. But when they saw the real power of this thing, they would no longer think it was a stone knife. Unless you use extra force. A stone knife can't even cut ordinary shrubs, let alone leave such a deep mark on hardwood. Although this is also related to the orc's strong strength. But no matter how strong the orcs are, it is impossible to make such a mark with a blunt tool like a stone knife. This is a knife. Is it sharp enough? The price is also 10 bone teeth. If you want it, you can go buy it yourself. If you don't know the way, ask yourself. But I guess you can't buy it. After all, the people in their tribe also want to have a knife in their hands. If we go there at this time, I'm afraid they have already bought them all. But there should be a lot of sickles left. The females of their tribe bought a lot yesterday, so they won't buy too many today. The tiger tribe and the cattle tribe looked at each other, and even the thought of hunting disappeared, and ran back to the tribe. It seems that they should go back to pass on the news. It happened that the chief of the snake tribe also arranged for the orcs to go to the surrounding tribes yesterday to pass on the matter about the grocery store. According to the normal time, the chief of their tribe should have received this news, and made corresponding preparations. It can only be said that the orcs are too fanatical about their beliefs. This is the first time that Sumo has felt such a fast development speed except for the holographic plane. But the holographic plane has advanced technology and network technology that is extremely convenient for transmitting information. But the orc plane does not have it. But they still did it. In 3 days, they successfully promoted the grocery store. Looking at the snakes, tigers, bears and cows in the store, Sumo also saw what another animal world looks like. Although orcs are used to turning into human form, it is more convenient to work. But the beast form is their most comfortable form. As long as it does not affect business, Sumo does not mind them maintaining the beast form in the grocery store. Boss Sue, will there be more sickles tomorrow? A female spoke weakly. She looked at the messenger, who was obviously more beautiful than them. and she only felt longing and envy in her heart, without any other negative emotions. As a tribe with a large population, the food pressure in their tribe has always been very high. Not only the males are under great pressure, but the females are under even greater pressure, because it is difficult to catch wild beasts at this time. Their food still depends more on the fruits collected by females. They are not like the snake tribe, which has 3 collection teams, and can collect for 2 days, and rest for 1 day. The cattle tribe has only 5 collection teams in total, but the population is twice that of the snake tribe. A large population means greater food pressure. Therefore, they go out to collect fruits every day to meet their daily consumption. In addition, they also need to leave some as a reserve for future preparation. They can only rest after working for several days. Now they finally heard that the beast god messenger of the snake tribe came, and brought tools that can help them speed up the collection of fruits. How can they not be happy? But she was still late. When she came, the place was already full of people from other tribes, and the shelves were already empty. After these 2 days, Suimo has roughly understood the situation of this world. So she also understands what these orcs need most at the moment. There will be many sickles tomorrow, so you can go back and rest first. Anyway, the things have been sold out now, and there is no point for them to gather here. Orcs of keen hearing. Hearing what Boss Su said, all the orcs' faces became visibly happy. The orcs of the snake tribe are very enthusiastic. So enthusiastic that they will show everyone in the tribe how easy it is to use the sickle. The efficiency of work improved by the sickle is very obvious, which leads to more tribes wanting to own this magical tool. After all, none of them want their fellow tribesmen to starve to death in winter. But they are still a little worried. Worried that they can't buy sickles, because there are too many tribes and orcs here. But since the messenger said so, they can't stay here any longer. After they left, Suimo called Xiaohei and asked him to do something. Who is it? I am the messenger's follower, and I came to investigate the population information of the tribe under the order of the messenger. There are more than 500 orcs in the cattle tribe, and 100 of them are elderly orcs. I am the messenger's follower, and I came to investigate the population information of the tribe under the order of the messenger. There are more than 400 orcs in my tiger tribe, and among them, it took Xiaohei a night to visit all 9 tribes around the snake tribe. Normally, Suimo would only need to send them something like a questionnaire to fill out. But these orcs are literate. She had no choice but to ask Xiaohei to make the trip. Because of this, Suimo had already thought about it, and she would definitely find a way to let these orcs learn to read. Apart from anything else, at least they should be able to recognize numbers and basic commonly used characters. Based on the data provided by Xiaohei, Suimo arranged the future purchase volume of each item of goods. In fact, there are far more tribes in this plane than these. But even if they are far away, they have no way to come here for the time being. So Suimo plans to put it aside for now and arrange the surrounding tribes first. Although she has been here for 3 days, she has only been in business for 2 days. Chapter 243 Beast World, Sugar and Salt. In 2 days, she sold about 60 sickles, 50 knives, and 30 bundles of rope. She had a little more money, but not much, only a little over 1,000 bone teeth. And the 9 tribes nearby, plus the snake tribe, there were 10 tribes in total. The 10 tribes had more than 3,000 adult orcs who could work, more than 1,000 old orcs, and more than 2,000 cubs. With this data, Suimo had a rough idea in his mind. 1,000 bone teeth bought 100 bundles of rope, 200 sickles, 100 knives, which added up to exactly 1,000 bone teeth. The number of bone teeth on her body was instantly reduced to a fraction. Although this batch of sickles and knives was still a little less, at least it was enough for their 10 tribes. What's more, she would sell more sickles and knives in the next few days. After this batch of sickles and knives are sold tomorrow, she will have enough funds to unlock new products. The next day, people from other tribes came to the door of the snake tribe early in the morning, and the people of the snake tribe had already made way for them. Although they all knew that these orcs came to buy things from Boss Su, they still felt a little worried. After all, not everyone is willing to let people from other tribes enter and leave their tribe at will. This is no different from letting strangers enter and leave their homes at any time, and they have no way to refuse. It's okay in the short term, but in the long run, the people of the snake tribe will definitely be dissatisfied. After Suimo discovered this problem, before he had time to discuss a solution with the tribe leader, the tribe leader had already made arrangements. The caves of the snake tribe were distributed in an arc shape, and the location of the grocery store was in the middle of the arc. The tribe leader kept the right half of the cave, because the caves on the right were mostly inhabited by old beastmen and cubs who were not convenient to move around. The left half of the cave was abandoned by the snake tribe. In this way, only half of the arc was left. The grocery store would no longer be located in the inside of the snake tribe, but would become the doorstep store of the snake tribe. Later, they would find a few more caves on the cliff on the right for the people who moved out from the left to live in. Although this was a little troublesome, it would not easily cause any conflicts in the future. Moreover, the cave on the left was too close to the jungle, and it was very unsafe when the beast tide came. The snake tribe suffered a lot because of this. They actually wanted to move to another place a long time ago, but they had never been free. Now that the speed of collecting food has become faster, everyone has more free time to build a cave to live in. Although this is what the snake tribe was originally going to do, Suemo still asked Xiaohei to help them. With Xiaohei, they can build new caves much faster and more easily. So when people from other tribes come to the snake tribe, they can find that there seem to be fewer snake orcs in this area. Turning around, you can see that they all went to the right to build their own new caves. Most of the tribes that can come to the snake tribe to buy things so confidently and boldly are also friendly to the snake tribe. After seeing this scene, they also guessed what the snake tribe was going to do. The fact that the snake tribe selflessly opened the grocery store for them to buy things had already touched them. Although the beast god and the messenger meant to help all the orcs, the snake tribe could have been more selfish, satisfying themselves first, and then opening it up. And they could have used this opportunity to gain some benefits from other tribes. But they didn't do that. This operation really gave the snake tribe a lot of goodwill in front of other tribes. Sometimes, the unity of the orcs is not only limited to the same tribe. For example, the orcs from other tribes, after buying things, would also help as much as they could. For example, the ox tribe was born with great strength, and with one punch, a hole could be dug, and in a short while, half of the cave could be dug out. The leopard was fast, and could help throw all the stones on the ground outside. With the help of other tribes, the new cave of the snake tribe was built in just 2 days. And during these 2 days, the orcs from other tribes were also successfully equipped with brand new tools. Almost half of the females have a sickle. Even if they don't have a sickle, they can borrow one from their neighbors. Anyway, people don't go out to collect every day. The male orcs are also very smart. They use ropes and knives to make simple animal traps. After the traps are made, they are placed in places where certain small animals must pass, or at the entrance of the small animals' nests. Then put some mincemeat or fruit on them, and the small animals will take the bait. At the beginning, they were not familiar with it, and they might not catch one in a day. But later, everyone had mastered how to catch these small animals, and more small animals fell into their arms every day. Even if they were unlucky, they could still catch 2 or 3 rabbits, guinea pigs, or other small things. If they were lucky, they could catch 4 or 5, 7 or 8. Although they didn't have as much meat as the big guys like the pig beasts, it was better than nothing. And it was better than getting nothing every day. In just 2 or 3 days, they harvested the amount of food that would have taken a week to harvest in the past. This improvement was quite obvious. This obvious change also made the orcs excited and began to shed tears. With so much food, they finally didn't have to starve to death in the winter. They didn't have to watch their loved one starve to death in front of them. This scene was even more torturous than their own starvation. But now they didn't have to worry about it. Looking at the vines on the ground, and the red fruits on the green vines, their hearts were full of hope. The harvest in the past few days was much better than Suemo had expected. In a short period of time, she can earn more than 5,000 bone teeth. It must be said that these orcs are still very powerful. After having so many bone teeth, Suemo is also ready to unlock some new things for them to use. For example, white sugar. For example, salt. White sugar purchase price, 2 bone teeth/gene. Selling price, 5 bone teeth/gene. Introduction. The best white sugar can be used for seasoning, pickled food, even soaked in water for drinking. It is also very delicious. Salt purchase price, 2 bone teeth/gene. Selling price, 5 bone teeth/gene. Introduction. The best coarse salt, the most common seasoning, can be used to make food. No matter which plane these 2 seasonings were in before, they are well-known things. But this world is different. Orcs eat relatively coarse food, Eat fruits directly after washing them. Eat meat directly after boiling it in water. Chapter 244, Beast World, Dried Fruit and Jerky. It's not that they don't have a sense of taste, and they don't know that such food tastes bad. It's just that they are used to it, and no matter how bad it tastes, they can accept it. Since Sumo's goal is to improve the living conditions of the orcs, then the first thing is naturally to start with food. She exchanged white sugar so that the orcs can use white sugar to pickle fruits. Whether red or green, they can be pickled. The preserved fruits after pickling will last longer and taste better. The green fruit itself tastes good, so the most obvious improvement after pickling is to increase the shelf life. The sour red fruit will become sweet, and sour preserved fruit after pickling with white sugar, which tastes good and has a longer shelf life. White sugar is used to pickle fruits, so salt is naturally used to make dried meat. At this stage, the way orcs make dried meat is to cook it, and then put it directly in the sun to dry. Just like drying fruit. Sumo himself had never seen or eaten this strange meat jerky, and he didn't know whether this method was reliable or not. But just imagining it, he knew that it must taste bad, and it had no nutrition. He didn't know how the beastmen kept eating it. However, Sumo didn't know how to pickle meat jerky, nor did he know how to pickle preserved fruit. But it didn't matter, as long as San knew how to pickle meat jerky and preserved fruit. Sumo asked San to print the method of pickling meat jerky and preserved fruit into a paper version. Host. They can't read. It's useless for you to make a paper version. Sumo. I asked you to make a paper version, not a text version. Have you seen comics? The ones with pure patterns? San suddenly realized. The orcs just don't understand words. But they are not fools. If she draws each step in the form of a simple cartoon, they will definitely understand it. Moreover, even if there is something they don't understand, she can explain it. The combination of images and language explanations makes it easier to understand and remember. So this matter was decided, because it was the first time that this plane unlocked new products. The price was not expensive. It cost 100 bone teeth to unlock sugar, and 200 bone teeth to unlock salt. Now she still has nearly 5,000 bone teeth, which is enough for her to buy things. Although a lot of sickles and knives have been sold during this period. Perhaps because the orcs are relatively rough. These two tools that can be used all the time have become consumables in their hands. But it's not that they have to be replaced every day. In short, they have to be replaced every 3 to 5 days. Females are weak. But it's not that exaggerated. The consumption of sickles is still acceptable. The main consumption is the knife. And knives become blunt if they are used too much. They didn't have a whetstone either. Sumo wanted to get one. But the mall didn't have one. And she couldn't make one either. So the orcs had to buy new ones. Moreover, the sickles and knives that the 10 tribes currently had were just enough. And not enough for everyone. Therefore, Sumo couldn't stop buying these two things. Moreover, in recent days, the news about the grocery store seemed to have spread. And people from more distant tribes sent people to investigate the situation. After they found out that it was true, the sickles and knives would be in hot demand again. Regarding sugar and salt, Sumo plans to sell some of them first, because these things have a shelf life once they leave the grocery store, and the orcs don't have good storage conditions and space. So she still hopes that the orcs will buy as much as they need for the time being. Sumo doesn't know about other tribes, but she is relatively familiar with the situation of the snake tribe. According to the weight of 100 grams of sugar for 1 pound of fruit and 80 grams of salt for 1 pound of meat, Sumo prepared almost 300 kilograms of sugar and 300 kilograms of salt today. After conversion, 500 kilograms of fruit and 1,800 kilograms of meat can be pickled. Average to 10 tribes, that means the workload of pickling 300 kilograms of food per day. This amount is not much, but the orcs are pickling for the first time, so they are definitely not skilled, and their speed is not that fast, so this amount is actually about the same. It cost about 2,000 to purchase the goods, and Sumo still has more than 3,000 bones and teeth left. She thought about it, and spent another 300 bones and teeth to unlock a new product. Seasoning purchase price, 2 bone teeth/bottle. Sales price, 5 bone teeth/bottle. Introduction, a mysterious seasoning that is essential for cooking. With it, the deliciousness is doubled. This seasoning is quite special. It is not any single seasoning, not salt, not soy sauce, not chicken essence, not onion, ginger, garlic, etc. It is just a seasoning. You only need to put this seasoning, then the taste of the food will become very good, No need to add anything else. Suemo thought it was quite magical, so after unlocking it, he took a bottle to try it. I simply cooked some noodles, and then I didn't put anything else, only put this seasoning, and the taste of this noodle was inexplicably good. Moreover, the weight of this bottle is not small, even for the orcs with big appetites. One bottle should be enough for a while. They only need to pour out the blood when cooking the meat, and then add water, meat, and seasonings to the second pot, and then a bowl of delicious broth will be made. It is still very simple and convenient to think about, and it is just right for them, since the food is already so rich and diverse. Suemo simply unlocked the tableware. Tableware purchase price: 1 bone 2/set sales price, 3 bone T/set introduction, a complete set of tableware, including spoons, chopsticks, bowls, plates, knives, forks, etc. Unlocking the tableware also cost her 100 bone teeth, which is not a lot, and the price of tableware itself is also cheap. So Suemo bought a lot at one time. But what Suemo didn't expect was that she obviously just wanted to buy sugar and salt at the beginning. Who would have thought that 2 more items would be unlocked later? Is this the chain effect of the goods? Although many orcs no longer need to go to the grocery store to buy things, they still habitually go to the grocery store every morning to take a look and chat with the messenger. When leaving, they did not forget to bow to the grocery store. San, who had inexplicably obtained a lot of faith power, contacted the client with a guilty conscience. After knowing that the client did not care, he dared to absorb these powers boldly. And today was the same. The orcs came to the grocery store as usual, and unexpectedly found that the shelves that originally had only 3 items were filled with many things they did not recognize. 2 of them looked like white mud, but this mud seemed to be of poor quality, and they were all hardened together. They recognized the other tableware, after all. They also had bowls. Chapter 245, The World of Beasts, Enjoyment at the Level of Gods. It was just the bowls. They didn't recognize the other chopsticks and spoons. They only felt that the table knife looked familiar. It looked like a knife. And the seasoning, looking at the black jar, they didn't know what it was. Orcs are quite straightforward. As long as they have doubts, they will directly ask. For example, at this time, many orcs gathered around Boss Sue, listening to her explanation of what the 4 new things were. This is sugar and salt, one for pickling preserved fruit, and the other for pickling dried meat. After that, Suemo briefly explained the preserved fruit and dried meat, and then handed them the comics on the production methods of preserved fruit and dried meat printed by San. Orcs are still very smart, and the comics are very detailed, so they basically understand the general production steps. But understanding does not necessarily mean that you can do it. As we all know, the brain and hands are 2 parts of a person, and they have never been very coordinated. It's just that I don't know if it's because the orcs are born with this talent, so they not only understand it, but also know that they can do it. Although they are sure. They only bought a pound of sugar and a pound of salt at most, and they are only going to go back and try it. If they can do it, then they will continue to buy. And if they really can't, forget it. After all, these are all food. And the most important item for orcs is food, which cannot be wasted. Boss Sue, what are these 2 things? Is this a knife? An orc pointed to the seasonings and tableware on the shelf. Suemo had just unpacked a set of tableware, so she demonstrated to them how to use each tableware, except for chopsticks, which everyone was not used to. The other tableware was very convenient, and the beastmen around them quickly mastered how to use it. As for the seasoning, Suemo did not explain too much, and only asked them to buy some and add some when cooking meat, out of trust in the messenger. The beastmen also bought seasonings for face, and basically everyone bought 2 or 3 bottles. For families with many people, it was not too much to buy 5 bottles at a time. So when they entered the door, they had nothing in their hands, and when they left, they had a lot of things in their hands. Fortunately, they all came with baskets or backpacks, thinking that they would go out hunting or gathering directly after leaving. And it turned out that they could use them to carry these things now. He was famous for her ingenuity in the tribe, and she was first class at weaving baskets with bamboo strips and vines. So the females, who had sold salt and sugar, all came to her house with their own meat and fruits. Are you here to learn how to make preserved fruits and dried meat? He looked at the people outside the cave entrance in surprise. He obviously didn't expect so many people to come, although several females had come before. Yes, there are still many things I don't understand, and I'm afraid of getting the steps wrong and wasting food. I guess that he must have learned it. Look at the fruit in this bowl. It's exactly the same as what I saw at the messenger's place. I seem to have smelled the fragrance. I didn't expect this red fruit to be so tempting. A group of females who were on good terms chattered, while learning his method, gently breaking a hole in the red fruit, waiting for the juice inside to drain out. Sprinkle the corresponding amount of white sugar, and then pour a shallow layer of water. A self-created recipe required for the novel. Do not imitate in this way. The red fruit loses its moisture and becomes a little flat, and the white sugar on it is sprinkled all over the skin of the red fruit, looking like snowflakes. In the past, the orcs hated snow the most, because when they saw snow, they knew that winter was coming, and when winter came, it meant that some orcs would definitely die. But now it is different. They looked at the red fruit in the bowl that had become a little crystal clear, and their saliva began to secrete unconsciously. Because they were just learning, they didn't bring many red fruits, and the amount for making one bowl was enough. After soaking for an hour, they could take it under the sun to dry, just like drying dried fruit at ordinary times. After learning how to make preserved fruit, they started to deal with dried meat. In comparison, the method of making dried meat is relatively simple, and they finished it in a very fast time and speed. After the first batch of females learned how to make preserved fruits and dried meat, Suemo felt much more relaxed. She no longer needed to explain to the orcs how to make these things, because these orcs were embarrassed to disturb her. And now that people in their own tribe had learned it, they would naturally go to learn from their own tribe. People from other tribes, even if they didn't know how to make it, would come to the snake tribe to learn. But the orcs' habit made sure that their learning would not be in vain. So every time they came, they would bring some fruits, and after they finished learning, they would leave the fruits here. These fruits were regarded as tuition fees, although not much. But there was a small basket. The females of the snake tribe taught seriously, and the people from other tribes also learned seriously. Everyone had a good time, and they had a lot of fun. This atmosphere was completely invisible in previous years, because at this time of year in previous years, the small animals in the jungle hid, the hunting team's harvest was greatly reduced, and all the orcs would fall into a sense of crisis of having no food. But this year is different. The arrival of the messenger brought them sickles, knives and ropes. Although these tools look insignificant, they brought them great help. They used half a month to complete the food reserves that might not be completed in a month before. Not only that, they also used sugar and salt to make food that was more delicious than the ordinary dried meat and dried fruit before. Under normal circumstances, the red fruit needs to be dried for about 3 days before it can be harvested. But because the juice of the red fruit has been released a lot during the pickling process, the red fruit now basically only needs to be dried for about a day and a half. If the weather is good enough, it can even be harvested in just 1 day. God knows how excited these females were when they harvested their first batch of preserved fruits. Sweet and sour taste, elastic and tough texture, this is even more delicious than green fruit. A bite of preserved fruit, a piece of dried meat, and a bowl of broth with black seasoning, it is simply a heavenly enjoyment. And since the orcs learned to use tableware, they will never get upset because of dirty hands. Otherwise, according to their rough living habits in the past, even after hunting, it is common to go home and grab meat to eat. But now this situation will not happen at all, because everyone is used to using bowls, chopsticks and spoons. Even if the orcs are not used to using chopsticks, there are knives and forks to choose from. Chapter 246 Beast World, Warm Winter. In the blink of an eye, a month has passed, and in at most another month, the winter that has tortured the beastmen will come. But this year, no beastman is sad, on the contrary, they all have happy smiles on their faces. And this huge change is simply because they know that they have enough food. Although the meat reserves are still not particularly sufficient, there are a lot of preserved fruits. In the next week or so, when the male beastmen found that they could not catch small animals in the jungle with traps, they chose to give up directly. They took over the work of collecting, while the females only needed to make preserved fruits. With more manpower, the speed and efficiency of work will also be improved. What's more, males are strong and energetic, and they can bring back several times more fruits every day than females. If they were not a carnivorous race, otherwise, these fruits alone would be enough for them to spend the whole winter comfortably. Now that I think about it, I envy the rabbit tribe, the cow tribe, and the deer tribe next door, and even the cat tribe. The former are vegetarians, and the latter are omnivores. They only need fruits to maintain their body energy. They are not like them at all, and need to eat meat. If they don't eat meat for a long time, they will feel weak all over. However, the corresponding disadvantage is that The strength and power of these races are naturally weaker. But at least they are not likely to die in winter. From the red dried fruits that everyone despises to the preserved fruits that everyone loves, the difference between them is only a sugar. Now, in all the tribes around here, people have basically learned how to make preserved fruits and dried meat. Whether adults or children, they usually like to eat preserved fruits as snacks. Anyway, there is a lot of food now, so they are not afraid at all. Sumo has also made a lot of money during this period. And nearly 70% of the income comes from sugar, salt, and seasonings. It must be said that these orcs not only have strong learning ability, but also have strong ability to draw inferences from one example. They are not only able to cook meat soup now, they have also learned to use sugar and red or green fruits to make jam as dessert for children in the tribe. In addition, there is barbecue, which only requires meat, salt and seasoning. But the taste and texture are completely different from dried meat and meat soup. Some orcs have even invented red fruit soup. Put the washed red fruits directly into the water and boil them into a pot of red soup. Then add the boiled meat and seasonings. At first glance, it looks a bit like the tomato soup we had before. But the taste is a bit strange. And in the strangeness, it tastes inexplicably delicious. Although it's contradictory, it's okay as long as it tastes good. Sumo couldn't help but admire their creativity. Let's talk about the tribe leaders. This is definitely the most comfortable year since they became tribe leaders. It's not like the previous years, when they had to run around for food every day. And for some reason, each year is worse than the previous year. The number of orcs who starved to death last year was several times that of the previous years. They all thought that this winter would be even more difficult. But they didn't expect that the beast god would hear their prayers. It happened that during this period, the snake tribe also hurriedly rebuilt the altar. The location is right next to the grocery store, so there is no need to avoid it. They are all the beast god's things anyway, so there is no big problem to build them together. They don't mind, and the people from other tribes don't mind it even more. Not only do they not mind, when they pass by, they will also worship the beast god by the way. However, after all, it is not the altar of their own tribe, so they don't go in, and everyone worships the beast god outside. Such happy days did not last long, because soon, this world began to snow. It was just goose feathers and fine snow at the beginning, but in 3 days, the snow became heavier and heavier. The temperature outside also began to drop sharply. This temperature drop is different from the temperature drop in the Doomsday Plain. This is a normal winter temperature drop. Most of the beastmen do not have normal warm clothes, and they usually wear simple animal skin clothes. This kind of animal skin clothes is not warm at all, and at most it can only cover the body, especially in the cold winter. Even the beastmen with thick fur cannot withstand this temperature. At first, the orcs would come to the grocery store in the snow to buy things and check in every day. When the snow got heavier, Sumo saw that they really couldn't come. So he simply told everyone not to come. And the grocery store would wait until the weather was good before opening. Even though Sumo wore a thick cotton coat, as soon as he walked out of the grocery store with its own heating, he would feel the biting cold. This was at least a dozen degrees below zero. Normal humans would probably not survive for long without heating or other means of keeping warm. Only orcs with thick skin and fur that could keep warm could survive here. Moreover, these orcs have lived in such a harsh environment for so long. Naturally, they have their own set of coping methods. First of all, they have stored a lot of wood for winter heating. And they have also built a huge cave, which is big enough to accommodate the entire tribe. Here, they will either light a circle of small bonfires around, or a large bonfire in the middle. Then the entire tribe will gather here during the day, transform into their original form, and then warm up and rest. This is not only safe, but also can timely find out if there are any abnormalities in other tribesmen. Not only that, it can also save the consumption of fuel such as wood. Unlike previous years, they have prepared nearly 3 months of food this time. Although winter will last for 4 months, the snow is only serious in the first 2 months. From the 3rd month, they can go out. At the same time, fruit seedlings will grow in the jungle, and some edible plants that only appear in this season will also begin to grow. If you are lucky, you can even encounter small animals that are preparing to forage because of food shortages. In the past, they could only prepare 2 months of food at most, which just happened to end in the worst time of winter. At the same time, they would run out of ammunition and food. They had to go out to find food every day, and if they couldn't find it, they would starve. But because they were hungry, they had no strength, so they couldn't find food. This was undoubtedly a vicious cycle. Moreover, they had several years when they couldn't even save 2 months of food. And the situation at that time was undoubtedly more difficult. This year, the 3 months of food was enough for them to get through the most difficult period. And they could also have a surplus of food for 1 month as a reserve. In case of emergency. Chapter 247 Beast World, Spring. Because there is enough food, no one needs to be hungry, nor will they worry about not having food, so every orc is in a good mood every day. This year seems to be a very lucky year for them. The heavy snow only lasted for 1.5 months. At first, the orcs were still worried that this season was abnormal, and it might snow again in the future. But after staying at home for another week, looking at the sky and seeing no sign of snow at all, they dared to lift the animal's skin at the entrance of the cave, and walked out of the cave. After everyone went out, they looked at each other and smiled for no reason. As they laughed, they suddenly found that their faces were a little cold. They laughed because they found that their neighbors were actually fat. How could they not be fat? They ate and slept all day long, and they didn't have to go out to work, and they didn't have to save food, and they could eat as much as they wanted. Until now. Everyone's cave still has a pile of fruits and dried meat as high as 2 people. As for the tears on their faces, they were all shed for those old orcs, who voluntarily sacrificed their lives just to save them food. If they could work harder last year, then those old orcs wouldn't have to die? As long as they can live to this year, their lives will be better in the future. Because the messenger has come, the beast god has also seen them. And they will never go hungry again. People are rational, emotional, and easily moved by the scene. Even the orcs are no exception. They have obviously successfully read the entire winter. But everyone still cried together. After crying, it was over. Those things in the past were over. They would not forget. But there was no need to be sad about it and affect their mood. What they had to do was to live well every day after that. This was the most important thing. After 1.5 months of heavy snow, the orcs started their work again. At the same time, the grocery store opened its doors to welcome customers. Suemo looked at the snow outside and felt the temperature was even colder than when it snowed before. Melting snow was always colder than snowing. She thought about it, opened them all, and spent 100 bone teeth to unlock a broom. Because it was a daily necessity. It was not expensive, and only 1 bone tooth was needed. When the orcs came again, she asked them to buy brooms, and then sweep all the snow above the cave and in front of the cave. It would be best to sweep all the snow in the area belonging to the snake tribe. Although the orcs of the snake tribe did not know why the messenger asked them to do this, they still obeyed and did it. It is precisely because of their complete trust that no more orcs will get sick from overcold during the subsequent snow melting period. The orcs also felt the difference at the end of winter. In the past, many orcs would get sick and have fever during this period, and most of them were weak orc cubs. But this year was different. No one got sick. The most important thing is, they didn't know if it was their illusion, but they always felt that this winter was not as cold as usual. There must be a reason for everything. And this is a good thing. If they could know the reason, wouldn't they be able to prevent many orcs from dying from illness every winter? At first, they didn't figure out the reason, until someone saw the broom in the corner of the house. And they quickly thought of the instructions the messenger had given them before. Soon, some orcs went to ask about this matter. Suemo didn't know how to explain to them that melting snow absorbs heat and the temperature will drop. He could only tell them that if it snows in the future, they must clear all the snow before it melts. The orcs confirmed their thoughts, and they respected Boss Su even more. If they hadn't already regarded Suemo and the god of beasts as one, even if it was spring, Suemo would be able to see his own altar in the tribe. In fact, no one got sick this year. In addition to clearing the snow in advance, another reason was that the orcs had sufficient food reserves. Whether it was hunger, or the depressed mood derived from hunger, it would affect the body. As for the surrounding tribes, although they didn't sell brooms, nor did they clear the snow, the number of sick orcs was much less than before. This is the benefit of being full. In the blink of an eye, another month passed. The weather at this time had completely improved, and the temperature began to rise gradually. The orcs also fully resumed their work status. There are no red fruits or green fruits in the jungle in spring. These two kinds of fruits are plants that grow well only in summer and autumn. Without red and green fruits as the main food, the orcs will most likely go hungry. Although spring is the time when there are the most small animals, the hunting team can bring back many small animals every time they go out. and the amount of harvest is twice that of autumn. But these things are still not enough to eat. You should know that fruits generally account for about 70% of the total food, which is more than half. The remaining meat only accounted for 30%, even if it doubled. It would only be 60%, which was far from enough. So although there was no interference from heavy snow in spring, it was also the most difficult period. Winter and spring are the eternal nightmares of the beastmen. There are countless beastmen who die in these two seasons every year. Most of those who died in winter died of starvation and freezing, while those who died in spring died of starvation. Although the food reserves of the beastmen were good this year, it was only good, and they still needed to save money. Suemo also saw these phenomena. So she found a time, closed the store, and took the bodyguard to survey the terrain blocks nearby. When the beastmen saw her at first, they thought they were blinded. Until he rubbed his eyes desperately. He still found that he saw the messenger. And he knew it was true. Boss Sue, why did you come out suddenly? This season is more dangerous. If you have anything to do, just let us do it. Yes. There are many small animals, and big ones in this season. You never know when a big thing will emerge in the jungle. Although they all knew that Suemo was a messenger. Perhaps because her appearance was too deceptive. After leaving the grocery store, these orcs regarded her as an ordinary weak female. In their opinion, females have no way to deal with those ferocious beasts in spring. After all, even their male orcs have died in the claws of wild beasts. Suemo was not worried about her own safety. After all, Xiao He was there. However, the words of these orcs reminded her. Chapter 248, Beast World, Farming. She only thought about finding it herself, and forgot that she could ask the locals here directly. Is there any black or red muddy land nearby? It's best to be near a water source or an open space without too many impurities. The bigger the better. It can only be said that they are worthy of being locals. After all, they have lived here for more than 20 years, and they are familiar with the area. They can walk into their tribe even with their eyes closed. Almost at the moment when Suemo said these conditions, they thought of the answer. Yes, there are 3 places that meet the conditions you mentioned. Boss Sue. The first place is on the back of the cave, where the snake tribe lives. There is a huge lake, and the lake is surrounded by red mud. The land is full of a kind of fruit called sweet fruit. The taste of this fruit is, as its name suggests, sweet, similar to white sugar. It was one of the few foods they liked before. But the only drawback of this fruit is that it is not filling, and the yield is very low. In terms of the difficulty of preservation, it is even easier to rot than green fruit. This kind of thing can only be used as a snack at most, and it cannot be a staple food. The second place is just outside the jungle, and it is also a large open space. The soil there is black, and there is a circle of tung trees around it. Although they cannot eat the fruit of the tung tree, small animals like it. Therefore, as long as the tung fruit falls on that open space, there will be many small animals scrambling for food, and they often use this to hunt. The terrain here is quite flat, and because the tung tree is relatively strong in the plant world, other ordinary plants cannot grow here. This also led to the bare land. The first place was exactly where the snakes often wash fruits and clean meat. It was the stream opposite. There was a piece of black mud land beside the stream. They used to clean it up to place things. But now the snakes have moved to the right side, so that place is empty. They basically need water now, so they go to the lake at the back. Although it is a bit far, the advantage is that they can pick some sweet fruits while using water. Suemo got a general understanding of the situation, and then went to see these 3 places in person. After walking around outside for an afternoon, Suemo returned to the store, and then opened the mall. The reason why she went to so much trouble to find a piece of vacant land for a few days, basically any modern person can guess her idea. After all, farming. Everyone understands. Since you want to farm, you naturally have to find a good location. First of all, the land must be good. It doesn't matter whether it is black soil or red soil. These orcs didn't farm, and Suemo didn't expect them to recognize black soil and red soil. So she simply used color to distinguish them. According to the orcs before, there were 2 black soils and 1 red soil in these 3 plots of land. But when she looked at all 3 places one by one, she found that the red soil was real, and the 2 black soils had some problems. These 2 plots were fake black soils, although the soil was also quite fertile, but far less than the real black soil. The yield of a fake black soil was between red soil and real black soil. As for the 2 plots that Suemo went to see, One was of average quality, just slightly better than the red soil, and the other was of good quality, just a little worse than the real black soil. Now that the land has been found, Sumo began to unlock the things needed for farming. The most important things for farming are nothing more than two things. One is tools, and the other is seeds. Agricultural tools purchase price, 2 bone T/set sales price, 5 bone T/set introduction, a complete set of agricultural tools, including hoes, kettles, rakes and other tools. Plant seeds purchase price, 5 bone T/bag sales price, 15 bone T/bag introduction, a bag of ordinary plant seeds, which can grow many food or cash crops. Sumo originally only wanted to buy seeds of crops with high yields and fast growth such as potatoes and sweet potatoes. But it seemed that there were none in the mall. There was only this mixed seed in the mall. So she could only unlock this. However, the good thing is that the yield of the things grown from this seed is also not low. And the most important thing is that it is not picky about the environment. As long as there is no interference from external factors, it can basically grow normally. Resistant to cold and heat, drought and humidity. It can grow even in extremely harsh environments. The only drawback is that you don't know what can be grown, because it is random. She could only hope that these orcs are lucky enough to grow food. Sumo thought so while buying 300 bags of seeds, and then put them on the shelves in groups of 3. As for agricultural tools, because there are too many things in one set, they are all piled in the corner at the back to avoid affecting the internal space of the grocery store. Since knowing that there will be some new things in the grocery store from time to time, each tribe has planted spies in the grocery store. As long as there are some new things, they will report back in time. This time is no exception. When they see something brand new on the shelf, something they have never seen before, the first thing they do is to take out the bones and teeth on their bodies and buy a bag. Of course, there are too many agricultural tools, and they can't take them all away. So they didn't buy them for the time being. When they took a bag full of small round fruits of various colors, they couldn't help but become curious. They were just busy buying things and reporting back, but forgot to ask Boss Sue what it was. It was a mistake, but it didn't affect their pace. Anyway, no matter what it is, as long as it is something brought out by the messenger, it must be a good thing, and they will buy it. As for the people of the snake tribe, they don't have this problem now, because the grocery store is close. It is much more convenient for them to do anything, including in winter, when they have nothing to do. The messenger even specially sent them something called dictionary. This thing is mainly to teach them to learn characters. Sumo has had this idea for a long time. It is really uncomfortable to be in this plane where only she can make characters. So she decided to take advantage of the orcs' free time to let them learn basic characters quickly. There is nothing to do in winter, and this is the order of the messenger. So the people of the snake tribe are particularly attentive. In more than a month, they have learned most of the characters, but they can only recognize them and know how to read them. But they still can't write them. But this is enough, because the language of this world is the same as Chinese. They just don't know the characters. As long as they can recognize them, they can understand the meaning. Chapter 249 Beast World, Details. That is to say, they can now understand the text below the product. They looked at the introduction below the plant seeds, and were surprised to find that they could recognize all the text. This also proved that their time of more than a month was not in vain. They knew that this was a plant seed, and they knew that they could grow things. And they could grow food. Although they didn't know what cash crops meant, the fact that they could grow food was enough to make them happy. This must be something that the messenger discovered, that they were short of food, so he specially prepared it for them. But after the joy, their inner emotions turned into hesitation. Because they had tried to grow something before, but they failed every time. It was not that it could not grow, or it withered halfway through growing. It was as if they, the orcs, were born without the skill of farming. So they couldn't help but worry that they would fail this time. Boss Sue, we don't know how to grow things. He had transplanted red fruits before, but it was just a few days after he brought the fruits and shrubs home, and it completely withered. Even the unripe red fruits on top all fell to the ground. After that, he did not give up and tried several more times, but failed every time. This not only hit his self-confidence, but also caused many beastmen who had the same idea to give up. However, since Sumo already had the idea of farming, she would naturally teach them how to grow things, just like she did with making preserved fruits and dried meat before. So she handed them the planting manual she had prepared, similar to the previous one. It was all pictures. Simple, vivid, and easy to understand. The difference was that there were some simple text explanations on the pictures. This was no pressure for the snake orcs to read. After reading it, they were eager to try it. So the females of the snake tribe hurried back to their homes. Some to get the bones and teeth, and some to call the males at home. There were too many and too heavy agricultural tools for them to carry. This time should have been when the males were ready to go out hunting. But the females at home suddenly took them to the grocery store. Although they were curious, they didn't say anything, but just followed them obediently. Along the way, the females explained to them what happened. And at the same time, they had begun to imagine a future with plenty of food. Is it true that you can grow food? Hearing this, the female glared at him. You don't believe the messenger? No. 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 How could I not believe the messenger? The male shook his head quickly. You know, in the tribe now, everyone's trust in the messenger has almost exceeded that of the priest. He was just a little surprised. Once they knew that this was true, no one could calm down, as long as they could grow their own food. Even if it was just some vegetarian fruits, the pressure on them would be reduced a lot. Besides, because there were no fruits in the jungle at this time of year, the females were basically idle at home during the day. Occasionally, they would visit, chat, and clean the fur of tanned animals with their best friends. They were tired of doing these jobs. They actually wanted to go out hunting. But the natural disadvantages of females prevented them from doing so. Now they finally have their own job, and they can produce food. They are so happy. So the following scene appeared in the grocery store. The females of the snake tribe were frantically buying new products. A small bag whose contents were hard to see. The males were working hard to carry the various tools in the corner. They originally thought that the tools should not be light. But they did not expect that they were not heavy at all. They even felt that they were not as heavy as the prey they brought back every day. It was just that they were a little bigger. Not very convenient to carry. But for them, it was not a big deal. After some females found that the tools were not heavy, they also helped to carry a few. Suemo looked at this scene and nodded slightly with satisfaction. In fact, how could the various tools made of iron and would be light? Anyone who has done farm work knows this. It's just that the tools here are all special, made of light wood and light iron. The weight of these materials is just like their names. They are all light. A normal hoe weighs at least 3 to 5 pounds. But a hoe made of light wood and light iron weighs only half a pound. It can be said that even a 3-year-old child can pull it. The reason for using light wood and light iron is actually very simple. Because in the short term, the orcs who do farm work must be female. Farming can certainly grow food, but plants need time to grow. During this period of growth, the orcs can't just sit and wait, right? So male orcs still need to go out hunting. So the farm work falls on the females. The weight of 3 to 5 pounds is not particularly heavy, and females can handle it. But farming is a long-term job. Carrying a 3-pound object for a while, and swinging a 3-pound object all day long, there is definitely a difference. So Suemo specially found light farm tools to sell to them. Although the cost of light tools is higher, the profit is lower, but compared with the little profit that is given up, Suemo still thinks it is more important to let the orcs develop quickly and easily. These are just some very ordinary details, but if there are more details, the accumulation will also have a significant impact. Let's get back to the point. The abnormal behavior of these people in the snake tribe naturally attracted the attention of people from other tribes. So they couldn't help but step forward to ask. Although the orcs of the snake tribe were in a hurry to plant food, they still patiently answered them. Well, the other tribes also fell into madness. And those who went back to tip off before also brought the orcs of their own tribe and a large number of bones and teeth. In a blink of an eye, the plant seeds on the shelves and the agricultural tools in the corners were all gone. Suemo bought 200 sets of tools and 300 bags of seeds. But he didn't expect that they were all sold out within a short time after the store opened. Some tribes bought more. Some bought less. And there were even a few unlucky tribes that didn't have anything. Some of the orcs with bad tempers wanted to get angry, looking very irritable. But they were immediately pulled back by their fellow tribesmen. You are crazy. This is the place of the beast god and the messenger. The fellow tribesman didn't say anything, but just blinked wildly to hint at him. His eyelids were twitching, and the orc finally understood. What else can they do? So they could only leave with regret. Fortunately, the messenger also told them that there would be these 2 things tomorrow. And as long as they came early, they would definitely be able to buy them. Hearing this, they were relieved. Chapter 250 Beast World, Special Effect Seeds. But no matter what, they envy the people of the snake tribe the most. It is said that the one who is close to the water gets the moon first. They are no longer close to the water. They are simply living on the moon. They are the first to know what new things are. They are the first to buy them. They are the first to master the use of them. But the people of other tribes are just envious, no, and dare not have any other thoughts. The next situation is the same as before when Suimo sold sugar and salt, letting the beastmen learn to make preserved fruits and dried meat. As beastmen who have mastered the methods and skills of farming, the people of the snake tribe have once again ushered in the opportunity to be teachers. And the students are also very sensible, and they brought some gifts from home. They are not expensive things, but a little bit adds up. There are preserved fruits they pickled themselves, beautiful flowers and plants they accidentally encountered in the jungle, and some small animal skins, etc. They said they were studying. But in fact, they were just a group of tigers, bears, wolves, leopards and lions that changed into their original forms, squatting beside the farming site that Suimo had chosen for the snake tribe and watching. At first glance, they looked quite scary from a distance. After all, each of them was a ferocious beast in the jungle. Those who knew understood that they were studying, while those who didn't thought they were monitoring the work of the prisoners. On another piece of land, there were rabbits, cats, cows and deer all around. Compared to the previous place, this place seemed much milder. Although the beastmen would not eat the beastmen even if they were in the food chain. In modern times, this would be just like cannibalism. However, the innate fear of their natural enemies still made them spontaneously split into two classes. What are you doing? Turning the soil, so that it will be easier to sow seeds later, and the seeds will be easier to break through the soil. Can this black soil really grow food? Bosu said, this is black soil, the best and most fertile soil. Planting here can increase the yield. So that's how it is. Questions and answers. The atmosphere is quite harmonious and warm. At this time, the females who are learning how to farm watched the actions of the people of the snake tribe without blinking, and almost took a small notebook to record it. They turned the soil, sowed seeds, and watered them skillfully. All the actions were done in one go. It was as if this was not their first time to farm, but they had been farming many times. More than 20 females worked together, and soon all the 3 plots of land found by Sumo were planted with seeds. The next step is to patiently wait for them to sprout and bear fruit. Of course, during this period, they can't be idle. They have to come and take a look from time to time, water them, pull out weeds, etc. After the people from other tribes finished their study, the first thing they did when they returned to their own tribe was to look for suitable land everywhere. As long as the land is well found, the farming efficiency can be said to be twice the result with half the effort. However, they could not tell the difference between red soil and black soil. So they started looking for red and black soil, just like when Suimo asked them. As long as they found the corresponding area and cleared the nearby gravel and weeds, it could be classified as a field. It must be said that the soil environment in the orc world is really unique. There are a total of 10 tribes nearby, and basically each tribe has at least 2 or 3 pieces of red soil and black soil. The most were from the rabbit tribe. They found 3 pieces of black land and 1 piece of red land. Not only that, 3 of the 4 pieces of land were near water sources, which undoubtedly greatly satisfied the conditions for the orcs to irrigate plants when they were farming. After finding the land, the tribes that bought seeds and farm tools began their farming career, while those who didn't buy them could only watch. Until the next day, the grocery store restocked, and the tribes that didn't buy anything waited here early in the morning. As soon as the store opened, they rushed in to buy things. After buying, they rushed back to their homes to start farming. The snake tribe had already started their second day of daily life, taking good care of crops. In this way, the hard-working orcs watched the small round seeds fall into the ground and then be covered by the soil. They repeated the work of the previous day day after day. Even if the land has been watered, weeded, and driven away, they will still walk back and forth several times. Basically, they have to come and check every once in a while, fearing that something unexpected has happened to the land, especially those fields at the edge of the jungle, which makes the beastmen very worried. You know, even at the edge of the jungle, there are many small animals and birds that will come to look for food. Plant seeds are the food of most birds or small animals. If it is daytime, they can watch, but at night, they still need to rest. so they can only pray that no other creatures will destroy their fields at night. After 5 days of fear and trepidation, the first batch of young shoots broke through the soil. The orcs looked at the small section of emerald green life with ecstasy, and their excitement was beyond words. They were so happy that they couldn't speak. What they didn't know was that this first batch of seeds was actually special seeds prepared by Sumo for them. The special seeds had the power of the beast god involved in the bone teeth, and the growth rate was 200% of the normal rate. In other words, the crops that originally took 30 days to grow only took 15 days for this first batch. Of course, the seeds after that were normal seeds. Otherwise, it would be a loss-making business. In order to make this batch of seeds, Sumo spent a lot of bone teeth. The reason for selling them, the accelerated seeds, was, on the one hand, to alleviate their food crisis, and on the other hand, to make the orcs full of confidence. Full of confidence in farming and planting crops. 30 days was still too long for them. With the first batch of publicity, they will definitely be more patient and confident in treating these crops. It is precisely because of the accelerated seeds that from the 5th day, that is, from the day the seeds germinated, these plants seemed to be running at double speed. And they changed every day. They were only as high as their calves the day before. But in the blink of an eye, they had reached their knees. The leaves on the plants also became more lush and thick. When they passed by, the orcs saw that although the crops in this field looked different, they were growing equally well. And their joy was beyond words. Even the male orcs, who had not participated in planting, could not help but marvel at the magic after seeing it. 10 days is not too long or too short. The crops belonging to the snake tribe grew quickly. Chapter 251 Beast World. Smart. Among the first batch of crops, the ones that are most familiar to the beast men are undoubtedly the red fruit and the green fruit. Because today is the harvest day, Sumo handed the store to Xiao Hei to look after, and she was going to come over to take a look. It was also a good thing that she came over to take a look, otherwise, it would be fine if these beast men thought tomatoes were red fruits, since tomatoes can be eaten anyway. But thinking round green peppers are green fruits. That's really not okay. So Sumo encountered another problem in this plane that is comparable to the beastmen's illiteracy. They don't recognize crops. Sumo, I just opened a grocery store. Why do I have to worry about these things? Sumo complained, while still having to popularize the knowledge about crops to these beast men. San. Comics about crops, I understand. Smart. She took a look at the land of the snake tribe, and picked out some of them, such as potatoes, sweet potatoes, tomatoes, cucumbers, peanuts, carrots, etc., which are easy to cook, or can be eaten raw, and told them. So on the second day, the snake tribe held another bonfire party. And they also invited people from other tribes. It was called a bonfire party, but in fact, Sumo instructed them to teach people from other tribes to recognize these crops. After all, the crops of people from other tribes were almost ripe at this time. When the snake tribe held a bonfire party, people from other tribes also brought their own products, but they didn't recognize them. The tribe was full of laughter, and everywhere was the sound of people exchanging their planting experiences. Sumo did not accept the invitation of the chief and the old priest. She did not attend the party this time. But she could see the orcs, because the place where they held the party was on the open space, not far from the grocery store. Originally, this place belonged to the snake tribe, but it was vacant after the move, leaving a particularly large area, which was just right for holding large-scale events. Even the orcs from 10 tribes could be accommodated. Sumo watched them teach each other, and felt more and more that it was right to let the snake orcs learn writing in winter. As a result, the workload was immediately reduced a lot. After the first batch of crops matured, in addition to edible crops, 2 fiber crops were produced. One was cotton, and the other was flax. The current function of these 2 crops is to make cloth, and then make clothes. Cotton clothes keep warm, so that even in winter, the orcs are not so easy to catch cold and get sick. They can even go out in winter. After all, orcs are not particularly afraid of cold, which can be seen from the fact that they can survive in the cold winter wearing only 2 pieces of cloth like animal coats and animal skirts. If they have special cotton clothes to keep warm, they may even be able to withstand the severe cold. However, the work of making clothes does not need to start for the time being, because the most urgent task is to grow food. And making clothes is not such a simple matter. They also need to learn how to extract fibers and extract cotton threads. Compared with what they have been taught before, these are still a bit troublesome and complicated. So Suemo asked them to collect all these crops at home and use them later. The orcs naturally followed her words. They carefully collected cotton and cut flax and kept them in their homes. Since the first planting was successful, the orcs were more motivated. Suemo doubled the stock of seeds, but they were all snatched away in a few seconds. This made her happy and surprised. She thought that these orcs had been spending money on shopping, and their bones and teeth should have been used up a long time ago. But she didn't expect that there were still so many. Until one day, she watched the snake tribe worship the beast god. 300 gene pig beasts, plus a 500 gene blue cow. Not to mention the cow. When the mouths of the 3 pig beasts were pried open, Suemo was really shocked for a moment. There were densely packed teeth inside, and she found that the pig beasts had 2 rows of teeth. Maybe this is why the orc's bones and teeth can withstand consumption. Just this pig beast, there must be hundreds of teeth. Not to mention the pig beast weighing more than 1,000 kilograms that they carried back last winter, which also had thousands of teeth. And bone teeth represent not only teeth, but also the horns of wild animals. For example, horns of cattle, deer horns, etc. These horns can be peeled off after the death of the animal, and a normal-sized horn can be ground into dozens of bone teeth. A cow has 2 horns, which also means hundreds of bone teeth. After seeing all this, Suemo found that he really didn't need to worry about their consumption at all. For the orcs, as long as the wild animals in the jungle are not extinct, then their bone teeth will be endless. The most difficult month before spring passed just like this. Now, no matter which tribe you go to, you can see orcs working hard in their own fields. It's just that now is always different from before. The 3 good pieces of land that belonged to the snake tribe before are now all owned by the tribe, and are no longer private. In fact, these lands were originally the land of the tribe. But no one knew how to farm before, so there was no more management. But now that everyone has learned to farm, the land has become a very important property. The chief of the snake tribe also reacted quickly, except for the output of the crops planted by the first 2 batches of females, which belonged to them. These 3 pieces of land will belong to the tribe in the future, and the orcs in the tribe who want to farm can choose a piece of land other than these 3 areas. The public land belonging to the tribe will have all its output put into the warehouse for emergency use. As for the land opened up by the tribe members themselves, the output will naturally belong to them. In terms of labor arrangements, the work content of public land is divided into groups. They have special records of which works, or which families are lazy. The food in the public warehouse will always be exchanged for the old with the new. When a new batch grows, the old batch will be distributed to other people in the tribe according to certain conditions, and the vacant space will be used to store new food. If there is a problem in someone's record, such as being lazy and not working, then he will not be able to get food, or can only get a small amount of food. All these rules were thought up by the chief of the snake tribe himself, although he also looked for the old priest in the middle. It was only out of respect for the old priest. In fact, the old priest did not provide much help. After all, in the final analysis, the old priest is just an orc with more beast god power. Chapter 252 Beast World, Living. She can communicate with the beast god and has her own special abilities. But that does not mean she has the ability to manage the tribe. When the snake clan chief was sorting and revising the regulations, he also asked Suemo for his opinion. Suemo was happy to see these orcs develop well. So after reading these regulations, while marveling at the management mind of the snake clan chief, he also pointed out some loopholes and gave suggestions for revision. So, in the history of the orc world, the first relatively complete regulation on land was born. Even though the land regulations later were varied, they were all deleted, modified and added based on this first land regulation. In later generations, this regulation, and the subsequent related other regulations, were all classified as the Messenger Regulation series, just because they all knew that the most important reason for the birth of this regulation was the messenger. Because of her arrival, the orcs could live so comfortably, having enough food and clothes, having a house to live in, being able to withstand the extreme heat and cold, being able to repel the tide of beasts. Of course, all these are things that will come later. The only condition that the beastmen now have to meet is to be full of food. But this point is the most important point. Ching, how come the potatoes in your house are so big? A female looked at Ching with envy, as she used tools to dig out potatoes that were as big as an adult male's fist from the soil. You know, there are potatoes at home, but each one is only half the size of the one in her hand. The smallest one needs 4 to equal the one in Ching's hand, When it comes to this, Ching is so proud. Apart from anything else. Just the point of how to grow potatoes. She definitely dares to claim to be the best. It's very simple. Crops need nutrients to grow. If you want to grow big potatoes, you have to clear away the other parts that snatch nutrients from the potatoes. Don't be picky. The potatoes here may not be the potatoes of the earthlings, Ching said, dragging a basket over. Because the beast men are now close to the situation of everyone farming. Everyone basically recognizes all the crops. Unless they are newly grown. They have never seen them. So this female recognized at a glance that the green leaves in this basket are actually potato leaves. Did you cut the potato leaves? She asked in surprise. But thinking about what Ching had just said, she didn't think there was any problem. Yes. Of course. Not all of them were cut. But all the parts with dense branches and leaves were cleared away. This part consumes the most nutrients. And the current crop growth cycle is 1 month. Occasionally 10 days or half a month longer. So she also specially set a time for her potatoes. This area is a field with a mixture of red soil and yellow soil, and it was also the location that Ching had specially chosen. If she hadn't been fast enough, she would have fenced it off early, otherwise it would have been snatched away by others. Because of the red soil, the crops in this area grow faster. Therefore, Ching came to clean the potato leaves every week. Generally, when she came to clean for the second time, the size of the potatoes was about the same as others that had grown for a month. After the third cleaning, the size would be a circle bigger, and the fourth time was exactly 1 month, so there was no need to clean the leaves, and it could be harvested directly. Of course, she has another piece of land. That piece of land is all yellow mud, so the fertility is average. If she has free time, she will clean it every 10 days. If she doesn't have time, she will clean it once every half a month. The female listened to her talk clearly, but she was confused. She didn't understand the theory, but she could understand the conclusion. Clean the potato leaves on time to ensure that the fruit has sufficient nutrients, so that better quality crops can be grown. No more talking. Do you have tomatoes at home? I'll exchange 2 potatoes with you. I want to eat beef stew with tomatoes tonight. She was not very lucky. Recently, the 2 batches of seeds failed to grow tomatoes. But she was an orc who liked tomatoes very much. So she could only exchange her own things with others every time. And her father happened to bring back a piece of beef yesterday. Thinking back to the taste of beef stew with tomatoes, her saliva was almost flowing. Okay, what do you want to exchange? I'll just give it to you. Just as a thank you for what you just taught me. The female thought she had learned some useful knowledge, and hurried back to her cave, and then picked up a basket of tomatoes. Although the tomatoes here were not big, there were 7 or 8 of them, enough for her to stew a big pot of beef. Ching was not polite, and did not force potatoes on her, but just invited her to have dinner at home tonight. The female had tasted the taste of beef stewed with tomatoes once before, which also made her a little greedy. Although she was embarrassed, she agreed. Such scenes appeared in almost every tribe. Since the popularization of farming, all orcs basically have a piece of farmland of their own. Because the seeds are random. If they don't grow what they want, they will exchange with their neighbors. If their items are not what others want, they will use bone teeth to buy them. Because of the existence of grocery stores, the orcs have become accustomed to using bone teeth to trade. The frequency of buying things with bone teeth has gradually become equal to barter. At this stage, unless they are familiar friends or neighbors, they basically use bone teeth to trade with strangers. Suemo did not expect that after learning to farm. The orcs also spontaneously learned the skill of trading. However, the development of the orcs is now moving in a good direction. Since they have solved the problem of food, Suemo should also consider unlocking some new products. It is said that food, clothing, housing and transportation are the most important things. Food has been solved for more than half. So next, she will prepare for housing. At this stage, the orcs all live in caves. Only the old priest lives in a wooden house that was left behind at an unknown time. What Suemo has to do now is to let them build their own houses, whether wooden, thatched or stone. In short, they can no longer live in caves. Living in caves is actually a very dangerous thing. Caves are not breathable. In previous winters, there were orcs who suffocated to death while heating. Moreover, the caves are damp. Except in summer, there is a damp smell inside. Another dangerous thing is that Suemo has seen this mountain and always feels that it is a little unstable. It is okay at ordinary times. If there is a disaster such as an avalanche and mudslide, Then whether it is rolling stones or heavy snow, it will directly bury the cave entrance. Chapter 253 Beast World. Special status is not superficial. By that time, these orcs will have no way to escape from inside. Sumo does not want such a disaster to happen, but such a thing is inevitable. You can't pray that it will not happen, you can only take precautions in advance. In addition, there are many defects, big and small, which prove that living in a cave is not a wise move. To build a house, the most important thing is definitely various tools and materials. The simplest wooden house needs wood, and the jungle is not short of wood. What they lack is tools, special materials, and architectural drawings. After summarizing the above content, then the goods that Sumo needs to unlock are obvious. Construction tools purchase price, 2 bone T/set. Selling price, 5 bone T/set. Introduction, a complete set of construction tools, including axes, quarrying drafts, hammers, saws, gloves, and other tools. Adhesive purchase price, 2 bone T/barrel. Selling price, 5 bone T/barrel. Introduction, chemical agent with strong adhesiveness, not afraid of water and fire, anti-seismic and anti-pressure, building material. Card purchase price, 5 bone T/frame. Selling price, 15 bone T/frame. Introduction, an ordinary cart, suitable for moving bricks, transporting any items and materials. 3 simple commodities, enough to meet all the needs of the orcs to build a house. As for the materials for building a house, such as wood and stone, they can choose to collect them by themselves. Anyway, there are axes and quarrying drafts in the building tools. The jungle is full of trees, and there is a small hill next to the lake. Of course, if the orcs don't want to, or don't have time to collect materials by themselves, that's fine. They can buy ready-made wood and stone from Sumo at any time. Wood, ordinary wood, strong and hard, not easy to corrode and break. Building materials. Stone, ordinary stone. Building materials. These two things are in a group of 3 bone teeth, and the amount of this group is about the amount of 10 carts, which is neither expensive nor cheap. If it is a small house for one person, then only 3 or 5 groups are enough. Even if it is a house for a family of 3, only 7 or 8 groups are needed. Because wood and stone are both large and heavy, they can't really carry 10 carts of stone and wood back when they are sold. The goods they bought are stones, and would that have been compressed in space. When they need to use them, they only need to use bone teeth to scratch the film above the compression package. Then the space-sensing stone will automatically sense the surrounding open space, and then place the stone or wood on the open space. To be honest, Sumo felt that using high-tech technology like space compression was just to compress stones and wood. This was just like someone in a certain plane using a space scroll to pack snacks. No, it should be even more outrageous. But it didn't cost her much money anyway, so she just complained. All the goods were ready, and now we just needed to prepare the steps for building a house. Although building a house is a difficult job, it is a little more complicated than the previous jobs. But isn't there already a ready-made house? Yes, it's the old priest's house, at worst. Just build it according to the original. It doesn't matter if it looks good or not, as long as people can live in it. If you think it's ugly, you can still make changes later. So the matter was finalized. The next day, the news that Boss Su prepared materials and tools for building houses for the orcs in the grocery store spread to every nearby tribe instantly. The orcs' requirements for houses are still at the cave stage. In their opinion, only people like messengers or priests can live in houses. So when they knew that Boss Su's store actually started selling materials for building houses, they were a little hesitant. Isn't this appropriate? I feel it's good to live in a cave. I also feel it's inappropriate. Houses should be for priests and envoys to live in. How about we buy materials and build a new house for the priest? Actually, I really want to live in a house. There is a lot of rain in this season. The cave is very damp and cold every day. My cub kept crying about the cold 2 days ago. After all, snakes don't have fur to keep warm. Young snakes are even more afraid of the cold. They don't have the ability to keep warm at all. And because there is a lot of rain in this season, he couldn't collect some wood for heating. The wood he had saved before had already been used up. And the wood with water is not easy to burn. If it is finally burned, it will have a smell of water vapor, which is extremely unpleasant. Unlike the coldness of winter, the coldness of spring is bone-piercing and damp. Not much better than that of winter. He had seen the priest's house and had thought about how nice it would be if he had a house like that. Whether it was a wooden house a stone house or a thatched house. It was better than living in a cave. The words of this orc touched the hearts of other orcs, especially those who also had cubs at home. They also felt the same way about what was going on during this period. But they still couldn't get over the hurdle in their hearts. Why don't we ask the chief? In the end, they all came to the chief of the snake tribe. After hearing the reason for their coming, the chief was a little surprised, but he could understand their thoughts. In fact, he had already discussed the house with the old priest. The old priest didn't mind them living in the house with him. After all, status and privileges are not used in this aspect. She just needed to know that the tribesmen respected and loved her. Besides, she felt bad watching so many cubs die of cold and fever every year. But she had no power to stop this from happening. Now the messenger finally came. Not only did he give them enough food, but he also taught them how to farm and make their own food. And now, he was even going to teach them how to build a house. She was naturally happy to hear about all this. She didn't know if the priests of other tribes minded, but she certainly didn't mind. As for Boss Sue, since she had already put things out to sell, she would definitely support it. After confirming the old priest's idea, the tribe leader had already decided on this matter. Just when he was about to find a time to organize the males in the tribe to buy tools and materials to build a house, he didn't expect them to come first. You can notify everyone to go buy things in the next few days. After 2 days, when the first hunting period is over, we will start building houses. Chapter 254 Beast World. Greedy Priests. The hunting season, actually, is the first 2 months of spring. This month is the time when there are the most wild animals and small animals. Because all the wild animals have experienced a 4-month winter, everyone is out of ammunition and food. Some animals or beasts that dare not go out to look for food in winter will concentrate on hunting in these 2 months. When the 3rd month comes, these wild animals will no longer appear so frequently. Now there are only about 3 days left before the end of the hunting season, and they don't need these 3 days. It's just right that they can use this time to reorganize the tribe. Not only do they need to sort out the fruits of everyone's labor during this period, but they also need to rearrange various other affairs in the tribe. Apart from anything else, building a house always requires land. Right? How to arrange each piece of land, who lives where, these should always be replanned. Just like when they distributed land, it would be best if they could issue a relevant regulation in the same way as land. So, without the knowledge of all the orcs, following the land regulations, another set of related regulations belonging to the Emissary Regulations series is about to appear. But not every tribe is as harmonious as the snake tribe. For example, the leopard tribe. Among the other 9 tribes, the closest to the snake tribe are the tiger tribe and the leopard tribe, one in the east and the other in the west. The north and south of the snake tribe are all mountains and lakes. So the snake, tiger, and leopard tribes, except for the obvious boundary in the middle, are no different from the same tribe. It's just that the relationship between the snake tribe and the tiger tribe is obviously better. The relationship with the leopard tribe is average, because there is a particularly naughty priest in the leopard tribe. Originally, the relationship between the 3 groups of snakes, tigers and leopards was very good, until the previous priest of the leopard tribe left, and the new priest took office. This priest changed his previous well-behaved, sensible, gentle and polite appearance in front of the old priest of the leopard tribe, and the whole beast became very arrogant. The most common situation is that he never looks at any orc in the tribe. If this is the case, it's fine. The position of the priest does have the capital of arrogance. But he is not just arrogant. He is also greedy. This greed not only refers to greed for material wealth, he is also greedy for sex. The greed for wealth is reflected in the fact that he often likes to ask the orcs in the tribe to offer to him. Let's not talk about summer and autumn. The food is relatively sufficient. Moreover, in the minds of the orcs, they should serve the priest well, so they don't mind sharing the harvest from their gathering or hunting with the priest. It's just to thank him for protecting the tribe. But lust is different. You should know that orcs are very loyal to their partners. These orcs, even if their partners leave, basically won't find another one. Most of them die alone. It's because their love is absolutely free. And orcs also value their promises. Freedom of love guarantees that their partners are definitely the ones they love. And valuing promises guarantees their loyalty. Before each couple ties the contract, they need to find the beast god to witness. If the relationship between the 2 parties is a normal breakup, it would be fine. If there is a 3rd party involved, then the party who made the mistake, and the 3rd party, will be driven out of the tribe. From ancient times to the present, there seems to be no such case. But the leopard tribe can be said to have been spoiled by this rat shit. The priest of the leopard tribe is named Ange. And he is an extremely restless orc. Since he took over, he likes to chat with the females in the tribe. And he often likes to use various reasons to let himself and other females stay in the same room. At the beginning, it was okay. And Ange did not dare to do it too obviously. And those females trusted the old priest. And Ange's previous disguise was really good. Everyone's impression of him was still gentle and humble. So no one was suspicious. Until later, Ange became worse. At a bonfire party, he actually tried to force a female under the cover of night. But this matter was soon discovered by another male. At first, the male thought that the female and the male were in love. Until he heard a cry for help. And then he found out that the female was forced. No matter which tribe, forcing a female is severely punished. If the female wants to pursue it, she can even directly drive the male out of the tribe. But this time is different. Because the male is Ong. He is the priest of their leopard tribe. This matter quickly attracted other people. Before the male told the truth, Ong turned the tables and said that the male wanted to force the female. However, the result of the matter was really twisted like this. Because the female was forced by Ange's status as a priest. And Ange's subsequent threat. If she doesn't obey him, she will be abandoned by the beast god. And it's not just her. It also includes her family. The final result is that the male was driven out of the tribe. Although the female did not pursue the matter. After all, she knew that the matter had nothing to do with the male. But Ange insisted on not allowing such a person to continue living in the tribe. The priest had spoken. And even the chief, who didn't believe that the male would do such a thing, had to listen. Perhaps Ange also knew that it would be bad if the matter got out of hand. So he kept quiet for a while. But that was only for a while. After that, he used the same trick again. But this time he was not so lucky. Because he was caught on the spot by the chief and a group of people. No matter how he argued, it was useless. And the female before finally plucked up the courage to speak out the truth. But it was useless. Because the orc who was driven out had disappeared. The change of the leopard tribe almost started from this moment. Anger was not satisfied with the chief catching him. But he also knew that his impression among the leopard tribe had plummeted, so he did not show it particularly obviously. He just used his identity to start making small moves behind the scenes. In this way, the leopard tribe, the forces led by the chief, and the priest were separated. From this time on, the leopard tribe became a mess. As more and more strange things happened within the leopard tribe, the relationship with the tiger tribe and the snake tribe became weaker and weaker. Just when the leopard tribe was about to split into two tribes, Suemo came. It was just such a coincidence. The arrival of the messenger made the part of the orcs, who followed anger, waver in their hearts. In fact, they all knew that Anger's behavior was wrong, and it was not in line with the ideas they had accepted since childhood. Chapter 255 Beast World. So what? I don't care, but there is no way who makes him a priest. In this plane where faith is more important than anything else, they are so willing to follow a person who knows that his moral character is so bad. Just because he is a priest. He is a person who can communicate with the beast god. Although it is outrageous, it is indeed understandable. But the appearance of Suemo still made them waver. They wanted to ask her directly countless times, whether what Ange did was right or not. But they didn't know because they didn't dare, or their hearts have been brainwashed and assimilated. In short, they looked like they had given up, and were ready to go all the way. Just when the snake tribe spread the news that Boss Su was going to teach them how to build a house by themselves, and all the beastmen could live in the house, the leopard tribe broke out again. The reason was that the patriarch of the leopard tribe saw that the snake tribe had already started to prepare things and build a house, so he also wanted to follow suit. But Ange disagreed. Prieston, I seem to have said before that you have no right to interfere in any future affairs of the leopard tribe. The leopard tribe leader stared coldly at the so-called priest. He had never thought that his tribe, with a priest, would develop worse than tribes without priests. And all this was because of this person. If it weren't for him always singing against him. No matter what he said or did. Even when he was going to let the orcs spin their bones and teeth to buy sickles and knives. Ange didn't agree. Because he didn't believe that this so-called messenger was real. But the chief still insisted. The orcs in the tribe were also half believing and half doubting. After all, the priest is the one who can communicate with the beast god. So even if they know that the priest is not a good person, they can't say that what he said is wrong. So the leopard tribe was quite chaotic at that time. Fortunately, the final result was good. The chief still convinced most of the tribesmen, and this messenger did not disappoint them. They not only harvested a lot of food with sickles and knives, but also survived the winter safely. This winter, except for 2 orcs who died of old age, no one else starved to death. This also slapped Ange's face. He didn't believe that this messenger was real, but this messenger gave them excellent tools, and let them fill their stomachs. Who had been starving in the cold winter in previous years. This is the truth they saw and experienced. To be honest, the leopard tribe chief was also very glad that he chose to believe this messenger. Otherwise, he would not have the confidence to talk to On like this. I heard that the old priests of the snake tribe did not mind letting the orcs of their tribe live in the house. Not to mention that the messenger was the one who sold the building materials. Then this proves that maybe this is also the will of the beast god. If it was before, he certainly did not have such courage, daring to mention the beast god, and presumptuously guess what the beast god meant. But he really dared to do it now. This was all the courage given to him by the messenger. On frowned, and shouted, "How dare you? Can you just say the beast god casually?" Speaking of which, he did not know whether this messenger was real, and he did not care. But in his mouth, this messenger can only be fake. If the messenger is real, then in the eyes of these orcs, wouldn't he be useless? No, he can't let this happen. This is why he repeatedly prevented the leopard tribe from contacting the messenger. And now, he is about to fail. How could he let himself fail? So Ange pretended to be heartbroken, looking at the orcs with a sad face. "You stupid orcs, do you really think that female is the messenger? Do you know how much harm your wrong belief will cause to the beast god now?" Ange's tone was high, and every word was sonorous and powerful. If we ignore what he did before, then this look really looks like that. It's a pity, there is no if. And if Sumo was here, then she would definitely find that this Ange doesn't look like an orc in this plane at all. Because his words are too clever. It was not what these innocent and simple beastmen, who could not read a single word, said. He only used a question to ask everyone. To arouse everyone's doubts. To achieve the purpose of doubting Sumo's identity. But he did not say that if Sumo was not an envoy, then what other identity he could have. And what his purpose was. It was not because he forgot to say it, but because he did not know. And he did not need to let everyone know. He just wanted to arouse everyone's doubts. The most important thing was that he said that the tribe leader did not respect the beast god. But in fact, he was using the beast god to put pressure on these beastmen. This kind of words could only deceive these beastmen. In any other world, he might be beaten to death. Although the play was a bit fake. There were indeed a few people who were unstable. But the things that Boss Su sold to us. An orc couldn't help but wonder. And said weakly. But he was interrupted before he finished speaking. What's Boss Su? She is just an incarnation of an evil god who came from nowhere. Seeing that some people believed him, On became more and more ecstatic. So he pretended more vigorously. You are not really stupid enough to think that she sold these things to you for your sake. Right? She is just buying your souls. Slowly eliminating your faith. On didn't know where he made up a lot of messy things. And spoke for 7 or 8 minutes. Although no one understood it. They couldn't help but feel that he made some sense. However, there were still a few orcs who hated On very much. Such as the friends and relatives of the male, who was driven out before. So why did the beast god allow an incarnation of an evil god to erode our faith? An orc stood up and questioned with the same vigor. His AM had been prepared to starve to death and leave food for him when he couldn't hold on this winter. But when the messenger came, they all had food, no one starved to death, and his AM also survived. To be honest, he didn't care whether this Boss Su was the messenger of the beast god or not. He only knew that she gave them food and gave them life. So what if she was an evil god? As long as he and AM could live well, he didn't care even if he changed his faith. What is the beast god? Is there really a god who doesn't care about his own people? Chapter 256 Beast World. 2 different people. If there really is such a god, then why do they still believe in it? In fact, before this, many beastmen had some similar ideas in their hearts. It's just because they are driven by the environment they live in. When people around them are doing the same thing, if they don't do it, then they are aliens. In order not to be aliens, they can only learn and imitate. Gradually, even they themselves forgot whether their beliefs were true or false. Anger was a little speechless for a while. He thought that what he just said had frightened this group of people. Unexpectedly, there was actually someone brave enough to refute him. Just because he couldn't speak, it didn't mean that this beastman couldn't speak. So according to what Prieston meant, this Boss Su is an evil god, Everything she did was bad. Then what is the beast god doing, watching us starve to death? Is that what you mean, priest? One sentence after another hit Ange's heart, like the bombardment of a giant fist, deafening. If he admitted that what he said was right, then he was also admitting that the beast god was an indifferent god. It did not help its people. It did not even do as well as an evil god. Not everyone is willing to be a starving ghost. Some people are still willing to be a full ghost. Even if Boss Sue is really bad, she at least knows how to feed them the last meal. The beast god, who watched all this coldly, was not qualified to express any opinions at all. If Ange denied it, he couldn't deny it. How could he deny what he said? The current situation is undoubtedly very unfavorable for Ange, because he can neither admit nor deny it, which is equivalent to being speechless. But this Ange is smart, and his ambiguous words are excellent. He neither admitted nor denied, but said that there are orcs in need of help everywhere in the world, and the god of beasts is too busy, and it is impossible to take care of every orc. Although he said it well, there are not many people who believe it this time. They are not blind. When Ange was questioned just now, they could still see the obvious hesitation and guilt on his face. So they all knew that what he just said might not be true. Some people even began to doubt Ange's identity. Is he really the priest of their leopard tribe? Is there really such a ridiculous priest? Before and after the succession, he was completely different, and he didn't seem to have the ability that a priest should have. It's just that there has been no beast-tide invasion in the tribe before, and there have been no other problems. So there is no place for Ange to use his skills. So they can't see whether Ange has any problems. But one thing is certain. As the only orc in the tribe who can communicate with the beast god, the priest's daily work includes going to the altar to pray. But they seem to have never seen On go to the altar. Even when passing by the altar, he would not stop and worship. In this regard, On explained that he prayed and worshipped relatively early, and at this time, no one had gotten up yet. This explanation barely made sense. And in addition, for several consecutive days afterwards, On offered sacrifices in front of everyone, whether intentionally or unintentionally. So the doubts in his heart disappeared. The chief of the leopard tribe had a bold idea in his mind at this time. This On in front of him kept talking about the evil god, but in his opinion, what he did was really not a good thing. If we really have to say who is the evil god, it should be him. I don't know if this idea in my heart is correct. No matter whether it is true or not, he has made up his mind at this time. I must go to Boss Sue to have a chat tomorrow. A person with bad character, who is against you everywhere, and a person who not only fills their stomachs, but also teaches them many skills and knowledge, who to trust, he has already decided in his heart. He wants to talk to Boss Sue about On. The next day, when Suemo opened the store, she accidentally found a stranger. Then her eyes fell on the shoulder of this strange middle-aged man, and saw that there was something like a badge on it. Not only that, there was also a pattern tattooed on the exposed arm that only the chief was qualified to have. This pattern is a black panther, so she can easily think that the male in front of her must be the chief of the leopard tribe next door. However, what is the chief of the leopard tribe doing here? Good morning, Mr. Sue. We are here to buy materials for building a house. Suemo retracted his gaze, looked at the orc who spoke, and pointed to the area where the building materials were placed. The materials and tools are all there. Those who don't know how to build a house can learn. Currently, there are two types of materials for wooden houses and stone houses. If you want to build a thatched house, you can use a sickle to cut thatch in the jungle. Sumo's speech speed is not slow, but every word is extremely clear. The orcs also listened to her carefully, and after she finished speaking, they hurriedly thanked her. After that, they followed the direction she pointed out and swarmed in. Since she opened the door, all the orcs outside the door rushed in and started their shopping trip today. Strangely, the chief of the leopard tribe had been standing on one side of the door without moving. Only when Suemo looked at him, he bowed respectfully. Boss Sue, I came here today to talk to you about some other things, mainly to ask a few questions. I'm not here to buy things. But she didn't know the chief at all, and she didn't know what he came to talk about. Was he asking about the beast god? But no matter what, it's always bad to leave people outside. Suemo nodded to show that she heard it, and then took the chief of the leopard tribe into the room. This move quickly attracted the attention of other orcs. Whether it was Suemo or the chief of the leopard tribe, they were both eye-catching figures. Now that the two of them were together, they were even more conspicuous. So although the beast men in the store were shopping as usual, Their minds had already been on these two people, especially the people of the snake tribe, because of Ange's existence before. The snake tribe and the leopard tribe had some conflicts, so they not only had a weak relationship with the leopard tribe, but also had a slight hostility. Now seeing that the chief of the leopard tribe actually pulled their envoy to talk, they were immediately unhappy, but they did not dare to stop it. So they could only leave the grocery store in a hurry after buying things, and rush to tell the news. Chapter 257 Beast World, a little expert in fanning fire. Boss Sue, please forgive my ignorance and presumption. I sincerely want to ask, are you really the messenger of the beast god? When saying this, the chief of the leopard clan took a deep breath, as if he had made a great decision. When Suemo heard his words, her first reaction was surprise. She was not surprised why the chief of the leopard clan doubted her identity, but was surprised by his language and attitude. He did not seem to really doubt his identity, but more like confirming something. He did not seem to care whether the answer was true or false. He just wanted to hear the answer he wanted to hear from his own mouth. This strange attitude made Suemo not know how to answer for a while. But she quickly sorted out her thoughts and avoided the topic calmly. The beast god cares about you very much. If you have any questions, you can speak directly. Sumo's tone was steady and powerful, and he was full of confidence. Perhaps it was this sentence that gave him the courage. The leopard tribe chief spoke out all his problems and worries. At the beginning, it was normal. The leopard tribe chief sighed and said something like, I didn't expect the beast god to be able to see us. Later, he talked about anger. Suemo felt something was wrong and frowned more and more. After the leopard tribe chief finished speaking, he let out a long sigh. The depression and problems that had been accumulated in his heart for a long time were finally spoken out. Now he felt comfortable. He felt better. But he didn't expect that the person he was talking to started to worry. San, what's the situation with Ange? This kind of thing was not her business. But he had come to her door, so she asked him about it. She had said in the previous plane that she wanted to retire in this plane as soon as possible. But she didn't expect that there were so many things to do in this plane. She taught characters and common sense, and built houses and farmed. As a result, she had to help the tribe solve internal disputes. She really had many responsibilities, and was not doing her job properly. But she couldn't blame others. After all, she chose to use the identity of an envoy. If she hadn't used this identity, he would definitely not have come to her. San didn't know what the situation was, so she could only report it temporarily. Suemo had thought about how to fool around with this matter first, and then solve this problem after the reply came out. Unexpectedly, the speed over there was very fast. Almost the next second after San reported the message, a new message reply came. This person's soul is not in this plane. San was only halfway through his words, but he suddenly got stuck. After several seconds, San said blankly, Host, this reply disappeared? It just read one sentence. How can it disappear just like that? If it hadn't been able to guarantee that it had indeed seen the reply just now, it would have thought it was hallucinating. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How could a rigorous system have hallucinations? Suemo pulled the corner of his mouth, and didn't know what to say for a while. At this moment, another reply appeared. The last reply was sent by mistake. The message has been withdrawn. Don't worry about it. This person is fine. Please just do your job as entrusted by the system. Oh no, what is this called? The more you try to hide something, the more obvious it becomes. Suemo felt as if she had discovered something incredible. But now she was just a weak, pitiful and helpless party bee. She dared not say anything. Nor did she dare to ask anything. Besides, people asked her to do her job well, and not to meddle in other people's business. So weak Suporemo helpless suddenly smiled gently at the chief of the leopard tribe. Then, she slowly said, the priest's abilities include protection, communication, foreknowledge. Having the ability does not mean that one has the character to become a priest. The position of priest requires orcs with outstanding character and ability. Suemo thought about how weak, pitiful and helpless she was in her heart, but she began to add fuel to the fire without mercy. Although the chief of the leopard tribe was somewhat confused by her implicit hint, after thinking about it for a few more times, he understood her meaning and the key point of this sentence. The position of priest requires an orc with outstanding character and ability. In other words, character and ability are both indispensable. The chief of the leopard tribe stood up excitedly, and countless words of gratitude came out of his mouth intermittently. So, The chief of the snake tribe walked into the store and saw this scene. The chief of the leopard tribe stood in front of Boss Sue with ill intentions and kept talking about something. Although Boss Sue's face was still expressionless, there was no emotion like disgust. Could it be that the chief of the leopard tribe wanted to poach them as they said? Although based on his understanding of the envoy, she should not follow the leopard tribe. Besides, the leopard tribe is so chaotic, which is also known to all the beasts. But he was still a little worried. The chief of the snake tribe frowned. It happened that the chief of the leopard tribe was about to leave, so the chiefs of the two tribes bumped into each other face to face. What are you doing here? Why do you care what I am doing here? The smoke of gunpowder filled the air silently. In order not to affect the business in the grocery store and make Boss Sue angry and annoyed, the two of them decided to go out and have a good chat. During this period, the customers in the store had changed at least several times. The orcs who had bought materials and tools before were pushing carts, which were full of stones, and were stored using space compression technology. Before building a house, everyone had already planned their own territory. This territory was also allocated according to the previous rules. Most of the males lived in a circle outside, mainly to protect everyone's safety. The females and the lonely old man were allocated to the inner territory. As for the specific location, most orcs choose to build next to their own farmland, which is convenient for care. The benefits of building a house are reflected at this time. If everyone lives in a cave, the cave cannot be moved, so they need to walk for more than 10 minutes every day to get to their fields. Now it is not so troublesome. They can build their houses directly next to the fields. In this way, every day, they only need to walk for 3 to 5 minutes to reach their destination. It is convenient and fast, and they can also check the situation in the fields in time. However, all these assumptions are based on the fact that they can build a house smoothly. No. We should lay a foundation first. Don't put it like this. Put it horizontally. Put it horizontally. The manual says that it is easy to fall vertically. Oh, why are you so clumsy? Let me do it. Chapter 258 Beast World, House Building Boom. Come on. I think this step is wrong. What the hell is wrong? What's wrong with that? It's not wrong at all. Look. Isn't it done? What's done? Look. I just pushed it like this. Hey, it fell down again. In the words of Boss Sue, this is a dangerous building. A group of males, who were preparing to build a house, were arguing with each other. Although everyone was not really arguing, they were just expressing their opinions and views. But the orcs had loud voices, and you could hear them screaming from a long distance. Those who knew the truth knew that they were discussing how to build a house. Those who didn't thought that the orcs were about to fight. It was precisely because of the loud noise that the noise they made when they built a house almost attracted the attention of all the orcs passing by. What are the snake tribe doing? Can't you see it? Building a house. If I didn't know how to build one, I would also like to build one. Don't just think about it. Just build it if you want to. Boss Sue has everything anyway. If you don't know how to do it, just learn it. Now everyone seems to have developed a habit. When Boss Sue makes some new things that need to be operated by themselves, the orcs of other tribes always choose to observe how the people of the snake tribe do it first. There were already many onlookers here before. Some of these orcs are watching the show, while others want to learn how to build a house. But it seems that this time, the people of the snake tribe also encountered some troubles. The orcs watching them saw them moving wood and stones, and they struggled for a long time without any results. Is it that difficult? I see they have been struggling for a long time. If the people of the snake tribe can't learn it, then I guess there is no hope. It seems that it is not difficult. Isn't it like this? And then this and that. Then it will be fine? If you can do it, go ahead. Don't just talk. I thought this orc was just a talker, but I didn't expect him to actually do it. In fact, he didn't know why. He always felt that he was born to build houses. So after seeing the manual handed to him by the Snake brothers, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. He almost saw the reason why these snake orcs failed at a glance. The foundation was built wrong. The adhesive was used wrong. And the angle of the wood was wrong. The snake orc didn't believe it at first. But after moving and changing it little by little according to his instructions, it seemed that it really looked like a house. Great. I didn't expect you to be so good. What's next? Feeling the snake orc's admiring gaze, the orc didn't hesitate and started to give orders. He asked them to put the wood here, and then to apply adhesive to the stone. He never stopped talking. Everyone around was stunned. If the previous stage was just a child playing with building blocks, then now is the real stage. A professional architect has started to work. In just half an hour, the prototype of a wooden house appeared. Although it was just a prototype, many places were not perfect. For example, the gaps between the wood. They needed to use thatch mixed with adhesive to block, to prevent wind and rain from leaking. And after the house was built, the outer layer also needed to be brushed with a layer of adhesive. In addition to acting as the adhesion of cement, the adhesive also has a protective function after drying. But this is already very good. It is much better than before when they worked hard for a long time and couldn't even lay a foundation. Sure, I'll treat you to barbecue tonight. Thanks to you. I don't know how long these stupid snakes will take to fiddle with it. Oh, you said it as if you were not a stupid snake. Listening to their jokes, this orc with professional architect ability smiled, but didn't say anything. He didn't accept their invitation. As an orc who was driven away, it's better not to stay in other tribes for too long. The snake orc saw that he had found an excuse to leave, and it was difficult to keep him, but they felt a little regretful. Although it was true that they wanted to treat him to barbecue to thank him for helping them build a house, they also wanted to have a good relationship with this big brother. And then, by the way, they asked him to help them look at other houses. They didn't know if the construction method of stone houses was different from that of wooden houses. But anyway, they learned how to build wooden houses. The first time is raw, the second time is familiar. So this time, even without the help of others, they quickly built the second wooden house. Other orcs were also envious. Some of them were already eager to build a house. And they also wanted to build a house. I've decided. I want to build a house too. Add me. Come on, brothers. Let's go shopping together. There are quite a few orcs who have these ideas. After all, there is probably only one priest like On in the world. Other priests are still like the old priest of the snake tribe. They don't care much about material specialties. So they not only don't object, but also support the tribesmen to build houses. Their original purpose of becoming priests was to allow the tribesmen to have a better life. Now that they have this opportunity, they will never give up. They even think that they should live in a house instead of a dark and damp cave. The chief agreed, the priests supported, and everyone was moved. So the national house building craze started. The adhesives and construction tools in Sumo's grocery store were sold out at one point. However, the tools were fine, because many orcs bought a set together, and everyone helped build houses together, so they were not in great shortage. What they lacked most at the moment was adhesives. Without adhesives, the house could not be built. Even if it was built, it would be no different from a dangerous house, and would be very unstable. After all, they did not have other building materials such as steel bars, cement, and nails. Not only adhesives, but also wood and stone, which were the most basic materials, were sold out on the shelves. However, this was not a problem, after all. Construction tools also included axes and drafts, and without these basic materials, they could collect them themselves. But adhesives were really indispensable. Sumo also knew this, so she reduced the purchase of wood and stone, and instead increased the amount of adhesives a lot. Chapter 259 Beast World, God says. Because of the increase in the amount of adhesive, the beast men have sufficient materials, and the speed of building houses has also increased a lot. Even because of their natural lack of strength, the rabbit and cat tribes, which are the slowest in building houses, already have more than half of their members living in warm and comfortable wooden houses. And the fastest progressing cattle tribe, also called the giant strength cattle tribe, they have surpassed the snake tribe, which started building houses the earliest, and other tribes, and the housing penetration rate has reached 80%. This is already the level where everyone can live in a house, as long as they are willing to squeeze in. And the number of beast men in the cattle tribe is still relatively large. In just 1 week, they can build so many houses, which is not just a matter of strength. They must have made certain division of labor arrangements, and the arrangements are very appropriate. Because only in this way can they be so efficient. During the construction of the house, there was another big thing that also triggered discussions among the beast men. That is, the chief of the leopard tribe led the tribesmen to drive the priest of their tribe out of the leopard tribe. Driving the priest out of the leopard tribe. All the orcs were shocked when they heard the news. Even those orcs who did not have priests in their tribes knew how important priests were to a tribe. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were the core. Moreover, in the hearts of the orcs, the status of priests was basically higher than that of the chief. Could it be that the leopard tribe was so bold that they dared to drive out the priest of their tribe? Did they hear it wrong? Or was this world magical? Or was there any other hidden secret or story in this? Everyone has a gossipy heart, even if they are orcs. In order to eat melons, these orcs almost didn't even build a house, just wanted to go to the jungle and ask a brother from the leopard tribe about the situation. Ask if their tribe is crazy. Boss Su, the messenger of the beast god, is still in the snake tribe, but the leopard tribe, who is so close, turned around and drove the priest out. Isn't this a provocation to the messenger? People who have these ideas are basically orcs who don't know the inside story. But those who know some of the inside story, such as what the priest of the leopard tribe has done, or the patriarch of the leopard tribe went to the grocery store to find the messenger a few days ago. Combining these two pieces of information, it is not difficult for them to derive more ideas. For this matter, the orcs of the leopard tribe accepted it well, and did not have any other emotions. Even if they met orcs from other tribes outside, when they cast strange and weird eyes at them, they could ignore it. Just because their chief said this. Yesterday I dreamed of the beast god, and asked him whether the beast god's messenger was true or not. The god said that it was his will. The god also said that only orcs with both ability and good character can be priests. And neither is indispensable. Let's not talk about whether Ange has ability or not. But he is definitely not worthy of the word character. So the chief of the leopard tribe used this reason to decisively drive Ange out. No one doubted that what the chief said was false, because they didn't believe that there were orcs who dared to use the beast god to deceive people. Even Suemo herself began to doubt whether the chief of the leopard tribe really dreamed of the beast god after hearing this rumor, because she didn't think that the orcs in this plane would use the beast god to lie. But she knew that she was not the messenger of the god of beasts. So the first words said by the chief of the leopard tribe were false. In addition, he had just come to see her, and a few days after hearing what she said, such an incident happened. And the reason why the chief of the leopard tribe drove Ange away was also because of his moral character. This is very thought-provoking. San looked at the host who was lost in thought, and she also fell into silence. Host, do you think the god of beasts really sent him a dream? Suemo thought about it again and again, but still couldn't figure it out. She always felt that there seemed to be something wrong in it, but her head was like being blocked by a stone, and she had no thoughts at all, whether the dream is true or false. It has nothing to do with us. San also knew that what the host said was right, but it was curious. It was really uncomfortable to watch the fun and then suddenly disappear. Suemo didn't care about this matter as much as San, so he really couldn't figure it out. So he didn't think about it anymore. San saw that the host had already let go of the matter, so he could only forcibly clear his memory, so that he would no longer think about this problem. At this time, the grocery store was not closed yet, and there were still many orcs in the store buying things. Most of these orcs were females, because the males were busy during this period. Everyone was busy building houses every day, so the shopping was basically left to the females at home. Most of the things they bought at this time were consumables. For example, sugar, salt, seasonings, seeds, or some wood and stones. The spring hunting season had just passed, and the orcs had harvested a large number of bones and teeth, so they were particularly strong when buying things at this time. Moreover, orcs have a large appetite, and they eat by the kilogram, so they buy seasonings in dozens of kilograms. Although it seems a lot, Suemo did not make a lot of money. After all, most of the goods in this plane are not expensive. So far, there are no more than 5 goods that cost more than 10 bones, and most of them only cost 3 or 5 bones. And the expensive goods are not disposable goods. In other words, after they buy once, they will probably have to wait a long time before buying again. This also makes the speed of making money slower. It has been more than half a year since Suemo came to this plane. According to the timekeeping method of this plane, there are 16 months in a year, 4 months in each season, and half a year is 8 months. In 8 months, she only earned less than 100,000 bones. And this is the first time she has made such a slow progress. Of course, the reason for the slow progress is that the prices of goods are not very high. And the biggest reason is winter. In 8 months, half of it was spent in winter. If there had been no winter, her development speed would have been even faster. However, Suemo did not think that this progress was slow. From autumn to spring, the orcs had now completed the use of basic tools, the cultivation and planting of fields, the cooking of food, the construction of houses, The snake tribe even learned to write. This was already very fast. After all the orcs had houses to live in, Sumo would also start the next step of the plan. Chapter 260 Beast World, Perpetual Motion Machine. Finally finished. This should be the last house. Right? To be honest, I think building a house is much more tiring than hunting. But when I think that I can live in the house soon, I am really excited. Are you hungry? If you are hungry, come and eat. They have prepared a large table of food for everyone today. It is said that there are many big dishes today. Come here, come and eat meat. Such scenes are not only in the snake tribe. In almost every tribe, similar scenes have appeared. Although the males are busy building houses, the females are not idle either. Building a house is a physical job, and it is easy to get hungry and thirsty. So in order to ensure that everyone has enough physical strength, the females have been busy working overtime to get them food. In the past, there were 3 or 4 meals a day, but now there are at least 7 or 8 meals, and some can eat 10 meals, and this is not eating less and more meals, they are simply eating more and more meals. Every meal has a big piece of meat with fragrant rice, corn, roasted sweet potatoes and potatoes. In addition, there is also the delicious bone soup developed by the females. For the orcs, although building a house is a bit tiring, it is just a mechanical job that consumes energy. But during this period, they have soup, vegetables and meat every day, and their life is so happy and comfortable. The food consumption during this period is almost twice as much as usual. Even close to 3 times. There is still a lot of food in the fields now. Plus the males have saved a lot of meat at home during the hunting season, otherwise it would not be enough for them to eat for a few days. This is also the reason why Sumo taught them how to farm before, and arranged for them to build houses after they had stored a lot of food. Only after they have satisfied their stomachs can they think about other things. This principle still needs to be understood. Only half of the 3rd month of spring has passed, and everyone has already built all the houses. After building, they will leave them for a few days to let the wind blow and the smell dissipate. And then, they will start moving. Today, the grocery store is open, and it is rare that there are not many orcs coming to buy things, because everyone is busy moving the big and small items in the old house to their new home. Some things that cannot be moved. For example, for convenience, they can only give up the stone tables, stone chairs, and stone beds that were dug out from the ground. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, there are so many materials left for building the house, and they can use them to make new tables, chairs, cabinets, shelves and other furniture. If you don't know how to make it yourself, there are many old orcs in the tribe who have this skill. The old orcs had no ability to build houses, nor could they cook, so their job was to make all kinds of furniture for everyone. The people in the tribe worked together and united. It took them 2 days to not only move the house, but also to replenish all the furniture. So that night, all the 10 tribes lit bonfires at the same time. But in half a year, they couldn't count how many times they had lit bonfires. For the orcs, bonfires are used to celebrate happy events. In previous years, they would only light bonfires after successfully resisting the beast tide or after the cold winter ended. But now it is different. They can light a bonfire almost every once in a while. Of course, the more times they light a bonfire, the shorter the interval. It can also prove that their lives are getting better and better. This is undoubtedly a good thing. That day, after the bonfire party ended, all the orcs dragged their tired bodies and slowly returned to their homes. This is home, not a cold cave. Lying on the animal skin mat, relaxed wholeheartedly, all the fatigue in the whole beast gradually disappeared, leaving only a faint joy and satisfaction. Perhaps God also felt their joy, so in the next few days, the weather began to gradually improve. There is still about 1.5 months before summer, but the temperature has begun to rise slowly. What makes the orcs happy most is that they finally saw the long-lost sun. The weather in spring is always gloomy. Even if it doesn't rain, the weather at the end of the day seems very depressing. The orcs had a lot of meat piled up because of the weather. They had to eat it up as soon as possible. Otherwise, without the sun to dry it, it would easily rot. However, the orcs had a big appetite, so it was rare that they could not finish the meat and had to waste it. But the orcs needed to dry more than just food. There were also the animal skins they wore, the mattresses on the bed, and various furniture that had been damp. They were originally thinking that if there was no sun, they would probably have to throw away a lot of these things. They didn't expect to be so lucky. Although it was a little late, the sun still appeared. So the female set up racks, and took out all the clothes and other things in the house to dry, while the males moved out all the large items in the house. The warm sunshine sprinkled on everyone, and on every item, taking away the cold and dampness and the uncomfortable chill, leaving behind the warmth. After Sumo saw that the orcs had finished a series of activities related to the house, she began to prepare to unlock new products. This time she was going to unlock fertilizers, fruit tree seedlings, weaving tools, and ice. Fertilizer purchase price, 2 bone tea/bag. Selling price, 5 bone tea/bag. Introduction, after use. It can restore the fertility of the soil, slowly clean the impurities in the soil, making the plants grow faster and the fruits fuller. Fruit tree seedlings purchase price, 5 bone tea/tree. Sales price, 15 bone tea/tree. Introduction. Fruit tree seedlings that may grow any fruit, including but not limited to watermelon, pineapple and other fruits that were once impossible to appear on trees, resistant to moisture, drought, high and low temperature, can grow under harsh conditions. Knitting tools purchase price, 2 bone tea/set. Sales price, 5 bone tea/set. Introduction. A complete set of knitting tools, including needles, threads, scissors, rulers, and other tools. Ice purchase price, 1 bone tea/box. Sales price, 3 bone tea/box. Introduction. Ice cubes that are not easy to melt, a must-have in summer. Originally, she was only going to unlock fertilizers and knitting tools, fruit tree seedlings and ice, both added later. The reason for unlocking the fruit tree seedlings, because this fruit tree will shed its leaves after harvest. The fruit leaves left behind can rot in the soil, increasing and restoring the nutrients in the soil. This effect is not much different from fertilizer. When ordinary plant seeds are planted, they can only continuously consume nutrients in the soil. So Sumo thought of an excellent perpetual motion machine planting area for them. Chapter 261 Beast World, Clothing. The beastmen only need to plant fruit trees in the middle or around the land, and plant ordinary plants in other areas. Although this will reduce the planting area of other plants, it can make better use of the land and achieve a cycle. In this way, they don't have to rely on fertilizers. As for why she unlocked the fertilizer, isn't it just for temporary use? Anyway, the fruit trees won't grow up in a short time, and when the fruit trees grow up, they won't need fertilizer. As for ice, this is something she prepared for the next season. After the house was built, the beastmen seemed to have developed aesthetics inexplicably. When they lived in the cave before, they didn't think about how to do it. But after they had their own wooden house, they suddenly had the idea of decorating their own home. For example, when they saw beautiful or fragrant flowers and plants in the jungle, they would bring them back and plant them next to their house, or keep them in a small bottle. There are also orcs who pull back vines from the jungle, and then wrap them around the pillars of their homes. At first glance, it seems to have a bit of a forest cabin feel. However, although they are now suddenly fascinated by decorating their homes, they have not forgotten the serious work at hand. They still do not miss a day of farming and hunting. Now the orcs have seen almost all the crops, and have figured out how to make all the crops. For this kind of life, where they can grow their own food, pick whatever they want to eat, and if they can't grow anything, they can exchange it with relatives and friends. It is something they never dared to think about before. But what they didn't expect was that there were more surprises waiting for them later. Fruit? What is fruit? Is it the same as red fruit, green fruit, and sweet fruit? It should be. It doesn't say what fruit is, but it looks like it should be easy to grow. It can withstand moisture and drought, and can grow in adverse conditions. It's really good, but it seems that the area is too large. My land is not enough to grow crops. I still don't grow fruit. The orc who spoke was lucky. When he chose the land, he chose a piece of authentic red soil. It's just that the surface of this red soil is covered with a layer of yellow soil, so others can't see any mystery. If he hadn't happened to pass by and liked the land, he would have missed it, because he chose the red soil. In order to be fair, his field size would be smaller than others. The smaller the land, the lower the total yield. But in terms of average yield and growth rate, the red soil still has more and faster yield. Let's put aside whether to buy this fruit tree seedling or not. We should buy this one. Right? An orc pointed to the shelf next to him, which contained large bags of fertilizer. On the bag were only the 2 words fertilizer, which were simple and easy to understand, without any extra patterns or designs. At first, they didn't know what it was, but after they read the introduction, each orc took several bags without hesitation. After taking them down, They found that there were also words on the back of the bags, which detailed the effects and usage of the fertilizer. This way, they don't have to worry about not being able to use the things they bought. After this group of orcs finished shopping, another group of females who heard that the grocery store had new toys on the shelves rushed over. These females had very clear goals. As soon as they entered the door, they began to scan the things on the shelves. When they saw what they wanted, they hurriedly called out to the sisters around them. Ching, come here quickly, it's here. I saw a female take a small box from the shelf that was about the size of a medical kit. She looked left and right, and finally couldn't resist her curiosity, paid the money, and then opened the box. Other females also came over and looked at what she had in her hand. The box was neatly arranged with various, exquisite, and small tools. Some of them were well known, but more of them were names they couldn't recognize. Here is the instruction manual. Let me see. So this is a needle. It looks much smaller than our bone needles. There are so many colors of thread here. So this is something to measure body shape. I was wondering why there are so many numbers on it. The female studied a box of knitting tools for a long time, and finally everyone couldn't help but buy a box. In fact, the reason why they came here specially this time was because they heard that the grocery store seemed to sell tools for making clothes and other wearable items. When it comes to clothes, the first thing they think of is the clothes that Boss Sue is wearing. Although she only wore the skirt for one day, that is, the first day she came to this world, but they always remember that although it was simple and plain in fact, in the eyes of these females, it was comparable to the most luxurious and noble skirt. After all, this was the first time they had seen such clothes. Even those who were not interested in skirts were moved when they saw the ordinary shirt and casual pants that Boss Sue had been wearing recently. Then, they looked down at the animal skin coat and animal skin apron on their bodies, which were almost the same as two pieces of cloth. The difference between them was too big. They also wanted such skirts. They also wanted such clothes and pants. This was why they rushed here so quickly after hearing the news. Boss Sue, using these tools, can you really make clothes like the ones you are wearing? If it was before, they would definitely not dare to say such treasonous words. After all, these are the clothes of the messenger, which they could not covet. But after getting along for so long, they had already discovered that this messenger was a particularly good person. Just as the old priest said, although their status did not allow it, they had already regarded Boss Sue as their friend. And because they knew that Boss Sue would not care about these things, they gradually became bold. Suemo recalled the materials that the orcs could collect at present. The materials of the orcs are nothing more than things they grow themselves, such as flax and cotton. They can use flowers and plants in the jungle for dyeing. But the clothes she wears are modern clothes after all. In modern times, the production process must not be difficult, and it can be processed with a machine. But in this plane, I can't make the clothes I wear, but you can make other styles of clothes by yourself. The flax and cotton grown from the seeds sold in the system store are of very good quality, and almost no further processing is required, and they can be used directly. As long as these females are smart enough, linen long skirts can also be made. Chapter 262 Beast World, Eye Seller. If you don't like skirts, simple clothes and pants are fine. As beast men, they have a lot of animal skins that can be processed into clothes by themselves, which depends on their imagination. But seeing that they can make animal skin clothes and animal skin skirts spontaneously, there shouldn't be any problem. As for crops, the flax that is grown is comfortable and breathable, which is most suitable for summer. And cotton can be made into cotton thread, woven into cotton cloth, and finally processed into simple cotton clothes, so that it can keep warm in winter. In this way, the problem of the two seasons, with the biggest differences in the 4 seasons of the year, is solved. But at this stage, due to time issues, Suemo still suggested that they learn to process flax first, and wait until autumn, and then study cotton. The females listened carefully to Boss Sue's explanations and suggestions, nodding like pounding garlic, and almost took a small notebook to record them. Got it. Thank you, Boss Sue. After receiving thanks from a group of females, Suemo watched them leave with laughter. At this time, the chief of the snake tribe whom she had asked someone to find had also arrived. He should have come a long time ago, but was delayed by some things. So he was very anxious at this time. I'm really sorry, Boss Sue. Something happened, and I'm late. Seeing that Boss Sue didn't care, the chief of the snake tribe was relieved. So far, Boss Sue seemed to have only taken the initiative to find her once. That time was not long ago, when she suggested that all the orcs in the tribe live in houses. If we follow this convention, could it be that Boss Su has some new ideas? Now, as long as he thinks of the neat and well-arranged houses outside, the chief of the snake tribe feels satisfied and excited. He never thought that the snake tribe could live such a good life under his hands. He never thought that he could lead the snake tribe to such great progress. But he knew that none of this was his own credit. And it was all because of the existence of Boss Su. So this led to him now attaching great importance to any words and deeds of Boss Su. When he thought that Boss Su asked him to come this time, he might have some new ideas that could make the orcs live better. He was even more excited. Even the tone and attitude of his speech unconsciously carried a bit of desire and diligence. Boss Su called me here this time. Is there anything else? Suemo nodded slightly, and then motioned him to look at one of the shelves in the back row. The chief of the snake tribe cooperated and looked over. But he only saw pieces of transparent things. He was not unfamiliar with this thing, and was even very familiar with it. Every winter, the streams and lakes around freeze. How could he not recognize it? However, why does Boss Su sell ice here? What amazed him the most was that the ice here didn't seem to melt at all. You know, although it's still spring, the temperature has gradually risen, and many beastmen can't wear thick fur clothes. If they weren't worried about the bad influence of females in the tribe, the males would have wanted to go shirtless. At such a temperature, even if the melting speed is not fast, it won't be preserved so well. Boss Su, let me see this ice. This ice is amazing. It seems that it won't melt at all. Although this is indeed a very magical thing. But when he thought about where this place is, the snake tribe leader felt that he didn't seem to be so surprised. Actually, it's not that it won't melt. It just won't melt in the grocery store. Just like the food in the grocery store won't expire or go bad. As long as you take it out, it will melt. But this ice is more resistant to high temperatures and is not particularly easy to melt. Suemo didn't explain too much, but directly told him the purpose of calling him over. Summer is coming soon. I suggest that everyone build an ice cellar, whether it is public or private. Knowing that he didn't know what an ice cellar was, Suemo also talked about the functions of the ice cellar: cooling off, refrigerating food, storing ice, making ice. No matter which function it was, the snake tribe leader was very excited. Summer is hot, and food is easy to spoil. They had thought about using ice to cool off before, but the ice they had saved from winter with great difficulty had all melted before the middle of spring. They had no way to keep the ice until summer. Summer is the most active season for wild animals, and it is also the season when red and green fruits have grown. But they dare not, and there is no way to collect or hunt more, and they can only eat as much as they can, because the food they harvested cannot be well preserved in this season. This is also the reason why they had difficulty living in winter in the past. After all, the time they can start to store food is only in autumn. In a short autumn, they need to collect the amount of food needed for daily life and prepare an additional amount of food for winter, which is still too difficult. If they really do what Boss Su said, after making an ice cellar, they can preserve food well. And then, they don't have to worry about this problem in the future. The snake tribe leader did not doubt whether what Suemo said was true or false. So after he heard what Suemo said, he wanted to inform everyone immediately, and quickly picked up the tools to dig an ice cellar. However, Suemo quickly stopped him. The location of the ice cellar must be cool all year round, without sunlight, and preferably near a water source. The snake tribe leader smiled awkwardly. If it weren't for Boss Su's reminder, he might have just found a place for everyone to dig. If the location is fine, it's fine. If there is a problem, it will be a waste of effort. Thank you, Boss Su, for your reminder. The snake tribe leader left the grocery store, thinking about where in the tribe is suitable for building an ice cellar. During the time when Suemo and the snake tribe leader were talking about the ice cellar, the orcs in the grocery store had been replaced several times. Suemo glanced at the shelves and found that there were several empty positions on the shelves of fruit tree seedlings. This means that someone has already bought fruit tree seedlings. But these people bought the fruit tree seedlings not because its fruit leaves can increase soil fertility, but because they liked its ability to withstand high and low temperatures. Huashi, why are you buying this? I remember your fields are already full. Right? There is still room. An orc greeted Huashi, and then looked at the two seedlings on his shoulders with curiosity. Chapter 263 Beast World, but it is cold resistant. The flower snake glanced at him. A batch of peanuts just ripened in the field. I can dig them up and plant this. Because the saplings were not small, The figure of the flower snake carrying the saplings attracted the attention of many people. This thing takes up a lot of land, old Hua. Are you really going to give up growing crops and plant this instead? Yes, although I also want to eat fruits. I have never heard of watermelons and pineapples, but judging from the names, it should be a good thing. But the location of the land is still too small. Although what these orcs said made sense, the flower snake didn't care. If he cared, he wouldn't have bought it. It doesn't matter if it takes up a lot of land, but it is cold resistant. The flower snake rolled his eyes at them. As expected. In this tribe, I am still the smartest. Are these people all idiots? Don't make it seem like he's the only beast who can read, obviously. Everyone learned the characters together, didn't they realize it? Cold resistant? What's wrong with cold resistant? Originally, there were still orcs who didn't react to the meaning of Huash's words, but there were still quick-witted people in the tribe. They quickly guessed Huash's idea. Fuck. You don't think this thing can grow in winter? Do you? Huashi didn't say anything, just looked at them, and his eyes clearly revealed 5 big words. Isn't it? A group of orcs, it seems to make sense. Is it true? This fruit tree can grow in winter? No, I'll go back and ask. If it really can, then I won't grow crops. No. No. No, ordinary crops still need to be planted. Who knows how long the growth cycle of this fruit is, how much it yields at a time, and whether it can be eaten. If you really give up planting ordinary crops just because it can grow in winter, that would be the stupidest thing. If the yield of this fruit is low, the growth cycle is long, and the taste is not good, then they will probably starve to death before winter. But no matter what, they have been aroused by what the flower snake said. After all, even if the yield is low, it is better than not growing in winter. Some crops are good. Anyway, those crops cannot grow in winter, and they are not easy to survive even in the first month of spring. If there are plants that can grow in winter and harvest food, then this is also a good thing. So the orcs in the grocery store can see a strange scene. A group of orcs who left just a few minutes ago are back again. It's really strange. Did they forget to buy something? Even if they forgot, it's not possible for so many orcs to forget at the same time. Could it be that they share the same brain? These people didn't pay attention to the way other orcs looked at them. After entering the grocery store, they came to Boss Su. Suemo didn't know what they were doing, but it seemed that they all came to find him. Boss Su, your fruit tree seedling says it is cold resistant. Does that mean it can grow in winter? Also, are these fruit trees picky about where they grow? If not, then we are going to dig up all the small woods behind the lake and plant this instead. They only thought about planting this in their own fields, but forgot that there are so many areas in their tribe where they can grow things. Although they are not fertile soils, like red soil or black soil. As long as the fruit trees are not picky about the location, it doesn't matter. Besides, it is useless for them to keep those trees. Instead of letting those trees occupy the planting space, it is better to use them to grow food. Suemo was stunned for a moment, then nodded. It can grow in winter, but the yield will be lower. Although it is cold resistant, it is a plant after all. It is impossible to have no effect at all. If it is a normal low temperature in winter, the yield is about 2/3 of the original. If there is heavy snow, then it will be reduced to 1/3. The orcs don't care whether the yield decreases or not. It's good enough if some grow. What else do they want? As for the land for planting, this kind of fruit tree is really not picky, as long as it is normal soil. As long as it is soil that can grow plants, they can grow normally. Great. Okay. You guys buy first. I'll go home and get a cart. Why cart? Just buy a few carts. Anyway, I just heard from the tribe leader that we will build something called an ice cellar in a few days. And we will need more carts to transport stones and ice. What is an ice cellar? Forget it. Let's study it later. And come and move the trees first. If they only bought 2 or 3 saplings, with their strength, they could just carry them back. Just like the flower snake before. But they had to buy a lot this time. So a group of orcs bought saplings, carts and ropes. Fortunately, the carts were big enough, and one cart could hold 4 or 5 saplings. After loading, they tied them up with ropes, and then pulled the ropes to move. This scene was somewhat similar to the rickshaws of a certain period in the past. The saplings are the passengers on the rickshaws, and the orcs are the drivers. Tell the tribe leader when the time comes that we have enclosed that piece of land, and will use it to plant fruit trees. After all, they spent money and effort, and it is impossible for them to give away all the fruits for free after planting. If it was before, Everyone might not have had this kind of property consciousness of their own. But now that the housing regulations and land regulations have been issued, everyone has this awareness. Before doing anything, they must report to the tribe leader in advance, which will also facilitate subsequent arrangements. Otherwise, what if other orcs in the tribe also want to plant fruit trees? What if those people happen to choose the place where they planted fruit trees? I can only say that some things can be avoided by making it clear in advance. So it is better to make it clear in advance. After all, it is public land, and you can't just take it. When the time comes, hand in some food or bones and teeth, and it will be considered as us buying it. As they walked away, the voice gradually faded. Although the customers in the store didn't hear clearly what they were talking about, they all heard Sumo say that fruit trees can grow in winter. Therefore, all the spies, the first reaction was to return to the tribe immediately, to inform their own clan leader. The news that a new batch of fruit trees that can grow in winter appeared in the grocery store soon spread to all nearby tribes. Even though someone reminded them that the growth rate and yield of these fruit trees were not as good as the crops they were currently planting, they still bought the seedlings as if they were buying goods. They often bought more than a dozen trees. If it weren't for the large number, it would be inconvenient to bring them back to the tribe. They would definitely buy more. Chapter 264, Beast World, Linen Clothes. When they thought of this, they really envied the orcs of the snake tribe. Because the grocery store was right at the door of their tribe, it would take at least 10 to 20 minutes to transport the saplings from the grocery store to their tribe, or even an hour at most. But it was different for the snake tribe. They only needed 5 minutes. Not even enough time for them to catch a rabbit. The most outrageous thing was that, while they were still carrying the saplings, they actually found that the lake behind the snake tribe was already full of fruit trees, even forming a fruit forest. The orcs of other tribes were very envious of this. While enjoying the envious gazes, the orcs of the snake tribe carried the saplings to their own fields. In the fields, the females were weeding and watering, while the males were pushing the saplings directly into the pits dug in advance, and then covered them with some soil. The saplings were considered to be transplanted. On average, at least 5 fruit tree seedlings were planted on each field, and some even filled the middle circle. About 10 trees. Some people seemed to want to plant more, but they were dissuaded. They were all rational, knowing that crops were the main thing they should plant. On the one hand, fruit trees can grow in winter, which can also provide some food for them in winter. On the other hand, they listened to what Boss Sue said. They are now planting land on a large scale, and the fertility and nutrients in the soil will gradually decrease and disappear as the number of plantings increases. Even red soil and black soil are no exception. And the fertilizer they bought can be used to restore the original fertility of the soil. The fruit leaves of the fruit trees, after falling, rot in the soil, can also increase and restore fertility and nutrition. Orcs cannot understand fertility, soil nutrition, but this does not affect their belief in Boss Sue. After the tree planting was completed, another new thing happened. That is, the female of the snake tribe actually made the first linen clothes. And this female is he. Although it is not very good looking, it is actually a simple version of the shirt that Boss Sue wears. But it is short-sleeved. But they think it is better than the animal skin clothes that look like beggars. This linen clothes looks a bit like a t-shirt. After careful study, it is actually 2 pieces of cloth, front and back, and then the joints are all sewn together. It is not difficult to make this piece of clothing. The real difficulty is the process of making linen cloth. It is to collect linen thread, process it, and finally weave it into linen cloth bit by bit. This series of steps is the most troublesome. It took 2.5 days just to make this piece of cloth. If it weren't for the farm work, the time could be shortened to about 2 days. After they measured the linen cloth she made with a tape measure, they cut it into clothes and finally sewed it together. And the scraps of cloth she cut off were also collected by her. Whether it is used for washing face and sweat, or for cleaning, it is a good choice. After all, she is a female with a reputation for being clever and dexterous. She was the first to make it, so it's not surprising for other females. So a group of females came to his doorstep with their own cloth, needles and threads, and small stools. Fortunately, this matter has not been spread outside the tribe. Otherwise there will definitely be more, and females from other tribes will come to learn. By then, the small area in front of his house will probably be filled with females, and there will be no place to rest. But it looks like it will be soon. If the females of other tribes really don't know any steps, They will definitely come to them to learn. As expected, the next day, someone discovered this. The day after he made the linen clothes, her partner went out hunting with other orcs in the tribe wearing light, comfortable and breathable linen clothes. Looking at his clothes, the other males were jealous. It was like someone was forcing lemons into their mouths. The eyes they cast at him were full of envy and jealousy. They also wanted linen clothes. Now that summer is approaching, the atmosphere has begun to rise. It's okay to stay in the tribe and do nothing. For those who go out hunting like them, they all go back sweating. The smell is simply unbearable. The animal skins, they have long been soaked with their sweat and smell. This means that every time they wash their clothes, it takes a long time. Otherwise, they always feel that the smell has not dissipated. But this linen is different. It is comfortable and breathable. Not close to the body. Although it is thin, it is not transparent. It feels light when worn on the body. And it feels like not wearing clothes. Not only will it not be hot, but even if you sweat on it, the linen will not absorb sweat and will not make you smell. Any male who has to do physical work wants a piece of such clothes. It's a pity that they are either single snakes, or the females at home have not learned it yet. I really envy Yuan. I don't know where he got the blessing to marry a good partner like he. You should know that the people who pursued he at the beginning could be lined up from the beginning to the end of the tribe. Among them, there were many strong, handsome, and better than Yuan. No one expected that he would eventually choose an orc that none of them had expected. Although they were a little unconvinced, the orcs respected the choice of every female and every couple. So no one made trouble. At most, they just had a simple discussion afterwards. Yuan also knew that he was lucky to marry he. So when he heard the male's words, he just scratched his head and smiled. They walked in the jungle and met many orcs from other tribes on the way. Originally, when everyone met, they would just say hello. But they were all attracted by the clothes on Yuan's body. And the things in their minds disappeared instantly. What kind of clothes is this? Is it also sold in Boss Su's shop? It looks so light and thin, it must be comfortable to wear. If it is really sold by Boss Su, I will definitely buy a few more. Don't even think about it, this is clothes made by Yuan's partner, you can't buy it. Self-made clothes? What kind of material is this? It's so comfortable, I also want my husband to make me one. Now it's good, not to mention the orcs of my own tribe are jealous. After hearing the origin of the clothes, the males of other tribes are also envious. They just want to get the same clothes right now. So, before waiting for the next day, that afternoon, many females went to the snake tribe with gifts. Chapter 265 Beast World. This is impossible. Just as the females were excitedly learning how to make linen clothes and pants, the males also started their own work. Are all the people here? The snake tribe leader had previously informed everyone that they would build an ice house. So during the days of building the ice house, the males worked in shifts. One group rested, one group went hunting, one group built the ice house, and then the three groups took turns. Under this arrangement, each beastman had enough rest time, and it would not affect their hunting of animals, which was very suitable. The snake tribe leader spent 2 days, looking up and down, inside and out, everywhere in the tribe. The purpose was to find a location that met Sumo's requirements to build an ice house. Because these conditions were not particularly harsh, the snake tribe leader found a total of more than 10 good places. More than half of them happened to be the caves they used to live in. Since they moved out of the cave and moved into the house, the cave has been empty. It is occasionally used to store some things, but it has no other use. Now it can be used as an ice cellar. The effort of digging the hole before is saved. They just need to dig deeper. And now they have a draft as a tool, which makes digging holes much faster than before. In just 1 day, they have dug 2 holes. Each of the 2 ice cellars is about the size of 2 classrooms. The previous cave naturally did not have such a large space. They connected the middle of the 2 caves to each other, which is how they made such a large capacity. By this calculation, the 2 ice cellars are equivalent to the size of about 4 classrooms, which is enough to store a lot of ice and food. The ice in the grocery store is sold by boxes. 1 box weighs about 100 kilograms. A male orc can carry 1 box in each hand at a time. A strong orc can even carry 3 boxes. This price is not expensive, especially when they found that these ice cubes are pure and transparent. If they collected ice cubes in the wild, they would definitely not be so clean. Not to mention making ice water in summer. I'm afraid it would not be used as a refrigeration material for ice cellars. It would be too dirty to use it to preserve food. But the ice sold in the grocery store is different. Each piece is clean and transparent. Two orcs standing on both sides of the ice can clearly see the orc on the other side through the ice. Rather than calling it ice, it would not be an exaggeration to call it crystal. After building 2 ice houses and piling up ice, they moved all the public food in the tribe and piled it here. It was impossible to put the food on the ground. So the orcs moved the useless tables, chairs and shelves at home and filled them up. It was obviously quite hot today, and they had been doing so much hard work. But no one was sweating. They were even reluctant to leave when they left. This ice is so comfortable. I can feel the cool air even when I stand next to it. If we can have this thing every summer, it will be so easy to work. That's easy. Let's build an ice cellar at home. In fact, I have had this idea for a long time. I will just dig a smaller one under my house. I don't ask for much. I just need to store a month's worth of food and provide some ice in the summer. If you don't build an ice cellar at home, it will be inconvenient to go to the public ice cellar every time you need ice, or buy it at the grocery store. And after having an ice cellar at home, you can also store some food. In summer, you can also put the container filled with water in the ice cellar, and then you can drink cool ice water. Drinking ice water in the hot summer is simply a kind of enjoyment. The more the orcs discussed, the more excited they were. If it weren't for the fact that the public ice cellar of the tribe had not been built yet, they really wanted to rush home with the manuscript. Finally, the snake tribe built a total of 5 ice cellars, 3 of which were large ice cellars combined, and 2 were small ice cellars, which together were exactly the 8 places that the snake tribe leader had previously favored. Because they were busy building houses and doing this, and that during this period, the tribe did not have much food reserves. But compared with previous years, the amount here is too much. It is enough for all the orcs in the tribe to eat for a month. This is definitely better than the previous practice of eating as much as they stored. Moreover, the crops in the 3 fields in the public area will be ripe in 2 days. Before, they were worried that they could not store them. So they almost always picked the crops when they were overripe and the fruits were about to fall to the ground. Now they don't have to worry about this problem. On the same day, they directly moved all the ripe, even overripe tomatoes, various green leafy vegetables, and beans, which are easy to spoil, into the ice cellar. Because there are many ice cellars, the amount of food stored is not much. So the snake tribe leader also asked them to divide an area by themselves and temporarily put the crops harvested from their own fields into the ice cellar. This is to prevent them from rotting in the ground, which would be a pity. Although the other tribes received the news a little later, they also knew the purpose of the ice cellar because the snake tribe did not deliberately conceal it and even answered every question. As the second tiger tribe to know about the ice cellar, they began to survey the terrain and location around their tribe that night. The other tribes were not willing to lag behind. In this way, after building houses in a hurry, everyone started to build ice cellars in a hurry. All the orcs wanted to build the ice cellars before the summer came. Otherwise, by then, the ice blocks would not have been transported in time and would probably have melted completely. Under this tight arrangement, all the tribes successfully built 2 ice cellars before the summer. If they really didn't have time to build them, they could only wait until autumn or next spring. Perhaps because this plane is not very developed, the travel expenses in this plane only need 1 million bone teeth. The number of bone teeth on Sumo has reached about 150,000. Originally, there were less than 100,000. This period of time can be said to have directly increased her assets by 50%. These bone teeth are all contributed by everyone buying ice cubes during this period. The income from ice cubes alone accounts for about 40% of the total income. 1 million bone teeth, not too much, not too little, but it is indeed a bit troublesome to earn. After all, Sumo has to worry about more than just running a store. There is also the beast tide and other natural disasters that may occur in the future. Sumo can only hope that, before she leaves, it is best not to happen. Chapter 266 Beast World. I don't know who I learned this from, but this is just a hope. Sumo always has a bad premonition. Her premonitions are always very accurate, but she doesn't hope it will be so accurate this time. Just when Sumo was thinking about the problem, several females walked in from the door, and it seemed that they were not here to buy things. Because as soon as they entered the grocery store, they walked straight towards Sumo, and didn't even look at the shelves next to them. These females have one thing in common, that is, they all hold a colorful object in their hands that cannot be seen. Sumo was still thinking about something. When she looked up as if she had sensed something, she saw those colorful things at a glance. Originally, she didn't see what it was, but when they got closer, she could barely recognize that these colorful things looked a bit like the gauze hats that little girls like to wear on their heads. But this gauze hat is definitely not as beautiful as the one she had seen before. After all, there are various factors limiting it. But in Sumo's opinion, at this time, being able to use such limited tools and materials to make a simple, but not crude gauze hat is already very good. In addition to the gauze hat, Sumo also saw a lot of flowers and plants. However, these flowers and plants are not real plants, but made of various materials. Boss Su, this is for you. I hope you don't dislike it. And mine. I made it myself. Although it is indeed ugly. This is the 5th piece of linen I have made. This flower is called Pro. It is the most beautiful flower here. But Pro is easy to wither after being picked. So I made a fake flower, so that it will never wither. Sumo was stunned, watching them put the things they brought on the counter, and chattering words of thanks. All these gifts were sent by the females to thank her, or to welcome her. She originally thought that these females brought these finished products just to show her, or to ask for her modification opinions. After all, such things have happened before. But she didn't expect that they came to give gifts. The females looked at Boss Su, feeling a little uneasy. They didn't know if Boss Su would accept the things they made without permission. And if he did, would it have any impact on Boss Su? The more they saw Sumo not talking, the more panicked they became. Well, if Boss Su is not convenient to accept it, forget it. Sumo glanced at these gifts, and was silent for a moment. Facing these gifts, she couldn't refuse them, because they were not expensive things. They were just some thoughts from these females. If they were to send food directly, she would definitely not accept it. Sorry. I was in a daze for a while. Sumo explained why she didn't reply to them immediately, and then continued, it's not inconvenient. But, if you are giving it to the beast god, then just put it at the altar. Sumo subconsciously thought that the object of these female gifts was not her, but the beast god. After all, in the minds of all the orcs, she was just the messenger of the beast god, and everything she did was because of the order of the beast god. Even if they wanted to thank someone, they should thank the beast god, not her. The female's eyes lit up, and then they waved their hands and explained, no, 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 these are for you, Boss Su. We have already put the ones for the beast god on the altar. They all said so, and Sumo nodded and accepted the gifts. I will keep them well. The females thought that Boss Su was just being polite. After all, the things they gave were all made by themselves, and they knew exactly what they looked like. They all thought that as long as Boss Su was willing to accept them, it was already a great honor. As for whether they kept them well, they didn't care much. Of course, they were still very happy to hear Boss Su say that. What they didn't know was that since Sumo said that he would keep them well, it must not be perfunctory. Each female only gave 1 or 2 small things, including a gauze hat, other accessories, and various small animals and flowers. Although they were not very delicate, they could see the intentions of the makers. Sumo asked San to put all these things in her room, to prevent them from disappearing when leaving this plane. Upgrading or spending money to expand or make other changes will return to the original state when entering the next plane. Although her bedroom is part of the grocery store, the difference is that her bedroom will not change as she travels through each plane. The store is different. At the end of each plane, when entering the next plane, the level will be reset. After the reset, not only will the layout become the most basic, but everything inside will also disappear, leaving only the most basic furniture. Sumo's bedroom didn't have many other things, so there was a lot of space, which was more than enough to put these little gadgets. San picked an empty cabinet, and then sorted and packed all the things, and finally put them all in the cabinet. After doing all this, he couldn't wait to find the host to take credit. Sumo followed the usual practice and praised it like a child. And then, the system was as happy as an 800-pound child. After laughing alone, San entered the body of the white bear cub and lazily lay on the recliner to rest. This posture, Sumo felt a little familiar. Since San had a physical body, he was no longer satisfied with the system state of nothingness. Unless it was necessary, he would use the white bear physical body. Not only that, it always liked to sleep in various places. Whether it was on the sofa, on the recliner, on the table, or even in the drawer. But because it was too fat, the drawer couldn't be closed at all. So it was quickly pulled out by Sumo. The more Suimo read, the more confused she felt. She didn't know who she had learned this from. But she was only slightly puzzled, and soon put the matter behind her. In a blink of an eye, a month had passed, and the temperature had finally risen from near midsummer to summer temperature. If it were before, the orcs would definitely find summer unbearable. Not to mention the hot weather, they felt unmotivated to do anything. They were so lazy that they just wanted to find a cool place to lie down and rest. But now it's different. They have a magic weapon to escape the heat. Chapter 267 Beast World. Big green fruit, and there are more than one. The most noteworthy one is definitely the ice cubes that can directly cool down. Whether you put a box of ice cubes in the room before going to bed, you can feel the cool air all night long, dispelling the heat of the whole night, or directly drink ice water soaked in ice cubes. These are all excellent ways to relieve the heat. Although this will lead to a huge consumption of ice cubes, the orcs don't care. Anyway, they have plenty of bones and teeth. There are also many animals and beasts in summer. As long as a male is not particularly unlucky, he can easily bring back dozens or even hundreds of kilograms of guys. These days, there is no shortage of bones and teeth. And there is no shortage of money. Bone teeth can't cool down, and can't be eaten or drunk. In the eyes of orcs, they are useless things anyway. They are kept, so orcs would rather choose to buy goods. This has led to a direct surge in the sales of ice cubes in the grocery store recently. It was even sold out at one point. Many people still can't buy it after it's sold out. In addition to ice cubes, the second magic weapon to keep out the heat is linen clothes. Females learn weaving very quickly, not to mention there is a teacher with natural skills. So they learn even faster. 1 day of weaving, 2 days of making clothes, 3 finished products. This is not a joke, but a fact. With their efforts, all tribes not only popularized thin, breathable and non-stuffy linen clothes, linen pants, but even some females invented a simple version of the sun hat. The sun hat is actually an enlarged version of the gauze hat, and then remove the useless decorations on it. Although the appearance is average, the effect is indeed good. At least they no longer have to feel the hot sun directly burning their scalps. As for the third summer heat relief artifact, it is related to the fruit trees that the orcs planted some time ago. It has been nearly 2 months since the fruit trees were planted, and the fruit trees that grow faster have already produced small fruits. The size, color, and shape of each fruit are different. Before these fruits matured, Suimo had already made preparations. She asked the orcs to use the previous method of recognizing crops in advance, and also recognized all the fruits. Otherwise, it would be okay for ordinary fruits. But if you encounter some strange-looking ones, such as durian, such as jackfruit, these fruits have a thick and strong skin on the outside. If you don't explain it to them, they may really not know how to eat them, because they have learned common sense about fruits. The beastmen can now barely identify what these unripe fruits on the trees are. Hey, do you think that is an apple? It looks exactly like the one in the booklet that Boss Sue gave us. I heard that apples are delicious, crisp and sweet, and have a fresh fragrance. An orc pointed to a red fruit on a fruit tree in the tribe's public field and asked curiously. He just felt that this red fruit was quite familiar. Isn't this the fruit drawn on the first page of the booklet? It looks big and round, so beautiful. This is more beautiful than all the fruits they have seen in the jungle before. And it must taste good. If it is not yet ripe, he would definitely want to pick it and taste it. However, although he called out the name of apple, the people around him raised objections. It doesn't look like an apple to me. But it looks a bit like, what is it? Another orc frowned. He stared at the apple for a long time, then slapped his forehead and blurted out, I remember it. It's a peach. The male orc's tone was very sure, and he quickly stated the basis for his judgment. Look, isn't the bottom of the fruit a little pointed? Only peaches have pointed points. Apples are round. And this peach has no hair. It is probably a nectarine. I think it is a peach. But I can't tell what kind of peach it is. You are really amazing. You can even tell this. Another orc passing by joined their discussion. When he was flipping through the book today, he happened to see peaches, so he could tell the difference. However, there were too many types of peaches. He read many pages of peaches, such as honey peaches, nectarines, hairy peaches, yellow peaches. He was dazzled by all the different kinds of peaches. He just thought they all looked the same, without any difference. So he couldn't tell the varieties. Now that he heard that someone could actually distinguish the specific varieties, he couldn't help but think that he was really amazing. Hee hee. No. I just read a few more pages of the book yesterday. But speaking of it, that green fruit is really big. It must be as big as my head. Right? Such a big fruit hanging on the tree can actually be supported by the branches. It's amazing. The green fruit that the orc was talking about was actually a watermelon. It was just that the fruit booklet Sumo gave them was sorted by the first letter of the fruit's pinyin. The X of watermelon was sorted later, so they hadn't seen it that far, and naturally couldn't recognize what it was. For fruits of many kinds, they were generally sorted by the first letter of the general name, and then all kinds were grouped together. For example, peaches, Harry Peaches, they were all peaches tea, so these pages were all about peaches. Because they couldn't recognize it, they couldn't help but feel curious about this big green fruit. This was really the first time they had seen such a big fruit. Not only was it green, but if you looked closely, it was actually mixed with dark stripes, which looked very strange. I brought the manual, let me flip through it. One orc was so curious that he took out the booklet in his basket and flipped through it page by page. Although the watermelon was on the last few pages, he had read almost the entire booklet and had never seen this fruit. So he only needed to look for the content that he had not seen yet. Found it. This green fruit is called watermelon. It is oval, has stripes, and has a smooth skin, all of which are in line with the description. Hearing that he had found the information about the watermelon, the orcs around him either came over to look, or asked him what the page number was, and then took out the fruit manual they carried with them, and began to flip through it. Summer fruit. The flesh is sweet and crisp. It can cool down and relieve the heat. What a good thing. Isn't this a fruit specially for this season? After reading all the information about the watermelon, all the orcs stared at the big watermelon on the tree with their eyes wide open. Their eyes were full of desire. Chapter 268 Beast World. Crisp. Sweet. Refreshing. They can't wait to taste this fruit that also has the effect of relieving heat and cooling down. It's a pity that the fruit is not ripe yet, they have to wait a little longer. But it's almost ripe. I heard from Boss Sue that as long as the leaves of the fruit tree turn slightly yellow, or tend to turn yellow, then it proves that this batch of fruits are ripe. If the leaves are still green, it proves that the fruits on the branches are still in the process of growing. When all the fruits are ripe, they will harvest all the fruits, and the leaves on the branches will fall off within 3 days. Just like some people's hair, no leaves will be left. After the leaves fall, the fruit tree will rest for about 10 days. When the rest period is over, it will start to grow leaves and fruits again, and then start a cycle. A normal fruit tree, if treated well, can basically drop its leaves dozens or even hundreds of times. The fallen leaves are used as fertilizer and absorbed by the soil. In other words, they can be harvested hundreds of times. If a fruit tree stays in a bad environment for a long time, the number of leaf drop will also decrease, which means the lifespan will be reduced. Even so, a fruit tree can survive in an environment such as severe cold and drought, and grow at least 10 batches of fruit. It is not an exaggeration to say that this is a sacred tree. The only disadvantage is that the yield is average, and fruits can fill the stomach. But there is no way to provide the energy required by carnivorous orcs. The way they restore their physical strength and energy is still to eat meat. Even so, the orcs treat these trees very carefully. Although they knew it didn't need such meticulous care, they still watered it and weeded it every day, doing everything they should do. Just like that, under their careful care, the first batch of fruits matured. God knows how happy these beastmen were on the day they matured. Originally, they bought fruit trees just to provide food for the winter, and used fallen leaves to provide nutrients to the soil. But they didn't expect that after reading the fruit manual, they would start looking forward to the ripening of fruits day and night. Sweet and crisp. Sweet and juicy. Sweet and sour. Sweet and fragrant. These words made them drool. The fruit they had been craving for so long was finally ripe. How could they not be excited? On that day, both males and females put down their work and devoted themselves to harvesting. Most beastmen are good at climbing trees, especially the snake tribe. Even if they can't climb trees in human form, they will directly change back to beast form. In a few seconds, all of them climbed up the nearly 10-meter high tree. After climbing up, they stretched out their long arms and picked an apple directly. They didn't care whether it was dirty or not. After all, they had eaten everything when they were hungry before, and they were still alive and well. Besides, the fruit looked juicy, with only some dust at most, and no other dirt. So after they picked them, they took one and took a bite. So crisp. So sweet. So refreshing. The people under the tree were envious of their exclamations and shouts. They really wanted to pull all the guys who stole the food from the tree down. What are you doing? We agreed to pick the fruits. Why are you eating them secretly? Be careful, or I'll tell the tribe leader. Hiss, just eat them, don't smack your lips. If you keep doing that, I'll beat you up. I would have picked them earlier. I knew these guys were unreliable. Perhaps these threats worked. The males on the tree sped up. They took another bite of the apple with a smile, and then ate the whole apple in a few bites, leaving only the core. If he didn't know that the core of the apple contained trace amounts of toxins, and tasted a little bitter, he would have really wanted to eat the core of the apple together. Come on. Come on. I'm putting the bamboo basket down. Don't break it. This is full. Come on. Someone help me. The way they picked the fruit was that each male brought a rope and 2 bamboo baskets or backpacks for fruit. After the container was full of fruit, they used the rope to send the container down. When the fruit sent down was taken out by the orcs below, they continued to fill another container with fruit. After the second one was full, they would recycle the first one and put the second one down, and repeat the cycle. In this way, they didn't have to transport the fruit up and down, which was heavy and tiring, and it was easy to get injured when carrying such a heavy thing climbing a tree. If their feet slipped or their hands shook, the consequences would be unimaginable. They also thought about letting them throw fruits down from above, but this idea was quickly rejected by them. It was a height of 10 meters. Even the thick-skinned orcs would be seriously injured if they fell down. Not to mention the fruits. They would probably have been rotten and cracked, and they would not be able to eat them even if they wanted to. The idea of using such a simple elevator came to an orc when he recalled that he and his companions had dragged wild animals home with ropes. The more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed to him. So he told the tribe leader about it. So everyone used this method. People from other tribes were still worried about how to get the fruits down, but after seeing the method of the snake tribe, they all followed suit. At first, they thought it was troublesome to see the snake tribe operate in this way, but when they used it themselves, they realized that it was so convenient. It was convenient and easy, and the efficiency was very high. In a short time, all the fruits on the tree could be picked. The orcs who were responsible for collecting the fruits saw these juicy fruits finally appear in front of them, and they couldn't wait to pick one up and put it in their mouths. What is this? Why is it so unpalatable? Although he said it was unpalatable, he was reluctant to throw it away. The male frowned and looked at the crescent-shaped fruit in his hand. He thought for a long time, but couldn't remember what kind of fruit it was. The orcs next to him heard the movement here, and their eyes were cast towards him at the same time. An orc who recognized the fruit laughed immediately. This is a banana. You have to peel it. The outer layer can't be eaten. This thing is on the last few pages of the booklet. It's normal that you don't recognize it. The question is, why do you eat it if you don't recognize it? The male knew that he made a mistake, and coughed dryly. I couldn't help it. I thought all fruits could be eaten directly. As he said, he peeled off the outer yellow peel, and then took a bite of the banana flesh. Delicious. This is the normal taste. He finished a banana in a few seconds, and then began to transfer all the fruits in the bamboo basket to the big box next to him. Chapter 269 Beast World. Noses can be deceiving. In one morning, they had already picked nearly 1/3 of the fruits. Although this method of picking fruits is not so tiring, climbing trees to pick fruits and moving things also consumes physical strength. Moreover, it is summer now, and the sun is shining everywhere, and it is even hotter in the afternoon. It is only slightly cooler in the morning, so they pick fruits mostly in the morning. In the afternoon, everyone still does their own work, whether it is farming, doing some housework, or going out hunting. It is only at night that they can really relax after a busy day. Because of the bumper harvest of fruits this time, the beast men are very greedy for fruits, so everyone eats all kinds of fruit platters in the evening. All of them are made by the females, cubs, or the elderly in the tribe, after washing and simply cutting. They are not so delicate. They say it is a fruit platter, but each fruit is cut into large pieces, and it is very satisfying to take a bite. In the past, platters were served on plates, but they served them in basins. A full basin, with more than 30 basins. The basins were colorful, with all kinds of fruits. 2 of the basins were special. One for watermelons. Perhaps because they were lucky. There were more than 30 large watermelons in this batch of fruits, each weighing more than 10 pounds. There were exactly 300 people in the snake tribe. So about 10 people shared one watermelon. About 1 pound per person. More than 300 pounds of watermelon flesh filled several large basins, which was also the most favorite and preferred fruit of all orcs. The orcs were originally very interested in the watermelon, the only fruit in the booklet that was labeled as summer fruit. After eating it, they were refreshed. They put the watermelon in the ice cellar for an afternoon and took it out near dusk. Perhaps it was soaked for a long time, so it was still cool when eaten. This coolness mixed with the sweetness and the fragrance of watermelon amazed all the orcs. They thought that the other fruits they stole when picking fruits were delicious enough. But they didn't expect that there would be something even more delicious. It's amazing. I haven't felt so good even when I put ice cubes next to me when I sleep at night. An orc slapped his thigh fiercely, and then took a fork and ate another mouthful of watermelon. Although this description was a bit exaggerated, the orcs around him obviously agreed. If I can choose, I would rather sleep without ice cubes at night. I also want to have a piece of ice watermelon before going to bed. It's so refreshing. Unfortunately, it's a little too little. We can only eat other fruits to make do. After all, each orc only weighs 1 pound. Watermelon is high in water, and 1 pound doesn't weigh many pieces. They just satisfied their cravings, and then they were gone. Compared with such a popular watermelon, a basin of fruit with yellow flesh standing alone a few meters away seemed particularly abrupt. One of the orcs pointed at the basin curiously and asked, "What is that? I don't see anyone eating it." The orc who was asked the question ate the cantaloupe, and then looked in the direction of the finger. At this glance, his brows wrinkled instantly. Ah, that's durian. Because it's too smelly, no one eats it. Stinky? How can there be smelly fruits? He clearly smelled that these fruits were fragrant. After hearing his explanation, several orcs were a little skeptical, and they stood up and walked towards that direction. Before they got close, they smelled an indescribable smell. The orcs who were skeptical and were smelled by the smell. I clearly saw that the flesh of this fruit is similar to that of a banana. How come it smells so bad? The question is, can this thing really be eaten? Does anyone have a booklet? Hurry up and take a look. This durian may have gone bad. We just picked the fruit this morning. How could it go bad? They turned to the page about durian, and it clearly stated a problem. Durian, it is normal to have a bad smell. Everyone took a deep breath. This taste is normal. Is this thing really edible? Forget it. Forget it. I'll go eat other melons. Although there are no watermelons, there are still cantaloupe, muskmelon, and cantaloupe. I feel that anything is better than this. There were more than a dozen orcs who came to see the durian before, and 7 or 8 of them left in a blink of an eye. The remaining few looked at each other, and several people stared at each other. I actually want to try it. Me too. Although the smell is strange, it doesn't mean that it tastes bad. Besides, they have suffered a lot before. The most terrifying thing is not that the food is unpalatable, but that there is nothing to eat. Only now that they have enough food and clothing with the help of Boss Sue. If there were no other fruits, no other food, and the only food in front of them was durian, then they would definitely not hesitate too much. Everyone would choose to eat it. Anyway, they knew that this thing was not poisonous, and it would not kill the beast if they ate it. Come on, take what you want to eat. The first orc mustered up the courage to pick up a piece of durian with his fork. To be honest, after getting used to the smell, they found that the taste of this durian was not that unacceptable. In this case, the taste should not be as bad as they imagined. With this idea, the first orc tasted the durian. The remaining orcs did not dare to do it, and after seeing his actions, they could not help but cast a look at him that said, "You are such a warrior." The orc who ate the durian was frowning at first, but when he really tasted the durian, his brows gradually relaxed. "How does it taste? I see you look like this. It shouldn't be bad, right? It makes me a little tempted." Although the orc did not say the taste of the durian, his expression had revealed some information. If it really tasted bad, he would definitely not have this expression. The first thing he would do is definitely to spit out the unpalatable things. But he didn't do it. Another orc put the durian into his mouth. So, they completely forgot about the other fruits, and ate the durian one by one. There were few people here, and no one noticed their abnormal behavior, until someone called out the name of one of the orcs. "You are actually eating durian. This thing is so smelly. How did you eat it?" It was a female who discovered this, and her mouth opened wide in surprise. As several orcs who had the same idea more than 10 minutes ago said, durian really can't be judged by appearance alone. Although the smell is really indescribable, the nose can deceive people. It smells bad, but tastes good, and it's easy to get addicted to eating. This can be said to be the most realistic portrayal of them at present. Chapter 270 Beast World, San Soldier. The most important thing is that, at first, only a few of them were eating. After more orcs discovered their actions, they couldn't help but want to try it. However, durian is a special fruit. Not everyone can accept its smell, and not everyone can accept its taste. After trying durian in the tribe, some orcs like durian, some don't like it or hate it, and the last part hates it very much. Suemo heard about this because since the first batch of fruits matured, many orcs often talk about fruits when they buy things in the grocery store. Everyone shares their own way of eating and preferences about fruits. Durian is one of the most controversial fruits. As a system, San has never eaten anything, but after listening to their discussion, he is also a little moved. Host, have you eaten durian? How does it taste? This makes it want to try it. If it were before, San might not be able to do this. But it has a physical body now. And it also has 5 senses, which means it can eat and taste. It's okay. Sumo's view on durian is neutral. She doesn't like it or hate it. But she saw that San seemed to be quite curious. So she gave it a small box of durian that a female had given her before. She didn't accept these things originally, but because the female was too enthusiastic, and the small box didn't have much, Suemo accepted it. But she hadn't had time to eat it yet. So now she could give it to San to try. The moment the small box was opened, the smell instantly filled the white bear's nasal cavity. San, cough cough cough. This smell. San, dead? Suemo. Not really. Relying on the ice cellar, fruits, and comfortable new clothes, the orcs had a very comfortable summer. At first, they were not quite used to this leisurely and comfortable life. They were used to being busy under the scorching sun in summer. They were used to being sweaty under the sun, and then going home exhausted. Compared to before, the current life can really be said to be like a fairy. The only thing that made them a little regretful was that the plants in the field were more or less wilted due to the temperature. They were more or less worried that these crops would not survive. Only the fruit trees were still healthy and strong. During this period, the speed at which the soil absorbs water and the demand for water by plants also increased greatly. So they increased the frequency of watering. The reason why they did not increase the amount of watering at one time was that they were worried that the roots of the crops would be soaked in rotten. A small amount of watering multiple times is the correct solution. Under their careful care, this batch of crops has finally gotten rid of the half-dead state before. The orcs' hanging hearts finally settled down. The old priest looked at the thriving scene in the tribe with satisfaction, and felt extremely comfortable in his heart. Many orcs greeted her respectfully when they passed by. Priest, the weather is so hot. How about I help you go back and rest? Ching had just harvested the crops from her own field, and was carrying a basket to go home. And she happened to see the old priest watching them under the shade of a tree. Because the old priest's health has improved, he doesn't have to stay at home all the time to rest, and during this period of time, the tribe has changed a lot, so they can see the old priest walking around almost every day. It seems that he is inspecting and sighing at the changes in everyone during this period of time. No, I will stay for a while and go back by myself if you have something to do. Go first. The old priest smiled and waved his hand. Ching hesitated for a moment, but did not leave. Anyway, she had finished her work for the day, and there was still some time before dinner, so it would be better for her to stay here with the old priest. Although orcs are strong, old orcs are really weak. It was so hot, and she was standing here alone. What if something happened? Do you mind if I stay here with you for a while, Master Priest? Ching said as she walked to her side. The old priest could guess what she was thinking. She was about to say that she was in good health and didn't need her to watch over her. But sometimes, things just happened. Ching only had time to see the old priest open his mouth as if he wanted to say something. And then his whole body was like a withered and rotten broken wood. Shaking. She was so scared that she quickly dropped the things in her hand and supported the old priest, who almost fell to the ground. In panic, he did not forget to call people in the direction of the field. It was morning, and it was time for everyone to do farm work. Although it was a little late, there were still many orcs here. Hearing that the old priest had fainted, all the orcs were shocked. They all dropped the things in their hands and ran over in a hurry. Just like Ching a few seconds ago. Send the old priest home first, and you go to find the tribe leader. Be gentle. Don't be clumsy. I'll block the sun. Don't walk too fast. The news that the old priest had fainted spread throughout the tribe in an instant. For a while, all the orcs in the tribe knew about it. Unless there was work that could not be put down. Everyone gathered outside the old priest's house without any prior arrangement. As time went on, the door was still not opened. And the hearts of the orcs sank a little bit, as if they had sunk to the bottom of the water. And they were suffocating. After an unknown amount of time, the tightly closed door finally opened. The orcs of the snake tribe saw the chief walking out with a gloomy face. And they all couldn't help but shudder in their hearts. Could it be? Chief? The priestess. A female choked and spoke, although she didn't finish her words. But everyone could understand what she had not said. The chief was still immersed in the words he had just heard, and didn't notice that something was wrong with the tribesmen around him. The others took the chief's silence as a tacit agreement. So, there were bursts of crying in the snake tribe. The chief, who was called back to God by the crying, was at a loss for a moment. And then he sternly scolded them. Why are you crying? Don't disturb the priest's rest. This sentence confused everyone present. Did they just hear something wrong? Could it be that things were not what they imagined? But if it was not like that, why did the chief's expression look so ugly? The priestess. Chapter 271, The Beast World, Basic Quality of Winning by Laying Down. The chief looked around and found the sad look on everyone's face. Recalling what happened before, he immediately understood everyone's misunderstanding. The expression on his face eased a lot, and his tone of voice was not as harsh as before. The priest is fine, you don't have to cry here, it makes my head buzz. The chief sighed. He also knew that it was because of his attitude just now that the misunderstanding was caused, so he didn't say anything more. Everyone was relieved to hear that the old priest was fine. Because they knew she was resting, everyone lowered their voices and movements at the same time, whether communicating or acting. But they still have a doubt in their hearts. Since the old priest was fine, then why did the chief look so ugly when he went out? If not, they wouldn't have misunderstood. Did something else happen? Despite all the questions in his heart, the chief of the snake tribe didn't seem to be ready to answer. He only told everyone to gather in the square of the tribe tonight. He had something to announce, and then he arranged for someone to take care of the old priest. And then he left. If they were not mistaken, the direction the chief left seemed to be the direction of the grocery store. That's what happened. The snake chief sighed. His tone was very heavy. She has paid a lot for this tribe, including this prophecy. I don't want her, an old orc, to continue to overdraw her body to block this beast tide for us. I still remember the messenger once said that the things you have here can help us get through the difficulties, including the beast tide. Suemo nodded. She did say so when she first came here. This is not a bluff, but there are indeed relevant products in the mall that can deal with the beast tide. I already know about it. She only said that she knew, but did not give any other specific information. Although the clan leader was a little regretful, this was also within his expectations. He did not expect to learn anything from the messenger, and came here this time, just to inform the messenger of this matter. After the snake clan leader left, Suemo did not do anything else, as if what he just said was not the beast tide, but some other insignificant little thing. San has become accustomed to the host's attitude of doing things. Although it seems to care nothing, but in fact everything is under control, so it did not urge anything. As a system that wins by lying, it must have the basic qualities of winning by lying. Don't talk nonsense, don't do bad things, don't drag your feet, the rest is up to the host to solve. Facts have proved that. San really knows Suemo very well. Because it was close to evening, when it was time to close the store, Suemo closed the store door, and then opened the system mall, and began to unlock new products skillfully. The beast tide basically comes once a year, in late summer and early autumn every year. It is now in the middle of summer, and the old priest's predictions are usually about what will happen in half a month or a month, which happens to be the end of summer. Of course, this is a relatively lucky and relatively regular beast tide. If you are unlucky, then the beast tide will most likely come in winter and spring. In winter, it is cold and hungry, and the beast men have no strength, and are inconvenient to move, so it is impossible to resist the beast tide well. So this is also the reason for bad luck. Suemo had said before that the goods that can help them resist the beast tide are actually some simple weapons, and some defensive infrastructure. Weapons are mainly divided into melee weapons and long-range weapons. There are many types of these two weapons, but Suemo only plans to exchange two. Spear purchase price, 3 bone T/piece. Sales price, 10 bone T/piece. Introduction. The sharp spear is the best melee weapon against wild beasts. It has high damage, is not easy to damage, and is easy to use. Bow purchase price, 3 bone T/piece. Sales price, 10 bone T/piece. Introduction. A longbow that can be used for archery, with a bowstring that even a child can easily pull, is a very useful long-range weapon. Weapons are used to fight against enemies. They don't need to be fancy. Simple, practical and high damage are the most important. Whether it is a spear or a bow, they all meet these conditions. The spear is said to be a melee weapon, but it can barely be considered a semi-long-range weapon. Whether it is stabbing or poking directly, or throwing it out with force as a projectile, it is a good choice. Not to mention the bow, which is the most common and basic long-range weapon. The bow produced by the system product has a feature. That is, the bowstring can be easily pulled open without affecting the lethality of the bow and arrow, without the limitation of strength. The bow can become a weapon that even females can use. In this way, all female orcs no longer have to stand in the back as the protected party as before. They can also pick up the bow and use arrows to protect their homes. With the addition of females, the combat effectiveness of all tribes can be greatly improved. It will be easier to fight against the beast tide. The only thing to note is that bows and arrows do not distinguish between friend and foe. Orcs must first learn how to aim and shoot arrows, and then use bows as weapons. Otherwise, if they hit their teammates in battle, it would be a terrible thing. In addition to weapons, there are also protective gear. Wooden protective gear purchase price, 3 bone T/set sales price, 10 bone T/set introduction. Protective gear with certain defensive effects, including helmets, upper and lower body armor, which can resist the damage caused by certain attacks. The defensive power of wooden protective gear is limited, but it is better than nothing. It is better than the body being directly attacked by the claws of beasts. With stronger protective gear as a buffer, it can still resist the damage caused by the attacks of beasts. At least it will not be so easy to get hurt. In addition to the 3 weapons and armor that can be directly equipped on the body, the last 2 items that Sumo unlocked are 2 defensive facilities. Traps and fences. Trap purchase price, 2 bone T/piece sales price, 5 bone T/piece introduction. Ground spike trap, which can affect the speed of the beast's advance and cause certain damage to the beast. It is easy to be destroyed by large beasts. Fence purchase price, 1 bone T/set sales price, 3 bone T/set introduction. A strong fence, which can effectively block the beast's path forward and can also be used to divide the area. In order to unlock these 5 items, Sumo spent nearly 10,000 bone teeth. On average, each item cost about 2,000 bone teeth to unlock. Although it looks expensive, Sumo actually knows that this is a good deal, because these items are all level 4 items in the level mode. Chapter 272 Beast World, Panic. The price of the 4th level goods, which can be exchanged by purchasing the commodity exchange voucher, is 2,700 bone teeth. In this way, isn't it a profit? The most important thing is, if I follow the progress of the level mode, I definitely haven't reached the requirements of the 4th level grocery store yet. After all, in the past few months, the customers are basically the orcs from the 10 tribes nearby, and there are no other new customers, which leads to her reputation not rising. If the reputation is not enough, the level cannot be raised. But fortunately, she chose the full unlock mode, and she doesn't need to worry about these problems. The fact that the beast tide is coming is not only known to the snake tribe, after all. The tribes with priests around are not the only ones. Although the tribes are different, their reactions after knowing this are the same. Even though their living environment and living conditions have been greatly improved now, they still have a deep fear of the word beast tide. It was because the casualties and losses caused by the beast tide every year were too tragic. The impression left by the beast tide on them was too deep and long-lasting. Almost all tribes fell into a panic after learning this nightmare news. The beast tide is coming again. I hope there will be fewer crazy beasts this year. When I think of my home that I just built not long ago, it will be destroyed by those beasts soon, Alas, but what can we do? Damn it, what I am most worried about is our fields. Every time those beasts come, they will rush around everywhere. I am afraid that they will damage the crops and fruit trees in the fields. As soon as these words came out, all the beastmen were stunned. Yes, in addition to their tribe and house, there are also fields. The fields are full of food. When the orcs thought that so much food would be wasted by the wild beasts, they felt more and more distressed. But what can they do? Although they usually hunt and feed on wild beasts in the jungle, the reason why they can catch wild beasts is, on the one hand, because wild beasts have no wisdom, on the other hand, because wild beasts are usually scattered. They can easily catch lone wild beasts. But every year, there are tens of thousands of wild beasts invading the tribe. Although there are thousands of people in their 10 tribes, more than half of them are old orcs without fighting power, females, and cubs. There are only more than 2,000 orcs males, who are truly capable of fighting. It is impossible to fight thousands or even tens of thousands with 1,000. The more they think about it, the more anxious they feel. They didn't want to give up their houses and fields. But they couldn't resist the beast tide. So every year when the beast tide came, they chose to take their things and hide. But this year, they didn't want to hide anymore. Old Hua, do you think we really have to hide this year? Huashi irritably shook his tail, which had already appeared. The long and thick tail slapped on the ground, making a dull sound. Although the other orcs around were not asked this question, they were all equally irritated and depressed. How about we think of a way? What way? Is there any way to resist the beast tide? If there is a way, then we don't have to suffer so much before. Just when the atmosphere around was in a dead silence, an orc suddenly came over, with a strange and distorted expression on his face. He waved to everyone. The other orcs saw his mysterious look, although they were in a bad mood, but they still cooperated and came over. The orc looked around, then lowered his voice. I saw the tribe leader go to Boss Su before. I guess it should be about the beast tide, but I don't know what Boss Su's reply is. Although he didn't say it clearly, the orcs all knew that. What he wanted to express was that the tribe leader had gone to the messenger for help. Thinking of the huge changes in their living environment and living conditions over the past 6 months, a glimmer of hope emerged in everyone's hearts. Do you think Boss Su still has things that can resist the beast tide? It's hard to say, but Boss Su must have good things. Now we eat well, wear well, and live well, all of which are bought from the grocery store. Although they said uncertain and doubtful words, everyone must hope that this is true in their hearts. Some orcs were ready to find an opportunity to inquire about the news, but they were quickly suppressed by the people around them. Okay, if there is really something good, Boss Su will not fail to bring it out. If not, wouldn't it be difficult for us to ask her? That's right. Boss Su has done enough. There's no reason to make her worry more. They are not ungrateful, nor will they ask for more. Today's life is something they never dared to imagine before. Even if the beast tide comes, they don't have to panic like in previous years, because they have a grocery store. They can come back anytime. As for food, they don't have to worry about it, because the orcs are afraid of starvation. After they have fields, everyone works hard every day, and no one is lazy. This makes the food output in the tribe far greater than the consumption, and the extra part has long been piled up in the ice cellar. The ice cellars they dug out before were not enough, and later they dug 2 more, which was barely enough. The location of these ice cellars is secret, and they are underground. If they hadn't taken the lead in digging the ice cellars, they might not be able to find the location themselves, let alone the beasts. They always only destroy things on the surface, and don't deliberately look for hidden things. With the food in these ice cellars, even if their crops and fruit trees are destroyed after the beast tide ends, they don't have to worry about food in the short term. After careful consideration, things are not as terrible as they imagined. They were just frightened by the previous experience of the beast tide. After thinking this through, they were not as irritable as before. Instead of wasting time here thinking about nothing, it is better to quickly pack up the things at home, and then find a good place to hide, or discuss with others whether there are any other ways to deal with the beast tide and protect the fields and houses. It is better than sitting here and waiting to die. Chapter 273 Beast World, Training Ground. The grocery store sells things that can resist the beast tide. Everyone, hurry up and take your bones and teeth to buy them. Things that can resist the beast tide? The beastmen are also first class at catching keywords. When they heard these words, the whole beast stood up. All the orcs took out their own bones and teeth at the first time, and then followed the large group to the grocery store. Because of frequent exchanges, everyone has long remembered the appearance of the grocery store. At this time, they all know clearly what has been added to the store. They saw the new products in the store at a glance, and kept walking towards the direction of the new products. People who move faster than them have already bought what they need directly. I bought a spear. Is there anyone who wants to try it out? To test the power of the new weapon. Let's go outside and try it out. so as not to disturb everyone shopping. Be careful when you try it out. Don't hurt anyone by mistake. This spear is very powerful. After the orcs bought the spears, they were very excited. Some orcs could not help but weigh it in their hands for a few times, and then they wanted to fight someone directly, to practice with the weapon. There were quite a few such orcs. For some reason, the spear fit perfectly in their hands, no matter how they used it. It was very handy. It was as if they were born to use the spear as a weapon. In contrast, as a new product, the bow, which was also a weapon, was not purchased by so many orcs. Because most of the orcs in the store were males at that time, and their fighting habits were naturally close to melee. For them, a bow is like a mage holding a warrior's sword. It is not suitable at all and feels awkward. It is normal that they don't like the bow. After all, it is prepared by Sumo for females. Many females open their mouths in surprise after hearing Boss Sue say that the store also has weapons for them. In their habitual thinking, fighting is done by males who are naturally strong and powerful. And they, females, can only do some work that is not tiring and requires little effort. When they encounter danger, they can only be the protected party and have no ability to resist. Until one day, someone else told them that they can actually take up weapons to protect their homes and the people they want to protect. The emotions in their hearts are undoubtedly very complicated. It's not that they don't want to. They just feel a little uncomfortable. How do you use this bow? I see it says it is used for archery. What does archery mean? The use of a spear is relatively simple, because it is the most common weapon. So Sumo does not have any additional restrictions. But the bow is different. In order to prevent accidental injuries, she spent some money to let San set up a simulated archery training ground in the compartment of the store. Only those who passed the training test could buy a bow. The test was not difficult. At the beginning, there would be text and images to teach the orcs how to shoot arrows. Then a target would be set up. As long as the target was hit within the specified number of arrows and certain requirements were met, the test could be passed. It didn't matter if the test was not passed. As long as you were willing to train, you would pass it sooner or later. The training ground had its own bow. So there was no need to worry that they could not buy a bow and would not be able to train for the test. You can't buy a bow for now. You can go to the training ground to try it out first. Training ground? Another new word. The females looked at each other, and finally couldn't suppress their doubts and excitement, and walked into the room that Sumo prepared for them. The room can only accommodate up to 10 orcs at a time, so only 10 entered in the first batch. The remaining females, no matter how curious they were, could only wait outside for the time being. While waiting, they watched the males compete outside. At the beginning, these males were afraid to fight because they were worried that they would really hurt each other in the competition. Until later, they brought thick animal skins and wrapped the tip of the spear. This is the most important place for the spear to cause damage. In this way, with the animal skin wrapped, they don't have to worry about accidental injuries. It seems to have increased the restraints, but in fact it has untied the restraints of the orcs. They were even more excited when they fought. Not only did the other males around them get excited, but even the females watching them were itching to fight. However, they knew that they could not handle spears. Although these males were so relaxed when handling spears, the spears actually weighed more than 20 kilograms. Not only was the shaft of the spear made of solid hardwood, but the spearhead was also mixed with some metal materials that made it sharper. It was made of both wood and metal, so the weight could not be light. If they were just asked to carry something weighing more than 20 kilograms, it would be fine. But if they used it as a weapon and waved it around, it would definitely not work. But this did not affect their desire to fight against the beast tide. Without a spear, they could still use a bow. Just as everyone was fascinated, the door of the training room opened. The 10 females who had entered earlier walked out with different expressions. Sumo saw that 4 of them had already received the small badges proving that they had passed the test, while the faces of the other females were full of envy and admiration. The training ground was set up by Sumo, and she naturally knew how difficult it was. He was able to pass the test after only a simple teaching, even though he had never touched a bow and arrow before. Apart from anything else, at least this orc must have some talent for archery. Boss Sue, can we buy a bow if we pass the test? He jumped in front of Sumo excitedly, and proudly took out a white badge that she had only held in her palm. Sumo nodded, and then said to the females who failed the test in a soothing manner, during the store opening hours, "The training ground is always open. It doesn't matter if you don't pass this time. There will be another time. Hearing Boss Sue's comfort, the 6 females who failed the test felt a little flattered. The disappointment in their hearts slowly dissipated. And then, they were full of motivation. But even if there is a next time, it will have to wait until tomorrow. After all, there are still so many females who have not entered the training ground. Since they have already failed once, they should not occupy the space of the training ground for the time being. As early as when they came out, the second batch of females had already entered the training ground impatiently. The females who were still waiting nervously pulled these females, who already had experience, to ask for advice and inquiries. Chapter 274 Beast World, well prepared. Throughout the day, the grocery store had a lot of customers. Orcs came and went in batches. Thanks to Sumo's large purchases this time, otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to buy enough. Despite this, when the store closed, there were still many males who hadn't bought spears. Without being able to buy spears, they could only look at those around them, who were proudly showing off their spears with envy and jealousy. But they weren't worried about not being able to buy them. Anyway, today's spears were sold out, and there was still tomorrow. After tomorrow, there was still the day after tomorrow. At least they could buy spears before the beast tide arrived. Throughout the day, in addition to spears, the most popular items that everyone bought were wooden armor. The wooden armor had a good defensive effect. This was discovered by the orcs using knives and their own claws. The claws were sore from scratching that. They tore through the wooden armor. This was enough to prove the quality of the armor. As for traps and fences, although everyone bought these 2 things, the quantity was not large. This kind of thing must be purchased by the tribe, and then arranged. They bought them now just because they were curious about the use of fences and traps, and wanted to buy them to see. The fences were bought as a whole set. In addition to the fences, it also included fence gates and materials needed to install the fences. The length of a set is about 3 meters. The uniform height of the fence is 2.5 meters. And the price is 3 bone teeth. In other words, 1 bone 2/meter. This price is neither expensive nor cheap. But basically all tribes can afford it. This fence has many advantages. It is high enough, not easy to cross, and strong enough to resist the impact of wild animals. Not only that, each fence component is independent and is not affected by other fence components. In other words, unless the beast is smart enough to hit the same fence component continuously, it will not be able to break through the defense of the fence in a short time. If it hits here and there, it will take more time. The main function of the fence, in addition to defense, is to delay time. The time when the beast is blocked outside by the fence is enough for the orcs to use the weapons at hand to get rid of them. And then the task of the fence is completed. As for the ground spike trap, this requires the orcs to dig a hole outside the tribe in advance, and then put the ground spikes in, and finally cover it with decorative and concealing weeds and branches. If you don't want to dig a hole, you can also put the ground spike trap directly in a pile of long weeds that are not easy to be found. When the beasts charge, they go straight forward without any brains. As long as they don't find the trap, they will definitely get hurt. These are the suggestions Sumo gave based on the current situation of the beast men. As for how the chiefs make specific arrangements, that is their business. The day after Sumo convened the chiefs of the 10 tribes for a meeting, all the tribes launched their actions vigorously. The first thing they did was to circle their tribes with stones, or weeds, and wild flowers with obvious colors, and divide them into very obvious boundaries. Then, they made modifications based on this boundary, either increase it, or shorten it. After confirming that there were no problems with the modified boundaries, such as the fact that wild beasts would not cross or enter the tribe through loopholes, or that the fence areas were a long distance away from their houses and fields, preventing the orcs from coming into direct close contact with wild beasts. After all these tasks were completed, they took out the fences they had bought before. Watching the fences slowly encircle their tribe, isolating the dangerous outside world, the orcs inexplicably felt a sense of security. After the first circle of fences was completed, for safety reasons, they also encircled the 2 areas closest to the fields and houses. Although this would cost a lot of bone teeth, in this case, safety was the most important thing, and if the bone teeth were gone, they were gone. What's more, as long as they could successfully resist the beast tide, then these wild beasts would be bone teeth delivered to their doorsteps. With this idea in mind, the orcs were full of energy, and after the fences were built, they began to dig pits to set traps. In order to prevent accidental injuries, they also made a lot of marks that only they could understand. In this way, the orcs put down their work and worked for half a month, finally protecting their tribe tightly and without leaks. Suemo looked at the pits every few meters, and the traps under each tree. She was silent for a few seconds, turned around and saw 2 layers of fences, and there was even a circle of traps outside the fences. She felt she didn't need to do anything. The intense and busy preparations for war were ready. But because the beast tide had not yet arrived, the orcs still needed to continue their normal lives. But they would always be more worried. So the orcs also left work earlier. They went out early every day and went home early. Unless necessary, they would spend more time in the tribe. Those who needed to practice their skills took the spears for protection and fought with their relatives and friends, especially the females who were qualified to buy bows. They practiced their archery accuracy and aiming speed in the self-made training ground. The trunks of the big trees they used as targets were all full of small holes. They were also afraid that the wild beasts would make a sudden attack and catch them off guard. So they were always fully prepared. In this way, as time passed, the orcs' mentality did not relax, but became more and more nervous. 26 days had passed since the old priest fainted. That night, some orcs with keen hearing seemed to hear some unusual sounds. The beast tide is coming. Wake up everyone. According to the previous arrangement, you go to protect the cubs and old orcs, and the rest of you follow me. Although they knew they had made a lot of preparations, and were confident that they could resist this beast tide, they could not take risks. They still had to arrange all the cubs and old orcs who had no fighting power. According to the previous arrangement, a group of males and females left with them, and more stayed. This time, they would not hide and retreat like before. They wanted to protect their tribe. The males put on protective gear, held spears in their hands, and looked serious. Most of the females experienced this scene for the first time, and were basically frightened by the roar of the beasts they heard. But even though they were trembling with fear, they still mustered up the courage to pick up the bows in their hands. Chapter 275 Beast World, The Fisherman's Benefit. It's just that their current state is not suitable for fighting, let alone using bows and arrows. After all, they still have no combat experience, and their proficiency in bows is only less than a month of practice. Moreover, they are so nervous now. Under such a nervous mood, even if they practiced well before, it is inevitable that their hands will shake now. A little hand shaking may cause accidental injury. Although the females are somewhat unwilling, after all, they also want to contribute. But they also clearly know that their current state is not suitable for fighting, so they can only assist from the side. In fact, this battle is not as difficult as they imagined. Perhaps because the preparations in advance are too sufficient, so they can hear the roars of injured beasts before they see the shadow of the beast tide. This one look shows that they must have stepped on the ground spike trap they set outside. After a few minutes, they heard several dull thumps accompanied by the screams of wild animals. They must have fallen into a trap. In less than 10 minutes, they heard countless strange noises and things. Although it sounded scary in the middle of the night, it gave them a sense of security. No way. Is the beast tide so easy to deal with? I have waited for so long, and I haven't even seen a hair of an animal. A male looked outside in surprise. It was a pity that it was pitch black and nothing could be seen clearly. Only the bonfires in the tribe could light up this area. Other orcs had the same doubts. But although they didn't say it, their bodies still wanted to go out and take a look. Are you crazy? There are wild beasts outside. Wouldn't it be a death wish to go out now? If you want to see, wait until tomorrow. The orc who was held back was frightened and broke into a cold sweat. He quickly stepped back. His curiosity got the better of him. He couldn't wait to know what happened outside, which made the beast tide come late. There were several more roars with no meaning, followed by a series of rapid sounds of wild beasts running. Just when everyone was tense and ready to fight, they unexpectedly found that the sound seemed to be getting subtler and subtler. Could it be that so many wild beasts were running not to attack, but to retreat? Although they were full of doubts, they still suppressed their curiosity. After waiting for a while, they confirmed that the beast tide should have left, and began to arrange the next work. You 2 teams are responsible for patrolling, and take turns twice at night. Generally speaking, once the beast tide recedes, it will definitely not come back in a short time. But for safety, they still need to patrol, and someone still needs to keep an eye on the situation nearby. As for the cubs and old orcs who have been sent away, it is so late, and running back and forth is tiring, so they will not bother anymore. The place where they temporarily settled was the cave where they used to live. Although the environment there is not as good as the newly built house. It is a place where they have lived for so long. So it will not be much worse. If they confirm that the beast tide had completely retreated tomorrow morning, it would not be too late to bring them back. So they spent a night of fear. Although they could guess that the beast tide had mostly left temporarily from the fact that there was no movement of beasts in the second half of the night, they were still a little scared. The orcs who took turns to rest did not dare to close their eyes until dawn. The sun had just risen in the early morning, and everyone gathered together early and pushed open the fence gate. The orcs took their weapons and walked into the jungle carefully, and saw a bright red. In addition, there were trees knocked down by mad beasts everywhere. The ground was covered with dead branches and broken leaves, covering a layer of red. Although this scene looked scary, the orcs who came here to check the situation were happy and excited. They almost jumped up. Because even if we don't count the beasts that died of bleeding in the traps they hid in the weeds alone have injured many small and medium-sized beasts. They were first injured by the traps, and then caught by the traps made of ropes and other materials by the orcs. Afterwards, when they counted, there were 4 beasts weighing 1,000 pounds. Not to mention the various medium-sized beasts weighing more than 100 pounds. My God, so many pig beasts. What a pity, it's summer now. If it was autumn, then this meat would be enough for us to eat every day until early spring. Why is it a pity? Because it's summer now, the weather is hot, some of the dead beasts have already gone bad and rotted after the night. They absolutely dare not eat this kind of meat. Even if they are hungry, they dare not eat it. Before, many hungry orcs ate this kind of meat, and died in a few days. They dare not eat it even if they are hungry, and now they are not short of food, so they will not eat it. So everyone simply cleaned up the battlefield. They dragged the inedible ones to the open space, and burned them all. This is also what Boss Su taught them. Because the corpses of these beasts have been piled here for a long time, not only do they smell bad, but they are also easy to breed various bacteria and viruses. If they are not handled in time, if they cause any bad diseases, it will be terrible. Orcs do not understand words such as bacteria and viruses, but they can understand the problem of smell, let alone a few days later. In this hot weather, just after this night of fermentation, these smells have made them frown. If it had been a few days, it would have been unimaginable. The spoiled meat was burned by them, and some intact, fresh, and unspoiled prey were taken back. It would have been even better if there were still beasts alive. They could take them back and raise them for a few days, and then kill them whenever they were hungry, without worrying about the meat spoiling. When the beastmen returned to the tribe with the spoils of war, they all felt a sense of trance and unreality. They thought they would have experienced a bitter battle last night, but no one expected that they would have a day to reap the benefits. It was not until the tribesmen in the tribe surrounded them and asked them about the situation in the jungle that they came back to their senses. The beast tide must have been scared by the traps we set outside. So they went back. Yes. 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 A lot of beasts died. There were 4 of the 1,000-pound pig beasts we killed last fall. Unfortunately, the meat of 3 of them was rotten. So they had to burn it. Chapter 276 Beast World, strange yet reasonable. What's so regretful? It's good enough to resist the beast tide this time. As a beast, you can't be too greedy. Hey, I just said it casually. Let's not talk about these things. Everyone, hurry up and deal with the meat, so that it won't go bad. That would be a pity. They chatted and handed the prey in their hands to the people around them. Although they were very happy with today's harvest, they didn't forget that they still had other work to do. For example, those traps that have been used or destroyed. They need to collect the broken traps, replace them with new ones, and clean the ones that are not broken and continue to use them. There are also some traps that have not been used, but were moved to other places by wild animals, which need to be retrieved, so as to avoid accidental injuries when hunting in the jungle in the future. These are all things they need to do. The details can be ignored for now, but the traps must be repaired. Otherwise, the tragic scene they saw in the jungle today will be the fate of their tribe one day in the future. Therefore, even though the beast tide has just ended and everyone is very busy, the grocery store still welcomes customers. These are orcs who come to buy traps, and most of them are orcs from the snake tribe. There are also some orcs from other tribes, but they are a little far away, which is a bit inconvenient. There are not many orcs who come casually, but the fewer orcs come, it does not mean that they buy less. They are all representatives of other tribes, and they also come to make up for what they need. Therefore, each of them carried a lot of bones and teeth, and also brought a cart for transporting things. Now this cart has almost become their vehicle for transporting things. Carts of fences, ropes and traps were constantly transported out, and the conversations of orcs from different tribes could be heard on the road. Some discussed the situation of the beast tide yesterday, and some talked about the harvest this morning. But in summary, the surrounding tribes did not seem to have any casualties. The beasts were still very vigilant. Seemingly they had been harmed by the trap, so after being suspicious for a long time, they did not choose to continue attacking, but retreated. But this retreat was temporary at first glance, because some orcs seemed to have seen the figures of some agile small beasts. I don't know if these are here to get information. The Jinka rat, which is less than the size of a palm, has extremely hard teeth, even to the point of being able to gnaw wood and stone, and eat metal. Although it looks smart and cute, any orc who has seen its true face will not think so. They even hated the Jinka rat. After the beast tide ended every year, if their caves were gnawed, it was most likely done by the Jinka rat. Not only that, the saliva and mucus left by the Jinka rat after eating were also highly corrosive. If the orcs came across it, even if it was just a little bit, as long as they did not take immediate cleaning and other treatment measures, then the skin in this area would be completely ruined. So, when the orcs saw the Jinka rats shuttling through the jungle, which they thought were hidden, they were all very scared. Even though they knew that the Jinka rats were watching them, they still had to complete the missing traps. They didn't stop there. They also wrapped the ropes they prepared in a relatively low position, forming a series of hidden trap lines. Because of the many weeds and bushes, their arrangements were still not easy to be discovered. Even so, after all the work was done, they didn't dare to leave. They had to continue to guard the traps for a while, lest these Jinka rats eat all their arrangements as food after they left. It's just that their arrangements everywhere were very appropriate, but unfortunately they were still useless. After all, the Jinka rats can guard here for 24 hours, but they can't. At night, they have to return to the tribe. If they don't go back then, stay in the jungle at night during the duration of the beast tide, which is undoubtedly very dangerous. It's not surprising that they will be eaten alive by the beasts that suddenly rush out. That night, there was no beast tide, and the orcs had a rare good night's sleep during this period. But when they went to the jungle again, they saw that their arrangement yesterday had become a mess. Not only had the traps been moved, but the spikes on them were also gnawed into pits and holes, and they had no ability to cause any damage. In desperation, they could only replace a batch of traps. But for several days, there was no beast tide, but their traps were still destroyed every day. Since the location of the trap had been discovered, the orcs simply changed the location, and also tried every means to arrange it more concealed. During the arrangement, some orcs directly took spears to drive away and kill the nearby Jinka rats. This is not a solution. We can't set traps like this every day, right? It's not tiring, but it's a bit troublesome. The most important thing is that the wallet can't bear it. Although one trap only needs 3 bone teeth, they set hundreds of them every time, which means at least 500 bone teeth are consumed. And it doesn't count the consumption of materials such as wood, stone and rope. Although 500 bone teeth are not particularly many, they can still be used occasionally. But these traps were destroyed by these beasts, which made them disposable. Who can bear to consume hundreds of bone teeth every day? And because of the beast tide, the orcs dare not go hunting in the jungle, for fear of encountering large beasts. Without the income from bone teeth brought by hunting, it would be a loss without gain. Even the entire tribe can't stand such consumption. What else can we do? An orc sighed. They can't just take the initiative to come to their door, right? It has always been the beast tide that actively invades them, but no brave orcs have ever dared to take the initiative to provoke the beast tide. This is a dead end. Just when the orcs were wondering what the beast tide was crazy about this time, why it had never come except for the first day, the beast tide suddenly appeared in front of them just as they had expected. This was the 6th night of the beast tide, and all the orcs were awakened by the familiar roar of the beasts. This time, not only were they not as panicked as before, but they had a bit of joy on their faces. They had an emotion of the beast tide is finally here. You will have money after the battle, and you can also sleep peacefully after get off work. It was weird but also reasonable. Chapter 277 Beast World. Time to celebrate. Some things, the less they come, the more they are afraid. If they come, then it won't be so scary, at least they don't have to worry every day. The beast men are basically in this situation. So when they knew the news of the beast tide coming, they lost their previous nervousness. Those who should take weapons took weapons, and those who should be protected were escorted to a safe place. I thought this beast tide would be the same as the last time, and those beasts might get into trouble for a while because of the traps in the jungle. Unexpectedly, less than 10 minutes later, they saw a group of hideous beasts rushing towards the tribe in the firelight. For a moment, countless arrows shot out at a rapid speed, piercing the fur of the beasts fiercely, leaving only one arrow remnant outside, proving that the beast had been injured. With the buffer of these few days, the females have already calmed down. They can ensure that they can calmly use the weapons in their hands when facing many beasts. So they now join the battle. The male orcs picked up spears and put on protective gear. According to the previous arrangement, each orc stayed in his own area, tightly protecting the entire tribe. Because of the protection of the fence, the beasts could not come in, and they could only stare at them from outside. But they could not come in, which did not mean that the orcs could not attack them. The females shot arrows standing on the high platform they built, so the arrows would not be blocked by the fence. The gaps between the fences are just right for spears to pass through, so males can also use spears to attack. Except for the direction facing the jungle where there are the most beasts. The beasts in other directions have been successfully repelled by them after a night of fighting. Except for the rabbit and cat tribes, which are naturally weaker and suffered heavy losses. The other tribes did not suffer any losses except that the beasts were exhausted. The losses of the rabbit and cat tribes were actually relatively large compared to other tribes. But in fact, only a few fences were destroyed, and a few houses with bad locations and bad luck were knocked down. Apart from that, it was a great thing that there was no danger to the lives of beasts. On the second day after successfully dealing with the beast tide, no matter how tired the beasts were, they had to drag their tired bodies to the jungle to check the traps. As expected, although they set traps, the beasts were not fools. Basically, all the obvious traps were gone. Presumably they were taken away by wild animals. Only on some of the hidden traps, they found some bloodstains, which showed that some wild animals did not find the traps, so they were injured by the traps. This time, they found much less on the traps. But this was expected. After all, the wild animals were already on guard. But it was something that came for free, so it was not too much or too little. Besides, many wild animals died in their battle last night, except for those that could not be eaten. The edible ones had already filled up the entire area in the center of the square, and the piles were almost full. If they were not reluctant to waste, they would not even want to take back the prey they found in the trap today, because there were so many corpses of these animals that they had no time to deal with them. After the second attack, the beast tide attacked twice more, but each time they were well beaten back by the orcs. The beasts seemed to know that they had failed this time, so they did not continue. So, the day when the beast tide completely retreated became the first time in history that the orcs successfully repelled the beast tide. When they really saw the beasts leave with unwilling eyes, their hearts were filled with incredible ecstasy. They never thought that their resistance could actually succeed. Not only did it succeed, but it also caused such great damage to the beasts. And it also brought them so much food. If it were not for the dried meat on the shelf proving that all this was true, they really couldn't believe it. It was like a big dream. This is a time worth celebrating. Without even notifying the tribe leader, everyone organized themselves and held another bonfire party. The long table at the party was filled with all kinds of meat. Roasted, boiled, steamed, fried. Everything was available. The orcs were simply overwhelmed by the choices. The orcs in charge of cooking in the tribe also worked hard to control the pots in their hands, bringing out pots of dishes. All the fatigue during this period turned into motivation to eat at this moment. The food prepared was nearly twice the amount of food everyone usually ate, but it was still eaten up, leaving nothing behind. On a late summer night, the wind brought a hint of autumn coolness, which made people feel comfortable and made the orcs feel dizzy. I am so awesome. I killed 9 beasts. 2 of them were lions. A male orc raised the cup in his hand happily. The cup contained watermelon juice, which was also added with a few pieces of ice. It was refreshing and cool to drink. In this season, it was so comfortable. Another male next to him couldn't stand his bragging, so he also raised his cup and joined in. Your bragging is nothing. I also killed 5 golden bears. Have you ever seen a golden bear as tall as you? Hey! It's that big. I killed 5. He raised his head proudly, and then stretched out his palm, with 5 fingers spread straight out. The people next to him couldn't help laughing. One of the orcs, who had a good relationship with him, even ruthlessly dismantled his stage. Forget it. Wake up. Stop dreaming. Where did the 5 golden bears come from? There are only 2 in total. If you are sleepy, go to bed quickly. Forget it. Forget it. It's obvious that my brother is so happy. It's just repelling a wave of beasts. Why are you so excited? The last person who said this was a female. Although she said this with disdain, she couldn't hide the smile on her face. She didn't kill any golden bears. Nor did she kill any lions and tigers. But she also killed several small and medium-sized beasts with a bow and arrow. In terms of pride and happiness, she was not much better than her brother. She also made bone chains and bone teeth of various shapes from the teeth of the first beast she killed, which she kept to commemorate her first kill of a beast. There are many females like her. All the beasts they killed by themselves were taken as trophies and kept well. This was the first time they really participated in such a battle with beasts. Males usually deal with beasts, so they were not as exaggerated as them. But it must be admitted that they also collected a lot of trophies and prepared to keep them well. After all, this battle was of great significance. This was the first time they repelled the beast tide and achieved such a great victory. It is definitely impossible to say that they were not excited. Otherwise everyone would not start talking nonsense while they were excited. Chapter 278 Beast World, Meet Freedom. In the more than half a month since the beast tide ended, these orcs can be said to be walking with the wind. Their whole body can clearly reveal the joy. The fact that they successfully repelled the beast tide seemed to make them happier than when they first knew that they could learn to grow food. But this is understandable, after all. As long as they can repel the beast tide, then food is indispensable. There are even orcs who have experienced this beast tide and have begun to develop the breeding industry. The reason for this idea is mainly due to 3 reasons. One is that there is too much meat during this period, and they really can't eat it all. And those beasts that were only captured because of injuries, but are actually still alive, are now a bit like being kept in captivity by them. From a certain perspective, this is somewhat similar to breeding. The second is because they found that the food of some of the beasts they caught seemed to be part of the crops they didn't eat. For example, there is a beast called black bull, which is actually a kind of cattle, a vegetarian animal. It basically eats leaves of any crop, such as corn leaves, corn stalks, potato leaves, rye leaves, etc. These are things they cannot eat, and are usually used as fuel. But now they suddenly have a place to use. They can be used as food to feed these beasts. Anyway, they don't eat it, so they don't feel bad about feeding these beasts. It would be even better if they can gain 2 more kilograms of meat. Of course, the most important reason is that they found that among the many wild animals they caught, there were 2 pregnant females. Whether to kill them directly or to raise them after giving birth, the smart orc still knew how to make a choice. Considering the above factors, it is normal for orcs to raise these animals. Of course, the above only applies to meat-eating orcs. Vegetarian orcs such as rabbits and deer tribes chose to exchange all the prey they harvested for crops and food with nearby tribes. Everyone gets what they need, which is pretty good. So, in addition to the farmland and fruit trees where food can be harvested, the tribe also has a captive area. This area is full of wild animals they captured, and there are no dead wild animals. The enclosure area is surrounded by fences several times to prevent the wild animals from running out. In order to prevent the wild animals from starving, everyone would bring the leaves of their own crops that they had no use for to feed them every day. The wild animals in the enclosure area were public property and would not be slaughtered in a short period of time. According to their arrangement, if they were unable to collect enough meat to survive the winter by the end of autumn, they would slaughter some of them and distribute them equally. If they had collected enough meat before the end of autumn, they would continue to feed them. Anyway, the leaves or rhizomes of various crops they had accumulated during this period could be described as piled up like a mountain, which was enough to feed them until this time next year. Suemo was slightly surprised when he heard about this. In fact, breeding was also in her plan. But she didn't expect that these beast men would spontaneously start this action without her teaching. In this case, Suemo was not going to drag it out, and directly asked San to print out the manual of animal breeding, and then unlock some new products in related fields. For example, drinking fountains, feeding troughs. These 2 are the most basic equipment. The drinking fountain is semi-automatic. As long as you fill the water tank with water, it will slowly flow to the drinking trough according to the pipe of the device. When the trough is full, The outlet will be blocked due to air pressure problems. So you don't have to worry about water overflowing. Only after the beasts have finished drinking water, the outlet will continue to flow until the trough is filled again. The feeding trough is not so powerful. It is just a simple wooden feeding trough. The only advantage is that it is strong and not easy to be damaged by beasts. And the quality of the wood is also good. It is not easy to mold and decay even in a humid environment. In addition to these two, there are also cleaning tools, including brooms, dustpans, brushes for washing, etc. After all the tools were exchanged, they were discovered by the sharp-eyed orcs the next day. After knowing that this was what Boss Su prepared for the beasts, the orcs were shocked. But they also felt that this was reasonable. After all, he is Boss Su, so nothing is strange. Originally, these orcs only planned to keep them temporarily, until they saw Boss Su actually started selling things related to breeding. And they immediately thought about breeding them for a long time. Anyway, they don't lack meat during this period. And now it is autumn, and there are many beasts in the jungle. How about they catch a few more and keep them as animals? There are quite a few orcs who have this idea. But they all know that beasts are usually very fast. If they want to catch them alive, it may be much more difficult than bringing back a dead one directly. After all, one does not have to worry about anything, while the other has the constraint of living beasts. But they are not ready to give up. You know, they are orcs who can successfully repel the beast tide. How could they be stumped by such a small problem? Besides, they have already enjoyed food vegetarian freedom and fruit freedom. So how could they not expect meat freedom? So, after their discussion and thinking, they really found a way to solve this problem. And there is more than one way. The first one is to use traps and ropes to catch prey. This method is more convenient, but the disadvantage is that if they fail to rescue the beast in the trap in time, then these beasts will die from excessive bleeding. The second method is that they are ready to start trying to take the females out to hunt together. In this beast tide, the females held bows and arrows, using seemingly insignificant arrows, together to repel the beast tide, and everyone saw it. Not only did they know that females were not without the ability to protect themselves, but they also discovered the characteristics of bows and arrows. The shooting speed was fast, the distance was long, and the damage was not low. If the skills were advanced enough, they could shoot the beast's feet without hurting its life, thus achieving their goal. But this still had some risks, after all. The females had never left the tribe too far away, not to mention going into the very dangerous jungle. Chapter 279 Beast World, Good Luck. Not only were they hesitating, they also had to ask for everyone's opinions first. This method was almost the most reliable one among the many methods they had thought of. If the females were unwilling to go, then they had to learn archery by themselves, and then use bows and arrows to hunt. But this went very smoothly, because most of the females were willing to go out with everyone. Only a few refused because they were busy harvesting their own fields recently, and had no time to go out. If they had time, they would definitely be willing to go. After all, this beast tide also stimulated the females' battle desire. Some females even enjoyed fighting with wild beasts. The self holding the bow was completely different from the previous self. That kind of unrestrained and uninhibited was something they had never enjoyed before. With this idea, the next day, they took several females out, because they were worried that there might be many beasts left in the jungle after the beast tide, and did not choose to leave. They also made full preparations, and carried out a capture operation with safety as the first priority. On the first day, perhaps because it was their first cooperation, or perhaps because of bad luck, they did not bring back anything. Just some very ordinary little guys. The second day was the same. Until the fifth day, they met the grass chicken, which was famous for its rapid reproduction speed. The sharp-eyed male saw a dozen grass chickens foraging not far away, and was immediately ecstatic. He held his breath, then stopped, and gestured to the people behind him. Although the others were curious about what he saw, they still stopped obediently. "I saw the grass chicken," the male said softly, deliberately moving lightly for fear of disturbing the group of flying and running food in front. "That's a good luck." Another orc couldn't help but sigh, and then quickly covered his mouth. The grass chicken reproduces very quickly, with an average of more than a dozen or even more than 20 eggs per litter, and the cycle is about half a month. In the case of survival in the wild, the probability of these eggs hatching into grass chickens is half, which is about 50%. But as long as they are willing to raise them carefully, with sufficient food and water, and a good environment, the success rate of hatching can be increased to about 80%. even if the remaining 20% does not hatch. It doesn't matter. Anyway, the eggs of the grass chicken can be directly used as food, cooked and eaten. The beastmen had seen many grass chickens before, and because of their fast reproduction speed and large population, they had almost become one of their main sources of meat. However, they had never caught a conscious grass chicken, and basically could only pick up the missed ones. If the grass chickens could be raised, it would be easy to achieve the goal of obtaining meat food for a long time. As for that group of grass chickens, Sheen, can you just shoot their feet? Or wings are also fine. Hunting with arrows must be fast, accurate and ruthless, especially when facing timid and winged prey like grass chickens. If you miss a shot, the frightened grass chicken will definitely flap its wings and fly away directly. Their two legs definitely can't catch up with flying creatures. And Sheen looked at each other, and then began to discuss quietly with the sisters around them, because they were worried that the grass chicken would leave after foraging, or accidentally find them and run away, so they discussed quickly, and the content was very concise. Then it's decided, we each aim at one, and then count down to the end, and shoot arrows together. At this time, no one can be fast, and no one dares to be fast. The fast arrow will alert the snake, causing the slow arrow to miss the prey. The best option is for them to shoot arrows at the same time. Although they had shot many prey with the bows and arrows in their hands a few days ago, they had never been so excited and nervous this time. 8 or 9 females stood in an arc, their postures were upright, their eyes were slightly narrowed, and they looked so handsome when they drew their bows and aimed. With a sound, several arrows flew out, and each one successfully hit the prey. The grass chickens had already noticed the danger when the arrows were approaching, but their bodies could not keep up with the brain's reaction, and they were still a step late. They didn't think of escaping until they or their fellows were shot and wailing. But when they were about to fly away, shot 2 arrows in a row, and then successfully shot down 2 grass chickens that were about to fly away, and the number of prey on the ground was successfully increased by 2. This scene stunned everyone. The females also reacted quickly. They imitated and aimed at the prey in the air, as several sounds of breaking through the air were heard. 2 more grass chickens that could not avoid so many arrows fell to the ground because of being shot. When they counted the harvest, there were 7 living grass chickens, 3 males and 4 females, 2 of which were already in the egg-laying period. As for the last 2 shot down, because there were too many arrows, they did not control them, so they died on the spot and could only become their extra food tonight. What surprised them most was that they searched around again, because grass chickens usually only forage next to their own nests. So they successfully found several grass chicken nests. Each nest contained fist-sized eggs, and if you look closely, there are more than a dozen eggs. Good luck seems to have gathered together. So the snake tribe's harvest today is particularly rich. Not only grass chickens, but also eggs, and even bell-eared rabbits, which are rarely seen at ordinary times. Bell-eared rabbits are creatures that reproduce faster than grass chickens, but they are extremely rare. It's not because of the small number. How can a creature with such a fast reproduction rate have a small number? It's just that they can't catch it at all, because the hearing of the bell-eared rabbit is extremely sharp. It can hear the movement within a few miles. Not only that, it is said that a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, and the bell-eared rabbit is no exception. Even if you take down one of its nests, it still has another nest to hide in, and its hiding speed is much faster than your speed of finding it. If it weren't for their good luck today, they just happened to run into a bell-eared rabbit that was giving birth. Otherwise, they really wouldn't be able to catch this little thing. Looking at the area, they have enclosed filled with various small animals. The orcs only feel that their hearts are also filled. In the first 2 months of this autumn, the orcs seem to be addicted, and they like to go out every day to catch prey. It's not for eating, but simply likes to keep them. As a result, as they caught more and more animals, the number of animals they kept in captivity increased, and more. Chapter 280 Beast World, Preparation for Winter. It was not until the end of the 2nd month after the beast tide that they consumed all the meat they harvested from the beast tide. But this does not mean that they have no meat to eat, because during this period, whether it is the grass chicken they caught before, or the bell-eared rabbit, or even the pregnant female beasts they caught before, they laid eggs and gave birth to cubs. As for the edible meat food, it is more in quantity, richer in variety, and fresher than before. Now the orcs can see that they live a stable and comfortable life, and they will feel more stable and comfortable. After all, this is all food. The orcs, who used to be hungry before, saw that there was more and more food. Of course they were happy. They were just short of beating gongs and drums and setting off firecrackers. The main reason was that they did not know how to do it, and they did not have the relevant tools for committing crimes. With this batch of captive food, the orcs no longer need to go out hunting to get food. But perhaps their previous experience made them more cautious and pay attention to food issues. So even with such abundant food reserves, they still insisted on following the previous arrangement and went out hunting every few days. Although there were more and more wild animals in captivity, most of them were cubs of limited size. The cubs must be eaten after they grow up, and now they can only continue to raise them. They can only eat the adult beasts. But some beasts still need to take care of their cubs. Otherwise the newborn cubs will not have the ability to survive on their own and are still easy to die. After counting them layer by layer, they have a lot to eat, but there are also a lot of things they can't eat. So it's the right choice for them to insist on going out hunting. Everyone is very motivated this year, and everyone lives a very fulfilling life every day. They don't have to worry about the beast hide anymore, because they already have enough strength. They don't have to worry about hunger anymore, because they already have the ability to produce their own food. They don't have to endure the heat of summer anymore, because they have the skills to make their own clothes. They don't even have to worry about the cold anymore, because they already have their own warm wooden house and thick cotton clothes. In the last 2 months of autumn, the orcs in the tribe took out all the cotton they had stored before. According to the instructions in the manual, they began to make their own cotton thread, beat the cotton themselves, and finally sewed it into a thick and warm cotton coat. After the cotton coat was made, they tried it on themselves. Because it was warm enough, and it was not winter now, they broke out in a sweat after wearing it for a while. This surprised the orcs even more. They didn't expect that this white, soft plant could be so warm. It was even warmer than the animal skins they had stacked in layers and then sewn together. In addition to cotton clothing, they also made cotton shoes and quilts. If it weren't for the lack of time and the fact that all the cotton they had saved up during this period had been used up, they would have wanted to make more things. This cotton coat is so warm. So can we go out in winter? A female patted the newly made cotton coat, with a smile in her eyes. Although this cotton coat is very simple, and the stitches are obvious, it is still warm enough. I think so. Winter is coming soon, so we can try it out. Although the snake tribe prefers to hibernate in winter, if there is a rare opportunity to go out, it is not impossible to try it. Besides, the fruit trees are still growing in winter, and the ripe fruits need to be harvested. Otherwise they will fall and rot in the ground, which is too wasteful. In addition, the captive wild animals are also outside, because they are restricted in their freedom. They cannot find food by themselves, and they have to continue to raise them. Just for these two problems, they have to find a way to go out in winter. They were still struggling with how to solve this problem before, but now it seems that the problem has been solved. In addition to the cotton products they made themselves, the beastmen also found that Boss Sue also provided them with a brand new product for their winter life. It is said that this product is called fireplace. In addition to the fireplace, Boss Sue also prepared the corresponding fuel charcoal for them. Fireplace purchase price, 15 bone T/piece sales price, 50 bone T/piece introduction, a stove that can be used for heating, with absolute safety and warmth retention. A must-have in winter. Charcoal purchase price, 1 bone 2/box sales price, 3 bone T/box introduction, very durable smokeless charcoal. Burning will not produce smoke to pollute the air, nor will it harm the body, and can be used for heating or cooking. They recognize charcoal, but if they only look at the name of the thing called fireplace, they really don't know what it is. It was not until the temperature dropped sharply in late autumn that they came to the grocery store and could still feel the warmth of summer. They realized that this square-looking, inconspicuous thing actually had such great power. Is this a fireplace? It's amazing. Although in their opinion, the function of this fireplace is just a container that can hold a bonfire. The method of heating with a fireplace is to place charcoal in the center area to burn. The setting of the stove is very delicate, and it is surrounded tightly on all sides to prevent sparks from splashing out during burning. After all, most orcs live in wooden houses, and they rely on lighting fires to keep warm in wooden houses, which is an extremely dangerous behavior. If it were not for the 100% guarantee of safety, Suemo would not dare to let them use this thing. This charcoal is amazing. It doesn't smell like smoke. It's completely different from the wood and charcoal we used before. They were worried about keeping warm this year. After all, Everyone now lives in a wooden house, so it's not appropriate to light a fire. Moreover, the wooden house is much more airtight than a cave. Even if there is no need to worry about burning the house, you will be choked by the smoke emitted during the burning. Now you can use a fireplace to light a fire. The extremely high safety ensures that as long as you use it correctly, there will be no danger. As for the fuel, they can also use the charcoal from Boss Sue. There is no smell of smoke, and there is no need to worry about being choked in a closed environment. The price of 50 bone teeth is not expensive, especially for these orcs, who made a lot of money in the beast tide. Almost every household bought a fireplace. 3 bone teeth in a box of charcoal. There are 5 pounds in it, and they have also stockpiled a lot, because it is durable charcoal. This box is enough to burn continuously for a whole day. Chapter 281 Beast World, Avalanche. Because the orcs do not need to keep warm 24 hours a day. At least when they sleep at night, the temperature generated by the fireplace is enough for them to get through the night. In addition, after falling asleep at night, if there is any accident in the fireplace, it will cause unpredictable consequences, so they usually don't light a fire at night. Therefore, this box of charcoal can last for about 2 days. According to this calculation, this winter will surely be very easy. After all, there is food and drink, clothing and shelter, and even heating to ensure their daily life. Just thinking about it makes me feel that the future is very promising. Only a few days after the cold winter came, the sky began to snow, and it fell down and covered the earth, forming a layer of silver-white crust. The temperature outside and the temperature inside the house formed a clear contrast. The orcs who went out wearing cotton clothes were surprised to find that, except for the skin exposed outside the clothes, the other parts that were tightly wrapped in thick clothes did not feel the slightest bit of cold. Although it was not as exaggerated as in summer, at least it would not make them so cold that they could not go out or move. This was simply the best news they found this winter. Even the weaker cubs were patiently dressed by their father and mother, until they were almost dressed like a ball before they were allowed to go out. This was the first time for the cubs to see snow so seriously, for a long time, and up close. It was also the first time for them to touch snow. It was cold and soft to the touch. It was similar to the cotton they were wearing, but the temperature it brought to them was completely different. The cubs were playing in the tribe, while the orcs couldn't help wanting to go out and explore the winter jungle. After finishing today's work, many orcs who wanted to go out went together. They wore thick clothes, carried hot water cups made of cotton, and then plunged into the jungle. The jungle in winter was completely different. It was white everywhere, and it was peaceful and quiet all around, except for the noises they made. No other sounds could be heard. I used to think about what the jungle in winter would look like. I didn't expect there would be nothing. An orc sighed with regret. Although the other orcs didn't say anything, they still felt a little regretful. They had thought that there would be something new in the jungle in winter, whether it was plants or animals. But as it stands now, it seems to be no different from usual. Let's go to the place where we usually hunt to see if there is anything, and take back the traps we set before, so as not to hurt other orcs. It snowed heavily last night, so the ground was covered with a thick layer. This layer of snow just covered the traps they had set for hunting before, forming a perfect natural shelter. The heavy snow had already buried the traces left by them when they set the traps. There were no traces, and no traps. If other orcs who were unaware passed by, it would be easy to accidentally hurt them. It's a good opportunity for us to see if the traps have caught anything new. After confirming that there was really nothing new in the jungle, the group prepared to collect the traps and go home. However, when they came to the area where the traps were placed, they unexpectedly found that the snow pits here were bumpy, and both the traps and the snow next to the traps were stained with blood red. This is not the point. The important thing is, they saw the traces left by the orcs. Could the traps they set really hurt other orcs? The direction of this footprint should be the wolf tribe. No, if the wolf tribe wants to go to the grocery store, they shouldn't take this road. There is a road that is closer and has less snow. Why did they go here? Maybe it's not the wolf tribe. If it's not the wolf tribe, who else could it be? There are no other tribes in this direction. One question after another emerged in their minds. But no matter what, it is almost certain that the trap hurt people. However, there were no orcs or wild animals here, which meant that the injured creature should have left. I'll take a look around. I'll go too. Wait for me. The snake orcs were divided into 2 groups. One group stayed to clean up the traps, and the other group searched the area. They were mainly worried that their traps would really hurt other orcs if he couldn't return to his tribe and froze to death in the jungle. It would be terrible, because from the amount of bleeding, the surrounding area was dyed red, and it seemed that he was seriously injured. If they didn't find the orcs, they would probably go back, which would be the best. If they found them, they could also find a way to rescue them. After all, they were injured by their traps. They also need to take some responsibility. After searching around for more than 10 minutes, no one saw any other orcs, and they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Since there are none around here, it should be. The flower snake was only halfway through his words when he suddenly stopped. He frowned and sniffed the air carefully. It was sweet and fishy with a hint of rust. Why are you suddenly silent? Seeing the strange behavior of the flower snake, another male came over. Halfway through, he couldn't help moving his nose. Snakes have a very sensitive sense of smell, especially for the smell of blood. The two looked at each other, and each saw the other's determined look. Do you have any extra cotton clothes? Go prepare some hot water. Remember to call the chieftain over. Rest here for a while. You can put this on the cubs first, so they won't get cold. I remember we built a few more cabins before. There are fireplaces in them. Let them stay there first. It's still too cold outside. After a while of chaos, everyone finally settled the new guests. When the flower snake smelled the blood, it went to the source of the smell with its companions. As a result, in a small cave, they found more than 20 orcs who were frozen purple. According to them, they were orcs from a horned sheep tribe in the north. They came here because their tribe suffered a huge, subversive disaster, which was an avalanche. And not only their tribe, but also other tribes near them, all suffered. Chapter 282 Beast World, Blessings and Blessings. Their homes were buried in the snow, and their relatives were also buried in the snow. They had no tools to clear the snow, and it was impossible to dig things under the thick snow with their hands. Without a home, without food and other supplies. Some orcs wanted to stay in the tribe, while others thought that since they had nothing left, instead of staying in the tribe and waiting to die, it would be better to go somewhere else. In order to survive, joining other tribes is not impossible. So they came here. It was already the 7th day since they left their tribe. They were unlucky. Just as the people of the snake tribe had guessed, when they passed through the jungle, 2 orcs accidentally fell into a trap. No food, no water, no temperature, no place to live, wandering around, and now some people are injured. God knows when they dug their tribesmen out of the trap, they were in despair. But they were also very lucky. If they hadn't fallen into a trap, the snake tribe wouldn't have looked for them. Nor would they have met the snake tribe. And they wouldn't have been saved. It might not even take a day. And they would have really died in that cave. Now they were in a warm house, wearing soft and warm clothes, holding a cup of hot water in their hands. It was just like a dream. Until the hot water cup burned their palms red. They still didn't come back to their senses for a long time. I want to drink water. A horned sheep licked his dry lips, his voice a little hoarse. He carefully held the wooden cup in his hand, looking at the clear water steaming inside. His eyes were full of desire. Although he wanted to drink water, his behavior was still very restrained. He knew the environment he was in now. What he held in his hands, what he wore, did not belong to them. Good upbringing prevented him from using other people's things without permission. Although he seemed to have heard before that these were prepared for them by the kind-hearted big brothers and sisters of the snake tribe. The female he called Am gently touched his head and said softly, "Drink it." After hearing Am's words, the horned sheep cub took a small sip of water. The warm water soaked the dry mouth and flowed through the already painful throat. He drank a cup of water for a long time. There were other cubs sitting around him, who were also thirsty, so they all looked at their relatives around them. After seeing them nod, then he excitedly began to drink water. The adult horned sheep beastmen looked at the children's smiling faces, and felt a warm feeling in their hearts, but also a bitter feeling. Would you like to listen to my advice? One of the male horned sheep beastmen also drank a sip of water, moistened his throat, and then spoke. The eyes of the other beastmen present were all focused on him. At the same time, outside the house where they were, the chief of the snake tribe came here with several beastmen of the snake tribe. "Chief, we will temporarily place them here." The flower snake brought the chief of the snake tribe to a wooden house, with a complicated expression, recalling the miserable state of those horned sheep orcs. Huashi still felt compassion in his heart. To be precise, it was not just him, but also the orcs who went out with him. Otherwise, they would not have brought these horned sheep orcs back. As long as they saw the miserable state of these horned sheep orcs, they would not be able to help but think of themselves before They were actually so miserable before. Cold and hungry in winter. It was just that they were lucky. And the disaster of avalanche did not befall them. And they also waited for the messenger. Otherwise, they might be the ones wandering today. But although they wanted to help these people, they were not related to each other. And they were not from the same tribe. There was no precedent in the past. The snake tribe was not theirs to decide. Whether to take in these horned sheep orcs still had to be approved by the tribe leader and the people of the entire tribe. I understand. The tribe leader nodded. He stepped forward and opened the door. Following the arrival of this group of horned sheep orcs, many more orcs moved in one after another for a long time in the future. There were people from the horned sheep tribe, like them, who could not stick to their original tribe. Because the snow fell heavily during this period. The snow was getting thicker and thicker. They had no way to dig out the entrance of the cave from the thick snow. So they were forced to migrate. In addition to the horned sheep, there were also orcs from various tribes such as rats, horses, elephants, pigs, etc., who came here one after another. When they saw that the first group of horned sheep orcs actually joined the snake tribe, put on thick cotton clothes, and lived in a wooden house that looked very warm and comfortable, their eyes were full of envy and desire. Flying elephant, why did you leave too? Did the avalanche flood your tribe? A horned sheep orc who had lived in the snake tribe for 10 days looked at Flying Elephant, his heart full of doubts. If he remembered correctly, the avalanche did not seem to affect the elephant tribe at the beginning. Did something serious happen after they left? Flying Elephant sighed, and first thanked the horned sheep orc for the hot water he handed over, drank a sip, and warmed up his body. Only then did he have the strength to explain what happened. It turned out that after they left, 2 avalanches occurred in succession. These 2 avalanches were even more serious than the first one. Not only did they flood all the survivor tribes around, but they also blocked their roads. Not only that, in addition to snow, they also had hail that had not been seen in more than 10 years. Countless hail pieces the size of stones hit the orcs, and made them feel painful all over. There were also fist-sized hail that almost took the lives of many orcs. I don't know what the reason is this year, but so many terrible things happened one after another. In desperation, they had to leave the tribe where they had lived for a long time. If they were not desperate, who would want to leave? After hearing his explanation, the horned sheep orc was silent. Although he did not experience the hail, just by listening to him say that there were 2 more avalanches later, he could already guess what their former tribe, the former home, would be like now. I think you have foresight. If we had known that this would happen, we should have followed you. In fact, the Flying Elephant only said this before their home was destroyed. Even if the orcs told them that there would be avalanches and hail in the future, they would not leave easily. Chapter 283 Beast World, Mixed Tribes. To put it bluntly, he just envied the horned sheep beast men who left early and found a new settlement. If it weren't for the sake of face, he would even want to ask them if the snake tribe would still accept beast men. He also wanted to join the snake tribe. However, although he didn't say it clearly, the horned sheep beastmen also understood what he meant. This is not our foresight. I think it's the beast god who is guiding us. The horned sheep beastman sighed. After seeing Fei Xiang's puzzled eyes, he began to explain everything about the beast god, the messenger, the grocery store boss Su, etc. After hearing the end, Fei Xiang's eyes widened, and the whole person was stunned in place because of shock. Are you serious? Is the messenger really here? The horned sheep beastman understood his mood at the moment. Because when he heard the people of the snake tribe say this, he was also very surprised. Even more excited than Fei Xiang. Although the first group of horned sheep beast men who came here temporarily lived in the snake tribe, they actually did not join the snake tribe. It was not because the snake tribe disagreed. Nor was it because they were unwilling to join. But because both sides had better arrangements. The horned sheep were now temporarily living in the snake tribe. And their current supplies were also temporarily borrowed from the snake tribe. As soon as winter was over, they would help the snake tribe to do work to offset the help they provided during this period. In fact, they did not wait until winter was over. And they were already working to pay off debts. The snake tribe was responsible for providing them with food and supplies for the winter. And they had to help the snake beastmen take care of the captive beasts. And also help them take care of the fruit trees in the farmland. God knows how surprised they were when they saw the fruit trees still growing even under the heavy snow. This surprise even overwhelmed them when they saw so many wild animals raised by the snake tribe. However, as long as they thought that all this was caused by the arrival of the messenger, they were extremely excited. The excitement was that. Could they also live like this in the future? After all, they were here too. As long as they had bones and teeth, they could also buy what they needed in the grocery store, and then develop into a snake tribe. After the snake tribe and the horned sheep discussed, they successfully made a deal. The horned sheep would help the snake tribe take care of the crops they planted and the wild animals they raised in the winter. And in the spring, they would teach the snake tribe how to make salt. Yes, salt. After all, they were orcs living in two different areas, and the speed and direction of development were completely different. In the horned sheep tribe, they had learned to use a certain method to refine salt from a certain plant in the jungle. As for the refining method and materials, the horned sheep tribe had already taught the snake tribe. It's just that there are no corresponding materials growing in winter. The specific operation process cannot be shown, so we have to wait until spring. Correspondingly, the exchange materials provided by the snake tribe, in addition to the help in winter, also include a batch of food and a batch of bones and teeth. With these two most important things, and with the help of the grocery store, I think the horned sheep should be able to successfully build their new home here. After being inspired by the horned sheep orcs, the elephant tribe also found their own technology that can be used for exchange. They can make tools. The tools here include, but are not limited to, the hoes, axes, sickles, etc. that are currently on sale in the grocery store. As long as there are materials and corresponding tool models for reference, they can make these tools. So, the elephant tribe immediately reached a deal with the giant bull tribe. Like the horned sheep, one party provides materials, and the other party provides labor and technology. As the horned sheep tribe temporarily joined the snake tribe, the elephant tribe also temporarily joined the giant bull tribe, with the orcs of these two tribes taking the lead. The orcs who wandered from outside also learned from them, using their knowledge or technology to exchange for materials and temporary settlements. As the number of orcs coming here increased, more and more orcs knew about the existence of the grocery store, regardless of whether they had bones and teeth. When they first arrived here, they heard about the messenger's traces and wanted to meet him. After all, the messenger had not come for a long time, so long that they thought the beast god had forgotten him. But what they didn't expect was that the messenger had already arrived. Not only that, but he also led dozens of tribes in this area to develop rapidly. They had been homeless and wandering around because their homes were destroyed. Suddenly, an idea came to their minds. Since the old tribe was gone, they might as well settle down here. There were quite a few orcs who had such ideas. Even after most orcs had the idea, they were ready to put it into action directly. There were even 3 tribal chiefs who jointly established a mixed tribe. Orcs of any race could join this tribe, as long as they worked hard. Everyone would have food to eat, clothes to wear, and a house to live in. In just 1 month, the mixed tribe developed better and better, and the number of orcs in the tribe even reached 4 digits. They first found a vacant land, and then divided into 2 teams. One team borrowed tools from other tribes, collected materials by themselves, and built hundreds of houses in a month, so that every orc who had to wander here due to disasters had a temporary residence. The other team heard that fruit trees were cold resistant and could grow in winter, so they took the bones and teeth they traded, bought a batch of fruit tree seedlings, and then embarked on the road of farming. The tribes such as the snake tribe, tiger tribe, and giant bull tribe in the original book also provided them with some help within their capabilities. After all, everyone is an orc, and there is no hatred or resentment. Although they are strangers, they can help a little, which is also worthy of the trust of the beast god who sent messengers to them. A difficult winter slowly passed. Although the mixed tribe seems to be developing well, they all know that in this winter, many orcs died of cold and hunger, but they survived. After the winter, there was no heavy snow in the spring, and they could start planting crops, so they had a better life. All the orcs rolled up their sleeves and prepared to work hard to cut trees, dig stones, and build houses for the new orcs to live in. They cleared weeds, crushed stones, turned the soil, sowed seeds, and watered, and started planting crops. They held spears, bows and arrows, and took traps with their companions to hunt in the jungle for food. Here, every orc has experienced wandering and despair, so they cherish their current life even more. Chapter 284 Beast World, End. Although the workload is heavy and tiring every day, they are full of passion and motivation as long as they think of a bright future. Suemo saw all of this. Although she sympathized with these orcs, she would not be so saintly as to give them the things in the store directly. This was not in line with her own behavior. All Suemo could do was to unlock some products that had not been unlocked before, but could help them at this stage. That was all. As for whether they could proceed smoothly, it depended on how hard they worked. The orcs who originally lived here have always been particularly sensitive to the slightest movement of the grocery store. Especially this time, they actually saw that the grocery store had added more than a dozen products that they had never seen before. As for these new products, they all found a common feature, that is, they themselves seemed to have no use for them, but they were the most needed supplies for those wandering orcs. For example, clothes that can keep out the cold, umbrellas that can keep out the rain, food that tastes average, but is easy to store and eat, and can also fill the stomach. There are even tents that can be used as temporary residences. Why do they say they can't use them? Because they already have these things. Even if they don't have them, as long as they want, they can make them themselves. But for wandering orcs who have nothing, these goods are what they need most at the moment. In fact, with just a little observation, you can find that what Suemo sold before were raw materials, semi-finished products, or basic tools. And the new ones she unlocked now are all finished products that can be used directly. If it weren't for the stray orcs, Suemo didn't even plan to unlock these finished products. Because when she came here before, although these tribes lived a hard life, they had not yet reached the point of running out of ammunition and food and having nowhere to go. In this case, she chose to give a man a fish. It is better to teach him how to fish. But now the situation of these stray orcs is completely different from before. These stray orcs have nothing now. If it weren't for the help of other tribes, without the support of basic materials, they simply couldn't survive until they grew their own food, built their houses, and made their own clothes. Therefore, Suemo unlocked all finished products. They can use the finished products first, and then develop slowly. Since knowing that the grocery store sells finished clothes, food, tents, the orcs of the mixed tribe and the stray orcs who temporarily live in other tribes have breathed a sigh of relief. They don't have to continue to shamelessly ask other tribes for help. It happened to be spring now, and the hibernating beasts had already come out of their caves and were looking for food. As long as they were not too unlucky, they could basically catch some prey. The teeth and horns of the prey they caught could be made into bone teeth to buy things, and the meat could be eaten directly. Orcs who did not eat meat could also choose to trade the meat for other things, or even more conveniently sell it directly and exchange it for bone teeth. So far, a small economic trading system has been formally formed. When they were still confused and hesitant about the future, everything seemed to be changing slowly for the better. The spring rain kept falling. Although it seriously affected the work of the orcs, it accelerated the growth of crops in the fields. The rain moistened the land, and the orcs saved the effort of watering. They only needed to check if there were any weeds to be cleared. Until now, the fruit trees planted by the mixed tribe have also harvested the first batch of fruits. Because they knew that they had a lot of people, they planted a lot, and now they harvested baskets of fruits one after another. The colorful fruits piled up into a small hill. All the orcs who saw this scene, in addition to the joy and excitement in their hearts, could not help but feel tears in their eyes. Their hard work during this period finally paid off. With this batch of fruits for emergency use, the food crisis of these orcs can be regarded as resolved. Although the mixed tribe has not yet been able to return the food and other supplies borrowed from other tribes, it is not a big problem to be self-sufficient. Only after a month, when the crops they planted in early spring matured, they could be considered to have truly taken root here. A month passed quickly, and the orcs of the mixed tribe looked at the fields full of abundant fruits, and the big stone in their hearts finally fell to the ground. Now they have food, clothes, houses, and new homes. Most of the orcs in the mixed tribe were so excited that they lost control, and a group of orcs turned into beasts and roared in the tribe. For a while, there were excited calls of various wild beasts everywhere. However, at this happy moment, there were a few orcs who looked depressed. It seems that what the priest said was true. What's the point of saying this now? The priest said that a disaster would come and asked you to leave quickly. But you didn't believe it. Now you still left? They used to be orcs of the white ape tribe. There was an old priest in their tribe. Unlike the tribes in the south, most of the tribes in the north did not particularly believe in the beast god, because the beast god had not appeared for nearly 100 years. In the north, only a few tribes still adhered to the belief in the beast god. Therefore, the status of the priests in the tribe declined greatly. It was also for this reason that when they heard the priest say that there would be a devastating disaster in winter, None of them believed what he said. After all, they did not believe in the beast god. So how could they believe in a small priest? The priest also knew that because of the disappearance of Faith, his trust value in the tribe also declined greatly. So all he could do was to remind everyone about this matter frequently and repeatedly. Although some orcs had wavered before the disaster actually happened, they still did not choose to leave, and the result was, Okay, stop talking, things have already happened, it's too late to say anything more. The argument among the orcs ended quickly. Because they knew that it was meaningless to continue arguing, things had come to this point, and time could not be reversed. All they could do was continue to live well here. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the plane mission. The host can choose to teleport to the next plane at any time. As San-San's voice of announcing the good news sounded, Su-Mo blinked. It has been the 823rd day since she came to this plane. This is also the plane where she has stayed the longest. Although more than 800 days seems like a long time. Because this plane has 16 months a year. She has actually only been here for less than 2 years. The beast world now is completely different from before. Especially the place where Su-Mo is, which has become the center of the world. After hearing about the deeds here, countless beastmen have migrated here. And the increase in beastmen has also accelerated Su-Mo's speed in completing tasks. So far, almost all beastmen have learned one of the basic techniques such as planting, sowing, construction, and fighting. With this knowledge, they can survive well and no longer need to rely on grocery stores, especially when they have learned to make tools, extract sugar and salt, cultivate seed fruit trees, and collect ice cubes. The grocery store can provide them with even less things. In the next nearly half a year, she only unlocked a new herb seed. After teaching the orcs how to grow herbs, and how to distinguish and use them properly, Su-Mo entered the next plane. It was not known whether it was a coincidence. But on the night when Su-Mo left, the old priest of the snake tribe also closed his eyes forever. Her departure did not make the orcs of the snake tribe feel particularly sad, because they all felt that the old priest left with the messenger, and the messenger took her to the side of the beast god. Therefore, they did not feel sad. But instead, they were slightly envious while blessing her. Chapter 285 The Underworld. It gives too much. Are you the new merchant in the underworld? Su-Mo narrowed her eyes, looked at the transparent ghost in white for a few seconds, and then nodded. The ghost saw her nod, and was about to say something, but was beaten to it by Su-Mo. I just came here, and many things haven't been taken care of yet. I will open the store tomorrow. It's not that I can't open the store today, but I just came, and she hasn't understood the specific situation of this plane. The information that San-San showed her before was just a summary of the background of this plane, and it was not detailed. Not only that, she hasn't even seen the products yet, let alone unlock them, so even if she opens a store, there is nothing to sell. The ghost in front of her was a young woman with long hair. She looked healthy, and should not have died of illness. But how did she get here at such a young age? Su-Mo's doubts only lasted for a moment. After all, the underworld has a rule that do not care about the affairs of the living world. Even if she wanted to know, people might not be willing to tell her. Besides, she herself was not a person who liked to gossip about other people's private affairs. So she did not pay much attention to the situation of the female ghost in white. The woman frowned, as if she was a little dissatisfied, but she also knew the rules here. All the rules of the underworld store, as long as they did not violate the underworld regulations, were decided by the underworld merchants' bosses. So even if she was in a hurry to buy something now, she could only follow Su-Mo's arrangement. She said that the store would open tomorrow, so she could only wait until tomorrow. Then I'll come again tomorrow. With that, she left leisurely. Su-Mo didn't expect that she would run into a customer just after she came. What she didn't expect was that after the customer left, dozens of ghosts came one after another. Some of them were like the white-clothed female ghost, and they came to buy things. As for the other part, although they said they came to see if the store was open, Su-Mo didn't think they were here to buy things. After sending away a dozen ghosts, Su-Mo decisively closed the door, and then asked San-San to hang a sign at the door saying that the store would be open tomorrow, so that no one, ghosts, would come to disturb them. The mission has been sent to the host. Please check. Mission details: time and space. Hell plane goal. Reputation reaches 100 million not completed. 100 million merit not completed. Initial resources. Grocery store *1. Product exchange voucher *3. Merit *100 points. The previous planes are exactly the same. with basically no changes. Except that the currency this time has become merit. And the value is the same as the first few planes, becoming 100 million. There is nothing worth looking at in detail in the mission, so Suemo just glanced at it. It is worth mentioning that this plane seems to only be able to choose the level mode, and does not use the full unlock mode. Suemo simply looked at the goods in the mall, and roughly guessed the reason. Perhaps it is because the goods in this plane are relatively special. Host, there are 4 underworld stores in the east, west, south, and north of the underworld, which means there are 4 underworld merchants, and the host is the underworld merchant in the south. Suemo nodded to show that he understood, and then asked with concern, for merchants, it shouldn't be a competitive mode. San shook his head quickly, and his furry head shook rapidly. Of course not. The 4 underworld stores have nothing to do with each other, and the corresponding underworld merchants have nothing to do with each other, but this really gives people a bad feeling. San saw the host looking at it, and then he didn't dare to keep it a secret, and quickly told everything he knew. It's just that there are fewer soul catchers in the underworld stores in the south, so there are fewer ghosts. Here, the soul catchers are the ones who pull the souls of the dying from the world to the underworld. If there are fewer soul catchers, it means there are fewer ghosts. And the guests of this plane are ghosts, so fewer ghosts mean fewer guests. Suemo doesn't care about this. Anyway, ghosts like soul catchers basically have good fence-sitting qualities. As long as the business here is good, there will definitely be more and more soul catchers coming. But she really wants to know why all the soul catchers here have run away. Before she could ask, San seemed to have guessed what she wanted to ask, and directly sent all the information to her. According to the above, the number of soul collectors in the 4 regions of the underworld was the same. But 100 years ago, the underworld merchants in the southern region suddenly left, which resulted in the underworld stores in the south being unmanaged. In addition to earning merits by collecting souls, the soul collectors can also get a small commission if the souls they collect spend money in the underworld stores. Therefore, the southern region without underworld merchants lost its stores, and they naturally lost a sum of extra money. Originally, if the soul collectors in different regions changed jobs, they would have to deduct extra merits, so they did not choose to change jobs at first, because they all thought that the underworld would not leave the positions of the underworld merchants in the southern region vacant. But what they did not expect was that they had to wait for more than 30 years. Other soul collectors made a lot of money, but they still did not wait for the arrival of the underworld merchants. In these 30 years, many soul collectors have left the southern region one after another. After all, even if they stay here now, there is no merit to earn. It is better to spend money to earn merit elsewhere. It only takes a few years of hard work, and they can earn back the merits consumed by job hopping. In the 33rd year, an underworld merchant came, but he did not stay for long and left. After he left, another underworld merchant came, also stayed for only a few decades and left. 3 years have passed since the last underworld merchant left. That is to say, before Suemo came here, there had been no underworld merchants here for 3 years. Suemo couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he saw this. The surprise in his eyes flashed, and then turned into obscure contemplation. San didn't find anything wrong with her. After hearing her words, he nodded seriously. Yes, in order to prevent the remaining soul snatchers from running away, and it's not a good thing to leave this place empty all the time. So the underworld spent a lot of money to issue a task to recruit an underworld merchant. Because the task was very urgent, the reward was very high, so high that San couldn't refuse it at all. It gave too much. So much that San felt that refusing would be a loss. So it quickly picked out this task, and gave it to Suemo to choose together with the information of other planes. San would give Suemo the tasks that he thought were very good to choose, and Suemo just happened to choose this plane. Chapter 286 The Underworld, Golden Solid Gold Buddha. Similarly, this plane is also the one that San likes the most. After understanding the general information, Suemo opened them all. I don't know if it is because of this reason, so although the initial gift of the commodity exchange coupons in this plane is still 3, but only 1 commodity exchange coupon is given for each upgrade. Not only that, the price of the commodity exchange coupons has also increased greatly. Previously, the first level commodity exchange coupons required the currency of the current plane *100, but now it requires a full 500. But the way to synthesize the commodity exchange coupons to a higher level has not changed. In other words, if she wants to exchange a second level commodity exchange coupon now, she has to spend 1,500 merit points. This is a direct quintuple. But the commodities in this plane are quite few, basically less than half of the useful commodities in the previous planes. Let's put it this way, there are only 3 new commodities that can be unlocked in the first level mall. And the commodity exchange coupons given at the beginning are exactly 3. That is to say, Sumo does not need to spend more merits to unlock new products at the first level, because there are no new products for her to choose. Since this is the case, Sumo has nothing to hesitate about, and directly redeems the only 3 products in the mall. Mangpa soup purchase price, 3 merits/bowl. Selling price, 10 merits/bowl. Introduction, a bowl of delicious mangpa soup. After drinking mangpa soup, you can forget all the memories and love and hatred in the Yang world, and then you can step onto the Naiha bridge and enter the road of reincarnation. Returning soul talisman purchase price, 5 merits/piece. Selling price, 20 merits/piece. Introduction, on the 7th day after death. Paste the returning soul talisman, you can temporarily return to the living world, and return to the underworld the next day. From now on, every anniversary of the death, you can use it once. The soul that returns to the living world can only watch the affairs of the living world, and cannot interfere or leave traces. Dream talisman purchase price, 5 merits/piece. Selling price, 20 merits/piece. Introduction, just write your name and birthday on the talisman, and you can send a dream to your close friends in your life. The dream can be made up by the user, but you cannot reveal things that are not related to the living world, and the user cannot use words or texts or other overly obvious ways to convey information. The Underworld store actually sells all the goods that can facilitate all procedures and things for humans after death. Let's not talk about mangpa soup, everyone knows it. You can't get on the Naiha bridge without drinking mangpa soup, and you can't reincarnate. As for the soul returning talisman, it is for those ghosts who do not want to forget the past and still have some nostalgia. For them, it is worthwhile to return to the Yang world to see the people they care about, even if it consumes a lot of merit. The dreaming talisman is a kind of commodity that can let the ghosts of people in the Yang world pass on messages if they have something to tell them. Although the soul returning talisman and the dreaming talisman are powerful, they actually have many restrictions. For example, the soul returning talisman has usage restrictions. The first time it can be used is on the 7th day, and then it can be used once a year on the anniversary of the death. The dreaming talisman is also clearly written. Although the dream is self-made, it cannot reveal things that are not related to the Yang world, including the underworld. Not to mention that the user in the dream cannot speak, and cannot express text and other information. Basically, if they want to communicate something, they can only express it through the imagery of dreams, or the ghost's physical actions or emotions. But whether the person being dreamed of can understand the user's meaning depends on him. Theoretically, as long as there are enough merits, there is no limit on the use of the dream talisman for the user. But because frequent dreams will have a significant impact on the person receiving the dream. For example, mentally, physically dreams affect sleep quality. Therefore, ghosts generally do not use it too frequently, and only use it as a warning or reminder when encountering major events. Of course, another important reason is that they cannot afford to consume 20 merits at a time. Although 20 merits are not much, merits are quite valuable here. There are 2 types of currency in the underworld. One is ghost money, and the other is merits. Generally, merits are only used when buying things in the underworld store, and they usually use ghost money. Even transactions between ghosts rarely use this thing. If it is used, it only means that the matter is of great importance. A normal person who has not done anything good or bad basically only has 10 merits when he comes here. It is just enough to buy a bowl of mangpa soup. If you want more, you basically have to find a way to earn it. As for those who have done some bad things, but not very serious, and have not done good deeds to accumulate merits, although their merits will not be negative, they will not even have money to buy mangpa soup, because everyone has different experiences in their lives, different behaviors and different choices. The impact and results are also different. When they were brought here by the soul catcher, they would naturally have a book of merits and virtues, which recorded the increase and decrease of their merits and virtues throughout their lives. By the way, if Sumo was not mistaken, the first ghost she saw when she came here was the female ghost in white, who obviously had a lot of merits and virtues. In Sumo's eyes, although the woman was in the state of a ghost, her soul was quite clear and transparent. Ordinary people would never reach this state after death. The more evil one does, the more turbid the soul is. On the contrary, if this person was very kind during his lifetime, then his soul would be as clear and transparent as hers. When a normal person comes to the underworld, then the ghost will be close to the appearance of a normal living person, and will be vague. If we use simple and rough language to describe it, it is the opacity change of the PS layer. Well, it is fortunate that she followed the soul catcher to the underworld. If she lingers in the Yang world after death, her ghost with such merits, in the eyes of those evil people, will be like a golden Buddha, not only conspicuous, but also tempting. It's better not to talk about the consequences. In the underworld, there are more or less rules and regulations, and the ghosts are in charge. Even if some ghosts want to do something, there is nothing they can do. Minggu, you really don't plan to leave here? The soul catcher called. Minggu glanced at him, and then nodded slightly. His old look really made the ghost who was talking depressed. I'm not saying. We don't need to waste time here. If you feel sorry for the merit of changing jobs, Mingji's share, I'll help you. Wu San stretched out his hand and patted his chest. This set of actions was very chic and generous. But Minggu still didn't agree. I don't lack that little bit of merit. I'm just too lazy to walk. Chapter 287. The Underworld. A pot of dog blood. Besides, hasn't a new merchant from the underworld come here now? Hearing this, Wu San choked and was stunned for a moment. What? A merchant has come? Wu San has been busy collecting souls outside all day today. After all, since there is no store, the income from collecting souls in their southern region has dropped significantly. Since there is no extra money to make, if they want to earn merit, they can only be more diligent and take on more soul collecting tasks. This is why he has been busy until now and has not come back. I haven't been in the underworld all day. It is normal that he doesn't know about this. But if this is true, then what his brother Ming said is not wrong. The reason why he has been thinking about leaving is because there are no merchants from the underworld here, and he has no way to make extra money. Since the merchants from the underworld have come now, there is no need for him to run away. Otherwise, it would be a waste of merit money. But, finally I'm here. But I don't know how long this merchant can hold out here. Wu San muttered softly. The two merchants left strangely before. It's obvious that merchants in other places are replaced every 100 years or 1,000 years, but here, they are replaced every few decades. At this frequency, the number of underworld merchants they have replaced here is probably more than the number of soul catchers. No matter how long she can stay, she's here after all. You might as well take 2 more souls now, if you have the free time, otherwise the boss will run away again when there are no customers when the store opens tomorrow. Wu San, I really didn't expect that you would be so stubborn even here. Forget it. It's all for merit. Although he complained, his body still honestly floated to the place where the fate book was, looking for someone to take souls away. Didn't we agree to open today? Why did the boss say that? Before she could say the word unfaithful, Qingxi saw the door that had been tightly closed slowly open. She was startled at first, then walked in quickly, with a serious look on her face, and it was hard to tell that she had just complained a second ago. After entering the underworld store, she saw the sign on the wall, which stated the rules and opening hours of the store. After reading it, she was somewhat thankful that she came a little late today. Otherwise, if she had followed the original plan, she would have had to wait here for an hour. The decoration of this underworld store is very simple. Although it is in the underworld, the color scheme is not gloomy and gray, but bright beige. There are not too many useless decorations in the store, just a few simple shelves, a counter, and a few tables and chairs. The few pots of green plants that are commonly seen have become the most obvious decoration in this store. Although it seems that there are fewer things, but for someone like her who doesn't like clutter, well, maybe it should be called ghost now. For a ghost like her who doesn't like clutter and complexity, this store really gave her a very good first impression. She came here for nothing else this time, just to buy a bowl of mingpa soup to drink, and quickly forget those things that bothered her and disgusted her. Suemo also saw the female ghost in white clothes that she had seen yesterday. She still looked clear, and the merits on her body were about to fill the ghost soul to the brim. She just took a look, and didn't plan to continue to care about it. However, not long after Suemo looked away, he heard a cry from Qingxi's direction. He looked over again, and saw her staring blankly at the goods on the shelf on the far right. If Suemo remembered correctly, San should have placed a dream talisman on that shelf. Qingxi pursed her lips, and the ghost on her body was slightly unstable. You can dream to someone close to you during your lifetime. The dream is self-made. She carefully read the introduction above, and couldn't help but read it out softly. After confirming that the introduction above was consistent with her understanding, Qingxi decisively reached out and took the things off the shelf. After taking them, she came to the checkout counter with a little excitement and haste. I don't know why she was so excited that she even forgot that she was originally going to buy mungpa soup. Boss, check out. Qingxi's tone was not as gentle as when she talked to Sumo yesterday, but with a little negative emotion. Sumo glanced at the stack of dream talismans in her hand, and her mind paused slightly. But in just a second, she came back to her senses, and then took out the merit stone for collecting merits. 7 dream talismans. A total of 140 merits. Just put your hand on it. Otherwise, how could she be called a person of great merit? These 140 merits are probably the amount that ordinary people cannot accumulate in several lifetimes. But after she paid, the ghost was still as clear as before, as if there was no change at all. Sumo glanced a few times and saw that her hair was slightly more solid. But as long as you don't look closely, you can't see the difference. After paying the merits, Qingxi turned around and prepared to leave. But before she took 2 steps, she turned back. Can this spell really send dreams to people in the Yang world? Sumo shook her head gently. Only to closed people. If it can also be sent to strangers, wouldn't it be a mess? Anyone may inexplicably dream of a completely unfamiliar ghost sending dreams to them. And although there are fewer people with the same name and birth date, it is not uncommon. So even if it is just to prevent the wrong dream, this restriction is useful. Close? What is close? Qingxi's tone was not good. But Sumo didn't care. After all, she could see that this emotion was not directed at her. Closeness does not refer to the literal relationship in the Yang world. It can be simply understood as the length of time you spend with the person being sent dreams. For example, in the case of deliberately giving birth but not raising a child, the biological parents and adoptive parents. Here the relationship with the adoptive parents is more recognized. In other words, biological parents cannot send dreams to their abandoned children. But although adoptive parents have no blood relationship with their children, they can send dreams. Although Sumo didn't know who Qingxi wanted to send a dream to. From the results of the analysis of the information she had learned now, it was obvious that she didn't want to send a benevolent dream. She passed away at such a young age. And she had so many merits. I think her life experience must have been a pot of dog blood. Sumo sighed and continued, if you want to send a nightmare, as long as the person has been with you for a long enough time, and both parties have invested emotions, it is also possible. Although the dream talisman has many restrictions on dreams, except for the fixed restriction that words cannot be used. The other restrictions are dynamic. For example, the more merits a ghost has, the fewer restrictions it has, and the easier it is to send a dream. Chapter 288 The Underworld, Ghosts of Poor Quality and Greed. For ghosts like Qingxi, there is probably nothing left except for the fixed restrictions. The upper level will open the door and give them a green light all the way. Sumo's hint was not obscure at all. Qingxi could understand it naturally. She didn't care that the boss might have guessed what she wanted to do, as long as she could send a dream. Thank you, boss. If it works, I will buy it again next time, said. Qingxi left the store in the underworld. Hearing her say this, Sumo couldn't help but sigh again. I've already bought 7, and it's not enough. Sumo lit a candle for the person she was going to send a dream to without any sincerity. Of course, there would be no sympathy, and she would not remind Qingxi that frequent dreams would affect the person receiving the dream. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the person deserved it. Besides, as long as Qingxi is willing to come, it will be a merit for her. Sumo is so happy that she doesn't care about other people's affairs. After the only customer left, the store fell into a period of vacancy. For some reason, more than a dozen ghosts came yesterday to ask her about opening a store. But only one came today. It was not until the afternoon that Sumo heard the noisy movement outside. Looking outside, about dozens of ghosts formed a huge queue and came to the door of the store. Hey, this boss is quite punctual. He said yesterday that the store would open today, but he didn't expect it to open at this time. I saw it when I passed by today. The boss opened the store in the morning. If I didn't have to go to work, I would have come to buy things in the morning. After hearing their conversation, Sumo finally understood the reason. These ghosts usually earn merits during the day and early morning, so they didn't come to buy things in the morning. It seems that there is nothing wrong with thinking about it this way. After all, they came to ask her about opening a store at about the same time yesterday. As for why Qingxi came in the morning, rich people don't need to go to work. Isn't it easy to understand? Although the working hours here are opposite to those in the Yang world, Su Imo is not prepared to cater to them and change the business hours to the afternoon to the early morning. Anyway, she also opened the store in the afternoon. If they really need to buy something, they can just come in the afternoon to buy it. It doesn't matter if there are people in the morning. This is the time when the ghosts get off work. They rushed in a swarm, just to see if there is anything they need. There are only 3 items on the shelf. In addition to the Mungpa soup they all recognize, there are also soul-returning talismans and dream-sending talismans. There are 15 bowls of Mungpa soup, 10 soul-returning talismans, and only 3 dream-sending talismans left. Because the above introduction is written in detail, so although these ghosts feel sorry for their merits, if they really need them, they are ready to spend their merits to buy them. There are only about 30 ghosts in total, and finally 9 bowls of Mungpa soup were sold, 3 soul-returning talismans, and 1 dream-sending talisman. Most ghosts didn't buy anything, they just came to take a look. Ghosts like this generally don't want to reincarnate, and don't want to leave the underworld. Anyway, living anywhere is not living, and working anywhere is not working. If you reincarnate into a good family, it's fine, but if you reincarnate into a bad family, it's better to stay in the underworld. At least they don't need food, clothing, or money here, and they don't have any other material needs. The only drawback is that if they don't reincarnate for a long time, it will affect their souls. When their souls can't support themselves anymore, they have to reincarnate even if they don't want to. Otherwise they will end up with a soul scattered. Even if they know there will be such a consequence, they are unwilling to leave. Most of them are thinking about how long they can stay here, so that they can earn more merits. Even if they have a little more merit, it may have a significant impact on their next life. You kid are willing to buy the soul-returning talisman? I saw that you didn't even spend the money to buy it for someone else before? Li Fei sighed in surprise. He was not familiar with this person before he died, but he came here after his death, because they were colleagues at work. They knew each other. This kid's name is Mu Chung. It is said that he died in a car accident. Although he has no father or mother, he still has a wife and children with whom he has a good relationship. He usually cares about these 2 people the most. Otherwise, he wouldn't be unwilling to leave here even after 4 or 5 years of death. He gets up every day to work to earn more merits, and then gives them to his wife in some way. Merits are not only useful for ghosts like them, but also for mortals. More merits, better luck, and better life. Otherwise, he would be left alone with an orphan and a widow. In addition, his wife is also from a single-parent family. Without the help of the elders, it would be even more difficult. The only thing he was thankful for was that he had the habit of buying insurance. His death was an accidental car accident, and he should be able to get a lot of money. How can it be the same? You know much more about the price offered by the agent than I do. Mu Chung admitted that he was a bit stingy, but if the price of the agent was not too high, he would not be reluctant to spend it. Before, there was no underworld store here, so it was inconvenient for them to buy anything. After all, they were not allowed to leave their own area at will, and they had to spend extra money to find an agent to go to other areas to buy. Now the market price of the agent is basically 10% of the commodity price. For example, a bowl of Mungpa soup with 10 merits costs 11 merits from them. The soul-returning talisman and dream-sending talisman with 20 merits cost 22 merits. It is definitely a loss at this price, but it is not unacceptable if you grit your teeth. But the problem is that the ghosts and ghosts bought by the agents are really inferior and greedy. They knew that there were no stores in their southern area, so they deliberately raised the price, raising the 10% errand fee to 30%, and the most excessive one even raised it to 50%. In other words, even for the cheapest bowl of Mungpa soup, they can earn 5 merits for free. Mu Chung had finally saved up 22 merits, and wanted to buy a soul-returning talisman, so that he could go back to see his wife and children on his death anniversary. But the price was 30 merits per piece, which made him angry, and he turned around and left. What was he looking at? No more. He might as well give all the 30 merits to his wife and children. Even if the transferred merits would be reduced to less than 3 merits due to layers of deductions, he still felt that it was worth more than buying a soul-returning talisman. Indeed, those ghosts are too evil. Li Fei couldn't help but spit. Although he himself had never bought things on behalf of others, people around him had also told him about the extremely evil prices. It was not just Mu Chung. Many ghosts had been cheated. But buying things on behalf of others was a matter of willingness. And they had no place to complain. Chapter 289, The Underworld. Yes. This is very powerful. If you feel cheated, just don't buy it. If it really gets out of hand, the higher-ups will clear out the ghosts who buy on behalf of others, or issue a regulation to prohibit buying on behalf of others. Then they will be even more doomed in the future. Some things are necessary. For example, Mengpa soup. You can't walk on the bridge without drinking it. And they don't have a store. And they can't buy Mengpa soup. So they can only rely on those black-hearted guys. But now it's good. We already have a store here. And we don't have to look at the faces of those dogs in the future. When he thought of this, Li Fei felt relieved. Mu Cheng didn't comment on this. He carefully put away the dream talisman. And then reminded him, it's hard to say. It is said that several merchants here have left. If you need something, you should still carry it with you. Otherwise, if this merchant only stayed for a dozen or 20 years and ran away, it would be a big trouble for ghosts like them who are still preparing to work here. Although Mu Cheng's idea was a bit of a precautionary measure, it was indeed correct. The situation was even more urgent than he had imagined. In their opinion, Suemo might be like the previous merchants, staying for only a few decades before leaving. However, what they didn't know was that she had only stayed in each plane for less than 2 years. This was not even 1/10 of a few decades. Li Fei thought about it and felt that it made sense. But he really didn't want to buy anything. His situation was similar to Mu Cheng's. And he was also a lonely man. The difference was that he was still a single dog when he died. Not to mention his children. Among these 3 products, the only useful one for him was Mengpa soup. He had just arrived in the underworld not long ago. And he was not going to reincarnate in the short term. So there was no need to buy Mengpa soup. Forget it. I have no relatives or friends. And I don't want anything. Li Fei curled his lips. The two of them didn't talk about anything private. So the volume was not deliberately lowered. So their discussion was also heard by other ghosts. Although Li Fei didn't buy anything, the other ghosts who heard the two of them chatting were reminded. Yes. What if the boss ran away again? Wouldn't they have nowhere to buy anything? Thinking of this, the ghosts who were still hesitating decisively took what they needed. In a blink of an eye, 2 more soul-returning talismans were bought. Later, some more things were sold one after another. But until the store door was closed, there were still some left on the shelf. Of the 15 bowls of Mengpa soup, only 3 bowls were left. For soul-returning talismans were left, and only 1 dream-sitting talisman was left. Congratulations to the host. Today's income, 420 merit points. It was all thanks to Qingxi. After all, she increased Sumo's income today by a full third by her own efforts. If it weren't for her, Suemo would not have earned even 300 merit points. Speaking of which, Suemo originally didn't quite understand the concept of fewer ghosts mentioned by San. But today, it turns out that there are not many ghosts at all. You have to know that there are at least millions of human ghosts staying in the underworld all year round. Even if there are 4 stores, there must be at least hundreds of thousands of people ghosts it divided equally. But she looked at her current reputation value, which was only 67 points. Compared with the total number of ghosts, it was a pitifully low number. Calculated in this way, not to mention how many ghosts bought things, but there were only 30 or 40 ghosts who came to the store today. This made her seriously doubt whether all the soul collectors in this area had already run away. San looked at her host's calm face, and felt a little panic in her heart. Host, don't look at the small number of customers today, but the soul collectors in our area are still very powerful. How powerful? Suemo glanced at it, and asked, while grabbing the white bear and rubbing it. San shook his head, and was unconscious, but he still heard her words clearly, and his tone was full of inexplicable pride at this time. San, the 4 soul collectors have collected a total of 100 ghosts today. Is that impressive? It's just that the new ghosts are busy registering, so they don't have time to come today. You can see them tomorrow. Suemo, so you mean there are only 4 soul collectors in the entire southern region? San coughed dryly, and was speechless for a while. After several seconds, he stammered, more than 4. Actually, there are 5. One of them asked for leave today, and did not go to the Yang world to collect souls. Okay, this is impressive. Qingxi looked at the talisman in her hand, which was less than the size of a hand, and her mind couldn't help but recall the memories of the past. She carefully wrote the person's name and birthday on it. While writing, she was still thinking about how scared the person would be by this dream. When the last stroke was finished, a mocking and malicious smile appeared on her elegant face. Although she had bad intentions, it did not disgust others to see it. Instead, it made them feel distressed. If you knew that I would use your birthday to send a dream, you would probably regret not even telling me that your birthday was fake. As the words fell, the dream talisman burned without fire in her hand, and she lost consciousness at the moment it disappeared. Zhang Lian. What are you afraid of? She was still so beautiful. And she was still wearing her favorite light blue dress embroidered with bamboo patterns. The woman in front of him was obviously stunning. And she still had that familiar gentle smile on her face. She was obviously such a beautiful woman. But in Zhang Lian's eyes, she was as scary as a ghost. His nerves were tense. His whole body was trembling. And his legs couldn't help trembling. Zhang Lian wanted to retreat. And even wanted to run. But he couldn't do it. His legs felt as heavy as if they were filled with lead. ACI. I'm sorry, it was that woman who seduced me. I don't like her at all, but at the party that day, she seduced me. Qingxi looked at the man in front of her, who had become a little crazy because of fear, and her heart was calm. The anger and rage she had felt when she found out the truth before completely disappeared, leaving only doubts. How did she fall in love with this man in the first place? What on earth was there in him that made her quarrel with her parents and run away, and even secretly get a marriage certificate with him, and finally force her parents to recognize her? Those previous actions were really stupid now, and those people who said that they were blind were really right. You said that day, you never liked me, and the reason you pursued me was just for my family's company. Do you think I can't remember these? Qingxi's eyes suddenly became sharp. This was the first time Zhang Lian saw her like this. He was so scared that his legs went weak, and he collapsed on the ground. Chapter 290 The Underworld. This must be retribution. The dream was set in the garden outside their cozy little home. The garden not only had her favorite flowers and plants, but also had a golden retriever's kennel. It was a pity that the golden retriever also left with her after she left. Qingxi didn't know about this, otherwise she would never let this person go so easily now. But even if she didn't know now, she wasn't going to let him go easily. So the next second after Zhang Lian sat limply on the ground, he was horrified to find that the grass on the ground, which was only a few centimeters high, suddenly grew a meter-high grass. These grasses not only blocked his sight, but also wrapped him up completely. Rather than grass, it was more like countless ropes, densely tied around his body, leaving red marks. Zhang Lian felt that he was almost suffocating. His mouth was open, but he couldn't speak. He struggled desperately, begging for mercy with a hideous face. However, he could not see the light green figure in the gaps between the long grass. This must be retribution. Zhang Lian thought so when he lost consciousness. All he could see was the wild grass growing wildly until it drowned him. The feeling of dying made him regret it very much. For the whole day that followed, Zhang Lian seemed to be favored by the god of bad luck. Everything he did was not going well. First, he signed the wrong name on a document. Then, he took the wrong report, was absent-minded during the meeting, and the forms he was required to sort out were full of mistakes and omissions. If everyone didn't know that he was the boss's son-in-law, he would have been scolded many times for his efficiency today. Even the manager was holding back his anger and dared not speak. Even if he was dissatisfied, he could only tell Zhang Lian tactfully. Although everyone seemed to be very taboo about him, they actually looked down on him behind his back. After all, he relied on women for a living. What was there to be proud of? They all agreed that, if it wasn't for his good looks, people could talk, and he didn't know how he had managed to get the daughter of their director, otherwise. With his education and ability, he wouldn't even be able to enter the company as an ordinary employee. But they also had to admit that Zhang Lian's eloquence and his ability to be a person must be very good, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to stay in the company after the director's daughter died in an accident. It was even said that the chairman treated him like his own son. If he wasn't really incompetent, I'm afraid that the company would be directly managed by him in the future. After a day of confusion, Zhang Lian was finally driven back home tactfully by the manager, who couldn't stand it any longer. If it were normal times, Zhang Lian would definitely teach those who looked down on him, especially the manager who liked to target him a lesson. But how could he think about these things now? After almost having a rear-end collision, he was insulted by another driver, and his back was covered in cold sweat. Thinking back to when he was drowsy just now, he dreamed of the scene of the wild grass growing last night again. He hurriedly took out his mobile phone, made a call, and then he didn't even dare to drive the car, and chose to walk home directly. At the same time, a couple was also heartbroken. "Dad, I dreamed of Cici yesterday. Qingxi's mother had tears in her eyes, and her eyes were red. The pain of losing her daughter had already made her health worse every day. After finally recovering, she dreamed of such a scene again. Qingxi's father was also in a mess, and felt very uncomfortable. I also dreamed of it. His voice was a little hoarse, holding a cigarette in his hand. But he didn't light it, just because Qingxi never liked the smell of smoke, and she was always worried that smoking too much would harm his body. So every time she saw him smoking, she would frown and scold him, saying that if he smoked again in the future, she would ignore him. Over time, Qingxi's father quit smoking, but every time he was upset, he couldn't help but take it out and pinch it between his fingers. But why did such a well-behaved and sensible daughter leave them so early? What? Did you dream about it too? Qing's mother was stunned at first, and then her thoughts came out in an instant. I saw Cici running all the time, and she was shouting for help. Lian and Xiaowei were right next to her, but they didn't save her. Qingxi died in a mudslide. It is said that she, Zhang Lian and her best friend Xiaowei went to the mountains for a trip that day. As luck would have it, they had just arrived there, and it had been raining heavily for a week. So the disaster happened. This kind of thing is a natural disaster. No matter how much they resented each other, they would not be so unreasonable as to put the blame on Zhang Lian and Xiaowei. One of them is Qingxi's boyfriend, and the other is Qingxi's best friend since childhood. Qingxi's departure should also make them very sad. What's more, when Zhang Lian came back, one of his legs was broken. Although Xiaowei didn't have any real injuries, she was in a very bad state. According to them, this was all caused by saving Qingxi. They could have escaped, but Qingxi was too late to save an old man with limited mobility, and was washed away by the mudslide. Fortunately, the old man survived. But for Qing's parents, this was simply a nightmare. To put it in a very immoral way, they even hoped that Qingxi would not save the old man. As long as she was alive, the life and death of others is definitely not as important as their own daughter. But things have already happened, and they can only accept their fate. However, this dream now seems to be completely opposite to the truth they know. Although dreams should not be taken seriously, Qing's mother felt that her heart was always beating. This was an extremely strange uneasiness, which made her feel a chill behind her, and a bold idea emerged in her heart. Qingxi has been very kind since she was a child. She has done many things such as saving cats and dogs, donating money and volunteering. Therefore, they did not doubt Zhang Lian and his friend's statement that Qingxi was washed away by the mudslide in order to save the old man. Moreover, they also met the old man afterwards, and people also said that it was indeed a fairy-like girl who found her and rescued her. Under many factors, the two of them believed Zhang Lian and Xiaowei's statement. But now, that layer of trust has begun to waver. Because they now remember a detail, the old man also said that when Qingxi found her, she herself had sprained her foot and was also inconvenient to move. Therefore, the arrangement at that time was that Xiaowei led the old man in front, and Zhang Lian carried Qingxi on his back and walked behind. Chapter 291 The Underworld. How nice it would be if I could stay here forever. That is to say, what happened in the back, the people in front can't see it. In addition, the mudslide was very noisy. Not only could it not be seen, but even the sound could not be heard. You say, is Cici hinting at something to us? After weaving 2 dreams in a row, even though Qingxi was not the one who bore the dream, she felt a little tired. Nevertheless, the heavy stone that weighed on her heart and made her feel so depressed finally fell. She knew that her parents would definitely be deceived by Zhang Lian and Xiaowei. If she hadn't had this dream, she would really be worried. But now it's good. With her parents' vigilance, Qingxi believes that they can definitely investigate what happened that year. After all, there are still many doubts back then, but Qing's parents have never wanted to recall this matter, so it was left unresolved. She did go back to save the old man at that time, but before that, she had already discovered that her husband, who had just got married, was actually having an affair with her best friend. But she never thought that Zhang Lian was afraid that if the matter was exposed, she would divorce him, and he would not be able to stay in the company. So he cruelly left her there. The most important thing is that Xiaowei saw it. Qingxi saw her turn back, but she said nothing. Nor did she stop him, but continued to help the old man walk forward. Qingxi's mood at that time was not so much despair, but more of a disheartened mood. Apart from her parents, the 2 closest people were together, and then betrayed her, and even wanted to kill her. She heard their conversation, They arranged the trip. But they didn't arrange the rainstorm. They didn't have the ability to do it. But they might have thought of creating an accident. So they found out that the weather was bad during this period. And there was even the possibility of rainstorm. As a result, they took her to the mountains for a trip. Rather than a trip, they just chose a place for her to be buried. When the mudslide happened, they got up secretly. And no one called her. If she hadn't stayed up all night, she would have died in her sleep. In short, all this has passed. And Qingxi didn't have much resentment and hatred at this time. She just wanted those two people to pay the price they deserved. Qingxi looked at the 5 remaining dream talismans in her hand, put them away calmly, and then closed her eyes and went into hibernation. Things were just as Qingxi thought, and Qing's parents were not fools. Although the mudslide incident was not easy to investigate, there was no substantial evidence after all, and there was no monitoring of such information at that time. But they still found out about Zhang Lian and Xiao Wei's intimate relationship. Once this matter was found out, they were immediately annoyed. If it wasn't for not alerting the enemy, Qing's father even wanted to kick Zhang Lian out of the company. They were not unreasonable people. Their daughter was gone. They couldn't ask Zhang Lian to be single for Qingxi all his life. Right? Besides, although the two were married, it was only less than a month. Qing's father and mother didn't like Zhang Lian. It was only after Qingxi left that Zhang Lian showed his affection to them all day long. And his attitude improved a little. But Zhang Lian was deceiving them. I only like Qingxi. And I will never marry anyone else in the future. He said this himself. And no one forced him. Qing's father was not only a father of a family, but also a director of a company. He had played so many tricks. How could he not see Zhang Lian's thoughts? He just wanted to use this sentence to please him, so that Zhang Lian could continue to stay in the company. He even wanted more. Otherwise, he, who was not good at anything and had no relationship with Qingxi, would not be able to gain a foothold in the company. He said nice things on the surface, but he still found a girlfriend behind the scenes. This kind of deception was undoubtedly unacceptable. Moreover, the person he found was also problematic. Why was it Xiao Wei? Thinking of everything he saw in the dream, Qing's parents felt that something was wrong. The more they investigated, the more frightened they became. They found that Zhang Lian and Xiao Wei had been together earlier than they thought, even earlier than Qingxi was still alive at that time. It would take some time to investigate these things. But because Zhang Lian had been tortured by dreams for the past 2 days, as the saying goes, the more panicked a person is, the more clues he will reveal. Therefore, the investigation went more and more smoothly. In the end, Zhang Lian was sent to prison. After all, Xiao Wei was not the one who did it herself, so the punishment was not severe. However, after this incident was exposed, her family would inevitably suffer moral condemnation for the rest of their lives, and they would be tabooed wherever they went. Zhang Lian's abandonment of Qingxi back then still went wrong. There was a person who saw the whole process, but he didn't say anything because he didn't want to cause trouble. There was even a hotel staff member who came out to testify that he put drugs in Qingxi's water cup. Ordinary sleeping pills, but they were enough to make people fall asleep and unable to escape danger. Although Qingxi was lucky and didn't drink it, he still couldn't escape this fate. Perhaps this is the destiny in the dark. On the day he was thrown into prison, Zhang Lian vaguely heard the guards discussing his own affairs. Hey, why did this guy come in again? It seems that he killed his girlfriend. It is said that they have obtained the marriage certificate, and the victim is a beautiful, rich girl, the daughter of XX company, the one who donated a school, and was on the news before. Good man, if I had a wife like this, I would have worshipped her directly. What was this guy thinking? And he actually harmed her. Not only can wild boars not eat fine brand these days, but they also like to eat jail food. It's really weird. When Su Mo saw Qingxi for the 4th time, she received an inexplicable thank you from her. I think this matter should have been resolved. It was only 4 days after the store was opened. Qingxi came 3 times. The first time she bought 7 dream talismans. The second time she bought 3 more, with only 1 day in between. In other words, she used up the 7 dream talismans in just 2 days, and I don't know how she did it. And the third time I saw her was today. Su Mo received a thank you. And she could also clearly feel that the state of the ghost in front of her was completely different from before. Although Qingxi had always thought that she didn't care about these things before, there were some things that you couldn't really think about just because you said you didn't care. Only when you really solve it. Can you let it go? I thought that after she solved this matter, she would choose to drink mungpa soup and leave. But she didn't expect that she didn't seem to be ready to do so. Boss Sue. How nice it would be if we could stay here forever. Chinxi didn't buy anything. Just sat on the chair and chatted with Sue Mo. Now these ghosts buy things automatically. They just take the things and put their hands on the merit stone. And they don't need her. And she doesn't need to watch the store. After all, in a place like the underworld, few ghosts have the courage to do small actions, let alone stealing things. So she is also very idle now. Chinxi wants to chat with her. And she listens here. Chapter 292, The Underworld. Hundreds of ghosts parade at night. Ghosts crying and howling. Your idea is quite good. Sue Mo did not ask her why she had this idea, but just praised her casually without sincerity. Chinxi smiled, did not continue to discuss this topic, but started to talk about some fantastic things. She left leisurely after closing the shop. Congratulations to the host. Today's income, 1,030 merits. Host, you said that a ghost with merits like her, if willing to reincarnate, wouldn't she be able to go to a fairly good family? If it were modern times, then at least it would be a family starting from the second generation of the rich. If it were ancient times, then at least it would be a princess of a country. If it were other special planes, then it could also be smooth sailing. If ordinary people could have such treatment, they would probably want to crawl to reincarnate. Why is she unwilling? Sue Mo raised her eyes. Who knows, maybe she just feels more comfortable here. She spoke seriously, but her attitude didn't seem to be serious. Host, I suspect you are just perfunctory. San was so angry that she groaned and shut up. Just when she was about to leave, Sumo caught her back to work. Why is she unwilling to reincarnate after such merits? Chinxi was kind since she was a child. She saved countless cats and dogs. The first money she earned when she grew up was to open a stray animal shelter. Not only that, before she met Zhang Lian, she did countless good things. Donated money, volunteered, sponsored orphanages, built 2 schools, even her cause of death was to save people. Otherwise, if she was awake, if she left the area of the mudslide, there were people taking refuge everywhere. Zhang Lian would definitely not have the courage to kill her in public. Jokingly speaking, people like Chinxi are the ones who have fully stacked all the buffs. But what's the use of this? She still met Zhang Lian, still has such a bad-hearted best friend, and still came to the underworld at such a young age to enjoy the beauty of life. Of course, this does not mean that doing good deeds is useless, nor does it mean that everyone should not do good deeds. After all, although Chinxi is a ghost now, her life is not much worse than in the Yang world because of countless merits. If she didn't do so many things, then where would she get the merits to teach those who harmed her? And how could she hint the truth to her parents? It's just that after doing so many good things, she was still harmed by the evil people, who would be disappointed. She helped so many people. And when she was dying, who could help her? The bad guys had received the punishment they deserved. But she still died. This was not equal. Speaking of which, Chinxi's words reminded her. In fact, besides her, there were many other ghosts who wanted to stay in the underworld forever. But it was a pity that they could not stay here forever. It was not that the underworld did not allow them to stay here, but that their ghost conditions were not enough to support them to stay here. In a place like the underworld, a normal ghost would consume a little of its own ghost spirit every day it stayed. As the ghost spirit decreased, it would also affect them. Under normal circumstances, a ghost's ghost spirit could only support them to stay in the underworld for about 50 years at most. And even if the conditions were good, it would only last 100 years. If the ghosts are forced to stay in the underworld, the consequence may be that their souls will be scattered. Therefore, even if these ghosts want to stay here, there is no way. However, there is a kind of elixir in the system's mall that can condense ghosts, which means that as long as they eat it, they can increase the time these ghosts stay in the underworld. It's just a pity that this elixir is a product of the second-level grocery store, and she is still a short distance away from the second-level grocery store, which is only a few dozen points of fame. If nothing goes wrong, she can save up 500 points of fame to upgrade tomorrow. The news that the underworld merchants finally came to the southern region quickly spread throughout the underworld. This news undoubtedly made the ghosts in the southern region feel extremely happy. After all, they no longer have to spend extra money to find ghosts to buy for them. But for those ghosts who made a lot of money by taking advantage of the lack of merchants in the southern region, this news is not so good. This means that they have one less opportunity to earn merit. They had long guessed that the underworld would arrange new merchants. After all, a store in an area cannot be closed for a long time. Now the only hope of these ghosts is that this merchant can be like the previous two. staying for a few decades and then leaving, so that they can earn merit again. Of course, they can only think about this in their hearts and dare not say it out loud. In addition to affecting the business of these ghosts who buy on behalf of others, this news also affects some soul collectors. There is also a certain competition between soul collectors. After all, the number of people who die every day is limited, and one less soul collector means one less soul collector. Therefore, they usually accept soul collecting tasks based on hand speed. The number of soul collecting tasks in each area is average, and will not change due to the number of soul collectors in different areas. In other words, it is the difference between 100 soul collectors sharing 100 tasks, or 10 soul collectors sharing 100 tasks. Previously, many soul collectors in the southern area ran to other places, which caused the number of soul collectors in other areas to reach saturation, and there were always not enough tasks to accept. The southern area is different, and there are always no soul collectors to accept tasks here. Each task has a time limit, and the time limit here is actually the countdown of human life. Generally, the countdown starts from 3 days, and the soul collectors accept the task 3 days in advance, and prepare to collect souls on the last day. Because there are not enough soul collectors in the southern area, the tasks here are generally transferred to other areas when there is only 1 day left in the countdown. Now, when they heard that there was a store in the southern area, those soul collectors, who were miserable because they could not grab tasks decisively chose to spend merit to transfer to the southern area. Seeing this, some soul catchers who were still watching also turned around quickly. This included many ghosts who were originally soul catchers here. In just 3 days, the number of soul catchers soared from 5 to 50 in an instant, and the number of new ghosts increased sharply every day. Similarly, in the past few days, Suemo often heard various noisy movements outside the store, and every time these noises were at night. When she was resting, they disturbed her and made her unable to sleep well for several days. One day, she was really annoyed, and as soon as she opened the window, she saw the real 100 Ghosts night parade and ghosts crying and howling. Suemo. This can really be said to be quite lively. Chapter 293, The Underworld, Coveting Others' Bodies. The final solution to this problem was also very simple. Suemo asked San to add a soundproofing device to the store overnight, which solved the sleeping problem. Although they were a bit noisy before, at least they proved to Suemo that the number of ghosts in this area was slowly increasing. Another day of business ended, and the upgrade reminder that had not been heard for a long time sounded. Congratulations to the host. The grocery store reputation has reached 500 points. 100 merits have been deducted to upgrade the level to level 2. Reward product exchange voucher *1. New product exchange rights have been opened. Because Suemo had already told San that he wanted to upgrade directly, so this time it did not ask, it just made a sound reminder. Suemo opened the mall and counted. There were not many products in the level 2 mall, only 4 in total, but it took 1,500 merits to unlock one, which was not a small amount. She had been in business for 5 days in this plane, and her total merit was only over 2,000. Less than 2,500. Plus, she spent another 100 points to upgrade the grocery store, so she had even less left. If she wanted to buy a product exchange voucher, she would only have enough to buy one. After looking at these 4 products, Suemo didn't hesitate much and directly bought 3 level 1 exchange vouchers to combine into a level 2 one. The 2 products she wanted to unlock this time were the Ghost Messenger Order and the Ghost Pill. The Ghost Pill was the pill she mentioned before that could increase the ghost spirit of the ghost. As for the other Ghost Messenger Order, it was also a special item. Ghost Messenger Token Purchase Price, 3 merits/piece. Selling Price, 10 merits/piece. Introduction. The token can dispatch a Ghost Messenger. The Ghost Messenger can deliver the items given by the user to the designated person in the Yon world. Please refer to the relevant regulations of the Underworld for item restrictions. Ghost Pill Purchase Price, 20 merits/piece. Selling Price, 50 merits/piece. Introduction. Using Ghost Pills can slowly condense one's own ghost soul, extend the time you can stay in the Underworld. The interval between each use of Ghost Pills is at least 1 month. Long-term use of Ghost Pills can increase the strength of the soul. After upgrading and purchasing the second-level commodity exchange voucher, there are only about 800 merits left on the body. Although it looks small, it is still enough to buy goods. 100 bowls of Mingpa soup plus 20 soul-returning talismans and dream-sending talismans, and then bought an additional 20 Ghost Messenger tokens and 5 Ghost Pills. A total of 660 merits were spent, and 136 points are left. Although the number of ghosts has increased recently, Suemo is not planning to purchase too many things. The only thing that needs to be prepared is Mengpa soup. As for other things, they are all luxury goods in a certain sense. Not every ghost can afford them, and not every ghost is willing to spend merit to buy them. After all, there are still few ghosts with merit like Qingxi. After the purchase was completed, Suemo also set a purchase limit for the 2 newly unlocked items. Not to mention the ghost pill. Suemo set a limit of only 1 pill per month. Originally, she didn't need to add this limit. After all, 50 merits is not a small number. And there are probably less than 30% of the people in the underworld who have the conditions to buy ghost pills. But there is such a thing as buying on behalf of others in this plane. Suemo doesn't want anyone to earn merit by using her own things, and do business with almost no capital. Although the importance of ghost pills has not yet been reflected, as long as we wait until tomorrow or a few days later, many ghosts will flock to it. Although there is no limit on the ghost messenger order itself, because the price is much cheaper than the ghost pill, it is not good if ghosts use it frequently, so she limits each ghost to buy 1 every 3 days. Then about the items that can be sent by the ghost messenger order, basically. The things of the underworld cannot be sent up, which is not in line with the balance and regulations. Basically, the only things that can be sent up are the items they made by themselves, and some special goods that will be unlocked in the future. Of course, these are all things for the future. And it should be noted that these things cannot convey information about the underworld, otherwise the items will be returned. The rules of this plane are still very strict, and there are no loopholes, so Suemo just took a simple look, and went to rest after confirming that there was no big problem. When the shop opened the next day, many little ghosts, who had just arrived in the underworld, were brought to the door of the underworld shop by the old ghosts, who had been here for several years, or even more than 10 years, or even decades. This is the underworld shop. Remember, if you want to buy Mengpa soup, you have to buy it here. An old ghost who was obviously a veteran of the underworld pointed to the closed door, and introduced it to the little ghosts behind him. Some of the new ghosts did not know much about the underworld, so they all had 100,000 questions. It only takes more than 10 minutes to get from the gate of the underworld to the underworld store. And the old ghost has answered dozens of questions. More than half of them are repeated. So now, as long as he sees a ghost opening his mouth to speak but stopping, he knows that they must have new questions. Is Mengpa soup bought in the store? But I heard that Mengpa soup is sold by the Naiha Bridge. Right? As soon as this question came out, it immediately attracted the voices of other ghosts. The story of Mengpa and Mengpa soup is basically known to all humans. But when they really came to the underworld, they found that the facts were different from what they had heard all along. And it was normal to have this curiosity. It was obvious that they asked this question within the old ghost's expectations. This was not the first time he heard this question. After all, he was also a little ghost. When he first came here, he also asked this question. The dead will not spread rumors, and the living have never really come to the underworld. It is not surprising that the rumors are false. Of course, there was indeed Mengpa in the past. Although Mengpa was a face lover, she was still very hardworking. She had sold Mengpa soup for thousands of years, and had seen ghosts and monsters for thousands of years. She had seen all kinds of ghosts. Beautiful, handsome, ugly. She thought she was tired of seeing ghosts. But one day she ran into a ghost, who insisted that the ghost was her destined person. In fact, he just wanted to have sex with the ghost. After the ghost drank Mengpa soup, he also drank a bowl, and then followed the ghost into reincarnation. So the underworld lost to Mengpa. Without Mengpa, there would be no Mengpa soup. How could the underworld be without Mengpa soup? In order to prevent such a thing from happening again, the underworld was later divided into 4 areas, so that even if there was a problem, the entire underworld would not be paralyzed. Then each area had a store dedicated to selling things like Mengpa soup, which is now the underworld store. Chapter 290 for the underworld, the underworld version of express delivery. Of course, the above are all rumors that the old ghost has heard. Well, that's all. After answering the first question, he looked at the other ghosts and continued, "What questions do you have? Say them all at once." The little ghosts looked at each other, and they all saw that this old ghost was easy to talk to, so they didn't hesitate, and said all their questions. Little Ghost 1, I still want to go back to see my mother. Can I? This time there was an accident, she is sending someone to die, I'm really worried about her. Old Ghost, yes, there are soul returning talismans in the store, you can go back on the 7th day after buying them, and you can go back once every year on the anniversary of her death. Not only that, there are also dream-sending talismans here. You can also send dreams to her directly, to let her feel at ease. The little ghost who asked the question was ecstatic, and his eyes were burning at the door of the underworld store, and he looked so eager that I thought he was going to rob. After hearing the answer, other ghosts who had the same question were also very excited. The first question was just solved. And the second question came again. What do you use to buy things in this underworld store? Ghost money. The old ghost shook his head. He pointed in a direction that was the underworld, which can be understood as the main city of the underworld. All ghosts eat, drink, defecate, live, and all activities are carried out there. That is the underworld. Only the main trading currency in the underworld is ghost money. After he finished speaking, his hand turned back to point to the store behind him. And this underworld store is also called the merit store, because everything here must be purchased with merit. Merit? Is that what they understood? The old ghost ignored their complicated eyes, and conjured up a merit book out of thin air. You should all have this. It records the increase and decrease of merits of all deeds in your life. For all the ghosts who have just been summoned to the underworld. The first thing is to register, and receive the pass token of the underworld. The second thing is to receive the merit book. And in the underworld, the two most important things are the pass token of the underworld and the merit book. If the token is lost, you can get it back. But if the merit book is lost, all your merits are gone. There is no backup for this thing, and it is basically as difficult as ascending to heaven to get it back. After hearing the old ghost's introduction to the merit book, the little ghosts' hearts tightened, and they all felt a little nervous in their hearts. The old ghost glanced at them. Things like the merit book are bound to their own souls. Unless they are willing, it is impossible to be robbed or lost, so you can relax. The old ghost's additional explanation really made them feel relieved, and the atmosphere was obviously relaxed a lot. After that, they asked a few simple and common questions, and it was almost time to open the door. With the sound of a clear bell, the door of the underworld store they had been waiting for a long time finally opened. Suimo looked around. There were dozens of ghosts standing outside today. They were so densely packed, and there were all kinds of ghosts. It was scary at first glance. However, Suimo had already gotten used to this kind of scene in the past 2 days. Especially after seeing the 100 Ghosts night parade yesterday. She felt that this was just a small scene. So she seemed particularly calm. Unlike her calmness, the ghosts who saw her were a little puzzled. Aren't all the ghosts in the underworld ghosts? Why does the owner of this underworld store look so young and good-looking? Most importantly, he doesn't look like a ghost at all. He looks like a living person. And I don't know how he did it. However, no matter how curious they were, they did not dare to ask. After all, the boss did not look as easy to talk to as the big ghost before. He looked cold. After entering the store, they were attracted by the mangpa soup on the shelf. Many people who had no worries in the Yang world wanted to reincarnate quickly. So they bought mangpa soup and left. There were also many people who were just like the question asked by the little ghost before. They were worried about their parents and relatives in the Yang world. So they chose to choose the soul-returning talisman or the dream-sending talisman. If it were not for their own lack of merit, they had to make a choice. Otherwise, they would really want to buy both. After all, the dream-sending talisman can make some communication. And they can also tell their relatives that they are living well in the underworld. But the disadvantage is that a dream-sending talisman can only be used for one person. After the soul-returning talisman goes back. Although they can see everyone, they cannot see themselves. And they cannot communicate. These two things can only be said to have their own advantages and disadvantages. So for ghosts who do not have much merit, which talisman to buy is really a difficult decision to give an answer. Hey, brother. Are you also going to go back to see your family? Yeah, you don't know whether to buy a soul-returning talisman or a dream-receiving talisman? I want to see my wife and children, and I also want to see my parents. But it's too uncomfortable if the soul-returning talisman can't communicate. Me too, but I only have more than 30 merits, otherwise I would buy all of them. Forget it, I think it's better to just go back and report safety through a dream. After thinking for a long time, they could only sigh and take one of them. Ready to pay and leave. When they passed by the shelf in front of the counter, they saw two things that the old ghost had not mentioned, the ghost messenger order and the ghost pill. They were all new ghosts. So they did not know the function of the ghost pill. But they could understand the function of the ghost messenger order. Isn't this the underworld version of express delivery? And it's both underworld and the Yang world. It seems a bit awesome. Although they were surprised, They did not doubt the function of the ghost messenger order at all. It's just because the plane of the Yang world is special. This is a modern plane similar to the revival of spiritual energy. Although some unscientific things are rare, they are not absent. Although ordinary people basically don't come into contact with such things, they will not have excessive emotions about it. In short, this ghost messenger order can be used. Then compare the prices. Compared with the Dream Talisman and the Soul Returning Talisman, the Ghost Messenger order with 10 merit points is too cheap. Hey, I think we don't need to buy the Dream Talisman. Just buy the Ghost Messenger order, write a letter, and send it back. Use the Ghost Messenger order instead of the Dream Talisman to save 50%. The more the little ghost thought about it, the more he thought it made sense. He didn't care what others thought. He put the Dream Talisman back and replaced it with the Ghost Messenger order. The other ghosts looked at each other. Although they always felt that it was not very reliable, they also felt that there was no problem. So many ghosts chose to use the Ghost Messenger order instead of the Dream Talisman to transmit information. Of course, there were also many old ghosts who just came to watch the fun. But they were attracted by the effect of the Ghost Messenger order and couldn't help buying one. Chapter 295 The Underworld. This is the Underworld shop. There are only a few reasons why they can stay in the underworld for so long without reincarnation. One is those who can't bear to forget their families. And like Mu Chung before, they will earn merits for those who are still in the Yang world. One is like Qingxi, who simply doesn't want to reincarnate. The last one wants to leave, but because they did too many evil things in their lives, their merits are negative. They need to atone for their sins here until their merits are 0. And they can only leave after buying Mungpa soup. No matter which situation it is, it doesn't affect the people they care about, the people they want to communicate with. As long as there are people, they will buy. And these old ghosts are not like the new little ghosts. No matter what, they have been in the underworld for so long, and they still have some wealth. Although they feel sorry for the merits when buying things, they are not stingy. In just a short while, the 20 ghost messengers that Sumo bought plus the 5 given away at the beginning, a total of 25 ghost messengers, were directly declared sold out. Not a single one left. This made the ghosts who came after hearing the noise go for nothing. And for a while, they could only look at the empty shelves and cry without tears. I heard that there is a thing called a ghost messenger that can send things up there. Is this true? I remember that other underworld stores don't seem to have this thing. Another late ghost looked at the empty shelves in frustration, and began to wonder if the person who brought the news was lying to him. Although NC's seniority in the underworld is not as good as those of the older ghosts, it has been nearly 5 years. During these 5 years, he spent a lot of merits to buy things like dream talismans, and also found a fixed ghost to buy things for him. But he had never heard of the ghost messenger order from the agent. So when someone told him about this, his first reaction was naturally to disbelieve it, especially now that he came to the underworld store. He really didn't see the ghost messenger order, so he was even more suspicious that the ghost was deliberately deceiving him. But he were nodding acquaintances without any grudges. So why would he lie to him? This thought was not right. It was not until he heard the explanation of other ghosts next to him that he realized that the ghost messenger order really existed. But it had been sold out. I didn't expect that everyone would cry poor every day, but they would buy things without mercy. I just said hello on the way and delayed a little time. But they sold out all the things? It's not that they bought fast, but the quantity was not large. I remember when I came in when the store just opened. There were only 25 ghost orders. But there were more than 250 ghosts here. So it was normal that there were not enough to sell. Knowing that they didn't buy because of the small quantity, they were even more depressed. Now everyone knows that the number of ghosts in the southern region is increasing with the arrival of the soul-collecting messenger. If they can't buy it today, how can they expect to buy it tomorrow? It seems a little unlikely. Fortunately, they also saw the restrictions on the purchase of ghost orders. Each ghost can only buy it once every 3 days. At least they don't have to worry about those ghosts with more merits directly sweeping out the ghost orders here. And they don't have to worry about those ghosts who buy on behalf of others coming to snatch things from them after hearing that there are new things here. Since he didn't have what he wanted, and sighed and prepared to leave. He had already made up his mind that he must come early tomorrow to buy the ghost messenger. His parents' hair had turned white because of his death, and they seemed to have aged by a dozen years. He felt bad watching them lose their appetite every day, but he could do nothing about it. If it weren't for his eldest brother, he really didn't know how the old couple would live. He thought that 5 years had passed, and they should have let it go. Unexpectedly, when he used the soul returning talisman to go back on the anniversary of his death 2 days ago, he actually heard his eldest brother and eldest sister-in-law chatting and saying that his mother was so depressed because of his affairs that she was hospitalized. Hearing this news, how could he not be anxious? But he couldn't do anything, and he didn't even dare to use the dreaming talisman. On the one hand, it was because the old man's body was not suitable for dreaming. On the other hand, he was afraid that the old man would mistakenly think that he was dreaming because he was lonely or not living well, and then let them think too much and make them anxious. Now that he had the ghost messenger order, he didn't have to worry about it. He could just write a letter and send it over, although his elder brother would doubt the authenticity. Given his personality, he would write the letter to comfort the old man first, and then do a handwriting identification in private. His mother also believed in gods and Buddhas, and the world was gradually becoming more mysterious. So even if he sent the letter, he didn't have to worry about attracting too much attention. And C had been worrying about this for so many days. And finally he had a solution. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to leave, he found that there seemed to be a lot of ghosts around the shelf where the ghost messenger order was placed. If it were any other day, he would definitely not stay and watch. He was not a person who liked to watch the fun, nor was he curious. The only thing he wanted to do was to work more, to accumulate some merits before his ghost spirit could no longer support him to stay in the underworld, to give them to his parents or himself for a good rebirth in the next life. However, he was in a good mood today, and he was resting today and did not have to work, so he had time to slack off and watch the fun. Just 2 steps closer, I heard them seem to be discussing ghost spirits. What's wrong with ghost spirits? Could it be? What is a ghost pill? I've never heard of it before. Can this thing really condense ghost spirits? Just because you haven't heard of it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Okay, this is a store in the underworld. It's not some charlatan who walks around the streets and tricks people into buying pills. Even if it's true, it's too expensive. What's so good about the underworld? I can't stand staying here for a while. It's better to buy mingpa soup and reincarnate. I think you're in a hurry to reincarnate, so you don't have time to walk across the Naiha Bridge. If you don't buy it, I will buy it. I want to stay in the underworld for a few more years. The new ghost and the old ghost have completely opposite ideas. After all, those who can be called old ghosts are basically unwilling to leave the underworld, or they are used to the fickleness of human nature and wish to be a carefree ghost who lives for themselves all their lives. They are different from these new ghosts. They don't like the underworld. They think it is gloomy and scary. They wish to reincarnate and leave early. That's their business. The old ghosts don't have such thoughts. Otherwise, they wouldn't be called old ghosts. Chapter 296, The Underworld. All ghosts know the secret. The ghosts who know the benefits of the ghost pill don't care so much. They just take it and run away, for fear that other ghosts will buy it first. They even want to buy a few more pills to save for consumption. After all, pills have no shelf life, and they won't go bad. It's a pity that the word purchase limit directly restricts all their ideas. Their posture when buying things is very fierce. If they didn't forget to pay the merits, those who don't know would think they are here to rob. 50 merits are expensive, but they have been in the underworld for so many years. It's impossible that they haven't accumulated any merits, so it's impossible that they can't afford it. They can actually feel a little bit of the energy contained in this ghost pill. With their senses, they can know that the energy contained in this ghost pill can last for about 3 to 5 years. If 3 to 5 years is not enough for them to earn back the 50 merits they spent, then it is really a problem of their own personal ability. Moreover, this ghost pill can also increase the strength of the soul, although they don't know much about the concept of soul strength, and no ghost has ever mentioned this word. They can still understand it from the perspective of literal meaning. It is to strengthen their souls in a good direction. In this way, it seems to be no different from getting it for free. Anyone who can think of this will basically not miss the opportunity to buy ghost pills. Although there were few ghosts in the southern area before, that was compared with the other 3 areas. In fact, there are still a few thousand old ghosts. Not to mention many. However, these old ghosts basically live in seclusion. They stay in the underworld just to enjoy life and don't care much about other things. Therefore, many old ghosts didn't know about this matter even though an underworld merchant had come to their place, and it had been open for 5 days. If the matter of the ghost pill had not been spread, it would be hard to say when they would know this news. The news that the underworld stores in the southern region sold goods that could send items to the Yang world and increased ghost spirits quickly spread throughout the area. Only within the area. These ghosts are quite scheming. They all know what kind of people the ghosts who bought on behalf of them are. In addition, they had suffered enough grievances and discrimination during that period of time. So they didn't want the news of good things in their own stores to spread. After all, the quantity of these two things alone cannot satisfy even the local ghosts. Not to mention that other ghosts have to share a piece of the pie, then they will not be able to buy anything. Therefore, under the repeated instructions of those old ghosts, even the little ghosts who have just arrived below, who still don't know anything, have been brainwashed to start keeping this secret known to all ghosts in their area. Suemo knows what they are doing. But because the number of soul-collecting agents and new ghosts has increased rapidly year on year recently, she doesn't care that they are hiding this matter. Anyway, there is no wall that is impenetrable in the world. And the matter of the ghost messenger order and the ghost pill will not be hidden one day. Moreover, the speed of the flow of ghosts in the underworld is very fast. So even if she hides it, it will not affect her reputation. Since it does not affect her, there is no need for her to interfere. The old ghosts happily took the ghost pills they bought, and then carefully put them into their mouths. In theory, they have no sense of taste, but when they eat the ghost pills, they can clearly feel a cool feeling, which is similar to mint. As the cool feeling ends, a warm current flows through the body. Because of staying in the underworld for a long time, the souls that feel a little tired and dull instantly feel comfortable. This feeling is like a big stone pressing on the body suddenly disappears one day, extremely comfortable. I didn't expect the effect to be so obvious. Tang Lu was surprised to feel the changes in his body that were completely different from before. His seniority in the underworld is ranked in the top 1%, because he has been here for a full 45 years. The damage to the soul in the underworld has increased over the past 45 years. He had even thought that he would stay in the underworld for another 3 years before reincarnation. He did not expect that the appearance of the ghost pill would force his soul back to the state of 10 years ago. Of course, although the state of his soul has been restored to that of 10 years ago, it does not mean that he can stay in the underworld for another 10 years. But before the effect of the ghost pill ends, his soul will maintain the state of 10 years ago. And this duration is only about less than 3 years. This may be related to the fact that he has been in the underworld for so long. The old man next door has only been in the underworld for 30 years. He also ate the ghost pill yesterday. According to him, the effect of the ghost pill can support him for 4 years, which is 1 year longer than him. So, the ghost pill cannot be used indefinitely. And then the time they can stay in the underworld can be increased indefinitely, as they spend more time in the underworld. The effectiveness of the ghost pill will gradually weaken, until it is completely ineffective. Despite this, Tang Lu was still very surprised. For people like them, who have basically regarded the underworld as their home, letting them reincarnate is no different from letting them die. Would a person who is about to die care that his lifespan has only increased by 3 years? No. Forget about 3 years. 2 years. A year. Even half a year or a month. It is better than nothing. Not long after Tang Lu took the ghost pill, he heard a noise outside. And Sue? There was a knock on the door. Xiao Tang. Are you home? As soon as he heard the voice, Tang Lu knew that it must be the old man who next door, who came to look for him. He was not familiar with the old man who, and he only knew him because when he first came to the underworld, he accidentally got lost and was bumped into by Tang Lu. After Tang Lu brought him home, the two of them had some exchanges. Although their relationship had not improved over the past few decades, it was not cold or distant. They would greet each other and occasionally chat. I'm here, Tang Lu responded, and then walked to open the door. There was only Old Man Who outside the door. Old Man Who was still the same, but he obviously had something to say. But then again, if he had nothing to say, he wouldn't come to knock on his door for no reason. Old man, I won't keep you in suspense. Have you eaten the ghost pill? If not, can I buy it from you for 60 merits? Old Man Who's words made Tang Lu a little confused. If he remembered correctly, didn't Old Man Who just buy a ghost pill himself? Why did he suddenly remember to buy it from him? And even if he didn't buy the ghost pill, they are the ghosts in the southern region. Although the stuff is hard to buy in small quantities, but Boss Su restocks it every day, so it won't be impossible to buy it. It won't be a waste of 10 merits to buy it. Chapter 297, The Underworld, Evil Will Be Rewarded. Although Tang Lu was curious, he was not prepared to ask. After all, it was clear from the look on Old Man Who's face that he was not going to tell him why. If he had said it long ago, he would not have been so secretive. Therefore, he did not play tricks and directly said that he had eaten the ghost pill. I have eaten it. As he said this, he also took out the bottle containing the ghost pill and shook it. It was silent. You could tell it was empty. And even if he hadn't eaten it, he would not sell it. Although 60 merits seemed a lot, he only spent 50 to buy it. After careful calculation, he only earned 10 merits. These 10 merits were not worth waiting another month to buy the ghost pill. Old man who was obviously a little regretful. Just as Tang Lu imagined. He did not tell him why. He just smiled and found an excuse to leave. Tang Lu vaguely guessed some truths. But because he was not sure and had no evidence, he did not continue to think about it. The appearance of the ghost pill mobilized the enthusiasm of the old ghosts in this area, and also mobilized the enthusiasm of the soul-collecting agents. Although the soul-collecting agents can theoretically stay in the underworld forever, as long as they do not resign voluntarily, or make any mistakes that cause them to lose their status as soul-collecting agents, it is still good for them to take the ghost pill. The benefit is that it can enhance their own strength. Although it is not much, it can be described as negligible, but it will be faster than their own cultivation speed. Except for those soul-collecting agents who have no ambition, most of the soul-collecting agents insist on this position, so that they can cultivate to become immortals one day. But the road of cultivation is too long. So long that countless soul collectors have persisted for hundreds or thousands of years, but gave up halfway because they could not see hope. As a result, the appearance of the ghost pill rekindled their passion and confidence. But like ordinary ghosts, they still need to abide by the rule of limiting the purchase of 1 pill per month. So some soul collectors with a little savings came up with an idea that they could buy ghost pills from other ghosts. Of course, they certainly did not ask others to buy them for free. They would definitely offer a higher price than the selling price. For example, why did old man who spends 60 merits to buy ghost pills from Tang Lu? It was because a soul collector came to him and said that he was willing to spend 65 merits to buy ghost pills from him. He wanted as many as he could get. Who would let go of something that could earn merits for free? Old man who was naturally tempted. But the ghost pill he bought had already been eaten by him. So he came to Tang Lu and offered a price of 60 merits. He was not so greedy, and just wanted to earn 5 points of merit. However, he was a step too late, and Tang Lu had already eaten the ghost pill. However, just because he did not have a ghost pill, it did not mean that others did not have one. Even if others did not have a ghost pill, they were always qualified to buy one. Therefore, during this period of time, Suemo could be said to have made a lot of money with the ghost pill. Most of these merits were contributed to her by the soul collectors. Almost every day, there were soul collectors who would buy ghost pills at high prices, or lend money to new ghosts who were qualified but did not have enough merit to buy ghost pills, and then spend a few extra merits to buy them back. In this way, although the ghosts who paid were the same group of ghosts, because the ghosts who bought the things were different, Suemo not only earned merits, but also earned a lot of reputation. For such things, Suemo not only liked it, but also slightly increased the purchase volume of ghost pills. In just 3 days, she earned nearly 10,000 merits and about 2,000 reputation points. This speed is several times that of the previous few days. At this speed, she will be able to upgrade again in a few days. But before that, she can unlock the 2 products that have not been unlocked before. San Sen deducted 3,000 merits and exchanged them for 2 second-level product exchange coupons for her. And then Suemo used them directly. The love water has been unlocked. The bad luck charm has been unlocked. Love water purchase price, 10 merits/bottle. Selling price, 30 merits/bottle. Introduction. Drinking the love water can clear all the emotions and feelings in the current memory, including but not limited to family affection, love, friendship, anger, joy and other emotions. Bad luck charm purchase price, 10 merits/sheet. Selling price, 30 merits/sheet. Introduction. After writing the name and birthday of the corresponding person on the bad luck charm, the bad luck charm needs to be delivered to the person, and it will take effect only when the person touches it personally. The bad luck charm will affect a person's luck for a period of time, and the degree and time of the impact are determined by the merits of the recipient. If the merits of the recipient are high, there is a probability that the effect will be reversed to the user. If it weren't for the fact that there are not many products in this plane otherwise, Suemo would not want to unlock the love water. From a certain perspective, this thing is quite unpopular, and it is a rather useless product. The reason for unlocking it is just to enrich the product categories of the store a little bit, so that it won't be empty everywhere. And there is also a little obsessive-compulsive factor in it. Otherwise, she has unlocked everything in this plane. Except this one, which is really uncomfortable to see. If you say that this thing can be used to clear a certain emotion or mood, then it is still more useful for special groups. For example, someone was cheated by a scumbag man or woman before his death, and then drank a bottle of love water to forget about love. Or someone was not valued by his family, suffered a lot of injustice in the family, and wanted to give up family affection. But emotions are not data, and people are not machines. It is impossible to delete whatever you want like computer files. Ghosts who can use something like the love separation water are probably the ones who were enemies of the whole world during their lifetime, or the ones who were completely desperate about the whole world. Otherwise, there should be very few people who would give up one emotion, and at the same time not care about the existence of other emotions, and even choose to forget all the joys, sorrows, anger, and happiness. Compared with the useless effect of the love separation water, the bad luck charm is very powerful. But even though the bad luck charm is very powerful, there are also many limitations. When using the bad luck charm, merits and virtues occupy a large part of the judgment factors. This is also to prevent some people or ghosts from using it maliciously to harm others. The original intention of the bad luck charm was actually to punish the wicked. And this is the legendary evil will be punished. I'll take your place today. You kid. Remember to treat me to a meal. Li Fei patted Mu Chung on the shoulder and said jokingly. Originally, he was going to rest today, but Mu Chung had work to do. However, because today was Mu Cheng's death anniversary, he had bought the soul-returning talisman early and was waiting for it, so he asked him to help. Chapter 298 The Underworld, A Trouble. Anyway, the two have known each other for several years, and Mu Chung had helped him a lot before, so Li Fei readily agreed. The talk of treating them to a meal was just a joke. After all, ghosts don't need to eat. Li Fei could see how much Mu Chung cared about his wife and children. So the two of them just chatted briefly, and he didn't delay him from going back to see people. There is no clear rule on the time when the soul-returning talisman must be used. As long as it is from midnight on the day of the death anniversary, until 12 o'clock that night, it can be used. The usage is also very simple, just write your name, birthday and death anniversary, and then stick it on yourself. From the moment it is attached, he can leave the underworld as a soul. In addition to allowing ghosts to leave the underworld, the soul-returning talisman also has another function, which is to protect them from the outside world in the Yon world. However, the energy of the talisman is limited after all. They must return to the underworld before the energy is completely consumed. Otherwise, the ghosts without the protection of the soul-returning talisman will be in great danger in the Yon world. It is possible that some evil spirits who rely on ghosts to practice will capture them. In any case, Mu Chung put the soul-returning talisman with his information already written on it on his body, and then followed the instructions to leave the underworld. Mom, I'm scared. Hearing the child's cry, Chung-ya didn't even have time to take off her shoes. She only had time to close the door, and then ran quickly to the two children. While she was comforting the two children, she asked what happened. However, the two children were obviously frightened, so they just kept crying and couldn't speak clearly. After finally calming them down, they told the story in bits and pieces. The two children were twins, one boy and one girl. The boy was the younger brother, who took his father's surname, Muzhua, and the girl was the older sister, who took her mother's surname, Chengxi. They were Mu Cheng's children, and Cheng-ya was Mu Cheng's former wife. After Mu Chung died in a car accident, Cheng-ya received the insurance money and the compensation from the perpetrator, although it was not much. She also had a job. This money plus her salary was enough for her to support the two children. She and Mu Chung had a very good relationship, and she was not planning to get married again. She just wanted to raise the two children well. Although Chengxi and Muzhua are still young, they have been well educated since childhood. They are not only excellent in study, but also very sensible and often help with housework. This makes Cheng-ya feel relieved and very relieved. She thought that life would go on like this. But Cheng-ya didn't expect that one day when she returned home, she suddenly saw an old couple sneaking around the door. After calling the police and mediation, she learned that these two people were the parents who abandoned Mu Chung when he was young. Cheng-ya actually didn't like this couple. She herself has children, so she couldn't understand the couple's behavior of abandoning their children. But now Mu Chung is dead. It would be useless for them to come to her. But what she didn't expect was that there were people in this world who could be so shameless. She was curious. How could a couple who could cruelly abandon their children for more than 20 years suddenly find their conscience and come to her house? And they happened to come to her house after Mu Chung died. Facts have proved that they really have no conscience. The reason they came here was just because they heard that Mu Chung died, and she took a large sum of money. So they also wanted to get a piece of the pie. Yes, their purpose was just money. The most exaggerated thing was that Chungya also discovered a problem. The couple deliberately threw Mu Chung at the door of the orphanage. And because it was an orphanage near their home, they both knew Mu Cheng's whereabouts all the time. This is also the reason why they knew that Mu Chung was in trouble, and that she had received compensation. And they were able to come to her house. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, if a child is abandoned for more than 20 years, how could the child's whereabouts be found so quickly? And the news is so well informed. The only possibility is that they have always known that their child is Mu Chung, and have been paying attention to him all these years. As for why they do this, thinking of the news that even if they were abandoned, their biological parents came to their door, and they still need to support their parents. Chungya felt cold in her heart. It's not that she likes to speculate about others with malice, but the actions of these two people made her have to suspect that they might have had such thoughts from the beginning. Otherwise, they wouldn't ask for money as soon as they met. And they wouldn't even care about their grandchildren. And they wouldn't even look at them. If they didn't give it, they would throw a tantrum and curse in the street. For this kind of family affairs, calling the police is useless. And they will only solve it themselves. But Chungya is just a woman. And she can't do anything to these two old people. Not only that, she has to go to work, take care of two children, and take care of a mother who is in poor health. She doesn't have extra time to find other ways or means to solve this problem. Helplessly, Chungya could only take out part of the money and warn them that they have committed the crime of abandonment. If they don't want to go to jail, they can take the money and leave. And don't bother her again. Mu Chung himself has nothing to do with them. As Mu Cheng's spouse, she has no relationship with them. And she doesn't need to support them. The reason for taking the money is just to spend money to avoid trouble. If they cause trouble again, then see you in court. I don't know if her warning worked, or the money worked. The two people really stayed quiet for a long time. But since a week ago, Chungya often heard the two children say that an old couple often came to encounter them, and often said some strange things to them. Your father died. Your mother will soon find a stepfather for you. And you two are a burden. Your father left a lot of money. But it's all with your mother. She doesn't want to support you at all. Grandpa and Grandma came to find you. But your mother didn't let us see you. She just wanted to take all the money for herself. Although the 7 or 8-year-old children are still young, they have reached the age where they can understand words and distinguish between kindness and malice. Moreover, because their father left early, they will be more mature than their peers. Although neither of them believed that these words were true, they still couldn't help but start to panic in their hearts. Chapter 299, The Underworld, No Ifs, No Redos. At first, Chungya didn't know about this, until Mujua, who was not good at hiding things, accidentally exposed it. Under her questioning, the two children told the story. When she heard these words, Chungya was so angry that she almost picked up a knife and chopped the two old guys. When she calmed down, she knew clearly that this matter could not be settled peacefully. Especially just now, when she knew that the two people actually took advantage of her absence and came to her house to smash the door. Chungya knew that she could not continue to endure it. Only the two children were smart. Not only did they not open the door, but they also knew to use the phone at home to call the aunt from the neighbor's house for help. Otherwise, she really didn't know what would happen in the end. After coaxing the two children, watching their backs holding hands to do their homework, Chungya called a friend for help. After hanging up the phone, she saw the date she circled on the calendar. It was Mu Cheng's death anniversary. She has already asked for leave from the company and bought the things she needs. She will take the two children to see their father tomorrow. Following the fingerprints, Mu Chung seemed a little nervous. But this nervousness was not because he was uneasy about coming to the Yang world as a ghost, but because he was nervous about seeing his lover and children soon. Over the years, he often gave his merits to Chungya, so that she could take care of the two children alone. In fact, his approach did work. Chungya has only been in the company for 2 years, And she has been promoted once. And her salary has also increased a lot. This opportunity is not only due to her strength, but also partly due to luck. Even a few days ago, the senior who introduced her to the industry was about to be transferred to the head office. Given Chungya's relationship with her, before she was transferred, she would have recommended Chungya to her superiors to take her position. Although it might not be successful, it was enough to surprise Chungya. The success in her career gradually smoothed out the unhappiness caused by the family conflict. Therefore, when Chungya brought her children to visit Mu Chung today, her mood was not particularly bad. But all the good mood disappeared instantly when she saw the two ghosts at the gate of the cemetery. After all, this is a cemetery, not suitable for noise, which will disturb the sleeping people. So although Chungya didn't want to see these two people, she didn't say anything to drive them away. But some people are always so thick-skinned that you can't read their faces. The two people who claimed to be Mu Cheng's parents stuck to him as much as they could when they met. Just like sticky candy. And they couldn't be thrown away. The two children were frightened by what happened before, so they held on to Chungya's clothes tightly, their faces pale, and their bodies trembling with fear. After reluctantly following the two strangers to pay tribute to her husband, Chungya asked the children to go back to the car first, and she was going to stay and talk to the two people. The result of the conversation was naturally unpleasant. Chungya could not accept their lion-like way of asking for money. Such people should not be spoiled. The more money they were given, the more they would ask for more. She was not prepared to raise two blood-sucking worms while raising children. She thought that even if these two people were no longer human, they were still Mu Cheng's parents. Mu Cheng was dead. Although she had no obligation to support them, she could consider it as a way to accumulate merits for the children and Mu Cheng. It was also a way to avoid disasters. She did not spend the money in vain. But if she knew that giving money would increase their appetite, she would have said she would not give anything at the beginning. Don't tell her that parents also have the right to inherit the compensation. But are these two people qualified to be parents? Ignoring the dirty words that insulted her behind her, Chungya got into the car with a gloomy face and took the two children home. Watching the car go away, the two people who could not catch up with the car could only breathe in the exhaust gas. What if she really sues us for abandonment and blackmail? Although the old woman was also greedy, she calmed down now and was still a little scared. She just wanted money. But she didn't want to send herself to jail for money. If it really didn't work, forget it. Anyway, she had already given them more than 100,000 yuan before, which was enough for them to spend for a long time. She wouldn't dare. She was just trying to scare us. We are Mu Cheng's biological parents. How could a daughter-in-law send her parents-in-law to jail? Old man Mu sneered, recalling what the woman said in his mind. If she doesn't give us money, we will go to her workplace and make trouble. I don't think she dares not to give it. What kind of good person can think of abandoning a child and letting him support him when he grows up? They had already thought of going to the company to make trouble if they didn't give them money, and even put it into action, but their intention to make trouble was too obvious, so they were driven out by the security guards before they even entered the company. In addition, Chungya didn't go to work that day, so they squatted at the company gate for a whole day but didn't see anyone, so they returned empty-handed. But now it's different, they already know that. Chungya is currently in a critical period of promotion. They don't care about their own skin, but Chungya is different. If her personal affairs affect the company, then her chance of promotion this time will definitely be gone. Chungya didn't know that these two people had already planned to go to the company to make trouble for her, but even if she knew, she would be angry at most, but not worried or afraid. Because she has already started to collect evidence to send these two people to jail. Don't dare. What is there for her to be afraid of? People have bullied her to her face. How could she still hesitate? Based on Chungya's understanding of Mu Cheng, not to mention that Mu Cheng was already dead, the money should have been distributed by her. Even if Mu Cheng was not dead, she believed that he would definitely stand on her side. Mu Cheng, who watched the whole thing in the state of soul, was just as Chungya imagined. He was not only on her side, but he also wanted to jump out of the coffin right now, to support his wife, while beating the two old bitches to death. It's a pity that he couldn't do it. He could only watch the two who claimed to be his parents, but he had never said a word to them since he was a child, and had never even met them once. Slandering his wife. Not only that, he could only listen to them talking about going to Chungya's company to make trouble, but he was powerless. If he could do it again, he would never go out that day, so he wouldn't meet the drunk driver, and wouldn't die in a car accident. It's a pity that There is no if, and there is no do-over. Chapter 300 The Underworld, Home Travel. Killing. I thought it would be very happy and exciting to use the soul-returning talisman to go back and see people, but I didn't expect that he would see such an infuriating scene. But he was also very glad that he happened to go back and see it, otherwise he would not know that someone took advantage of his death, and then came to bully his wife and children. He did not recognize the couple as his parents. As he had said to Chungya before, he grew up in an orphanage since he was a child. When he was a child, he had no parents, so he would definitely not have any when he grew up. The only relatives he had in his life were Chungya's mother, and 2 children, and definitely no one else. The blood relationship certificate could not prove anything after all. Even the underworld did not recognize it. But he was dead now, and there was no way to interfere in the affairs of the Yang world, so even if he had all kinds of thoughts and ideas in his heart, he could not tell them. Until the soul-returning talisman in his arms became slightly hot. It was reminding him that it was time to go back. Although Mu Chung was very reluctant, he had to return to the underworld along the original route. The more it was at this time, the more he couldn't get into trouble. Otherwise he would have no way to help her. Although even now, he couldn't think of any way to help Chungya. It's over. Why are there so many competitors today? A ghost who hadn't grabbed the ghost order for 3 consecutive days wailed. He thought he had come early enough today, until he saw that the door of the underworld store was full of ghosts. This scene was so luxurious. Forget it. I'll just be a Buddhist. It doesn't matter whether I can get it or not. I'm not in a hurry to deliver my stuff anyway. Although he said so, when the store opened, his enthusiasm to rush and did not decrease at all. After finally following the crowd of ghosts into the store, he looked at the shelves full of ghost messengers and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Next, I can deliver the letter after paying the merit. NC muttered to himself. Just as he was about to leave, his eyes accidentally caught a glimpse of an inconspicuous corner. What is this? From the appearance, the goods on the shelves in this corner looked like talismans. If NC hadn't had good eyesight and good memory, he could clearly see that the runes on it were different from the soul-returning talisman and the dream-sending talisman. Otherwise he would have confused the 3. Is this a new thing? Thinking of this, NC suddenly felt inexplicably guilty. He looked at the people around him furtively. Although he didn't know why he did that. Maybe he was afraid that someone would find this new spell like him and buy it first? Anyway, NC approached the corner, half-squatted, and simply glanced at the introduction of this new product. After reading the introduction of the function of the bad luck spell, he held it in for a long time, and finally couldn't help but spit out 5 words. Fuck. It's awesome. It can affect other people's luck. Isn't it awesome? This is simply the best prop for home travel. Killing. Cough cough. Revenge on enemies. After a brief shock, NC calmed down. He looked at it carefully again, and found that this thing was not as powerful as he imagined. It is easy to get the name of the enemy, but it is not necessarily possible to get the birthday. Even if you get the birthday, you have to find a way to send the thing to the enemy. Let's take a step back. Even if you have the enemy's name and birthday, and successfully send the thing to the enemy, this kind of talisman is weird at first glance, and ordinary people will not think of touching it. After all, ordinary people will think that if they touch this kind of thing, it will be bad if they are contaminated with bad luck. Bad luck talisman. It is powerful, but it is a little difficult to use. NC sighed, and then felt the thing in his hand, and then remembered the purpose of his trip. However, NC looked down at the ghost messenger in his hand, and then looked at the bad luck talismans on the shelf. It seems that it is not particularly difficult to use. I don't know what kind of mentality he has. NC gritted his teeth and spent 30 points of merit to buy a bad luck talisman. As a result, after he paid the money without knowing why, and walked to the door of the store, he regretted it a little. He didn't have any enemies. Why buy this? Curse people for fun? He is not that kind of person. And even if he was bored and liked to curse people casually, what if he cursed someone with great merit? The effect would rebound, and he would suffer. The more NC thought about it, the more he felt that he must have been crazy a few seconds ago. Otherwise, why would he spend such a waste of money? But the things had already been bought, and there was no such thing as returns in the underworld store. So he could only accept it. Because of this incident, NC looked depressed all the way back to get the letter. This is 30 points of merit. He saved up for more than a year to save these. And he was lucky. If he was unlucky, He might only have more than 10 points in a year, or even less than 10 points of merit. Perhaps because his resentment was too obvious, he quickly attracted the attention of others. Hey, isn't this Xiaoxi? Why do you look so sad? What happened? And C was stunned. He obviously didn't expect to meet an acquaintance here. He looked up and found that it was Li Fei, who had helped him once before. Beside Li Fei stood a male ghost. Although he didn't know him, he looked familiar. He should be a colleague at the same job, but he couldn't remember his name. And C was already depressed, and after hearing what Li Fei said, he couldn't help but want to vent. So he simply told the story of how he foolishly bought the bad luck charm. When Li Fei heard that such a talisman cost 30 merits, he couldn't help but take a breath. Xiaoxi, you have worked for a year for nothing. And C twisted his face and laughed bitterly. Just when he wanted to agree, the man next to Li Fei suddenly interrupted him. Since you have no use for this bad luck talisman, how about selling it to me? What do you mean? There is such a good thing? And C is of course very happy. Before he could speak, Li Fei looked at the person who spoke in surprise. No. Why did you buy this? Mu Cheng did not answer Li Fei's question, but repeated what he had just said. Since you have no use for this bad luck talisman, how about selling it to me? Okay. He didn't have time to continue the conversation the first time, but NC would naturally not miss this second chance. Although he didn't know which enemy this stranger bought the bad luck talisman to teach a lesson, it did not affect his simple desire to get his money back.